Lin Fan was born in a remote village, with his family residing in the eastern part, where four dilapidated adobe houses stood, accompanied by a spacious courtyard, approximately 10 zhang square. To the south of the village lay an endless forest, so vast that even Lin Fan could not articulate its expanse. According to the village elders, rare wild beasts frequently roamed within the woods. To the north flowed an official road leading to the county town. Traveling merchants often paused here, resulting in a plethora of shops lining the official road, bustling with activity. Nearby hunters, after capturing their game, were eager to set up stalls along the road, hoping to fetch a good price. Lin Fan's parents were simple and kind-hearted individuals. His father served as the manager in a fur shop owned by a wealthy family, earning a monthly salary of 20 taels of silver. His mother tended to the farming at home, possessing several acres of fertile land, which afforded the family a comfortable living. From a young age, Lin Fan exhibited remarkable intelligence and had attended a private school for several years. However, he harbored no interest in an official career. Instead, he was passionate about martial arts and hunting. Understanding the treacherous nature of the official path, Lin's father was reluctant for him to venture into the bureaucracy, and with the affection of Lin's mother, he allowed him to pursue his inclinations. At the tender age of 12, Lin Fan was engaged in a childhood betrothal arranged by his late grandfather. The family of his betrothed was initially unremarkable, but later, due to a relative's rise to power, they prospered in business and deemed Lin Fan unworthy of their daughter, choosing to withdraw from the engagement. One day, they arrived with a meager gift to annul the engagement. Lin's father and mother, being honest folk, and with Lin Fan's grandfather having passed away many years prior, simply replied, "If you are unwilling, then let it be." A forced marriage bears no sweetness. Both parties agreed to dissolve the engagement, and thus the matter was laid to rest. Lin Fan felt no regret over this. In fact, he was quite pleased. At 14, Lin Fan passed the examination to become a shiotsai, freeing him from the need to attend private school. He spent his days hunting in the mountains, becoming quite familiar with the local hunters. The hunters, aware of his scholarly status, were eager to befriend him. Lin Fan's love for martial arts led him to learn some basic skills from the hunters. One morning, Lin Fan bid farewell to his mother and ventured into the mountains to hunt. He took a seldom-trodden path known to him, a narrow trail rarely frequented by others. Due to its remoteness, the hunters avoided this area, resulting in an abundance of small game, which explained Lin Fan's frequent bountiful returns. The narrow path was somewhat slippery in the morning dew. As Lin Fan treaded cautiously, he suddenly noticed a figure lying motionless in the grass, with only 2 feet visible. Fear did not seize him, rather, his boldness prevailed. With knife in hand, he approached with caution. Upon parting the grass, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! A dead person! Run!" After sprinting a few dozen meters, he regained his composure, sensing something was amiss. Observing the man's complexion, he noted it appeared normal. Thus, he hurried back to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a middle-aged man dressed like a martial artist. His clothing was soaked in blood, continuing to seep outward. Lin Fan reached out to check for breath and found the man still alive. Exercising caution, he continued to observe. The man's face bore a gentle countenance, devoid of malice. Lin Fan half supported him and offered him some water. After drinking a few sips, the man gradually regained consciousness. "Young brother, did you save me?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely fed you a few sips of water. How is your condition?" Lin Fan replied, feeling a bit shy. "Just by looking at you, it's clear you're a kind-hearted child. I fear I may not last long. Could you assist me with a matter?" the man requested. Lin Fan thought to himself, "Well, flattery first, and now he seeks my help. Speak freely as long as it does not contravene the tenets of righteousness. I will do my utmost to assist you," Lin Fan pledged. Upon hearing Lin Fan's youthful yet measured words, the man felt somewhat reassured. "I wish for you to return home and deliver a message. I have a token to offer you as a reward," he said, producing a finely crafted small pouch from his bosom. Lin Fan accepted the pouch, glancing at it briefly, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. "Remember, do not show this item to others lightly. It is a treasure of the celestial realm, and it was this very item that brought about my peril," the man cautioned. The man intended to gift this celestial pouch to Lin Fan, both as a token of gratitude for saving his life and to prevent further misfortune to his family. Young brother, you should be able to discern that I am a martial artist. I simply wish for you to inform my family, so they may come to collect my remains. After my passing, I do not wish to become a wandering spirit. The middle-aged man spoke with a voice filled with sorrow. My family resides in the Lee residence in Xinjiang County. After my demise, please dig a grave for me, and then notify my family to retrieve my body, he continued after a brief pause. Very well, I can manage this task. Rest assured, Lin Fan softly reassured him while squatting before the man. Thank you, young brother. In the next life I shall repay. Before he could finish, the man breathed his last. Lin Fan searched for a secluded spot nearby, dug a small grave, and laid down some dry grass at the bottom. It took considerable effort to drag the man into the grave, covering his body with grass, and finally filling the pit with the excavated soil. Lin Fan did not disturb the man's sword, jade pendant, or other belongings, only taking the embroidered pouch he had been given. Upon returning home, Lin Fan retreated to his room, examining the pouch repeatedly, yet he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. He attempted to untie the colorful ribbons, but could not manage to do so. Since he claimed it to be a celestial item, perhaps only a celestial being could open it, Lin Fan mused. He handled the pouch with great fondness for a while, but ultimately decided to hide it away. He pried open the Kong board and dug a deep hole beneath the dark fire Kong, wrapping the pouch in several layers of cloth before burying it. This should keep it hidden from prying eyes, Lin Fan thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Lin Fan inquired with his father about the address the man had mentioned, discovering it was several days' journey from their home. He pondered numerous strategies at home, determined to deliver the message while ensuring he remained undetected to avoid attracting danger. Fortunately, it was the largest county town in the vicinity, with frequent trade between the shop where his father worked. Thus, Lin Fan expressed a desire to accompany a merchant caravan to broaden his horizons, believing his youth would not raise suspicion. That evening, Lin Fan explained his intentions to his father. Aware of Lin Fan's skills, his father approved of him joining the caravan. The round trip would take only 5 or 6 days, traveling primarily on official roads, so he deemed it a low-risk endeavor. However, Lin Fan's mother was exceedingly worried for his safety and wished to prevent him from going. Yet, after Lin Fan's persistent persuasion, she reluctantly acquiesced. Just in time, a merchant caravan departs tomorrow morning. You may go along, but do not cause trouble, and certainly do not wander off. Otherwise, I shall break your legs when you return, his mother warned. Understood, mother. You need not worry, I merely wish to see the world, Lin Fan replied. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Lin Fan was awakened by his father. Father, why so early? Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Enough with the chatter. Did you not insist on seeing the world? If you delay, the caravan will have already departed, his father urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan dared not tarry, quickly dressing, grabbing his pre-prepared small bundle, and racing alongside his father to the shop. The caravan had indeed not yet departed. The workers were still tying down the cargo. Soon after, Lin's father exchanged greetings with the caravan's manager. Everyone recognized Lin Fan. He greeted the manager and boarded one of the carts. Before long, the caravan set off. Lin Fan opened the bundle his mother had prepared, which contained a water bottle, a stack of flatbreads, and a small pouch containing over 20 taels of silver and several copper coins. He tucked the silver into his bosom, placed the copper coins in his bundle, and took out a flatbread to eat heartily. The cart had small windows on either side, and with the curtains drawn, he could view the scenery along the way. The cart was also filled with various goods, so Lin Fan had to rearrange them slightly before settling in a corner. Leaning against the cargo while gazing at the fresh sights outside, finding the experience quite enjoyable. Chapter 3. Completing the commission. The journey westward was along wide and well-maintained official roads. Traveling during the day and resting at night was not overly exhausting. By midday on the third day, they successfully arrived at the county town. The steward of the caravan advised Lin Fan that they could only stay in the town for 1 day. He reminded Lin Fan that while he could explore the town, he should not stray too far, as they would depart early the next morning. Lin Fan readily agreed. With time being of the essence, he dared not delay and inquired a passerby for the address of the deceased's family. Their residence was a large and affluent household, easily identifiable within the county town. To avoid being recognized, Lin Fan donned a disguise, smearing his face with soot to appear grimy, even adding a large black mole that rendered him quite unsightly, an appearance one would not wish to behold a second time. He changed into his father's long robe, added a couple of insoles to his shoes, and despite his already considerable height, he appeared to be a man in his 20s, with a cloth hat atop his head. He was ready. Near the entrance of that household, he pretended to wander aimlessly. Cautiously observing his surroundings to ensure no one was paying him heed, he spotted a 3- or 4-year-old child playing in an alley and immediately devised a plan. Earlier, he had meticulously noted the burial site's location on paper, marking it clearly to avoid detection. He had written the details in a hasty scrawl, rendering it unrecognizable. He handed a few copper coins to the child, instructing him to deliver the note. The child, delighted by the coins, gleefully took the neatly folded paper and scampered towards the family's entrance, eagerly handing the note to the doorman. By this time, Lin Fan had already distanced himself considerably. He observed as the guard received the note, glanced at it briefly, and hurriedly dashed into the courtyard. With the message delivered, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then found a secluded corner, changed back into his scholar's attire, and nonchalantly began to stroll around. He wandered for over an hour, even purchasing a couple of small gifts for his father and mother. He dared not keep the clothes he had borrowed for fear of being searched at the city gate, so he casually disposed of them in a nearby drain. Upon returning to the rear of the shop, he found that the cargo had been unloaded, and preparations for the return journey were underway. The steward, relieved to see Lin Fan return, informed him that his sleeping arrangements for the night were ready and then went about his business. The accommodations were in the back courtyard, shared with the coachman, who had taken good care of him along the way, thanks to his father's connections. Lin Fan was well aware of the nuances of human relationships. The next morning, the caravan departed punctually through the city gates, where security checks had indeed intensified. Lin Fan's belongings were thoroughly searched, but fortunately, everything remained intact. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he had sent the child with the note, the household had dispatched dozens of people to search for him, but upon finding nothing, they stationed guards at the city gates to scrutinize passers-by. They also sent a swift cavalry unit to verify the burial site's location. After 3 days of travel, Lin Fan's caravan returned smoothly to the small town by the morning of the 4th day. Upon seeing his son return safely, Lin's father was overjoyed and promptly suggested treating everyone to lunch. Though the offer was graciously declined by the others, "Father, look at the wonderful gift I brought for you," Lin Fan exclaimed, presenting a beautifully crafted jade tobacco pouch that had cost him a hefty 10 taels of silver. Lin's father accepted the pouch with great delight. "Splendid. My son truly thinks of his father," he chuckled. "Now, you should hurry home. Your mother has been fretting over you incessantly. My ears are nearly worn out from her worrying." Lin Fan trotted home, as the small town was only 2 kilometers away, and he arrived within half an hour. He found his mother hanging freshly washed clothes in the yard. Seeing her son return brought her immense joy. Allowing her anxious heart to finally relax, "My son, you have returned. I was so worried about you." "Mother, there is no need to fret. I am no longer a child. I can handle myself. Don't be foolish. Just promise me you won't get into fights or cause trouble," she admonished, her expression serious, prompting Lin Fan to cease his jesting. Chapter 4. Learning martial arts. Lin Fan retrieved a finely crafted hairpin from his satchel. "Mother, this is a gift for you. This child is wasting money again. Shouldn't you save your silver to marry a wife? I wish to buy something for you. Once I have the means, I will ensure that both you and father enjoy a good life." "My son is truly filial. I am content," she replied. "What would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you. I would love to have your pancakes and braised pork, then I shall make them for you right away." Though Lin's mother insisted he should not squander money, her heart brimmed with happiness. That evening, the family joyfully gathered for dinner, feasting on the roast chicken that Lin's father had bought, as Lin Fan recounted his experiences and the sights of the county town, omitting the details of the note delivery, deciding to keep that matter to himself. After the family's provisions of wild rabbits and game birds had been consumed, Lin Fan prepared to go hunting the following morning. To avoid any surveillance at the burial site, he refrained from taking the narrow path and instead followed the main road like other hunters, steering clear of the secluded area with skill and patience. He knew he could secure game anywhere, though it would take more time to find it. 2 months passed swiftly. 1 day. Lin Fan returned from hunting with his childhood friend Lin Jie. As fate would have it, they passed the very spot where the body had been buried. Lin Jie insisted on taking the narrow path. Given the time that had lapsed, Lin Fan felt it was safe and did not protest. As they traversed the location, Lin Fan discovered that the corpse had long been exhumed, leaving only a large pit behind, with no signs of life in the vicinity, allowing him to breathe easy. Lin Father had been concerned for Lin Fan's safety, and in the town, he had spent 100 taels of silver to hire a skilled old martial arts master to teach Lin Fan. Naturally gifted for martial training, Lin Fan learned rapidly and proficiently, far surpassing the other apprentices. The old master was quite fond of him, imparting all his cherished techniques. Half a year flew by, and Lin Fan's martial foundation was solid. The old master, having taught him all he could, believed it was time for Lin Fan to broaden his horizons beyond the confines of the small town. You possess remarkable talent and should not be confined to this modest place. It is essential to explore the vast world and gain experience, he encouraged. There is nothing more I can teach you. Seek your fortune and perhaps find a master of higher caliber to guide you in mastering unparalleled skills, thus bringing honor to your family. That way, I too shall share in your glory. The old master wore a look of reluctance as Lin Fan knelt to express his gratitude for the careful guidance he had received over the past months. Upon returning home, he informed his parents of his intentions to venture out and gain experience. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to explore, Lin Father acknowledged. But remember, the outside world is not like home. You must be vigilant, as people's hearts can be treacherous. Exercise caution in all matters, do you understand? Yes, I will certainly prioritize my safety, Lin Fan assured. Father, Mother, you need not worry. I understand the importance of staying safe. That evening, Lin Fan excavated the bag he had buried and restored the pit. He carefully concealed the bag in a cloth pouch within his garments. The next day, armed with a large knife and a bow, he bid farewell to his parents and set off to seek larger game in the depths of the forest, eager to test his martial skills. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he encountered a few familiar hunters and joined them as they ventured deeper into the thicket. Along the way, they managed to capture several wild rabbits and mountain chickens and foraged for valuable medicinal herbs, which he meticulously collected for future use. After 2 days of hunting, the group of hunters had amassed a considerable bounty and decided to return. They invited Lin Fan to accompany them, but he politely declined, choosing instead to continue his exploration alone into the deeper woods. Lin Father had taught him to identify herbs from a young age, and Lin Fan had a sharp mind, recalling the appearance and effects of various herbs, along with some basic remedies. Chapter 5. Celestial Fate. Today proved to be a fruitful day. Lin Fan unearthed 3 exceptional herbs and a 10-year-old ginseng root, carefully storing them away to bring home as a tonic for his parents. For the past few nights, he had been residing in a cave where the hunters typically rested. With no large beasts nearby and the cave entrance small, he felt secure, lighting a fire outside to deter any snakes, insects, or wild animals, allowing him to sleep soundly. The majority of Lin Fan's catches served as his daily meals. Any surplus he prepared as smoked meat for future provisions. His primary goal during this trip was to find valuable herbs to exchange for silver to improve his parents' quality of life. Another day passed. While he was roasting a mountain chicken in the cave, he sprinkled it with a special seasoning his father had purchased, enhancing its flavor. The chicken sizzled and emitted a mouth-watering aroma that wafted far and wide. Even Lin Fan could not help but salivate at the smell, acknowledging that his grilling skills were quite remarkable. Who is roasting chicken? It's making this old man salivate. An unkempt elder suddenly appeared before Lin Fan. This young lad possesses 5 elemental spiritual roots. Though this was the least favored type among cultivators, it held potential. With adequate resources for cultivation, he could rise to greatness. Lin Fan was taken aback, wondering if he was imagining things upon seeing the elder. How is it that I did not notice how he entered? This old man does not appear to be a villain based on his features. Although his clothing is riddled with patches, it is remarkably clean, suggesting he has not had a meal in quite some time. I wonder from where this elder has come. If you do not mind, let us share a meal together. Ha, I do not mind at all, the old man exclaimed as he snatched the freshly roasted mountain chicken from Lin Fan's hands and began to devour it. Ouch, it is quite hot. Delicious indeed. Elder, there is no need to rush. Take your time with your meal. I have more to roast for you. For some unknown reason, upon seeing this old man, Lin Fan was reminded of his deceased grandfather, and a tinge of sadness washed over him, diminishing his appetite, so he decided to let the old man eat everything. The old man thought to himself, "There are only 2 chickens here, and this lad is so generous as to offer them both to me. His heart is truly kind." After pondering for a moment, "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. As for whether you can awaken your spiritual roots, that depends on you alone." Lin Fan was oblivious to the old man's thoughts. He then took out a flatbread from his bundle and offered it to the elder. "Elder, please have some flatbread. This is made by my mother and is delicious." The old man, without uttering a word, with his gnarled hands, took the flatbread and took a bite. Indeed, it is quite good, soft and pleasantly chewy. He quickly finished it. The entire mountain chicken was also soon consumed by him. Lin Fan did not feel any anger and proceeded to roast another one. The old man observed Lin Fan's expressions closely, noticing that he bore no signs of dissatisfaction. "This lad is indeed remarkable." He then took out a large gourd that was fastened to his waist. "How can a young man like you enjoy meat without wine? Come, come, have a sip of this." "I apologize, elder. I do not drink." "How can a gallant man of the rivers and lakes not drink? Would that not provoke laughter? Come, let us drink this cup together." As he spoke, the old man produced a silver cup, filled it to the brim with wine, and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the filled silver cup. Just then, he felt a bit parched himself. Seeing the elder holding the cup, he felt it would be impolite to refuse and quickly stood up to accept it. "Thank you, elder." He took a small sip, finding the taste quite pleasant, and then took a larger gulp. "Ha, now this feels more fitting." The old man also began to drink heartily from the gourd. Lin Fan quickly tore off a large chicken leg and offered it to him. "Elder, if you are still hungry, I have smoked rabbit meat as well. To be honest, the rabbit I roasted is exceptionally delicious." Why is my tongue still not straightening out? Little did Lin Fan know that the wine he was drinking was no ordinary liquor. It was genuine immortal wine. Most importantly, it could significantly increase the awakening probability of mortals with spiritual roots. Awakening spiritual roots meant the ability to practice immortality and enhance one's lifespan. If one could break free from constraints, they might even achieve immortality. Lin Fan, seeing that the chicken was nearly gone, proceeded to roast 2 smoked wild rabbits. The old man and the young lad consumed quite a bit of wine. Of course, Lin Fan could not drink much by the time he finished the second cup. He had already become intoxicated and lost consciousness. "This brat is surprisingly impressive. He managed to down 2 whole cups. Ha, I hope you embark on a different path in life." The old man mumbled to himself, finding a clear spot to lie down, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Awakening Spiritual Roots. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke with a splitting headache. "The elder is still here. Surely he is not planning to impose on me." As Lin Fan was lost in thought, the old man called out, "Hey, what are you mumbling about? Boy, hurry up and make breakfast. I am nearly starving." All the food from last night had been consumed. Lin Fan intended to rise and catch a few mountain chickens, but as he stood up, he stumbled and knocked against the stone wall. Fortunately, the old man discreetly used his immortal power to cushion the blow, or else Lin Fan would have surely injured himself. "Why do I feel so light and strong today? Ugh! Who let out such a foul stench?" Lin Fan exclaimed while covering his nose. "You little rascal, hurry up and find something to eat, and while you're at it, wash yourself. You're nearly unbearable." The old man was also quite troubled by the smell and urged him to leave. Lin Fan, realizing that the elder was not an ordinary person, sensed that he was indeed helping him. He touched his head and quickly replied, "All right, elder, please wait. I will be right back." Saying this, Lin Fan dashed off with quick strides. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Fan sprinted through the forest with remarkable speed, exclaiming, "Ha, this is astonishingly swift." Lin Fan first reached the mountain spring where he usually fetched water. He washed himself thoroughly, feeling invigorated. The morning chill of the spring water did not bother him. He changed into dry clothes, scrubbed his dirty garments clean, and hung them on a nearby rock to dry. He then hurried off to hunt for prey. In less than half an hour, he caught 2 plump mountain chickens, which he slaughtered and cleaned by the spring before swiftly returning to the cave. However, the old man had already departed, leaving Lin Fan feeling quite vexed. How could he leave? Alas, I have missed out on that fine wine. The old man had left behind a quaint little booklet on the stone bench in the cave. Lin Fan quickly discovered it, opened the first page, and saw the words Qi Cultivation Classic written in elegant script. Could this be an immortal technique? Surely this elder must be an immortal. After all, how else could I have become so formidable after just one night of sleep? Lin Fan did not dwell on it further. He roasted the mountain chickens to satiate his hunger and began to practice according to the illustrations and annotations in the booklet. After more than an hour of cultivation, he felt an overwhelming pressure building inside him, as if his entire being was about to explode, yet he could not find a way to release it. He could only endure the pain and strive to persist. Before long, he suddenly felt a lightness wash over him, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if he were floating in the clouds. However, a thick layer of grime had accumulated on his skin, causing Lin Fan to gag. He quickly wrapped the booklet in a clean piece of clothing and stowed it away in his bundle. Picking up the weapons on the ground, he hurried back to the spring for another thorough wash. Little did he know that the scruffy old man had not actually left. All of Lin Fan's cultivation was being observed by the old man. This lad managed to successfully draw in qi within just 2 hours. He is truly impressive. I spent 3 days and nights to achieve the same. The comparison is indeed disheartening. I shall take him on as my disciple. No, as the illustrious Xian Yao Immortal, how could I be so hasty? I must investigate his background more thoroughly first. Having made up his mind, the old man transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished, setting out to inquire about Lin Fan's family in the nearby villages. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had washed himself clean, changed into semi-dry clothes, and washed his dirty garments once more, bringing them back to the cave to dry. He then resumed his cultivation of the second chapter, following the illustrations and key points to practice. He continued until his stomach grumbled with hunger, at which point he opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. Fortunately, he had not encountered any venomous snakes or fierce beasts. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. It seems I need to find a safer place to cultivate. Lin Fan kindled a fire and roasted the remaining mountain chicken to fill his belly. Chapter 7. Storage Bag. The carefree old man spent most of the day searching before finally locating Lin Fan's small town. After inquiring, he observed that Lin Fan's parents were both honest and upright individuals. Delighted, he added a longevity pill to each of their meals and cast a protective spell on them to shield them from fatal harm before returning to the cave with satisfaction, intending to take Lin Fan as his disciple. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, after finishing the roasted mountain chicken and tidying up, he set off once more. Before departing, he played with the immortal bag for a while. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from it. What could this mean? Lin Fan casually channeled a bit of spiritual energy, only to find it absorbed by the bag, and when he released more, it was absorbed again. After repeating this process over a dozen times, he was nearly exhausted. Then, the immortal bag suddenly opened by itself, and upon peering inside, he saw nothing. He pondered various methods to see inside, but nothing worked. Finally, he closed his eyes in deep contemplation, and lo and behold, he found that his consciousness could enter the bag. Haha, this truly is an immortal's bag. Lin Fan discovered a vast assortment of gold and silver, along with a small heap of jewels and precious stones. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the space within the bag was approximately 3 zhang in size, comparable to a room, which is quite substantial indeed. Against the wall, there was a row of wooden shelves, upon which sat several jade tablets and small jade bottles. He then noticed that on the nearby table lay 3 swords, carefully arranged. One of the swords emitted a faint green glow, appearing quite extraordinary. Lin Fan intended to take it out to examine it, but as soon as he thought about it, the green sword appeared directly in his hand. So this is how one retrieves objects. The sword glowed in his grasp, and when he casually released some spiritual energy, it was again absorbed. Lin Fan realized that this matter was of great significance and did not dare to ponder further. He hastily packed his belongings and set off, deciding to find a secluded and safe spot to contemplate his findings. After traveling more than 30 kilometers, he finally discovered a very concealed cave. He hunted a few wild rabbits and mountain chickens and roasted them on the spot. After quickly and thoroughly cleaning the area, he entered the cave to reflect on his discoveries. He practiced retrieving and storing items with his consciousness multiple times before finally understanding how to utilize the immortal bag. He could freely take and store items with merely a thought, with the capacity limited only by the size of the bag's interior. Lin Fan was exceedingly pleased to have acquired this treasure, as it would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. Upon completing my research on the usage of the bag, I began to examine the jade slips, holding them in my hands and pondering over them repeatedly. Yet I could not discern the method of observation. Casually tapping my forehead with a jade slip, I pressed it against my brow, and to my astonishment, a torrent of memories surged forth within my mind. So this is how it is utilized. I immediately commenced studying all the jade slips on the first shelf, most of which contained anecdotes that enlightened Lin Fan about various tales of cultivation. It turned out that this bag is called a storage bag, a name quite fitting indeed. The original owner of this storage bag was named Yushao Sanrian, a rogue immortal, and one small booklet specifically chronicled his past. He was indeed a formidable figure, having slain numerous cultivators, embodying a blend of righteousness and wickedness. However, he had never harmed ordinary citizens, which renders him somewhat of a good person. The anecdotal jade slips narrated the treachery rampant within the cultivation world, detailing various deceitful schemes and acts of poisoning, all of which were exceedingly cruel and merciless. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Henceforth, he resolved to tread carefully while traversing the realms. Continuing my exploration of the jade slips on the second shelf, I discovered techniques akin to the qi refining method I practiced. Upon meticulous study, I found the qi refining techniques to be fundamentally similar. Although the annotations lacked the comprehensiveness of the old man's manuscript, I promptly stored them away and proceeded to scrutinize the various spell manuals one by one. The techniques of fire control, sword manipulation, and concealment were indeed celestial arts. At last, I could delve into the practice of immortal spells. Lin Fan was filled with elation. Having devoured a roasted mountain hare, he hesitated to kindle a fire and began his training instead. Chapter 8. Second layer of Qi refining. Since consuming several pills of abstinence and Qi spirit pills, Lin Fan had lost track of how much time had passed outside. He had now reached the second layer of Qi refining. His body once again enveloped in a layer of greasy mud, both sticky and malodorous. His physique felt even lighter than before, and even without employing spiritual energy, he possessed immense strength. However, he was yet unable to practice the sword manipulation technique, which required reaching the fifth layer of Qi refining. The remaining aspects of the concealment technique remained elusive, as some of the terminology was obscure and difficult to grasp, necessitating further study. On the other hand, he had successfully mastered fire control, though he still lacked proficiency in its application. After a moment of focus, a small blue flame appeared at the tip of his finger. This was indeed the fire control technique. This would greatly simplify the task of cooking in the future. Utilizing fire control, he ignited a campfire, for the flatbread in his pack had long been consumed, leaving only a morsel of smoked meat, which he roasted over the flames for sustenance. After finishing his meal, he stored his backpack within the storage bag, taking only his large knife and crossbow, carefully concealing the storage bag within his inner garment before pushing aside the boulder to exit the cave. Having been away for quite some time, he thought it best to return home to see his parents, lest they worried as he walked. He reflected on his journey, lightly hunting down a dozen mountain chickens and finding 7 medicinal herbs along the way. Feeling quite satisfied, venturing deep into the forest, he encountered a newly matured striped tiger, swiftly dispatching it. He also killed 2 adult wild bulls, carefully removing their entrails for processing, which he stored in his storage bag. Near the tiger's cave, he discovered over a dozen century-old medicinal herbs, eagerly collecting them and hurrying home with a heart full of joy. Naturally, he dared not utilize spiritual energy to hasten his journey, for his strength was still limited and caution was paramount. With several mountain chickens and hares slung over his back, he pretended to return from a hunt. Upon returning home, Lin Fan's parents were overjoyed, and that evening, they prepared a feast of several meat dishes and a large jar of fine wine. It is worth mentioning that Lin Fan's storage bag also contained a few jars of excellent wine. Upon stepping outside and ensuring no one was around, he discreetly retrieved a jar and returned to the living room. "Father, you must taste this. It is truly delightful," Lin Fan exclaimed as he poured a cup for each of his parents. "Mother, you should try some too." "Xiao Fan, dear. Mother has never been one to drink," she replied. "There's no harm in just this one cup, Mother. It's a joyous occasion," Lin Fan insisted. His intention in offering his parents wine was to bolster their courage, fearing that if he presented the tiger later, it might frighten them unduly. Naturally, he dared not reveal his identity as a cultivator, as he was concerned that his modest abilities might endanger them. He resolved to disclose his true nature only when he had gained sufficient strength. The wine Lin Fan provided was not overly potent, merely enough to induce a light buzz. Observing his parents becoming slightly inebriated, he slipped outside. It was now completely dark and the streets were deserted. He procured the large tiger and re-entered his home, having previously placed the 2 wild bulls outside. "Father, Mother, what do you think this is?" he announced. "Ah, a tiger." The couple was taken aback, their drunkenness dissipating significantly. "Where on earth did you acquire this?" Lin's father inquired hastily. "This is what I hunted. Isn't it impressive?" Lin Fan replied smugly, "My son, you mustn't risk your life like this. It is far too dangerous. You must not go hunting again," his mother expressed with deep concern. Lin Fan thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had not revealed to them his mastery of immortal techniques. Otherwise, they would surely be in constant fear. "Do not worry, mother. I have mastered martial arts and am quite formidable now. I will simply exercise caution, and all will be well if you do not permit me to hunt tigers. I shall settle for ordinary beasts on the outskirts." "Very well, just stay on the periphery. Do not venture deeper," his mother relented, and Lin Fan eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, the disheveled old man had been observing Lin Fan's parents before returning to the cave to find him, only to discover that he had already left. Frustrated, he lingered near Lin Fan's home for over 10 days, feeling increasingly stifled before finally deciding to depart, intending to return after some time to check on him. Lin Fan, unaware, merely assumed that the old man had fortuitously enjoyed a meal at his expense, thus bestowing upon him a stroke of fortune. He silently vowed that if he encountered the old man again, he would surely repay the kindness. Chapter 9. Refining the immortal sword. Lin Fan's parents were about to begin preparing the tiger's carcass. "Hold on, do not be hasty. There are still 2 wild bulls outside." "What? More prey? My son has truly surpassed expectations, even outdoing your grandfather in his prime." Lin's father enthusiastically praised. 1 wild bull, after removing its entrails, weighed around 700 to 800 pounds, a considerable heft. Lin Fan was capable of lifting it himself, yet he refrained from employing spiritual energy for fear of startling his parents. Together, the 3 of them managed to drag the bulls into the courtyard. Lin Fan's parents were in their prime and had gained extraordinary strength from the elixir provided by the old man, enabling them to assist effectively. In no time, they had brought the 2 bulls into the courtyard, and Lin Fan retrieved a slaughtering knife from the kitchen, directly dismembering the tiger. He intended to marinate the tiger meat for his parents to enjoy at their leisure. The tiger bones would be saved for medicinal purposes, while Lin Fan discreetly kept the tiger skin for future use as a sleeping mat while traveling. He spread the bones out to dry in the courtyard before joining his parents in butchering the wild bulls. Once they had skinned the bulls, the remainder would be straightforward to process. As it was already midnight, they decided to cover everything with a straw mat and finish the task the following day. After 2 hours of labor, they were all famished, and the effects of the wine had long since worn off. Lin's mother prepared a large pot of beef stew in the kitchen, and the 3 of them enjoyed a hearty meal. Lin Fan retired to his room and fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon waking early, feeling invigorated from a restful night at home, he dressed and stepped outside to find his parents already busy preparing the wild bulls. Having nearly finished butchering them, Lin Fan returned to his room and retrieved 3-century-old medicinal herbs from his storage bag, instructing his father to sell them at the shop for some silver to assist with household expenses. As for the gold and jewels in the storage bag, Lin Fan was not yet ready to reveal their existence, preferring to wait for a more opportune moment. Upon seeing the medicinal herbs, Lin's father was overjoyed. Such fine materials could fetch a handsome sum. He carefully stored the herbs away and, after breakfast, set off for work with a spring in his step. Lin Fan remained at home with his mother, slicing the beef and tiger meat for marination and drying, preserving it for future meals. After spending a few more days at home, it became increasingly inconvenient for him to practice, so he packed some flatbread and dried meat, bidding farewell to his parents as he prepared to venture back into the mountains for training. He fabricated a story about visiting the county city. Lin's mother provided him with 200 taels of silver and several pieces of loose change, which Lin Fan could not refuse. In truth, the medicinal herbs could yield 300 to 500 taels of silver. Lin Fan accepted the money to avoid attracting too much wealth, which could lead to peril. He arrived at the cave where he had previously trained and stayed for over 3 months. The bottles of chi spirit pills in his storage bag had all been consumed, allowing him to reach the third layer of chi refining. After continuing his practice for an additional 3 to 4 months, he sensed that he had hit a bottleneck, as described in the Jade Slips, and decided to cease his training, planning instead to explore deeper into the forest in search of a breakthrough method. At this stage of the third layer of chi refining, his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities had each doubled compared to the second layer. With his newfound power, he was more than capable of wrestling a tiger barehanded. Along the way, he hunted down a dozen wolves, sustaining minor scratches on his arm due to his lack of experience, which did not deter him. The combat experience gained from fighting the wolves was significant. Employing the techniques taught by the old martial master, though he had yet to learn any celestial techniques. Speaking of Yu Shao Sanren, it was quite peculiar that he possessed no martial techniques at all. Not wanting to dwell on that thought, Lin Fan recalled that his original knife had become dulled and unusable. He remembered the green sword in his storage bag that had yet to be refined. After taking it out and toying with it for a while, he activated the chi refining technique and channeled his spiritual energy into the sword. The green sword absorbed continuously while Lin Fan poured forth his energy, to the point of near exhaustion, before finally ceasing the transfer of energy. After meditating for most of the day, Lin Fan regained his strength and continued to channel spiritual energy into the green light sword. Repeating the process 7 or 8 times over the course of 10 days, it was not until noon on the 11th day that, while infusing the sword with energy, the green sword suddenly erupted with brilliant light. In a flash, it flew from Lin Fan's hand, circling in the air before transforming into a beam of green light that directly penetrated his right arm. This startled Lin Fan immensely. He hastily rolled up his sleeve to inspect the situation, only to discover a small sword tattoo etched onto his right arm. Instantly, he felt an intricate connection with the tiny sword. With just a thought of the green sword, it materialized in his hand. Truly, it was an extraordinary weapon. After multiple attempts, he sensed that his rapport with the green sword had deepened with each repetition. This sword must indeed be the legendary celestial sword mentioned in the Tales of the Jade Tablet. Chapter 10. The hero saves the beauty. Although Lin Fan possessed the celestial sword, he had no intention of revealing it to the public. He only utilized it in the solitude of the forest to enhance their mutual understanding. Gripping the celestial sword, he struck a tree as thick as a bowl. With barely any effort, he severed it cleanly. The sword had not even touched the tree. It was solely the sword's aura that accomplished the feat, leaving a remarkably smooth cut, truly a fine blade. That afternoon, while Lin Fan was foraging for herbs, he heard distant cries for help. He quickly sheathed the celestial sword and retrieved a steel sword. Stealthily approaching the source of the commotion, he spotted a woman being pursued by 3 masked assailants. The girl appeared to be poisoned, staggering as she fled, and it seemed she was on the verge of being caught. Lin Fan, although reluctant to become embroiled in the affairs of the world, could not bear to witness the girl's demise. The 3 masked figures did not seem like virtuous individuals, and he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from them. He picked up 3 small stones to use as projectiles and unleashed his power towards the trio. With a series of sharp sounds, whack, 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 the 3 masked men were swiftly knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Fan did not intend to reveal himself. Seeing that the girl was no longer in peril, he turned to leave. "May I ask which noble hero has come to my aid? I am eternally grateful." Lin Fan replied from a distance, "I can hardly claim the title of hero. I merely acted out of a sense of justice. Farewell. Please wait. Noble benefactor, save me. Did I not already save you? What more do you desire?" "Sir, I have been poisoned by my own trusted subordinates, and the effects are about to take hold," the girl exclaimed urgently. Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before approaching her. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a breathtaking beauty, her bright eyes and radiant smile complemented by a lovely face and deep, dark eyes. No wonder she had attracted such danger. Was this not a palace intrigue? Noticing her opulent attire, Lin Fan recalled the tales from popular novels about the emperor's romantic escapades. His mother always warned that the more beautiful a woman was, the more trouble she brought. Perhaps it was best to make a hasty exit. The girl, observing Lin Fan's hunter-like appearance, noted the several small tears in his clothing. Despite his ragged attire, he was still quite handsome. When she caught him staring at her intently, She felt a mix of delight and annoyance. After all, she was on the brink of death from poison, yet he continued to gaze. "Please, sir, save me. I would like to save you. But I lack any medical knowledge," Lin Fan replied, snapping back to reality. "Sir, you only need to search their bodies. Surely there is an antidote among them." Without hesitation, Lin Fan rushed over to rummage through the three men's belongings. Indeed, he discovered several small vials and more than 70 taels of scattered gold. He chuckled to himself, considering it a fair fee for his trouble. "Here, take a look and see which one is for you." Lin Fan handed her the vials. The beautiful girl, now completely drained of energy, could hardly lift her hands to receive them. "Sir, it's the blue pill." Seeing her on the verge of fainting, Lin Fan quickly opened the vials and found the blue pill. Placing one into her mouth, the pill dissolved instantly, and soon the girl regained some strength, sitting up to meditate. Concerned that she might fall victim to another ambush while meditating, Lin Fan stood nearby. Waiting for her to recover. In less than a quarter of an hour, the girl was back on her feet, brushing off the dirt from her clothes and picking up a dagger. With swift precision, she dispatched the three assailants. "I commanded you to poison me. I commanded you to poison me, and you dared to hide your faces, thinking I wouldn't recognize you?" Lin Fan was taken aback. He had never witnessed anyone kill before. This woman truly embodied his mother's warning. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she could be. "Goodness, I should make my exit post-haste." "Stop right there. You've stood with me for so long." "What, a little longer?" The girl's soft, melodious voice sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. "You need not call me benefactor. I seek no reward. Now that you are safe, I must take my leave." With that, he turned and strode away without a backward glance. After walking 2 miles, he noticed the girl following him from a distance. Lin Fan halted in his tracks. "I say, you, sir, I've lost my way. I am so frightened," she sobbed, tears streaming down her face, leaving Lin Fan in a state of exasperation. This woman is truly troublesome. The more she cried, the more Lin Fan felt she was not quite as innocent as she appeared. Her earlier ferocity in killing seemed a far cry from her current demeanor. "Your little tricks are nothing I haven't seen before in my studies with the tutor." The moment he observed her meditative posture while refining the pill, he recognized that she was no ordinary person. Chapter 11. A good deed deserves another. Enough with the tears. I'll guide you. "Surely that will suffice," Lin Fan said impatiently. "Humph. This dullard is truly insufferable. Just because I'm a lady, you think I'll simply leave? I refuse to go. I want to see what you'll do about it. I'm still poisoned and haven't fully recovered. Sir, could you not see me home? Rest assured, my family is quite wealthy, and when I return, I shall reward you handsomely." Lin Fan thought to himself that such riches were not easily obtained. Moreover, he was not in need of money at the moment, so he brushed the matter aside. Night was approaching, and he could not bring himself to abandon her. After all, she had been poisoned, and recovery would take time. Fine. Stop crying. Where do you live?" "Thank you, sir. I reside in Qingyang County," the girl replied. Quickly ceasing her tears, "I will guide you out of these mountains. The official road is not far from the county." The two walked in tandem through the forest, with Lin Fan deliberately maintaining distance to avoid further complications. After traveling for several miles, the girl declared she was tired and sat down on a large rock to rest. She soon plopped down beside Lin Fan. "Sir, my name is Su Yanran, and I am 16 years old. I still do not know your name." "I am Lin Fan. We are of the same age. Nightfall is approaching, and traveling through the forest at night is perilous. We must find a place to rest for the night." "You have no objections, I hope?" Lin Fan explained, wary of any misunderstandings. "I'll follow your lead. Let us find a cave to spend the night." While a cave was necessary, they would also need to eat. "Wait here. I'll hunt some game and return shortly," Lin Fan said before setting off in search of prey. Su Yanran, having fled from the poisoners and traveled several kilometers, was fatigued from the long journey. So she gathered some dry twigs and waited for his return. In less than an hour, Lin Fan returned, carrying 2 plump mountain chickens and a water pouch. He had also secretly taken some seasonings from his storage pouch to avoid raising any suspicions. They found a nearby cave, cleared away debris, spread some hay, and started a fire with flint. The mountain chickens were already cleaned in the stream. Lin Fan set up a makeshift grill with stones and skewered the chickens on a stick, rotating them to roast. Soon, they sizzled with delectable juices, and with a brush of seasoning, The aroma filled the air. Once the chickens were done, Su Yinran eagerly took one in her hands. This is simply delicious. Lin Gongzi, your culinary skills are remarkable. They surpass even those of our household chef. With good food and the beauty's praise, Lin Fan was in high spirits. He was merely hungry, but it certainly tasted better than usual. I am just a simple villager. Please refrain from calling me Gongzi. Just address me as Lin Fan. Thank you. Rest assured, when I return home, my father will reward you with gold. You need not worry about that. I have no intention of claiming any reward. When I searched the 3 assassins, I found over 70 taels of gold, which I consider payment for my trouble. Surely that cannot be the same. Su Yinran exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly a man in this world who does not covet gold? I have my reasons for not accompanying you to your home. I have matters to attend to. Do you truly wish to avoid my company? Am I so detestable? Su Yinran felt a twinge of sadness, questioning why she was so concerned about this man she had just met. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Fan's heart softened. It's not that. I genuinely have affairs to attend to, and my mother will worry if I return late. Finish your meal and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we must rise early. You may rest assured and sleep well, for I shall take the watch tonight. Su Yinran fell silent, lying upon the haystack, her weary eyes gently closing. Chapter 12. Qingyang City. Su Yinran awoke in the middle of the night. Lin Fan remained seated in meditation. After gazing at Lin Fan's handsome visage for over half an hour, she succumbed once more to the embrace of slumber. As dawn broke the following day, she was roused from her dreams by Lin Fan's call. The two shared a bit of leftover roasted meat before setting out on their journey. True to his word, they reached the official road leading to the county town in less than half a day. Now, you must know the way from here, right? Hurry home. I, too, wish to return, Lin Fan said, exhaling in relief. May I inquire as to your home's location? Will we ever meet again? Su Yinran asked, feeling somewhat disheartened when Lin Fan chose not to accompany her to collect her payment. I am but a humble villager. Our worlds are vastly different, so there is no need to mention addresses. Farewell, Lin Fan replied, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Though this action appeared callous, she understood he merely wished to limit their interactions. Especially after yesterday's harrowing experience. Then I shall express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, Lin Gongzi, Su Yinran said, deeply bowing in reverence. Lin Fan offered no further words, merely waving his hand as he turned to depart. After securing a ride on a passing carriage, he returned to the small town, where he presented the herbs he had gathered to his father at the shop where his father worked. Upon seeing his son return, Lin father was naturally delighted. My son, you have gathered so much this time. It seems your mother has saved enough for your future bride. Perhaps, before Lin father could finish, Lin Fan interrupted. Stop. Father, this is not the time for such talk. I am merely 16 and have a long journey ahead. You rascal. Have you not noticed your childhood friend is already married? Do you wish to drive your father to despair? Lin Fan, observing his father's irritation, wisely chose to remain silent, realizing it was better to avoid confrontation. Please inform my mother that I shall be staying in the county town for a while. There is no need to keep excess silver at home. I shall earn more as needed, Lin Fan declared, swiftly departing, leaving his father in stunned silence. Alas, to have a home yet feel unable to return is rather dull. Perhaps I shall wander about Qingyang County. On the official road of the small town, Lin Fan found a noodle shop and indulged in a hearty bowl of meat noodles. After satisfying his hunger, he spent 15 taels of silver to hire a carriage, setting off on his journey. This passenger carriage was indeed much faster than one meant for transporting goods, and with just him aboard, it sped along with ease. After half a day, he arrived, paying the coachman before settling in at an inn outside the county town for the night. Lin Fan enjoyed a restful night's sleep, rising only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. By the time he approached the county town, it was already noon, and he prepared to enter. The gatekeeper scrutinized him closely, demanding 5 taels of silver for passage. Infuriated, Lin Fan nearly lost his temper but, recalling his father's admonitions, restrained himself. What a narrow-minded fool, he muttered under his breath as he entered the city, glancing at his simple attire before surveying the more fashionable garb of those around him. Realizing he was somewhat out of place, he decided to visit a tailor. Upon entering a tailor's shop, he purchased several fine scholar's garments. After changing from head to toe, the shopkeeper praised his appearance. Ah, I am, after all, a scholar, Lin Fan chuckled. Now, please prepare me 5 more sets from this collection. Certainly, young master. Just a moment, the tailor replied cheerfully. The total cost of these garments amounted to 80 taels of silver. Fortunately, he was not short on funds. After settling the payment, Lin Fan began to meander through the bustling streets, reflecting on the quality of the clothes while lamenting their exorbitant prices. Everything in this county town is simply too costly. As Lin Fan strolled along the vibrant main avenue of Qingyang County, he found a fine restaurant for lunch. He ordered a jar of good wine and enjoyed his meal while observing the diverse crowd bustling about and the insincere pleasantries exchanged among acquaintances, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Alas, there is little of interest here. It appears this county town is not suited for someone like me. Perhaps I should return to the mountains to cultivate. Chapter 13. Seeking the guidance of the carefree immortal after finishing his meal at the restaurant, Lin Fan sought nearby lodging at an inn, intending to procure supplies the following day before retreating to the mountains for training. The next morning, he had breakfast at a street stall and purchased daily necessities, spices, and several jars of fine wine from a general store. He arranged for the shopkeeper to deliver the items to a secluded spot, waiting until the attendant was out of sight before stowing them in his storage bag. Upon reaching the city gate, he unexpectedly encountered the carefree immortal, who had been searching for him. "You rascal! I've been looking high and low for you. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes?" The old man exclaimed, puffing with indignation. "Ah, esteemed elder, how fortunate to see you," Lin Fan replied, bowing respectfully. "Oh, you call yourself a student? What of me, then?" The astute Lin Fan, disregarding the surroundings, promptly knelt before the carefree immortal. Performing the formal bow of apprenticeship, disciple Lin Fan pays his respects to the esteemed master. "Ha! A teachable child indeed. Rise quickly. This is not the place for idle chatter. We must enter the city." The carefree immortal was elated to have received a disciple and sought a tavern to celebrate with a drink. The numerous passers-by paused to watch the peculiar scene. A scholar, not appearing to be of ordinary lineage, bowing before a scruffy old man clad in patched garments. The gatekeeper, noticing Lin Fan's refined attire, refrained from extorting him but stopped the old man, demanding a toll for entry. The carefree immortal, feeling his dignity was at stake in front of his disciple, was unwilling to comply. "Why must I pay while others do not?" "Because I simply find you displeasing," the head guard retorted arrogantly. "You won't pay? What will you do about it?" He shot a glance at Lin Fan, signaling him to remain uninvolved. Understanding the implication, Lin Fan stood aside quietly. "Seems we've encountered a stubborn one. Brothers, seize him. If he refuses to pay, strike him down," shouted the guard. In response, a group of guards charged at the old man, who deftly used his cane to incapacitate them, leaving them frozen in place, their eyes rolling in confusion. "Do you see? This is evil. Evil must be eradicated, and to eradicate evil is to perform great good. Do you understand?" Lin Fan was taken aback by his master's boldness. When asked, he quickly bowed and responded, "I shall heed your teachings, master." "Should I eliminate them immediately?" he whispered, noticing the crowd gathering at the city gate. "For now, let them live a little longer. Let's be on our way." The two strode confidently into the city, with no one daring to hinder them again. As they walked, the carefree immortal inquired, "Do you truly understand my intent?" "I do, master." "Then enlighten me." "Your intent is that in the future, we must impose severe punishments on those who commit wrongdoing, to prevent them from harming innocent lives again." "Excellent. A teachable child indeed." The carefree immortal laughed heartily. "Today, I am in high spirits. Let us find the finest tavern here and enjoy a hearty drink together." "At your command, master." "Ha! I shall finally taste your divine wine." Lin Fan was elated, having long yearned for his master's celestial brew. They arrived at the finest tavern in Qingyang City, ordering a lavish spread. Lin Fan poured 2 cups of the celestial wine, one for the master and one for himself, and they began to feast heartily. At that very moment, Su Yanran was also dining at the same tavern, seated in a private room with her family, unfortunately unaware of the carefree immortal and Lin Fan reveling in the main hall. Meanwhile, the guards who had not been incapacitated had reported the incident to their captain, who was now seeking the perpetrators that had injured his men and had entered the city. Just as Lin Fan and the carefree immortal were enjoying their meal, The captain and several injured guards approached the tavern. Disciple, it seems our meal will be on the house today, master. Could it be they have come for us? Ha! You truly are the cleverest disciple I have taken. You surpass your brothers by fart. My heart is greatly comforted. Come, let us raise our glasses. Lin Fan, filled with joy, cheered, to our good fortune. Indeed, this is celestial wine. I shall drink first as a sign of respect. Lin Fan downed his cup in one gulp, leaving the carefree Immortal wincing at the sight. If he continued this way, he might empty the entire vessel. Surely, this rascal did not take him for a fool. Just as the old man was about to take his own sip, Lin Fan hastily pulled the wine gourd closer to himself. Chapter 14. A reunion as the master and disciples savored their feast. A voice boomed, "Clear the way! That villain who injured the guards dares to feast here. Surround him and strike him down," the captain declared angrily. "Hold on. As a general, is it not unreasonable to apprehend someone without distinguishing right from wrong? How is this any different from bandits?" Lin Fan retorted. Lin Fan had imbibed 4 or 5 cups of celestial wine, feeling a slight intoxication, and began to expound his reasoning with the scholar's eloquence. Oh, what a contrast it was! A destitute scholar and a foul beggar. Yet both were surprisingly articulate. Allow me to enlighten you. Here, I embody the law of the land. If I declare you guilty, then guilty you are. Seize all who resist and show no mercy. The commander declared with fervor, truly a display of boldness. Such audacity! Since you refuse to relent, my disciple, teach them a lesson in humility. Do not hesitate. Today marks your first lesson from your master. Execute them. The carefree old man cared little for the circumstances, doing as he pleased. In the realm of immortals, few dared to provoke him, let alone these insignificant mortals. Though bound by the laws of the mortal realm, his disciple was unencumbered. Just kill them. Naturally, upon hearing his master's command, Lin Fan complied without question, for it was evident that the adversaries were not virtuous. They were deserving of death. But wait! The hotel lobby was already filled with onlookers, and the family of Su Yinjin, dining in a private room, had also heard the commotion. They emerged to investigate, only to spot Lin Fan, now clad in a scholar's long robe. Is that not the benefactor I have longed for? Noticing the impending conflict, she called out urgently. The commander, about to unleash his wrath, paused upon recognizing her, a young miss. He swiftly sheathed his weapon and knelt before her, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Vice City Lord Su." Lin Fan and his master turned their gaze towards Su Yinjin, realizing she was the one they spoke of. "And a Vice City Lord at that. This young man is my benefactor. What are you attempting to do?" Su Yinjin sternly questioned the commander and his men. Terrified, the soldiers hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Not knowing it was the esteemed young lady's guest, they cried out for her forgiveness. With that, they began to bow repeatedly. Onlookers, unaware of the situation, might have thought it excessive. Yet those in the know would assert, no, it is entirely warranted. What outsiders did not realize was that despite her femininity, she was ruthless and decisive in her actions. Fortunately, she maintained a sense of justice. Not a single ruffian or wealthy scion in the county dared to cross her. "Benefactor, how did you find yourself in this place? I have searched high and low for you," Su Yinjin exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Lin Fan merely shrugged, choosing not to respond, clearly still miffed about the earlier incident. "Is this how your subordinates conduct themselves? Standing at their post, they recklessly demand protection fees and even resort to violence when denied," Lin Fan admonished. "Well then, who was responsible for this?" "It was them." "Miss, I was unaware." The commander hastily distanced himself from the matter. "Bring those responsible to the dungeons for thorough interrogation," Su Yinjin commanded her subordinates. Yes, just then, the patrolling city guards arrived, taking away the dozen or so soldiers involved. As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle, the carefree old man noticed the unspoken history between Lin Fan and the young woman. He chose to remain silent, pouring himself another drink while enjoying his meal. Acknowledging that the crisis had been averted, Lin Fan felt he could not pretend to be indifferent and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su, for your timely intervention." Su Yinjin, observing Lin Fan's demeanor, sensed his lack of enthusiasm, especially with his family still present, creating an awkward atmosphere. She returned to her parents, introducing Lin Fan as the one who saved her life that day to Su Fu, being the lord of the county, was perceptive. He noted the disheveled old man, despite his appearance, carried himself with an air of distinction, suggesting he was no ordinary person. Most importantly, he could not discern the old man's cultivation level, which was quite impressive. He quickly approached Lin Fan and his master's table. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My apologies for not welcoming you properly." Lin Fan, recognizing the need to fill the silence, replied, "There is no need for such formality. City Lord, saving your daughter was merely a matter of convenience. No thanks are necessary. My master and I have much to discuss after our long separation, so I shall not impose further." The carefree old man was pleased with Lin Fan's words. Chapter 15. Sister acting like a woman. City Lord Su, noticing the lack of exchange between the old man and Lin Fan, awkwardly remarked, "If you encounter further trouble, you may invoke my daughter's name, and I shall not intrude further." With that, he returned to the private room with his family. As soon as her family departed, Su Yinjin rushed to Lin Fan's side. "Lin Gongzi, when did you arrive in the county? I have matters to attend to. You may leave now." "Very well then. Should you require me, simply call." If her parents had seen this, they would have been taken aback. How could the fearless Su Yinjin suddenly exhibit such gentleness? Rendered speechless by a mere rebuke, it was truly astonishing. Little did she know, her brother Su Guanjia was hiding behind the curtain, eavesdropping. "Oh, how wonderful! At last, my sister has someone to put her in her place. Father, mother, come quickly. Look at how gentle my sister has become. Cease this nonsense. How dare you speak so of your sister? She is, after all, a woman. Speak carelessly again, and I shall break your legs." Su Fu suddenly realized, wait, did he not just insult himself by calling his son a dog? He fell silent, glaring at his son in frustration. The carefree old man overheard everything clearly. It seemed the city lord was of decent character. He had refrained from reacting to Lin Fan's earlier insolence, indicating he was indeed a person of substance. Lin Fan, oblivious to his master's thoughts, was merely fixated on that wine gourd. He chuckled, "Master, you ought to drink a little less. Excessive alcohol is detrimental to health." With that, he stealthily reached for the gourd, only to have it snatched away by the old man. "What do you think you're doing? I know your intentions all too well. Always fixated on my precious wine. Go on. Go about your business, master. You are being rather stingy, aren't you? Just let me have a bit more." The two were locked in a playful tug-of-war. Su Yinjin had returned to her private room, where her brother quickly chimed in. "Sister, why do you act like a servant when you see that man?" "What? You little rascal, do you want me to smack you?" Su Yinjin exclaimed, ready to strike. However, upon seeing their father's displeased expression, they both halted. "You must apologize to your sister immediately, or face 3 months of house arrest." "I'm sorry, sister. I was merely curious what makes that pretty boy so special." "How dare you? He is my savior, and civility is necessary. You must not speak so recklessly, for he can easily become angered. Look, everyone, my sister's expression is utterly remarkable. I will tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." The carefree old man listened intently, calculating the situation, and determined that a romantic connection would inevitably blossom between the two. He chose to allow their relationship to develop naturally. Meanwhile, the master and disciple had finished their meal. "My disciple, let us settle the bill and take our leave." "Certainly, master. Shall we not stay at the inn?" "Well, if this hotel serves guests, it would indeed simplify matters. Let us stay for a night. Please prepare a guest room and settle the bill," Lin Fan called out. The innkeeper, who had been loitering nearby, immediately rushed over with the server. "The bill has been settled, and the room is ready. Please, gentlemen, proceed upstairs." "Very well, let us go." Lin Fan suspected Su Yinjin had made arrangements, so he chose not to argue. After consuming 7 cups of celestial wine, he felt the urge to break through and decided it was best to return to his room for cultivation. They were given a spacious and comfortable suite on the top floor. Lin Fan informed his master that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The carefree old man nodded in agreement, and as soon as Lin Fan seated himself to meditate, he cast a barrier formation to ensure Lin Fan would not be disturbed from the outside. The advantage of a celestial level formation was its ability to absorb and dissipate the explosive energy produced during a breakthrough. Even if the breakthrough was loud, the outside world would remain oblivious. Meanwhile, Su Yinjin and her family had finished their meal, and the innkeeper came to report, "They have gone upstairs to rest. All their expenses here are waived." Ensure you do not neglect them. City Lord Su instructed. Yes. Chapter 16. Acquiring the Chinkuan Ring. Lin Fan meditated for less than an hour before successfully breaking through, advancing to the 4th level of Qi refinement and significantly increasing his strength. My disciple, you must understand that relying solely on pills and external objects for your breakthroughs is superficial. What you truly require is experience, be it martial skills, spells, or emotional growth. You must explore and comprehend the nuances of human nature, the warmth and coldness, the good and evil, the beauty and ugliness, to find your place. Only through deep understanding can one achieve the great Tao. I shall earnestly adhere to your teachings, Master. I vow to live up to your expectations. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, expressing his resolve. Rise. This is a token of my affection for you. The carefree old man produced a radiant ring. Upon seeing his master extend his hand, Lin Fan hurriedly got up to receive it. The ring shimmered with vibrant colors, captivatingly beautiful. At its center was a lustrous, translucent gem, undoubtedly not an ordinary item. Lin Fan, this ring is a cherished possession of mine, as you are my beloved disciple. I bestow it upon you. Quickly, infuse it with your blood to refine it. The carefree old man spoke, a twinge of regret in his heart. Thank you, Master, for this precious gift. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude before promptly using his spiritual energy to refine it. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the ring as he began the refining process. The 4th level of Qi refining. With abundant spiritual energy, the process of refinement indeed proceeded swiftly. Completing in just over half an hour, the ring automatically adorned his left ring finger, its brilliance gradually dimming until it became an ordinary piece of jewelry. Upon probing his consciousness within, Lin Fan discovered a small world, complete with mountains, rivers, and forests. The light within the ring's space filtered through the gem on its surface, illuminating the interior as brightly as the outside world. One could even glimpse the external scenery through the gem. Truly a remarkable treasure. Unbeknownst to him, this Chinkuan ring, capable of stirring emotions even in the celestial realm, had been bestowed upon him by the carefree old man. Master, I too possess a storage space. Albeit smaller than the one you have given me, Lin Fan remarked, recounting the series of events that had transpired. Oh, summon that sword for me to behold, the master instructed. Lin Fan promptly summoned the celestial sword, which floated gracefully in midair. My goodness, my disciple, you are indeed fortunate. Do you realize this sword is no ordinary celestial blade? Though it appears unassuming, it is a celestial-grade treasure known as the Sword of Celestial Slaying. It has the power to obliterate celestial beings and scatter their souls. Ah, I was unaware of that. I merely found the refinement process quite arduous. Alas, my foolish disciple, you still have much to learn. If it does not recognize you, not only would you fail to refine it, but at your current level, it could easily extinguish your life as one would crush an ant. Remember, do not draw it lightly in everyday circumstances. It will reveal itself to protect you in times of peril. Yes, Master, I understand. The name Sword of Celestial Slaying truly suits it. Knowing I have such a sword for protection brings me peace. Here, take this jade slip containing our sex techniques and some basic spells. Use these elixirs sparingly. I cannot remain in the mortal realm indefinitely, so you must venture forth and cultivate on your own. I shall return to the celestial realm for a while. Remember to meet me at Penglai Island in 6 months. With that, the carefree old man transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times in farewell to his master. Why does that sound so awkward? Lin Fan mused, as the carefree old man nearly stumbled from the sky. This little rascal will see how I deal with him in 6 months. Lin Fan paid no heed to such thoughts and hurriedly examined the plethora of items the old man had gifted him. Ha! This is quite a fortune. The old man had indeed provided an entire jar of celestial wine. Dipping his finger into taste, Lin Fan exclaimed, Wow, this is truly exquisite, even better than what I had before. Not bad at all. Upon inspecting the dozen or so vials of elixirs, he found that most were Qi refining elixirs, alongside 1 foundational elixir, 1 barrier-breaking elixir, and 1 healing elixir. These elixirs must be quite precious. It must be said, my master truly treats me well. Finally, Lin Fan examined the various spell and celestial techniques jade slips, picking up the sex technique, the celestial-grade carefree sword technique. Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, the information instantly flooded into his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. After much effort to digest the knowledge, he also discovered methods for breaking through from the 6th level of chi refining and beyond. Along with detailed insights on cultivation, the remainder contained commonly encountered spells and annotations from the celestial realm, even more comprehensible than those Lin Fan had previously obtained. Chapter 17. Relentless pursuit. Lin Fan immersed himself in the study of spells throughout the night, finding clarity in many areas that had previously eluded him. He had been staying in the inn's guest room for 5 consecutive days. During this time, Su Yinran visited him daily, bringing with her 5 large boxes of gold, totaling a substantial amount. Su City Lord, what is the purpose of this? Lin Fan finally asked, perplexed upon meeting her. Just call me Yinran, she replied, her demeanor charming and inviting, prompting Lin Fan to soften his stance. I'll accept the gold, but as you can see, I have just taken on a master and will soon embark on a journey of cultivation. Lin Fan intended to suggest that they part ways. I understand, you are going to cultivate. Just so happens, I need to cultivate as well. We can travel together. Seeing Lin Fan still hesitating, she quickly cast a barrier array around them. Now, you must understand, I, too, am a cultivator. Ah, this woman is indeed extraordinary, Lin Fan thought, realizing the implications of her background. Given her circumstances, it makes sense. You need not be surprised. Ever since you saved me last time, I knew you were a cultivator. However, you are still 3 levels beneath me. I am a 7th level chi refiner, she declared, with a hint of pride. Lin Fan felt relieved that he had not offended her severely, for angering her could lead to dire consequences. After all, there are distinctions between men and women. It would be inconvenient for us to be together. What inconvenience? You are unmarried, and I am unmarried. Why don't we just get married? Su Yinran suggested, her cheeks flushing crimson. Seeing her bashful demeanor stirred something within Lin Fan, for who could resist the allure of beauty? Yet, he also recognized that there were many aspects of cultivation he did not yet comprehend, making it beneficial to have someone knowledgeable to consult. Very well, however, I am unsure of where to go. I am merely wandering aimlessly. That does not matter. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Just wait a moment while I inform my parents. Fearing Lin Fan might flee, Su Yinran did not dare to return home to bid farewell to her parents. Instead, she instructed the innkeeper to relay her message. All right, let us depart. The two strolled through the bustling streets, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by and shopkeepers. Hey, everyone, look! Su City Lord is taking a stroll with someone. Isn't that the scholar who fought in the inn the other day? What a perfect match of talent and beauty. How enviable! Indeed, Su City Lord is kind-hearted and beautiful, surely destined to be with her true love, an elderly woman exclaimed excitedly. Though Lin Fan and Su Yinran were some distance away, their keen ears caught every word. Su Yinran's face flushed with embarrassment as she discreetly observed Lin Fan's reaction, relieved to find no sign of disdain from him. As they reached the city gate, the guards promptly knelt in deference. Greetings, Deputy City Lord Su. Please, no need for formalities, Lin Fan replied, noticing the heads of several individuals hanging ominously from the gate tower. Good heavens, they were executed, he realized, finally grasping the true extent of Su Yinran's formidable nature. Those individuals had already met their end at her hands. Lin Fan resolved to venture beyond the city of Qingyang. During these days, they traveled by day and rested in inns by night. Su Yinran had ample funds, so they each booked separate rooms, allowing them to cultivate at night. Lin Fan had numerous questions, and Su Yinran patiently elucidated them. As the days passed, they grew closer, discovering that they were of the same age, with Lin Fan's birthday merely 2 months earlier. Lin Fan, shall we go play in the mountains? I wish to taste the roast mountain chicken you make. That is no trouble. I can prepare it tonight, Lin Fan replied, recalling that he still had several wild mountain chickens in his storage bag. As they passed through a wooded area, they found a clean, flat spot, cleared away debris, and began their barbecued. Su Yinran relished the meal, declaring this to be the happiest time of her life. Lin Fan, may I marry you? Lin Fan felt a wave of awkwardness at her sudden declaration. Why would you say that? We hardly know each other. Isn't love something that grows over time? Haven't you seen that most marriages are arranged by parents? What is there to discuss about feelings? Chapter 18. Achieving fulfillment in the following days, Lin Fan refrained from using the Chinquan ring, only daring to study it at night within their separate rooms, where he had set up barrier arrays. The ring was indeed a remarkable artifact, with a space spanning a kilometer in diameter, featuring flora, trees, and even a small lake. The key aspect was that one could enter within, meditating and cultivating at a speed twice as fast as in the outside world. Little did he know, the Chinquan ring housed 2 small high-grade spirit stone veins, naturally accelerating his cultivation. The medicinal herbs and trees within the ring's garden grew rapidly, and even the fish in the small lake matured swiftly, transforming from fry to hefty fish weighing several pounds in mere days. Their exquisite taste would enhance the physique of any mortal who consumed them. Lin Fan planned to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and fruit trees to cultivate within the ring, especially those wild chickens and rabbits, making them convenient sources of food in the future. How delightful it would be to have a steady supply of sustenance. After their meal, night had fallen. Lin Fan, I brought a tent. Let us sleep here tonight. Very well. There is nowhere else to rest. So we shall stay here. Finding a flat piece of ground, they cleared away stones and debris, then set up a barrier array. Su Yinran produced a large tent made of special fabric, already assembled and ready for use. Inside, it was furnished with wooden planks and animal hides, providing warmth. As she arranged the bedding, Su Yinran seemed like a devoted wife, bustling about. Yinran, I shall keep watch tonight. You can sleep peacefully. Lin Fan decided to meditate outside the tent throughout the night. Understanding the distinction between genders and feeling concern for Lin Fan's well-being, Su Yinran replied, Then I shall stay awake as well. We can meditate together inside the tent. Lin Fan, aware of her concern for him, did not wish to cause her distress. Very well. They sat on the animal skins, meditating until midnight. Su Yinran, feeling restless, glanced at Lin Fan for a moment before deciding against meditating, lying down to sleep. With Lin Fan nearby, she found her slumber to be exceptionally sweet. Lin Fan meditated throughout the night, ceasing his practice as dawn broke. Upon discovering Su Yinran still lost in slumber, her delicate cherry lips appeared irresistibly luscious, embodying an exquisite beauty. Unable to resist the temptation, I leaned in and planted a gentle kiss upon her fair and rosy cheek. Su Yinran was stirred awake, momentarily believing it to be a dream. Rubbing her eyes, she soon realized this was no mere illusion. Lin Fan, you are incorrigible for stealing a kiss. I shall return the favor, she exclaimed. Thus, the two of us entangled ourselves, fully aware that Lin Fan, feeling guilty, decided to let her have her way. Su Yinran boldly pressed her lips against Lin Fan's, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Both youths, inexperienced and impetuous, found themselves tumbling together, thus engaging in their very first encounter of this kind. Afterward, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of guilt. Yinran, from this moment forth, we are destined to be husband and wife. Regardless of what the future holds, I vow to cherish you. I understand, Lin Fan. I love you dearly. Let us return to my home and formalize our union. Lin Fan, aware of the implications, recognized the necessity of providing her family with an explanation. Su Yinran was, of course, filled with joy, though slightly overwhelmed by the newness of it all. After resting for half a day, she felt rejuvenated, and the two began to pack their belongings. The distance to Lin Fan's home was not great, and they hired a passing carriage along the official road to hasten their journey. Upon returning to the small town, they did not visit Lin's father first, as it would have been inconvenient with Su Yinran present. Instead, they headed straight home. Mother, I have returned, Lin Fan called out before even entering the door. Chapter 19. The daughter-in-law has arrived. That is the voice of my son. Lin's mother joyfully rushed out of her room to see, Oh, my dear mother. And who is this beautiful young lady accompanying you? She exclaimed. Mother, this is the daughter-in-law I have found for you. What do you think? Wonderful, wonderful. A fine choice indeed. My son is so considerate, knowing exactly what I wished for. Su Yinran, meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time, displayed remarkable politeness. Greetings to you, esteemed matriarch. Ah, splendid. You truly understand the customs. Please, do rise. Lin's mother beamed with delight. Come here. Let me have a good look at you. Su Yinran, feeling bashful, approached shyly. Lin Fan had never witnessed his mother's joy to such an extent before. It dawned on him that this was the resolution to her long-held desires. Fanner, go fetch your father. We must also purchase more provisions from the town. Tonight, we shall host a feast in honor of Yinran. Lin Fan promptly agreed, though he felt a tinge of discontent on the way to town. From the moment he returned home and saw his future wife, it seemed he had become an afterthought, a classic case of out of sight, out of mind. Lin Fan found his father in the shop, seated at the counter, drinking tea. "Father, I have returned. Mother sent me to call you home. You finally decided to come back. You are no longer a child. You cannot wander aimlessly forever. It is time to settle down and start a family." Lin's father scolded without regard for the staff present. "Why your logic? I should be getting married immediately." "What? You mean to say you brought home a bride? You should have mentioned this sooner. Hurry, we must return home at once." Lin's father was taken aback, quickly seeking permission from the shopkeeper in the back, ensuring the store was well managed. They bought several ready-to-eat dishes in town and hurried back home. Upon arriving, Su Yanran was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Lin's mother, hands clasped together. Upon seeing Lin Fan return with a middle-aged man, she realized this must be Lin Fan's father. "Greetings to you, Honorable Patriarch." Su Yanran respectfully performed a deep bow. "Oh, please, rise." Lin's father scrutinized her closely. Su Yanran, feeling bashful, clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm. Lin's father felt a sense of pride at seeing Su Yanran so attached to his son. "Miss Su, do you genuinely wish to join my son in matrimony?" "Indeed, I do." "And do your parents approve of this union?" "They certainly do. They wholeheartedly support our relationship." Su Yanran was well aware of her parents' concerns regarding her marriage and knew they would gladly agree upon finding her a suitable partner. "Very well, that is good to hear." The family enjoyed a festive reunion dinner, and Lin Fan's parents finally felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Among their peers in the village, Lin Fan was the last to remain unwed, which had certainly caused them some distress. "Tomorrow, we shall host a grand banquet, inviting relatives, friends, and all the villagers to celebrate my son's new marriage," Lin's father declared, having consumed a fair amount of wine. His spirits soaring. "Yes, let us invite everyone from the village. We are not lacking in funds for this feast," Lin's mother echoed enthusiastically, causing Lin Fan and Su Yanran to feel a sense of trepidation. Su Yanran shot Lin Fan a glance, and he understood her concern. "Father, do you think this is perhaps a bit hasty?" "Nonsense. They are already on the verge of having grandchildren, and you have yet to even marry. You think this is too soon? Speak another word, and I shall be truly displeased," Lin's father retorted angrily. "Very well, I shall remain silent. You may proceed as you see fit," Lin Fan shrugged at Su Yanran. Conveying his helplessness, Su Yanran, realizing they had already crossed the threshold, thought it best to embrace the situation. It would simplify matters in the long run. That night, to avoid any impropriety, Lin Fan relinquished his room to Su Yanran, choosing instead to meditate in the hall throughout the night. Chapter 20. The uninvited guest. The following morning, Lin Fan's parents arose early, consulting the village elders and examining the almanac. They determined that the day after tomorrow would be an auspicious occasion for a banquet. Today was perfectly suited for notifying everyone, and they would also arrange for the food and drink at the local tavern. Lin Fan accompanied his father to place the order and secure the deposit. Upon hearing of the joyous occasion at the Lin household, the tavern owner, an old friend, expressed heartfelt congratulations and assured them of his presence at the event. Lin's father also informed other acquaintances in town, all of whom extended their best wishes. Su Yanran, having little to do at Lin Fan's home, remained indoors to practice her skills. When Lin Fan returned, she pouted slightly, prompting him to quickly approach and kiss her. "Yanran, I had not anticipated this level of complication. I am not afraid." "Why should you be? Do you no longer care for me?" "Women tend to be quite sensitive." "How could I? You are my greatest love." "Well, that is more like it." On the third day, friends and relatives arrived early to assist with preparations, tidying up and arranging tables and chairs in anticipation of guests. According to local customs, they adorned the door with bright red paper and set off firecrackers. Lin Fan and his parents donned new attire, standing outside to greet their visitors. Observing his parents' joy for the first time allowed Lin Fan to appreciate their feelings, granting him profound insights into life's journey. Could this be what his master referred to as the natural cycle of existence? The first to arrive were family elders, distant relatives, and friends. As noon approached, familiar shopkeepers and Lin's father's employer arrived in horse-drawn carriages, each bearing gifts. "Welcome, welcome. Please, esteemed guests, come inside." Lin's father eagerly ushered them in. Just as the banquet was about to commence, the young man who had previously called off the engagement, Li's father, unexpectedly arrived, accompanied by a group of thuggish ruffians. Standing outside the courtyard, he shouted, "I say, Lin, do you seek death? You were clearly betrothed to my daughter. Why have you taken her for yourself? Are you attempting to bully my family? Brothers, give him a good beating." "I dare you to try." Lin Fan emerged, his expression stern. "Who the hell are you?" "I am precisely the person you are seeking." "Oh, so it is you. Punk, do not presume that just because you possess some minor skills, you are invincible. My cousin is the town chief, and with a single word, he could send your entire family to prison." Lee's father boasted arrogantly. "Is that so? You are quite confident, but I doubt you are not merely boasting. Let your relatives come. I wish to see what you are capable of," Lin Fan replied dismissively, "and no need to call. I have already arrived, and I shall demonstrate to you just how formidable I am." Indeed, the town chief, accompanied by a group of constables, soon arrived. The onlookers quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, who had remained inside, was growing increasingly irate. Noticing that the courtyard was empty, she opened the door and shouted, "Who dares to cause a ruckus outside? Do they seek a death wish?" The town official, ready to unleash his anger, froze upon seeing her. My goodness. How could this be the Vice Mayor Su? He immediately trembled and crawled into the courtyard. Kneeling before her, "Please forgive me, Vice Mayor. It is a grave mistake. I was deceived by my cousin." The town official stammered, wiping his sweat profusely. "I do not wish to waste words with you. Leave at once." Su Yanran insisted, determined to avoid any bloodshed on this momentous day. Yes, I shall leave immediately." As the town official exited, he turned to his cousin and seethed, "You are responsible for this mess, in broad daylight. You dare to oppress the common folk and file false charges. You shall face multiple penalties. Take this scoundrel away and throw them all in prison." Yes, the constables quickly apprehended the rowdy group, including Lee's father, escorting them away hastily. The townspeople outside remained oblivious to the events unfolding, but the employer and the shopkeepers present witnessed the entire scene. "Oh my goodness, did everyone hear that just now?" The town official actually referred to that woman as the deputy city lord. Could she possibly be the esteemed lady from the county town? It seems so. "Quick, let us hastily adjust the gift money," Lin's father's business associate urged quietly. The group, being old acquaintances, understood immediately and hurriedly jogged towards the entrance to the registration desk for the gifts. Where's the person in charge of the registration?" "Yes, someone hurry and come." Just as the onlookers were about to leave, they spotted a group of shopkeepers shouting, thinking they were to return the gift money. Lin's father was about to step forward to speak, but Lin Fan stopped him. Such friends are best avoided. Chapter 21. Difficult to leave one's homeland upon seeing the two individuals responsible for the gift registration approaching. The shopkeepers quickly rummaged through their pockets for banknotes. Please re-register my gift. I mistakenly took the wrong amount earlier," the business owner whispered. The clever shopkeepers quickly surrounded the table and murmured, "Oh dear, look at my memory. I made a mistake as well." "Indeed, I have been forgetful lately and also recorded it incorrectly." Naturally, Lin Fan's keen ears caught this exchange, leaving him speechless. Outside, many spectators were still lingering, and Lin Fan addressed the crowd of fellow villagers, saying, "Dear neighbors, today I, Lin Fan, am announcing my betrothal and would like to invite everyone to join in the celebration. There is no need to bring gifts. Everyone is welcome." The crowd, having witnessed the earlier commotion, kept their distance, as most had not seen the events unfold in the courtyard, and some, fearing trouble, quietly departed. Many relatives and friends also left, leaving only close family and good neighbors, including his childhood friend Lin Jia's family. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. "Lin Jia, come here. Congratulations. This rascal has finally found a wife," Lin Jia exclaimed joyfully. "Everyone, please take your seats." Initially, 20 tables had been prepared, yet fewer than 10 were filled. The business owner and the shopkeepers had already sent someone back to close the shop for the day. All staff were summoned to partake in the feast, with each required to bring a gift. All expenses covered by the shop. What a delightful arrangement, no work and yet free food and drink. The employees were naturally thrilled to come and offer their congratulations. Lin Fan's family welcomed all guests without reservation. Aware of their good intentions, Lin Fan graciously accepted, thinking to himself that since they showed such loyalty, he wouldn't turn them away. He then ventured into the kitchen, retrieving dozens of live fish from his spatial ring. Preparing a large pot of stew, certainly enough for 40 or 50 fish. Within half an hour, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "What is that delicious smell?" Lin Jia was the first to inquire. "Ajay, come help me serve 2 plates of fish to each table." "All right." As soon as the fish arrived at the tables, everyone relished the meal, even licking the plates clean, still yearning for more. This feast would significantly benefit their health, allowing minor ailments to heal swiftly. Lin Fan produced 10 jars of fine wine, precious medicinal wine he had acquired previously. The business owner and shopkeepers recognized its quality instantly. "This is excellent wine. Today, we must indulge." Indeed, they drank to their heart's content, becoming quite intoxicated. After everyone was well fed and satisfied, the guests began to take their leave, leaving Lin Fan's parents and Su Yinjin in the living room, waiting for Lin Fan to provide an explanation. "Hee, everyone must be tired today. Let us all take a rest." Seeing that the two were silent, he could no longer keep the truth hidden and decided to speak candidly. He promptly set up a shielding array. "To be honest, Mom and Dad, both Su Yinjin and I are cultivators, and I possess a spatial treasure. Yinjin, please do not resist. Let us speak inside." With that, he led the three into the spatial ring. "Wow, you rascal. You have such a splendid place. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Yinjin feigned anger. "I've been busy these past few days. I had intended to tell you later, but today seemed just right." Su Yinjin shot a sharp glance at Lin Fan, aware that with his parents present, she could not be too reckless. "Son, where is this place?" Lin Fan's parents were equally astonished. Lin Fan then provided a brief explanation. "Ah, my son and daughter-in-law are both immortals. No, I am merely a cultivator. I am far from being an immortal," Lin Fan clarified. Su Yinjin wandered around the space, exclaiming, "Haha, the air here is truly remarkable. Indeed, the air is quite refreshing. If you like it here, feel free to stay. No, that won't do. I still have many matters to attend to. Besides, there are no neighbors or relatives here. Wouldn't it become unbearably dull over time?" Lin Fan's mother immediately objected. "Yes, Fanner, your mother and I have been living in the village for so long. We have grown accustomed to it. You two should focus on your cultivation and come back to visit us whenever you can." Lin Fan's father understood the necessity of an appropriate environment for cultivation, realizing they could not stay for long. Chapter 22. Discovery of Spiritual Veins. The next day, Lin Fan and Su Yinjin bid farewell to their parents, planning to cultivate in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lin Fan's mother busied herself throughout the morning, preparing dozens of pancakes for the journey. Lin Fan left behind a few jars of fine wine for his parents and took out over 100 fresh fish for them to pickle, ensuring they would have food for the future. The two walked to a secluded area where they employed their light body technique to fly deep into the mountains, as they cultivated amidst the forest. They caught several hundred mountain chickens, wild rabbits, wild cattle, and deer, storing them in their spatial ring. They also collected a significant amount of spring water, along with some fish, shrimp, and crabs, placing them into the ring for future use. Lin Fan designated a restricted area for the animals, as everything within the spatial ring was under his control, allowing him to modify their appearances at will, though it required substantial spiritual energy. He also dug up over 100 wild fruit trees with delightful flavors, planting them in the spatial ring. All the herbs they gathered were also planted. These past few months had been quite busy. During the day, they hunted wild beasts, and at night, they resided safely in the spatial ring with Su Yinjin, allowing for efficient cultivation. It was truly a win-win situation. "You rascal, my cultivation level is higher than yours. Aren't you afraid I might kill you and take your treasures?" Su Yinjin teased. "I'm not afraid you'd kill me," Lin Fan exclaimed as he pulled Su Yinjin into an embrace. "Hemph, you rogue. Your hands are quite unrestrained." With that, the two retreated indoors for a spirited encounter. Lin Fan soon felt the urge to break through, quickly sitting down to cultivate. I've finally reached the 5th level of Qi refining." Lin Fan rejoiced immensely, not only experiencing a significant boost in strength, but also gaining the ability to learn sword control techniques. After Su Yanzhen explained the benefits of dual cultivation to him, Lin Fan understood that there existed a dual cultivation method. Following the jade slip Su Yinjin provided, they both continued to learn and spar, achieving remarkable results. He had not anticipated that dual cultivation would yield such advantages. After Qi refinement, the subsequent stages include foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, culminating in the tribulation phase, which is referred to as achieving immortality, except for the 10 levels of chi refinement. All other realms are divided into early, middle, and late stages, and he still had a long way to go. Once one surpasses the 5th level of chi refinement, they can begin practicing sword flight. Su Yinjin had already mastered it and shared her experiences with Lin Fan. After over 10 days of diligent practice, Lin Fan finally grasped the basics of it, though maintaining balance proved quite challenging. Standing atop the immortal slaying sword, he wobbled through the skies, too afraid to ascend too high, causing his heart to race. My goodness. This is far too exhilarating. Su Yinjin received a message from her father urging her to return quickly, bidding Lin Fan farewell as she wished to investigate the situation at home, promising to return in a few days. With her ability to fly on her sword, she could come and go as she pleased. After more than a month of solitary practice, Lin Fan gradually mastered the flying techniques and became increasingly agile. With the ability to fly on his sword, he resolved to search for the spiritual stone veins mentioned in the Jade Slip. Spending several days in pursuit in a valley densely covered with forest vegetation, he discovered the alluring spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual stones and promptly descended, confirming it was indeed spiritual energy. Lin Fan soon realized that the beasts in this area were exceptionally formidable. Starting from the outskirts, he methodically eliminated them, advancing towards the center until he encountered a large black panther with an entirely dark coat, which appeared to possess some level of intelligence. Lin Fan wasted no time. Recognizing the strength of his opponent, he summoned the immortal slaying sword, eager to test the prowess of the sword techniques he had been cultivating. The panther trembled in fear at the overwhelming aura of the sword, cowering to the ground, immobilized. Noticing Lin Fan lower the sword, it immediately retreated, crouching and raising its forepaws in a gesture of submission. Hee, is this a plea for mercy? Seeing how hard you've trained, and since I was the one to act disrespectfully first, I shall spare your life. Depart swiftly. Chapter 23. The immortal slaying sword automatically protects its master. The Black Panther seemed to understand human speech as it shook its head and did not leave. Instead, it approached Lin Fan like a devoted follower, wagging its tail and licking Lin Fan's hand. Hee, do you wish to accompany me? Lin Fan inquired. The Black Panther eagerly nodded, then produced a drop of its essence blood from its forehead and offered it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan recalled from the Jade Slip that this was a sign of seeking a master. With a smile, he pricked his finger and let a drop of his own essence blood fall. Thank you, master, for taking me in, Dado. Lin Fan was taken aback, wondering who was speaking to him. Seeing the Black Panther gazing at him, he quickly understood. You are the Black Panther before me, correct? Yes, master. Then you shall follow me from now on. Although my current strength is lacking, it does not mean I won't become stronger in the future. As long as the two of us, master and servant, work in unison, nothing can hinder our forward momentum. Lin Fan once again extracted his strategy for dealing with the classmates of the following day. The Black Panther, possessing a rather limited intellect, was easily swayed and nodded in agreement. Please describe the situation here, he urged. Let me bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Xiao He. Thank you for the name, master. I have resided here since my childhood, for over 30 years, to my knowledge. This place has existed for a long time without any peculiar occurrences. Take me to the area with the most abundant spiritual energy. Indeed, there is such a place, but within that cave lurks a formidable giant python. I cannot defeat it alone. However, with your sword, master, I assure you, slaying it would be effortless. Then let us not delay any further. I shall lie in ambush at the cave's entrance, and you will lure it out for me to strike down. Understood, master. The great Black Panther swiftly guided Lin Fan to the entrance of the giant python's lair. The cave was deep and a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Go on and lure it out. The Black Panther leaped to the cave's mouth and let out a thunderous roar, retreating several dozen meters in an instant. Wow, you really ran far. Your mind works quite well. In no time, a massive python emerged from the cave. Hissing menacingly at the Black Panther, Lin Fan summoned the Celestial Slayer sword, leaping forward to position himself at the cave's entrance. Hearing the commotion behind it, the python turned to see a small figure standing there. Its fury igniting an immediate attack, the Celestial Slayer sword would not allow Lin Fan to come to harm. It quickly expanded and unleashed the devastating strike. With a swift motion, The python's head was cleaved in two, leaving the Black Panther at a distance, thoroughly startled. Master, that strike was truly remarkable. It reminded itself to obey Lin Fan in the future, lest its life be at risk. Lin Fan, yet to fully process the event, found the sword had autonomously resolved the crisis, while he basked in the glory. Collecting the sword, Lin Fan approached the severed head of the python and discovered a large, glowing blue orb. This must be the treasure within its body. Let me take it for now. He then communicated with the Black Panther. Do you wish to take this snake? Yes, indeed, Master. This snake possesses over 1,000 years of cultivation. Its entire being is a treasure. Then let us take it all. I have ample space in my universe ring, and it will remain fresh. Now, let us explore the cave. Oh no, where's the snake? The Black Panther was momentarily bewildered. Let us hurry. Why are you still dawdling? Only when Lin Fan called did the Black Panther snap back to reality. Master, where is the giant python? Oh, rest assured. I have stored it away. We can consume it at our leisure later. Now, let us venture inside. You may ride on my back. I shall carry you forth. Ah, I almost forgot that you can be ridden. Lin Fan mounted the great Black Panther, and they swiftly entered the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but Lin Fan illuminated the path with the green glow of the python's orb, proceeding for several miles until they reached the python's lair. This place is quite well adorned. Massive spiritual stones adorn the cave, resembling an opulent palace, their brilliance captivating to behold. Aha! So this is what spiritual stones look like. Xiao He, why don't you scout around? Lin Fan ignited a pile of firewood, illuminating the cave further, and began collecting the numerous large spiritual stones into his universe ring. Upon finishing, he noticed that the cave walls were also embedded with several spiritual stones. He promptly took out the Celestial Slayer sword and, employing a spell, began excavating. The ordinary stone yielded to the sword as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, quickly revealing a substantial collection of spiritual stones, including many of medium, high, and top-tier quality. The Black Panther gleefully assisted, eagerly retrieving the stones with its mouth. Together, they toiled within the cave, taking breaks to rest and dine within the universe ring. The Black Panther, upon entering the universe ring, was filled with joy. Master is truly wise. This is akin to winning the lottery. After a full day of excavation, Lin Fan grew weary of the task and decided to meditate and cultivate instead. The Black Panther joined him in this endeavor. After 2 days of continuous meditation, Lin Fan experienced a swift breakthrough to the 7th level of chi refinement. Whenever hunger struck, they feasted on roasted python meat, and whenever thirst arose, the universe ring provided fresh spring water. After over 3 months of relentless cultivation amid the rich spiritual energy of the cave, Lin Fan advanced to the 8th level of chi refinement, now possessing considerable strength. The surrounding spiritual stones had long since turned to dust, revealing the main vein of spiritual energy, which astonishingly contained a primary spiritual vein. Master, this is a top-tier spiritual vein. Would you like me to store it in the universe ring? The spirit of the universe ring spoke. Who is speaking? It is I, Master. I am the spirit of this universe ring. After absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy over the past few months, I have evolved. Can you store this spiritual vein in the universe ring? Haha, splendid. Quickly, do so, Lin Fan exclaimed, filled with delight as this would greatly simplify matters. Very well, Master. Please step into the universe ring for a moment. The exterior may collapse. Lin Fan and the Black Panther promptly entered the universe ring. The spirit swiftly began casting spells, and soon, a massive spiritual vein was extracted from the ground, gradually being absorbed into the universe ring. Once this top-tier spiritual vein was secured, the universe ring underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding to twice its original size, with the small lake also doubling in size. Lin Fan took a moment to assess his gains. Over 10,000 low-tier spiritual stones, more than 5,000 medium-tier, over 1,000 high-tier, and more than 200 top-tier stones. Haha, this is fantastic. The harvest is immense. Ah, Xiao He and Xiao Ling, you both have performed admirably. Rest assured, as long as you follow me and work diligently, our future shall only improve. Lin Fan began his lecture once more. Xiao He had grown somewhat immune to this speech over time, having also advanced a small realm in strength, now only 2 steps away from becoming a leopard king. So, There are spiritual veins within this spatial ring. No wonder the spiritual energy is so dense. Lin Fan realized this only after the spirit's explanation. In fact, there were two small high-tier spiritual veins. With the addition of a top-tier spiritual vein, the spiritual energy within the space thickened further. Lin Fan and the Black Panther had resided there for nearly a month. The 12 styles of the carefree sword technique had been practiced to the third style, showcasing considerable power. However, he dared not execute it within the confines of the ring, opting instead to continuously refine his skills. Now at the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refinement, further immediate enhancement seemed unlikely, prompting him to cease his cultivation. Calculating the time agreed upon with his master, he realized it was almost time to rush to Penglai Island for their reunion. Having awaited Su Yinjin's arrival for several days without success, Lin Fan grew increasingly concerned and decided to visit Qingyang County City in search of her. Chapter 25. The gift of engagement captivates hearts. Lin Fan soared through the skies on his sword, landing on a secluded hill outside the county city, and promptly made his way to the city gates. The atmosphere had improved significantly. The guards merely glanced at Lin Fan before allowing him entry. He inquired until he reached the Lord's Manor, which sprawled over a vast expanse of land, covering over 1,000 acres. Upon informing the gatekeeper of his intent to find Su Yinjin, the guard wasted no time and hurried inside to report. Shortly thereafter, Su Yinjin's younger brother, Su Guanjia, emerged. So it's my brother-in-law who has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Where is Yinjin? Lin Fan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Oh, my sister is currently confined by our father, awaiting your rescue. Su Guanjia teased. Take me to her at once. Sensing Lin Fan's worry, Su Guanjia ceased his jesting and led the way to Su Yinjin's loft. Here, brother-in-law, is my sister's residence. I've bribed the guards, so our father remains unaware of your arrival. Speak whatever you need to say. Well then, many thanks, little brother. Su Yinjin was feeling quite troubled within her loft. Upon hearing commotion, she opened the door, and as soon as she saw Lin Fan, she rushed into his embrace. Woo-woo, why did it take you so long to come? I've been waiting for you forever. Weren't you the one who told me to wait for you in the mountains? After waiting for ages without seeing you return, I decided to come looking for you. Why do you look even thinner? Lin Fan said, his heart aching. Seeing the two lost in their own world, Su Guanjia interjected, Hey, big sister, you and brother-in-law carry on. I'll go keep our father occupied. One must admit, this younger brother had his moments of usefulness. Finally closing the door, Lin Fan asked, Now tell me, what happened to make you lose so much weight? Father found out about us. He was displeased that I hadn't informed him and got angry, thus locking me away. He placed restrictions on the room, allowing me to enter but not exit. I've been going crazy thinking about you. You mustn't do this again. As cultivators, maintaining our hearts is paramount. How can you neglect your meals? Look at you. You've become so frail. Didn't you say that you had already notified them? They agreed to our union. I was merely comforting you. Quickly, store me in your space, and let us escape now. Su Yinjin urged anxiously. Why must we run? If I am to marry you, I must face this challenge. Fleeing only complicates matters further, instead. After discussing, the two decided to use the food in the space to subtly persuade her family, also preparing 10 top-tier spiritual stones as a bridal gift. Lin Fan initially intended to offer 100 stones, but was persuaded by Su Yinjin to reduce the amount. Su Yinran observed Lin Fan's disdainful expression and promptly remarked, These 10 pieces are already quite astonishing. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would pose a significant danger. Surely, you wouldn't want my family to be in peril, would you? Well then, let us add another 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. She continued, That's quite a sum. Hurry and take them out to place in the storage bag. We wouldn't want my parents to arrive and inadvertently expose everything. Sister, father is coming. Hurry. Su Guanjia's words were cut short as Su father swiftly covered his mouth. You little rascal, I'll deal with you later. Someone, take him back to the house and lock him up. Su Guanjia cried out pitifully. Lin Fan couldn't help but overhear, and he had to admit that this brother-in-law had quite a sense of loyalty. Su Yinran took the initiative to open the door, and Lin Fan stepped out, kneeling before Su City Lord and Su Yinran's mother. I have had the honor of meeting my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. I recognize that Yinran and I have made mistakes in the past due to our youthful ignorance. I sincerely hope you can overlook our transgressions, considering the deep affection we share. If it weren't for the fact that you saved our Yinran, I would have. Su father was about to utter a harsh retort when Su mother pulled him back. That's enough. Your daughter has finally found a suitable partner. We wouldn't want to scare him off. Su mother whispered at Su father, significantly intimidated by his wife, refrained from further harsh words. Lin Fan, being astute, realized that the true authority in the household lay with Su mother. This made matters much simpler. He promptly retrieved the massive python treasure orb from his storage bag. Esteemed mother-in-law, this is a gift for you. I hope it meets your approval. Upon receiving the orb, Su mother exclaimed, "Ah, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. Your willingness to part with such a valuable item speaks volumes about your sincerity. We hereby consent to this union." Lin Fan then presented 10 premium ice spirit stones, along with 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a bride price. What? These are premium ice spirit stones. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Su father and Su mother, both cultivators, recognized the immense value of the premium spirit stones. Well, I suppose you've shown your understanding, and it's only fitting that my daughter holds affection for you. Stand up, Su father acquiesced. Now that you and Yinran are engaged, there is no need for a formal betrothal. Simply choose an auspicious day for the wedding. Bring your family to the city lord's residence for the ceremony. Of course, that sounds wonderful. However, I must travel to Penglai Island soon to meet my master. As it has been prearranged, I must attend to this matter, Lin Fan quickly explained. Why not invite your master to the wedding as well? Wouldn't that be splendid? Su father suggested. That would indeed be splendid, but I'm uncertain if my master will have enough time. Lin Fan replied that Su father and Su mother exchanged glances. Lin Fan could tell that they understood the constraints of time in the celestial realm. I wish to return home briefly to inform my parents, so that we are not rushed, and of course, that is necessary. Lin Fan spent a day at the city lord's residence, finalizing the wedding date for half a month later. That evening, he prepared a barbecue feast with some wild game and fresh fish, and everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. Wow, brother-in-law, you're quite impressive. You've managed to win over my sister. You are truly my benefactor. Su Guanjie exclaimed, only to be swiftly silenced by Su father. Shut your mouth. One more word, and you'll be grounded for half a year. That night, Lin Fan stayed in the room adjacent to Su Yinran's, and the two shared tender moments until the early hours, when Su Yinran reluctantly retreated to her own loft. The following morning, Lin Fan bid farewell to everyone. Although Su Yinran wished to accompany him, Su mother intervened. You're about to get married. You shouldn't be wandering around these days. With over 10 days remaining until the prearranged meeting with his master, Lin Fan reluctantly journeyed back home alone on his sword, where he informed his parents of the events. Lin father and Lin mother were delighted and agreed, but Lin Fan knew that additional wedding items still needed to be prepared. He handed over 1,000 taels of gold for his parents to make arrangements. As for the village, they would wait until after the wedding to host a banquet. He assured his parents that the Su family would send someone to escort them on the day of the wedding, and they were to simply wait at home. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Fan flew for 5 days on his sword until he arrived at the ethereal Penglai Island amidst the vast ocean. Penglai Island was not particularly large, spanning only about 10 kilometers. Excluding the mountains and forests, the inhabited area was merely 3 to 4 kilometers. On Penglai Island stood the bustling Penglai Pavilion, which Lin Fan deduced was a secret gathering place for cultivators and immortals. Here, most individuals traversed the skies on various treasures or flying beasts, showing no hesitation in their movements. Ordinary folk would find it nearly impossible to locate this place, even after braving the treacherous waves of the sea for thousands of miles. Towering cliffs surrounded the island, preventing any approach from the sea. Lin Fan was cautious not to reveal the presence of the celestial slaying sword in the open. He decided to procure an ordinary celestial sword for everyday use. He found a secluded spot on the cliff's edge and descended, employing lightness techniques to reach the gathering place. Upon arriving at the marketplace of Penglai Pavilion, he discovered numerous cultivators selling goods. It appeared that everyone had come to trade resources for spirit stones and precious medicines to aid their cultivation. As a relatively unremarkable chi refinement cultivator, Lin Fan did not attract any attention as he wandered about. Passing a stall, he spotted a regular celestial sword and learned it was priced at 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones, quite exorbitant. With over 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones in his possession, he could afford it. But it felt too steep. After inquiring at several other stalls, he found the prices consistently ranged around 2,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, he decided to purchase a sword for 1,800 high-grade spirit stones. After refining it, he tested it for flying and found it satisfactory, then sought a quiet place to enter his Chinkuan ring to cultivate. 3 days later, just as he planned to emerge and check if his master had arrived, he was intercepted by the carefree old man. "Ha ha, my disciple. You must have been startled, master. How did you find me? There's a mark for me on you. Naturally, I could locate you quickly. Splendid. You've actually reached the 9th level of Qi refinement." Most were unaware that Qi refinement extended to 12 levels, with the 12th level being the true completion. "Does that mean you want me to cultivate to the 12th level of Qi refinement?" "Indeed, very well. I shall heed your guidance." Lin Fan then shared his doubts regarding his cultivation. The carefree old man took a seat, patiently explaining everything in detail. "Master, I have something to tell you. I am about to get married, and I wonder if you have time to attend." "I am already aware." "Naturally, I will attend, and it is that Su Yin ran, correct?" The old man replied. "How did you know?" Lin Fan inquired. "Silly disciple, have you forgotten that I am an immortal? I discerned your fates during our last drinking session at the tavern." "Oh, I understand now, master. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." "Ha! You little rascal, daring to mimic my speech." "Master, I still have some matters to attend to. I will come to your wedding, so you prepare first." "Understood, master." Lin Fan bid farewell to his master and began his return journey on his sword. Suddenly, he sensed danger. "Oh no, someone is following me." He noticed 2 individuals on celestial swords pursuing him and realized they intended to rob him. "Halt, kid! Where do you think you're going?" shouted one middle-aged man. "Brother Gua, let us activate the speed talismans and surround him." "Of course. That kid has spent thousands of high-grade spirit stones. He must have plenty left. We've been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for nearly 3 years. Hopefully, this robbery will help us break through." Having already flown over 200 kilometers from Panglai Island, they were confident that no one would discover their actions. The 2 exchanged glances and activated their speed talismans, quickly encircling Lin Fan. "Hand over your storage bag and celestial sword, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, what will you do?" Lin Fan observed that both men were also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. With the celestial slaying sword for protection, he was curious to test his skills. "Look at this fool. Stop wasting time. Take his life." The man named Gua drew his sword and charged. Cultivation truly is a treacherous path. With the newly purchased celestial sword beneath his feet, Lin Fan was left with only the celestial slaying sword. He was reluctant to use it, so he spotted a nearby small island and swiftly descended towards it. The 2 pursuers followed suit, and as they arrived, Lin Fan drew his sword and engaged them in battle. The 2 men employed cunning and deceptive techniques. In a moment of carelessness, Lin Fan was struck in the left arm, causing blood to gush forth. He quickly sealed the wound to stop the bleeding and executed a newly learned technique from the carefree swordplay, performing the heaven-splitting sword. The Gua man, seeing that Lin Fan was prepared to fight to the death, pretended to retreat in defeat. However, Lin Fan managed to incapacitate the other man with a strike to the chest, leaving him gravely injured on the ground. Fearing that the wounded man might feign death, Lin Fan swiftly delivered a final blow, slicing his throat, ensuring he would not survive. "Calm down, little brother. Let us talk this out. What is there to discuss with someone like you? Wait. I know of a hidden realm. If you spare my life, I will share its secrets," Gua pleaded, panic evident in his voice. "How can I trust you?" "It's better to kill you now," Lin Fan declared, preparing to strike. "I can take you there right now, but it won't be accessible for another 6 months, the man surnamed Gu stated. "Oh, my master has long informed me about this. You needn't trouble yourself any further. No. Perhaps it isn't the same place. Then do provide a rough location so I can ascertain its validity." After contemplating for a moment, the man surnamed Gu replied, "Very well. It lies within the vast mountains beyond Nanjun City." Chapter 28. The wedding ceremony. Lin Fan, realizing he had been deceived, noted that the substantial spiritual energy he had expended earlier had now significantly replenished. He promptly summoned the sword of immortal slaying, piercing it through the heart of his adversary. Lin Fan proceeded to rummage through the storage bags of the 2 individuals, discovering 2 mid-grade immortal swords among other treasures. The storage bags had now become ownerless items, accessible for inspection. Upon thorough examination, he found over 30,000 taels of gold, hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, and more than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. To his astonishment, there were also 2 advanced formation plates, one for a barrier formation and another for a defensive formation, both of which were urgently needed by Lin Fan. He also discovered dozens of jade slips, various medicinal pills, hallucinogenic drugs, and other inferior concoctions. Additionally, there were over 50 talismans, including Earth Escape talismans, wall-passing talismans, and speed talismans, along with some changes of clothing and footwear. The hall was quite substantial. Lin Fan entered the Qinkuan ring and constructed an expansive storage room beneath the stone chamber. Meticulously storing all useful items, he incinerated the tattered clothing and corpses with a single application of the fire control technique. Gazing at the boundless ocean, Lin Fan contemplated capturing some sea fish and seafood to cultivate within the Qinkuan ring. Uncertain of its feasibility, he then ventured into the Qinkuan ring and excavated a massive pit, measuring over 100 feet deep, on the opposite side of the freshwater lake. He instructed the spirit of the ring to absorb a significant amount of seawater, along with numerous fish and shellfish, and gathered them all into the Qinkuan ring. With the spirit managing everything within the ring, Lin Fan found his workload considerably lightened. The ring spirit, having absorbed a vast quantity of spiritual energy, had transformed into a humanoid form, akin to an ethereal sprite. It could engage Lin Fan in conversation, alleviating his solitude. De He remained in the forest of the spatial realm, diligently cultivating, and had recently advanced to the rank of Leopard King. Currently in a consolidation phase, the creatures and fish within the Qinkuan ring had no natural enemies, and with the rich spiritual energy fostering rapid reproduction, Lin Fan had arranged for the ring spirit to manage their numbers. Once they multiplied sufficiently, he would harvest and store them for future consumption. After a period of rest, Lin Fan resumed his journey, flying for 3 consecutive days before returning to the county city. Upon walking to the gates of the county government, he found the entire premises adorned with festive decorations. The guards at the gate immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, and someone quickly went to announce his presence. Without delay, Lin Fan made his way directly to Su Yanran's loft. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, Su Yanran was undoubtedly overjoyed. "Brother Lin Fan, you're back. Father-in-law and mother-in-law have already arrived and are chatting with my parents over tea." "Oh, then let us go and see them." Indeed. The two hastily arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. "Fanner has returned." "Indeed, father. Everything went smoothly. My master will be arriving shortly." Good, good, good." Lin Fan's father was exceedingly pleased to hear that Lin Fan's master would be visiting, as it provided an opportunity for him to express his gratitude in person. On the day of the wedding, the carefree old man indeed arrived, still clad in his usual attire. Su's father and mother had already surmised that the carefree old man was an immortal and thus refrained from presuming to offer him the main seat. "Oh, no need for such formality. I can sit at the side," he insisted. "Since he is my son's master, it is akin to being a second set of parents. He must occupy the main seat." Lin Fan's father asserted. "Very well." The carefree old man appreciated Lin Fan's father's attitude and graciously took the main seat. The wedding banquet was filled with esteemed guests from both within and beyond the county city, all there to extend their congratulations. As cultivators, they naturally held little regard for mundane matters, yet the necessary etiquette was still to be observed. A total of 280 tables were set, an unprecedented display. After the newlyweds paid their respects to the esteemed guests, they presented generous red envelopes, leading to the turn of the carefree old man. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the entire gathering fell into silence, save for Lin Fan and his companions, who remained unaffected. He then produced a defensive magical artifact of immortal grade and bestowed it upon Su Yanran, along with an immortal grade cultivation jade slip for Lin Fan. Both Su Yanran and Lin Fan knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your precious gifts." Su Yanran, visibly excited, added, "This treasure will ensure your safety in this mortal realm. Do not divulge its existence. I hope that in the future, you both can tread the path to immortality together. Disciple, remember what I have told you. I shall return to seek you in 3 years. I hope you will not disappoint your master." With that, the carefree old man vanished without a trace. Lin Fan, Su Yanran, as well as Su's and Lin's parents, all bowed in respect as they bid farewell to the immortal. Once the carefree old man departed, the atmosphere returned to its previous liveliness, and the guests resumed their feasting as if nothing had interrupted their revelry. Su's and Lin's parents, along with Su Yanran, expressed their admiration. acknowledging the Immortal's remarkable abilities to command life and death with a mere thought. Chapter 29. Level 11 Qi Refinement. After the wedding banquet, Lin Fan's parents stayed for a few more days before returning to their hometown. Lin Fan examined the jade slip gifted by his master, discovering it contained a dual cultivation technique of Immortal grade. Upon their first use, Lin Fan's cultivation level surged to the 11th stage of Qi Refinement. Having originally reached the peak of the 9th stage, he was elated to achieve such a breakthrough. Su Yinran also utilized her blood to refine the Supreme Cauldron, an Immortal-grade treasure that would enhance its defensive capabilities based on its owner's strength until they transcended tribulations and became an Immortal, at which point it would unleash its full potential. Aware of their low cultivation levels, the two resolved to venture into the vast mountains to continue their training. After bidding farewell to Su's parents, Lin Fan and Su Yinran set off in a carriage towards the mountain's edge, intending to walk into the depths of the mountains for further experience. They stored the carriage within the Qinkuan ring for future use. The horse, once Su Yinran's mount, was of exceptional breed and would be raised in the spatial realm to see if it could evolve further. By day, they hunted and gathered medicinal herbs, returning to the Qinkuan ring in the afternoons to cultivate. And at night, they practiced their dual cultivation techniques together. Their days were filled with fulfillment and happiness. Thus, nearly half a year passed. One day, Su Yinran's master, the sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect, sent a message urging her to return to the sect for training. As Su Yinran possessed the Immortal-grade treasure, the Supreme Cauldron for protection, Lin Fan had no concerns for her safety. He retrieved a storage bag containing over 2,000 mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones each, as well as 60 top-grade spirit stones. Since Su Yinran had a singular ice attribute spirit root, she was given ice attribute spirit stones while Lin Fan retained only a small portion for himself. The two spent the night awake, for Lin Fan lacked a communication talisman. Su Yinran thus bestowed her talisman upon him, promising to request another from her master upon her return to the 100 Flowers sect, enabling them to stay in touch. After seeing Su Yinran off, Lin Fan remained in the forest, continuing his cultivation. One evening, he sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. To avoid damaging the items in the Qinkuan ring, he set up barrier and defensive formations, and withdrew a substantial amount of spirit stones to initiate his breakthrough. He utilized 7,000 low-grade spirit stones across various attributes. After exerting himself, he finally ascended to the 11th stage of Qi Refinement. Reflecting on the considerable resources expended in this advancement, covered in a thin layer of grime, which no longer carried a foul odor, Lin Fan returned to the Qinkuan ring for a cleansing bath and donned a fresh outfit, feeling utterly rejuvenated. After the exhausting days of cultivation, he realized he hadn't enjoyed a proper sleep in quite some time. Thus, he slumbered deeply for 3 days and nights within the stone chamber. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated and brimming with energy, as if he had transformed entirely. The following afternoon, clad in hunter's attire, Lin Fan prepared to stealthily hunt a tiger when a sudden influx of individuals disrupted his plans. The group of over 10 people bore the appearance of a hidden sect described in the jade slips. They spread out in search of something, and Lin Fan quickly employed his concealment technique to mask his spiritual energy, rendering himself undetectable within 3 levels of cultivation. As the group approached, they dismissed Lin Fan, perceiving him merely as an ordinary hunter, and resumed their search. An elderly man among them approached Lin Fan, accompanied by 2 others. "Young brother, might I inquire whether any peculiar occurrences have transpired in this vicinity recently?" Lin Fan replied, "Elder, I have been hunting within this area for quite some time and have encountered no unusual events." As he spoke, he speculated that they were likely searching for some treasure or rare beast, as their efforts seemed excessive for mere curiosity. "I see. Thank you for the information." The elder did not linger. Leading the group onward in their swift search, Lin Fan, intrigued, noted that while they, like him, refrained from utilizing spiritual energy, he discerned certain clues among the lower-level Qi Refinement practitioners within their ranks. They likely practiced a form of concealment technique similar to his master's concealment technique. Lin Fan resolved to follow them discreetly, hoping to overhear their discussions. As midday approached, he observed the group gathering together, setting out tables and chairs to rest. Lin Fan dared not approach the elders directly, instead using his concealment technique to stealthily draw near to the trio of 5th-stage Qi Refinement practitioners. However, as the concealment technique could only be maintained for a minute, He found a small crevice in the rocks and entered the Chinquan ring to observe from within. Chapter 30. Refining the Golden Pavilion. Fifth Senior Brother. How long must we search before we find anything? A young disciple, no more than 13 or 14 years old, remarked. There's no choice. The entrance to the secret realm changes location with each opening. We must conduct a thorough search, hoping to find it before anyone else and gain early access to seize the treasures. The fifth senior brother, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of chi refinement, spoke with a tone of helplessness. It appears that the secret realm mentioned by that man with the surname Gua truly exists. I have wronged him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, residing within the Chinquan ring, had consumed some food. In less than a quarter of an hour, the others outside had already packed their belongings and resumed their search. Eager to locate the entrance to the secret realm, they each utilized their spiritual power and divine consciousness to hasten their search. Lin Fan decided to explore as well. He summoned his celestial sword and swiftly flew towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other cultivators, who were also wielding celestial swords in their quest. But Lin Fan adeptly evaded them. Lin Fan changed into a warrior's attire, donned a mask, and continued his rapid search. After flying over 100 kilometers without discovering the so-called entrance to the secret realm, he resolved to land and take a moment's respite. Ahead lay a charming valley, adorned with elegant surroundings, melodious birdsong, and fragrant flowers, alongside a splendid waterfall. Let us rest here, he decided, soaring over to land. As soon as Lin Fan's feet touched the ground, he noticed a hidden entrance by the waterfall emitting a faint glow. Could this possibly be the entrance to the secret realm? He picked up a branch and tossed it in, watching as it vanished without a trace. Confirming there was no danger, he took out the refined mid-grade celestial sword and stepped through the entrance. Whoosh! He found himself in a place rich with spiritual energy. The air was thick with vitality, and rare flowers and herbs flourished, towering trees reaching skyward. After walking a few hundred meters, he stumbled upon a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Ah, this is indeed a prized find, he exclaimed, quickly retrieving his tools to excavate it and store it within the Chinquan ring for the ring spirit to plant. After searching a few more miles, he discovered a dozen more 1,000-year-old herbs, yielding quite a bountiful harvest. Ahead, atop a mountain peak, stood a grand structure gleaming with golden light, resembling a celestial palace. Lin Fan immediately summoned his celestial sword, intending to fly closer for a better look, only to realize that flight was prohibited within this area due to some restraining force. After attempting to fly, he found that spells could still be cast, so he promptly employed a technique to lighten his body and swiftly ascended to the mountaintop, arriving at the entrance of the resplendent building. Pushing on the tightly shut door, it surprisingly opened with ease. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Fan decided to enter and investigate. Upon entering the hall, he saw no immediate danger and stepped further inside. The interior was adorned with numerous golden artifacts. Yet Lin Fan did not rush to collect them. After surveying the room, he noticed that every piece of furniture was crafted from gold. This family certainly knows how to flaunt their wealth. Even the very bricks and tiles of this edifice are made of gold, a true display of extravagance. While Lin Fan was admiring the surroundings, the ring's spirit spoke up. Master, this building is a treasure. A treasure, you say? How do we claim it? Lin Fan inquired. I am uncertain how to subdue it. You must rely on your own means, the spirit replied helplessly. Lin Fan, quick-witted, recalled the miniature model identical to the palace that rested upon the grand golden table at the back of the hall. He then enveloped the model with his spiritual power, watching as it floated in midair, indeed absorbing his essence. Lin Fan dripped a few drops of his blood onto the model, which were also swiftly absorbed. He then settled on the ground, accelerating his output of spiritual energy to refine it. Just as he felt his energy waning, he noticed the absorption rate remained unchanged. In a hurry, he retrieved a premium spirit stone and held it in his hand, channeling energy into the model. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, I had the premium spirit stone on hand. Otherwise, I might have been drained dry. The palace model absorbed a vast quantity of Lin Fan's spiritual energy, gradually forming a faint connection with his consciousness. Another premium spirit stone crumbled into dust in his grasp. Lin Fan pondered retrieving a few more for refinement when the model suddenly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and entered the depths of his mind. The grand hall vanished along with the model, startling Lin Fan. He immediately probed into his soul sea, discovering that the palace model floated at its deepest point, posing no threat to him, and he finally relaxed. However, just as he let his guard down, Lin Fan's soul sea suddenly expanded, causing an excruciating headache. He quickly entered a meditative state, employing his soul power technique to refine the abundant soul energy. Lin Fan was unsure how long he sat in meditation atop the barren mountain peak, but with the protection of the celestial sword, he need not worry about dangers. Only when his soul sea expanded to more than 3 times its original size did it gradually stabilize, allowing him to awaken, sensing the fluctuations of every plant and tree within a mile radius. Previously, he could only perceive within a 100-meter range, and this sudden expansion left him somewhat disoriented. The palace, now known as the Golden Pavilion, could alter its size at will and continuously release soul energy to assist its master in cultivating their spirit. In times of danger, it also provided a formidable defense, capable of withstanding full-force attacks from foundational stage cultivators, an exceptionally rare treasure for those below the nascent soul stage. Chapter 31. The Superlative Spirit Vein. Haha, congratulations, Master, on acquiring this treasure, the ring spirit exclaimed. Sensing the presence of the Golden Pavilion, indeed, congratulations to you as well. I must thank you for your timely reminder. Otherwise, I would not have obtained such a wondrous artifact. Although the mountaintop was devoid of structures, clear signs of disturbance were evident across the vast expanse, prompting Lin Fan to leave hastily. Suddenly, he sensed the approach of individuals nearby, prompting him to seek refuge in a concealed corner and enter the Qingquan ring to observe the movements outside. In no time, 7 or 8 cultivators swept past, noticing the barren mountaintop devoid of even a blade of grass, which raised their suspicions. They searched the area yet found no clues. Eventually, they departed. Among them were 3 cultivators of foundational stage or higher. Lin Fan, unable to discern their levels, silently rejoiced at having narrowly escaped. For safety's sake, he remained in the Qingquan ring, cultivating throughout the night. The following morning, after confirming that the area was deserted, he emerged to continue his search for herbs. With the ability to probe his divine consciousness over long distances, the task became exceedingly convenient. By midday, he had discovered over 100 various herbs of 10 years or more. The higher-grade specimens had likely been harvested by those foundational stage cultivators, leaving only the lower-grade herbs behind, which were of average value and thus retained. I shall wait for the next opening of the secret realm to harvest them, Lin Fan thought, disregarding the matter and transplanting them all into the Qingquan ring. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, he had amassed quite a bounty, excavating over 500 herbs of various ages. At that moment, the ring's spirit spoke again. Master, I sense a high-grade spirit vein beneath the mountain ahead. You must come with me to investigate. Ah, very well. I shall go immediately, Lin Fan replied, swiftly probing and soaring over a few kilometers until he arrived. Haha. Master, this is an exceptionally large premium spirit vein. The ring spirit exclaimed excitedly upon closer inspection. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is significantly denser than in other locations. Oddly, the surrounding area has been thoroughly cleared. Not a single herb remains, and even many trees have been uprooted. Only a carpet of branches, leaves, and tree trunks remains, likely taken by those individuals, rendering this place much safer. Lin Fan hurriedly followed the spirit's guidance, digging into the mountain's depths while concealing the entrance with branches. To expedite the process, he wielded the celestial sword, digging over 6,000 meters before uncovering a vein of spirit stones. And no wonder they didn't find it. It's buried so deep, Lin Fan thought. Excavating over 200 meters and collecting more than 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. As he delved deeper, he gradually unearthed mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones, yielding tens of thousands of each. Haha, this trip has proven most rewarding. As he finished extracting the high-grade spirit stones, the premium spirit vein began to reveal itself, prompting Lin Fan to gleefully unearth several hundred premium spirit stones before the ring's spirit intervened. That's enough, Master. Please retreat into the spatial ring. I will now collect the spirit vein. All right, little spirit, thank you for your hard work, Lin Fan replied with excitement. Once inside the Qingquan ring, he settled on a large stone to observe the unfolding events outside. The ring's spirit flew forth, casting spells that caused the very ground to tremble in less than a quarter of an hour. The entire premium spirit vein had been secured within the Chinquan ring. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby cultivators, but fortunately, the prohibition on flying with swords afforded Lin Fan a moment of respite. Without further thought, he employed his concealment technique and swiftly departed to the surface. Within a minute, he located a secluded pile of rocks and entered the Chinquan ring to hide. Having not revealed himself, he was unlikely to be discovered. Inside the Chinquan ring, he found the spiritual energy had intensified 6 to 7 times compared to before, and the space had expanded more than twice, now encompassing an area of 8 kilometers. The ring spirit had placed the premium spirit vein deep at the heart of the Chinquan ring. Chapter 32. Breakthrough. Hee. I wonder how my master would react if he learned I had acquired 2 premium spirit veins. Would his jaw drop in astonishment? Lin Fan mused. This latest acquisition was a superlative one. According to the ring spirit, it contained at least 100,000 premium spirit stones, exceeding the previous vein in size by more than 3-fold. Haha, this time, I have truly struck it rich. The harvest was unprecedented. And with the replenishing effects of the premium spirit vein, Lin Fan's cultivation level surged to the 12th level. His entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His deep-set eyes shone with intensity, and an imposing aura radiated from him, instilling a powerful sense of pressure, far from what one would expect from a mere 19-year-old youth. Lin Fan then instructed the ring spirit to reorganize the spatial layout within. The dwelling and the medicinal fields are situated at the central position, with the saline and freshwater lakes placed on either side of the space. The forest lies behind the stone house, encircled by several towering mountains, which facilitates management. Lin Fan has expanded the stone house to 100 zhang in size, dividing it into 2 levels above and 1 subterranean level dedicated to storing items. The yard has transformed into a modest estate covering over 10 acres. The medicinal fields are arranged within the yard, entirely enclosed by bamboo fences, with exotic flowers and plants cultivated outside, creating a pleasing aesthetic. The fruit orchard is positioned 100 meters to the left of the yard, having undergone 2 rounds of seedling planting, now flourishing with an abundance of fruits, apples, pears, peaches, apricots, and cherries, all delectably sweet. To assist in pollination, Lin Fan has also collected a swarm of bees to thrive within the space. Observing the outside from within the spatial ring, he occasionally notices cultivators soaring by, seemingly in search of something. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, as he has stored the supreme spiritual vein within the Chinquan ring, the spiritual energy in the entire secret realm has gradually diminished significantly. Lin Fan decides against venturing out and chooses to remain in the Chinquan ring to cultivate. Remarkably, his cultivation speed has increased more than 4-fold compared to usual. With the additional refining and absorption of spiritual stones, his progress accelerates even further. After several days of refining the supreme spiritual vein absorbed by the ring spirit, he has nearly completed the process and ceases his cultivation, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Lin Fan catches a few wild chickens and rabbits, roasts them, and pairs the feast with a jar of fine wine, indulging heartily. After consuming 2 plump chickens and a full-grown rabbit, along with an entire jar of exquisite wine, he finally feels satiated. At this moment, it is afternoon outside, devoid of any signs of life, and Lin Fan remains unaware that the secret realm is on the brink of collapse. Noticing the absence of others around him, he exits the Chinquan ring, only to discover the pitiful lack of spiritual energy. It appears that returning here in the future is no longer feasible. Such a pity. Just as Lin Fan ponders this, the mountains and rivers within the secret realm begin to crumble, and he is promptly transported away. Upon emerging, he finds himself still in the canyon. No other cultivators are in sight, suggesting that there must be multiple entrances. Fearing an encounter with foundational cultivation experts, Lin Fan decides to hide within the crevices of the mountain wall behind the waterfall, continuing his cultivation until he reaches the peak of qi refining. After more than 6 months of cultivation within the space, expending over 20,000 middle-grade spiritual stones and more than 5,000 top-grade spiritual stones, he finally achieves the pinnacle of qi refining. Alas, the path of cultivation is indeed a costly endeavor, which explains why cultivators often resort to slaying and plundering each other for resources. At this point, Lin Fan is very close to the foundational cultivation stage. His master had bestowed upon him a bottle of top-grade foundational pills, containing 8 capsules. According to his master's instructions, the typical success rate is 30% with 1 pill, 50% with 2. 70% with 3, and 90% with 4. Aware of the challenges of cultivation, Lin Fan resolves to take 4 foundational pills to ensure a successful breakthrough. After 3 days of rest in the Chinquan ring, he emerges when he senses the area is deserted. Summoning his immortal sword, he flies deep into a remote and desolate mountain range, sets up 2 high-grade formation plates, and places hundreds of supreme spiritual stones and 20,000 top-grade spiritual stones around his meditative spot before attempting the breakthrough. As time passes, half a month slips by, and Lin Fan senses the opportunity for a breakthrough, prompting the rapid absorption of the surrounding spiritual stones. Boom. Finally, the breakthrough is upon him. Despite the formation set for concealment, the immense force of the breakthrough, accompanied by thunderous roars, surges into the sky, radiating outward. Bolts of lightning, thick as chopsticks, descend directly upon Lin Fan. He refrains from using the immortal slaying sword and the golden pavilion for defense, instead swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to withstand the lightning assault. The first bolt scorches him black, shredding his garments to tatters, leaving his hair singed. Chapter 33. Early foundation stage. Lin Fan gazes up at the sky, noticing more than a dozen bolts of lightning still looming. My goodness. Is this fate sending me off? How ruthless. Wasn't it mentioned in the Jade Slip that there would be at most 8 or 9 strikes? Why are there several more aimed at me? Displeased with the slow absorption of top-grade spiritual stones, he promptly retrieves hundreds of supreme spiritual stones to quickly replenish his spiritual energy. After resisting 3 more lightning strikes, he feels his body growing weak, drenched in blood and charred, with not a single patch of unscathed skin remaining. He is now a slick, dark figure, resembling a massive piece of charcoal. Lin Fan's willpower remains resolute. He grits his teeth, reminding himself to endure, as the lightning strikes down again. The immortal slaying sword, sensing Lin Fan's frailty, autonomously emerges to deflect some of the lightning attacks. With the sword's assistance, Lin Fan finds some relief, realizing he has reached his limit, and decides not to push himself further. As his recovery speed accelerates, he regains his strength and puts away the immortal slaying sword, relying solely on himself to withstand the lightning. After enduring several more lightning tribulations, Lin Fan's will and physical resilience are significantly enhanced, until the final bolt, which appears even mightier than the previous ones. Nearly as thick as a bowl, Lin Fan grits his teeth, determined to withstand it, even as his body becomes severely battered, exposing his white bones. The agonizing pain, akin to having flesh scraped from his bones, causes Lin Fan to faint. When the thunderclouds swiftly dissipate, golden light envelopes him, and his shattered body is bathed in an abundance of this radiant energy. His injuries visibly heal at an astonishing rate, and in a short while, he returns to his former state, his body as resilient as steel. Lin Fan awakens, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort, letting out a sound of satisfaction. Upon opening his eyes, he notices he is completely naked. Fearful of prying eyes around him, he refrains from entering the Chinquan ring to cleanse himself. Instead, he shakes off the remnants of dirt from his body and dons a fresh set of garments. The concealment and protective formations have been utterly shattered, prompting Lin Fan to collect the damaged formation plates, pondering whether they can be repaired. Summoning his immortal sword, he ascends into the air and observes the surrounding area, finding it utterly devastated, devoid of any vegetation, with even the nearby hills flattened. This is Lin Fan's first encounter with the catastrophic aftermath of a breakthrough. He is now a genuine foundational cultivator, finally possessing some means of self-protection. According to the Jade Slip, successful foundational cultivation grants a lifespan exceeding 200 years. Such a commotion. How could it have gone unnoticed by other cultivators? Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, there are already 7 or 8 foundational cultivators nearby observing the scene. They are all astonished by the 12 bolts of lightning, particularly the final colossal strike, which frightens them into retreat. This is simply too extraordinary. How powerful must this individual be? A few foundational experts initially considering a robbery are deterred, realizing that someone must be guarding him in the shadows. Weighing the risks, they abandon their intentions and depart hastily. However, 2 foundational cultivators remain. Witnessing Lin Fan ascend and promptly flying over on their swords, I am Ouyang Sun from the Sword Spirit sect. Congratulations on your successful foundational cultivation. The elderly man with the white beard speaks amiably. Haha, congratulations indeed. I am Yun Fizi from the sword-wielding sect, congratulating you on your success in foundational cultivation, adds the middle-aged cultivator who accompanied him. Lin Fan, upon receiving their congratulations, reciprocates courteously, unwilling to disclose his true name. Thank you, esteemed friends, for your kind words. I am Lin Xiaoyao, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Oh, no need for such formality. You are too modest. Indeed, indeed. We are honored to witness your remarkable breakthrough. Ouyang Sun remarks, intrigued. May I inquire which school you belong to? I would love to pay a visit. Noticing Lin Fan's composed demeanor, Ouyang Sun expresses a desire to befriend him. Chapter 34, Sword Spirit Sect. Lin Fan has no sect to speak of. There is one in the celestial realm, yet under the current circumstances, he doubts he could ascend to it. It would be wiser to seek a sect for cultivation, as it is far better than fumbling alone. To be honest, I have not yet joined any sect or faction, Lin Fan calmly explains. What? You haven't joined a sect? How is that possible? Ouyang Sun exclaims in astonishment. Indeed. The commotion during your breakthrough, coupled with the numerous lightning strikes, is something I have never witnessed before. How could you lack a powerful sect backing you? Yun Fizi echoes in disbelief. To be frank, I do have a master, and everything I possess has been granted by him. Oh, may I ask who your master is? My master has instructed me not to reveal his name, so I must apologize. No need for apologies. It is only natural to wish to keep one's identity private. They reassure him. I see you are also a sword cultivator. Would you be interested in joining our sword spirit sect? Ouyang Sun inquires. Lin Fan finds Ouyang Sun to be quite likable, especially since his attire resembles that of the group he encountered during his previous hunting expedition. I am indeed inclined to join a sect, as relying solely on oneself is quite challenging. Splendid. Would you care to join our sword spirit sect? Ouyang Sun responds with great enthusiasm. Alas, Ouyang, do you not understand the rules? As soon as one engages, they seize individuals. It is indeed a wise choice for Lin Daoyu to join our esteemed Yujian sect, the foremost among the 10 great sects, Yun Fei declared with an air of confidence. Thank you, Yun Daoyu, for your high regard. I have previously made the acquaintance of this Ouyang Daoyu and several practitioners from the sect, and I hold a favorable impression of them. Thus, I wish to pay a visit before making a decision. Lin Fan replied with a slight bow. Since it pertains to the sword spirit sect, I shall not impede you. Our two sects share a friendly rapport, so there is no need for apologies. Yun Fei responded, somewhat disappointed. Lin Fan bid farewell to Yun Fei and, accompanied by Ouyang Sun, rode their flying sword for half a day until they reached a place surrounded by mountains. Atop a relatively low hill, a platform had been artificially leveled, covering an area of over 100 zhang, where a tall stone archway stood, adorned with the 3 elegant, crimson characters spelling Sword Spirit Sect. Lin Fan, having learned about the general circumstances of the Sword Spirit Sect during the journey, descended alongside the elder the sect's entrance. 2 level 8 chi refining practitioners stood guard. Upon seeing Ouyang Sun, they quickly bowed in respect, welcoming the Grand Elder back to the sect. There is no need for excessive courtesy. This foundation establishment Daoyu is an esteemed guest of our Sword Spirit Sect. Please promptly report to the sect master. Ouyang Sun joyfully instructed. One of the chi refining practitioners, hearing the Grand Elder's command, swiftly departed. Lin Daoyu, please. Ouyang Sun briefly explained that flying was prohibited within the sect, and thus the two proceeded on foot into the valley, where the spiritual energy was at least doubled compared to outside. The valley spanned over 100 meters in width, featuring a small river approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, with crystal-clear waters revealing the riverbed. Lush flora adorned both banks, creating a harmonious tableau of birdsong and fragrant blossoms. After walking for more than 2 li, they unexpectedly arrived at a vast complex of buildings, with towering pagodas. The largest palace loomed majestically on the mountainside, presenting a spectacular sight. Lin Fan then noticed several individuals hastily approaching them. We welcome the Grand Elder back to the sect. We also extend our greetings to the esteemed guest visiting our sect. The sect master has sent us to greet you. A group of disciples called out in unison. Yes, enough of that. Please lead the way. Ouyang Sun instructed. Certainly, Grand Elder. Please, after you. Oh, there is no need for such formality. It is as if I have arrived at my own home, Ouyang Sun said with great delight. Chapter 35. Joining the sect following Ouyang Sun and the others, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the hall on the mountainside. There, he spotted the elderly man he had conversed with in the mountains. The elder was still accompanied by the two level 10 chi refining disciples. Welcome, welcome. So it is you, young brother. I truly did not expect you to be a Foundation establishment cultivator, the elder exclaimed. Haha, you must be the sect master. Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Indeed, I am the old man. It seems we are quite fated to meet. Come, please enter. The group then entered the hall, with 3 individuals taking their respective seats. The Grand Elder recounted the events of their journey. I am Ouyang Jinhua, and I would like to know if you have any requests for joining our sect. Ouyang Jinhua directly inquired. I am somewhat aware of the sect's regulations. I have just turned 20 this year. Hailing from a small town on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, my family consists only of my parents and a newlywed wife who is a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. I have no particular demands for joining the sect. I merely seek a peaceful environment for cultivation and mutual exploration. I kindly ask for the sect master's understanding. Haha, splendid. You are indeed a person of forthright character. I shall not beat around the bush. I have but one request of you. When the sect is in peril, I hope you will exert your utmost efforts. Furthermore, mutual respect and affection among sect members are paramount. Aside from that, there is little else. The sect will arrange for you a private and tranquil residence. Do you have any further requests? Sect Master Ouyang Jinhua stated. None. I have just made a breakthrough and wish to stabilize my cultivation first. This is easily arranged, Grand Elder. Please take this token and swiftly lead Lin Xiaoyu to the spiritual energy pool to consolidate his cultivation, the sect master instructed. Lin Fan took his leave and, indeed, the spiritual energy pool, though not vast, was rich in spiritual energy, allowing for convenient absorption. Inside, he sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation method to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy. The Grand Elder instructed the guards not to disturb him. I never expected to receive such a young and powerful Foundation establishment practitioner. Grand Elder, your efforts are not to be underestimated. Oh, not at all. That it is also due to the sect master's favorable impression of him that he decided to come and take a look. Indeed, while our sect has over a dozen Foundation establishment practitioners, none possess his level of strength, let alone character. The fact that he does not seek to join the foremost Eugene sect further underscores his loyalty and integrity. We must treat him with the utmost care, Ouyang Jinhua remarked with a sense of admiration. He truly possesses both strength and character. He deserves our careful consideration, Ouyang Sun added. Then let us allocate the pavilion atop my side peak for him to reside in. Ouyang Jinhua declared. Sect master, that seems somewhat inappropriate. Nonsense. No one else can access it. For the sake of the sect's development, this minor sacrifice is of little consequence. Additionally, according to Grand Elder's status, let us grant him 1,000 contribution points monthly. Arrange for personnel to clean it, as you command, Grand Elder Ouyang Sun replied obediently. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was rapidly absorbing spiritual energy and had already stabilized his realm. Noticing that the spiritual energy in the pool had significantly diminished, he finally felt it was time to exit. Guided by disciples arranged in advance by the sect master, he ascended to the pavilion atop the side peak. Lin Fan sensed that this place was extraordinary and soon understood Ouyang Jinhua's intentions. Thus he did not decline. Upon entering the courtyard, he remarked, indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy here is exceptionally high. This must utilize a supreme gathering formation. The entire pavilion consisted of only 2 stories. The first floor served as a grand hall for meditation and cultivation, while the second floor comprised a simple bedroom with minimal furnishings. Chapter 36. Sect Tasks. The Sword Spirit sect was quite expansive, housing over 2,000 cultivators. The sect master was at the late stage of Golden Core, while the Grand Elder was at the late stage of Foundation establishment, with a total of 23 Foundation establishment practitioners including Lin Fan. Over 1,000 were chi refiners, alongside more than 800 miscellaneous disciples. Lin Fan spent the night meditating and cultivating in the hall of the pavilion. The following morning, he donned the elder's robes provided by the sect and made his way to the task pavilion located halfway up the side peak to familiarize himself with the tasks and contribution exchange methods. A steward, upon seeing him dressed in elder's garments, approached with a respectful demeanor. What may I assist you with, esteemed elder? Could you please introduce me to the tasks and the exchange methods? Lin Fan politely requested. Our sect categorizes tasks into 3 levels, high, medium, and low. with occasional special tasks that offer exceedingly high contribution points. As for exchanges, 1 contribution point can be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, 100 for a mid-grade spirit stone, and so forth. 1,000 points can be exchanged for a high-grade spirit stone, while 1,000,000 points can be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit stone. Each item and cultivation method clearly indicates the required contribution points for exchange, the steward explained. Thank you for the information. I would like to undertake some tasks, Lin Fan stated, wishing to earn his keep rather than accept handouts. Please present your waste token for identity verification. I do not possess a waste token. At this moment of awkwardness, Lin Fan noticed Ouyang Sun approaching quickly from a distance. Please hold on. The steward also spotted the Grand Elder. Ah, Grand Elder Lin, you truly are dedicated. You have only just arrived and are already seeking tasks. Our Sword Spirit sect is fortunate indeed. This is the waste token personally crafted by the sect master for Elder Lin last night. You must have refined it with your blood. Lin Fan casually received the token, noticing its exquisite jade quality, indicating its extraordinary nature. He squeezed out a drop of blood to refine it, which was rapidly absorbed. Emitting a brilliant glow, Lin Fan then released his spiritual energy to complete the refinement and handed it back to the steward. The steward accepted it with a bow, thinking to himself, what a remarkable piece. It is indeed personally crafted by the sect master. I am fortunate not to have spoken indiscreetly. Moments later, all right, Elder Lin, your information has been recorded. Please keep the waste token safe. Thank you for your guidance. Grand Elder, Lin Fan replied gratefully. We are now both elders of the same sect. There is no need for thanks. In the future, should you require assistance, simply use the jade token to communicate. Do not underestimate this jade token. It is personally crafted by the sect master. It can store items, relay messages, and even sense your general location. Should you encounter danger in the wild, timely assistance can be summoned, making it exceedingly convenient. Ouyang Sun elucidated. Oh, such functionality. That is indeed a precious item, Lin Fan remarked as he reviewed the task jade slip presented by the steward. Most of the tasks involved gathering materials or alchemy and forging, which were unsuitable for Lin Fan. However, he found one particular task of great interest, to seek out a 10,000-year-old ginseng, offering a contribution of 1,000,000 points. The difficulty of finding such a ginseng in the mundane world was indeed significant. Even in the last venture into a secret realm filled with dense spiritual energy, he had not encountered any. Nevertheless, the ginseng in his Qinkuan ring had already reached over 6,000 years of age and grew several decades each day. So it would likely reach 10,000 years soon. The task had a 1-year deadline, making it feasible for Lin Fan to accept. He took on the task along with 10 or so high-level material gathering tasks and then bid farewell to the two, planning to enter the secret realm alone to hunt for the necessary materials. Chapter 37. Entering the beast secret realm. Lin Fan, with his Qinkuan ring providing for his needs, had no need to prepare supplies. After resting in the attic for a day, I set off early the next morning. The entrance to the secret realm lies in the lower reaches of the valley, guarded by specialized cultivators. As Lin Fan approached the entrance, the two disciples at the teleportation gate, both at the 10th level of Qi refinement, immediately bowed upon seeing his attire and the elder's jade token at his waist. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The entrance to the secret realm was closed, operational only once a day, requiring the consumption of 10 mid-grade spirit stones to open for a mere 30 seconds. The spirit stones were provided by the sect, necessitating the deduction of 100 contribution points for a group of 20 individuals to activate the gate. Each participant would receive a temporary jade token, which they could shatter to be automatically teleported out. Lin Fan had 1,000 contribution points issued by the sect, allowing him to directly deduct 100 points. The typical activation time was at 7 in the morning. It was now a little past 6:30, and already over a dozen people had gathered, which soon swelled to 27. The guards promptly embedded the spirit stones into the slot, and a dazzling light erupted, revealing a blue portal that appeared before them. In a matter of breaths, everyone swiftly entered in sequence. Lin Fan found himself teleported to the edge of the secret realm. Each person was randomly teleported. And beside Lin Fan stood a disciple around 30 years of age, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, the disciple hurriedly bowed, acknowledging the elder. There is no need for such formalities. This is my first mission as well, and I am unaware of the beast levels here. Could you enlighten me? Lin Fan inquired. Of course, you may call me Li Cheng, the disciple replied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xiaoyao, and I just joined the sect 2 days ago. Lin Elder, your youth and accomplishments are truly commendable. The entrance to this secret realm is not exclusive to our sect. The other 9 major sects also have their own entrances, and there is even one on the Isle of Penglai, a gathering place for scattered immortals. Thus, we must remain vigilant. The beasts here are classified into low level, high level, king level, overlord level, and epic level. Beasts at the king level and above possess demon cores within their skulls, which can be utilized for alchemical purposes. The flesh of these beasts is edible, and high-priced meat can even enhance one's cultivation. Epic-level beasts are generally not encountered unless one ventures into the central area, which is quite perilous. I recall once when the sect leader encountered one. It was a close match for him. Indeed, it sounds exceedingly dangerous. Thank you for the information, senior brother. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. Not at all. Lin Elder is far too kind, Li Cheng replied humbly. After exchanging farewells, Li Cheng went off to join others. Lin Fan summoned his immortal sword and soared into the sky to survey the surroundings. The entire secret realm was vast, with no visible boundary. Having read the warnings, Lin Fan was aware that the beasts were cunning and alert, making them formidable adversaries. Exercising utmost caution during his first hunt, Lin Fan released the Great Black Panther from his Chinkuan ring. The Great Black Panther, now a king-level beast, had significantly increased in strength. Roar! Finally, I can come out, Master. What is this place? It feels so familiar, the panther exclaimed. This is a realm filled with demon beasts, including overlord and epic levels. We must exercise extra caution, Lin Fan advised. The duo traversed the outskirts, where they encountered a low-level beast for some practice. A single strike from Lin Fan's sword effortlessly dispatched the low-level beast, and he quickly dealt with 3 more. The Great Black Panther consumed 2 of the beasts before feeling satiated, and Lin Fan stored the rest in his jade token. The token had a spatial capacity of several dozen feet and was over 3 meters high, which was quite sufficient. Lin Fan continued onward, traveling several miles before confronting a high-level beast, a gigantic lizard. Its aura was significantly more formidable than that of the low-level beasts. Lin Fan unleashed the first form of the Xiaoyao sword technique, dispatching the creature with ease. Ha! This is not too different from my previous hunting experiences, he mused. Each high-level beast claimed its own territory. Lin Fan proceeded to summon his immortal sword, flying 10 miles before locating a high-level giant ape beast, which he also defeated with relative ease. The advanced task Lin Fan had accepted involved either slaying overlord-level beasts and gathering their materials or collecting high-priced herbs near their habitats. The Great Black Panther, being a king-level beast, was not suited for deeper explorations of the secret realm. It was better to remain in the high-level beast area to hunt. Chapter 38. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Lin Fan extracted the demon core, which was entirely green and odorless, storing it separately. Not wishing to waste time, he took to the skies once more, venturing deeper into the realm. Within 30 miles, he encountered a king-level tiger beast descending from above. The tiger, having sensed Lin Fan's presence, roared and charged at him. Lin Fan brandished his mid-grade immortal sword, engaging in a fierce battle. After over 100 exchanges, Lin Fan struck the Tiger King's thigh, inflicting significant injury, prompting it to charge at him in a frenzy. Although Lin Fan could have easily slain it, he chose to engage in a lengthy duel for the sake of honing his combat skills, enduring over 300 exchanges before finally exhausting the Tiger King, who bled profusely and could no longer stand. Only then did Lin Fan deliver a decisive blow, cleaving its skull to extract the demon core, which was a vibrant emerald green, larger than that of high-level beasts. After collecting the demon core and the Tiger King's carcass, Lin Fan felt thoroughly fatigued and his stomach growled with hunger. The formation array had been damaged, so he could only use spirit stones to set up a simple concealment array before retreating into his Chinkuan ring to eat and rest. The ring spirit was incapable of cooking, so Lin Fan took it upon himself to chop off a hind leg of the Tiger King, roasting it until it was perfectly cooked. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. It contains a large amount of spiritual energy and tastes exquisite. The hind leg weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, and Lin Fan devoured a third of it, feeling satisfied before sitting cross-legged to meditate. Unbeknownst to him, the Tiger King was on the verge of a breakthrough, and its easy demise was indeed a tragic fate. After an hour of refining, Lin Fan felt a substantial increase in his cultivation. He decided to keep the tiger for himself, planning to use its bones for medicinal brews and its pelt as bedding. Having restored his spiritual energy, he exited the space and dismantled the formation. Taking to the skies on his sword, he aimed to find more king-level beasts for further combat practice. By afternoon, he encountered 2 more king-level beasts, a giant bear king and a snake king, engaging in a fierce tussle that lasted several hundred exchanges. As his spiritual energy waned, he absorbed high-grade spirit stones to recuperate rapidly. Through relentless training, Lin Fan had mastered the Xiaoyao sword technique, and his cultivation speed had notably improved. That night, he found a secluded spot to set up a concealment formation and entered his Qingkuan ring to continue his training. Now, absorbing low-grade spirit stones yielded diminishing returns, and he could only utilize mid-grade stones or higher. Over the course of the night, he absorbed over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Haha, indeed, practical combat is the fastest way to level up. Feeling twice as powerful as in the early stage of foundation establishment, Lin Fan's awareness range expanded to 10 miles in the morning. He enjoyed tiger bone soup and roasted snake meat, seasoned to perfection. A delightful feast. It was no wonder that most tasks involved collecting materials from demon beasts. Their bodies were treasures in themselves. After solidifying his cultivation throughout the day, Lin Fan emerged from his Qingkuan ring the next morning, having adjusted his state and summoned the slashing immortal sword as he ventured deeper into the secret realm. Walking while occasionally employing lightness techniques was not slow at all. As he progressed, he encountered an increasing number of king-level beasts, indicating that an overlord-level beast would soon be within reach. Now, Lin Fan could conclude battles with king-level beasts in just a few exchanges. After slaying over a dozen, he noticed that the enormous corpses were beginning to fill his jade token. He stored most of the beast corpses within his Qingkuan ring for safekeeping. After meditating to restore his energy, he set off directly toward the lair of the overlord-level beasts. Chapter 39. Slaying the overlord-level beast. Lin Fan cautiously approached, utilizing his concealment technique to hide behind a massive rock, planning to observe for a while. With his cultivation level rising, his concealment technique could now last over 3 minutes, and the overlord-level beast was now within 10 miles. Lin Fan, not daring to be careless, set up a concealment formation and entered his Qingkuan ring to observe the status of the overlord-level beast. Upon inspecting the overlord-level gray bear, he noticed that it was becoming increasingly agitated due to the absence of its subordinates. It seemed intent on searching for them, moving closer to Lin Fan's hiding spot. The sound of heavy footsteps, accompanied by furious roars, sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. So this is an overlord-level beast. Indeed ferocious. Its body is several times larger than that of a king-level beast, weighing no less than 2,000 pounds. Lin Fan contemplated how to defeat it. This time, he planned to utilize the Golden Pavilion as well. If he couldn't overpower it, he could retreat inside to wear down its stamina before engaging. As the beast moved further away, Lin Fan dismissed the formation and summoned the Golden Pavilion. Upon entering, he stored all the items in the hall within his Qingkuan ring, leaving behind only a grass mat. The gray bear, sensing something unusual behind it, swiftly turned back and was enraged upon spotting the resplendent golden palace. "Who dares to build a dwelling in my territory? I'll smash you to pieces," it roared, delivering powerful blows against the Golden Pavilion. The weight of the pavilion, forged entirely of gold, proved resilient. After several intense strikes from the gray bear, the exterior remained unscathed. Lin Fan, relieved that no vibrations were felt within the hall, decided to meditate and cultivate. After the gray bear pounded away for several dozen blows, it grew weary and contemplated resting before devising a new strategy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan drew forth the slashing immortal sword and dashed out. He attacked the bear, which, noticing the tiny figure of Lin Fan, underestimated him and attempted to swat him away with a casual paw. However, Lin Fan pierced its paw with the slashing immortal sword, causing the bear to howl in pain and enter a frenzied state. Although the overlord-level gray bear possessed tremendous strength, its agility was significantly lacking. Lin Fan did not wish to confront it head-on. Instead, he opted for a strategy of evasion and ambush. Though the grizzly bear's body was as hard as steel, it found itself utterly defenseless before the sword of immortal slaying. Suffering multiple puncture wounds all over, After more than half an hour of fierce combat, Lin Fan was also quite fatigued. His fighting prowess significantly diminished. He swiftly executed a feint and retreated into the Golden Pavilion to recuperate by absorbing a premium spirit stone. Despite its numerous injuries, the grizzly bear remained formidable. Upon seeing Lin Fan take refuge, it too decided to retreat to its lair, intending to recover before confronting him again. Lin Fan, unwilling to let it escape, promptly emerged and launched a series of stealthy attacks, inciting the bear's fury. As the bear became increasingly agitated, Lin Fan retreated into the Golden Pavilion, allowing it to smash against the structure. After 3 rounds of this exhausting exchange, the bear was thoroughly worn out. By then, Lin Fan had nearly restored his strength and emerged to engage directly. After over 100 exchanges, he utilized the lightness technique and swung his sword towards the bear's head. The sword of Immortal slaying cleaved a deep gash, and the bear promptly succumbed. Lin Fan retrieved the demon core, which was a striking emerald green, radiating strands of spiritual energy. He hurriedly placed it into a jade box for safekeeping. 2 tasks required the bear's essence blood and hide, so Lin Fan stored the bear in his Chinkuan ring, instructing the ring spirit to decompose it. Once the decomposition was complete, Lin Fan collected the task materials into his waste token space, leaving the remainder in the Chinkuan ring. Rather than seek refuge, he decided to roast one of the bear's paws in the Chinkuan ring, reserving the other for his master to savor later. Chapter 40. Late Foundation Establishment. Having consumed half of the bear paw, Lin Fan felt quite full, his mouth overflowing with spiritual energy, even producing energy-laden burps. Feeling bloated, he sat down to circulate his cultivation technique. After an entire night of refining, Lin Fan had fully restored his strength. Exiting the Chinkuan ring, he discovered that the large pool of grizzly bear essence blood in the Golden Pavilion courtyard had vanished without a trace. Communicating with the Golden Pavilion model in his soul sea, he found that the essence blood had been absorbed, seemingly enhancing his soul power considerably. It turned out that the Golden Pavilion could accumulate soul power by absorbing the essence blood of demon beasts. This was a fortunate discovery, and henceforth, he would allow it to absorb such blood. Lin Fan retracted the Golden Pavilion and continued his quest for dominant-level demon beasts to gather materials. With the experience gained from his previous encounters, his strength had notably increased. After several days of diligent effort, he slayed 5 dominant-level demon beasts and 30 king-level demon beasts, thereby completing his tasks. The Golden Pavilion had absorbed a substantial amount of demon beast essence blood and soul power, becoming significantly sturdier than before, its exterior hue shifting from gold to a faint dark gold. Lin Fan's cultivation had also advanced to the late stage, and he felt on the verge of another breakthrough. Additionally, with the Golden Pavilion's absorption of a massive amount of soul power, his soul sea had been replenished, doubling in strength. Lin Fan spent 3 days and nights in the Chinkuan ring diligently cultivating, successfully breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. His soul sea expanded significantly, and he now maneuvered the Golden Pavilion with ease. According to the jade slip provided by the carefree old man, Lin Fan's soul sea was now comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, allowing him to attempt practicing soul attack techniques. There was also a jade slip for soul attack techniques, but the old man had only provided him with a basic technique to prevent him from being overwhelmed. Lin Fan found the practice effortless and quickly grasped the essentials. The remaining details would require time to master. Joining the sect had indeed proven to be a wise decision. Lin Fan organized the task materials, storing the remainder in the Chinkuan ring, and sought out Dehe, who was still hunting high-level demon beasts on the outskirts. Intending to take it with him, "Master, I feel that this place is highly conducive to my evolution and upgrading. May I stay here to cultivate?" Dehe expressed anxiously. "Indeed, that is also my intention. You may continue your cultivation here. I will visit you regularly. Next time, I will provide you with a temporary jade token. Should you encounter danger, simply shatter it to escape." Lin Fan removed the space ring from his finger, transferring some spirit stones to it, along with several thousand pounds of dominant beast meat and over 30 jars of spirit lake water. He severed its ownership, threading it through a piece of dominant level bull sinew and fastening it around Dehe's neck. "This space ring is now yours. Remember, do not venture too deep until you have become stronger." "Thank you, Master." Dehe felt Lin Fan's concern and reluctance, deeply touched. Lin Fan refrained from further chatter. shattering the Jade token to teleport back to the Sword Spirit Sect's Valley. Upon returning to the task pavilion to submit his materials, he was greeted by the same steward as before. The steward, merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, failed to notice Lin Fan's breakthrough to the late stage. Taking the waste token Lin Fan offered, the steward examined it and was immediately astonished. He had even wagered with others that Lin Fan would not complete his tasks. Each high-level task was worth 100,000 contribution points, and 12 tasks totaled 120,000 contribution points. This was truly unprecedented for the Sword Spirit Sect. Ah, I still have some demon beasts. Lin Fan was about to speak when the Grand Elder Ouyang Sun, having learned of Lin Fan's return through the task pavilion guards, swiftly arrived using the lightness technique. Haha, Elder Lin, it has been a long time. Oh, you have actually broken through to the late stage of Foundation establishment. You truly are a prodigy. Bringing you back this time is indeed a stroke of luck. The stewardess' jaw dropped at the Grand Elder's words. Hee, Grand Elder. You jest, I was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage before entering the secret realm for my tasks. After consuming some dominant-level beast meat and utilizing a considerable amount of spirit stones and treasures, I barely managed to break through to the late stage. Haha, you need not be modest. We are merely chatting. I too have cultivated my way here, though I did not possess your extraordinary talent. You need not remain humble. Hee, previously, I had no experience with demon beasts, so my progress was slightly faster. In the future, it will slow down considerably. Seeing that Ouyang Sun was genuinely happy for him, Lin Fan felt relieved and responded accordingly. Chapter 41. Soul Power Mastery. It seems that your journey through the secret realm has yielded tremendous rewards? Grand Elder Ouyang Sun said with a joyful tone. Indeed, Grand Elder, I have gained some modest rewards and insights, but there are still many things I do not understand and wish to learn more about. Lin Fan felt that his actions in the secret realm had been somewhat reckless and wanted to gather more information regarding demon beasts and cultivation. A young person who is neither anxious nor restless is commendable. As for information on demon beasts, the sect naturally possesses an abundance of it. You must have accumulated quite a few contribution points. You can explore the technique pavilion for substantial benefits. Some techniques can be exchanged for copies using contribution points. I shall do just that, Lin Fan replied, taking the waste token from the steward and hurriedly bidding farewell to the two. This young man is truly remarkable. The steward sighed in admiration, though not be deceived by his mixed spirit roots. Just look at his age, barely over 20, and one can see his extraordinary talent. As long as he has sufficient cultivation resources, we will soon find ourselves trailing behind him, Grand Elder Ouyang Sun remarked with a sense of marvel. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Lin Fan briskly arrived at the technique pavilion, presenting the Elder's waste token. Entry was free, but exchanging for technique jade slips required corresponding contribution points. He quickly located several relevant jade slips, paying over 300 contribution points, and the steward promptly copied the slips and handed them to Lin Fan. The technique pavilion had 3 floors. These miscellaneous jade slips were all on the first floor. Spells occupied the second, and techniques were on the third. One could exchange them for contribution points. The number of spells was scarce, and Lin Fan already possessed them, so he did not intend to exchange for more. The techniques were also not particularly suitable for him. After perusing for a while, he found nothing appropriate. At the last row of shelves, he discovered a jade slip covered in dust, emitting a faint dark glow. Stirring the golden pavilion to a frenzy. This must be a good item. Lin Fan gently brushed off the dust. As soon as he grasped the jade slip, he suddenly felt dizzy and found himself transported into a room several feet wide. Inside the room sat an old man with a white beard, meditating on a jade mat with closed eyes. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, the old man opened his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Fan before saying, "Young man, you have finally arrived. May I ask, Senior, have we met before?" Lin Fan inquired in astonishment. "You could say we know each other, or perhaps not, and I am Ouyang Bowen, the 5-yuan spirit lord." The old man replied enigmatically. Lin Fan was momentarily speechless, but noticing the absence of malice from the old man, he decided to listen further. "You have obtained my legacy treasure and also found the jade slip I left in the mortal realm. Thus, we are indeed fated. Time has passed too long, and my image is about to dissipate. Sit quickly. I shall impart my lifelong skills to you. I hope you can inherit my teachings and, in the future, pass them to my descendants and righteous individuals. Remember, better to have none than to have too many. The overwhelming pressure of the old man's soul compelled Lin Fan to sit obediently, as soon as he settled. A powerful surge of soul energy flowed into his soul sea, causing the Golden Pavilion to rapidly absorb it as well. Thankfully, with the Golden Pavilion's assistance, Lin Fan's life was safeguarded. Even so, he nearly fainted multiple times. Once the transmission of soul energy concluded, Lin Fan found himself expelled from the Jade Slip. The Jade Slip on the shelf instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Having absorbed a considerable amount of soul power, Lin Fan needed to refine it quickly. He hurriedly exited the Technique Pavilion, employing the lightness technique to return swiftly to his loft, where he began refining the energy. The loft was protected by advanced formations, ensuring safety and privacy. After 2 days and nights of meditation and cultivation, Lin Fan barely managed to refine the immense soul power imparted by the old man. His soul sea expanded threefold, and according to the information transmitted by the old man, his soul power had now reached the Mastery Realm. Chapter 42. The Sovereign's Feast. Lin Fan meticulously perused all the information transmitted by the Elder, only to discover that the Golden Pavilion was indeed the Elder's treasure. In a wonder, it was capable of uncovering the extraordinary Jade Slips. Without the Golden Pavilion, no one could have opened the Jade Slips, let alone obtain the techniques contained within. The Elder was a 5-yuan divine monarch, known as Ouyang Bowen, an ancestor of Ouyang Zhenhua. The Sword Spirit sect was gradually established by his descendants after he ascended to immortality. However, after a millennium had passed, no one had managed to unlock these Jade Slips, which is why they lay forgotten in a corner of the Technique Pavilion, undiscovered until now. The 5-yuan divine monarch specialized in the soul, excelling in soul attacks and the manipulation of others. Before attaining enlightenment, he left behind a self-created technique known as soul refinement. Blessed with extraordinary talent and aided by the Golden Pavilion, Lin Fan immersed himself in study for an entire night, entering a state of focused concentration. However, the process of refining the soul proved to be incredibly taxing. The essence of soul refinement lay in condensing soul power, gradually compressing the soul force from the sea of souls bit by bit. This meant that after solidifying a soul sea of the same size, Lin Fan's would be twice as powerful as that of others. The more times one solidified it, the more formidable it became. Yet, this technique was remarkably demanding, and the pain involved in the refining process was immense. Without a powerful mindset and willpower, one could not hope to complete the training. Once the soul grew stronger, soul attacks would naturally become more potent, and the pressure of the soul could easily incapacitate others. As Lin Fan contemplated and delved into his studies, he noticed the Grand Elder pacing outside the courtyard door. Prompting him to rise and open the door in welcome, it turned out that the Grand Elder had arrived. "Please, come inside," Lin Fan exclaimed. You may seek forgiveness another day. Today, the Sovereign has prepared a feast for you." The Sovereign had sent messages several times via his waste token, and since you had not responded, I took it upon myself to come find you. Indeed, I am sorry for troubling you, Grand Elder. I was so engrossed in my training that I failed to notice. The two swiftly made their way to the main hall of the peak, where over 20 tables had been set up, estimating a gathering of 100 or 200 individuals. These were the prominent figures and direct disciples of the Sword Spirit sect. Ha ha, everyone, welcome. This is the Elder Lin whom I wish to introduce to you all. He is now a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the Sovereign, Ouyang Zhenhua, joyfully proclaimed. The crowd's astonished gaze turned in unison toward Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan's first time encountering such a grand assembly. But thanks to his strong soul, he was not intimidated by the overwhelming scene. Steadying his mind, he addressed the assembly. I beg forgiveness from the Sovereign and all esteemed friends. I was absorbed in my training and did not see the messages. No offense taken. After all, there is no crime in cultivation. The Sovereign replied, Yes, you can all see. Do not let Elder Lin's youth deceive you. He is indeed a formidable practitioner. Even I have only met him twice. Greetings, I am Lin Fan. It is an honor to meet all esteemed seniors and fellow friends. Lin Fan bowed respectfully. Witnessing Lin Fan's gesture, the crowd rose in kind, each returning the gesture with a bow. Lin Fan was seated at the main table, in the position beside the Grand Elder. The gathering commenced, and although the food and drink were somewhat ordinary, they were still a delicacy not easily found in the common world. To leave a good impression, Lin Fan presented the carcass of a formidable bull he had hunted. a bull monarch. Elder Lin is truly generous. The sovereign promptly instructed his subordinates to take it to the kitchen for preparation. Within half an hour, the dish was ready, with the bones utilized to create a rich bone broth, served in over 20 bowls. Everyone eagerly dug in, relishing the meal that even the elders rarely had the chance to enjoy. And thus, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Delicious. This broth is exquisite, exclaimed one. Elder Lin is truly magnanimous to treat us to the meat of a monarch-level beast. Indeed, Elder Lin is discerning. Lin Fan garnered a plethora of goodwill from those present. Their impressions of him remarkably positive. In truth, Lin Fan could have revealed to the sovereign that he was the disciple of the 5 Yuan divine monarch, Ouyang Bowen, the ancestor of the Ouyang family. However, Lin Fan had his own aspirations. He simply wished to focus on his cultivation, for his master awaited him in the heavens. Ah, how peculiar that sentiment sounds! Lin Fan raised his cup in toast to the sovereign, then to the Grand Elder, proceeding in such manner around the table, thoroughly enjoying the revelry. Naturally, disciples approached to toast him as well, and seeing their sincerity, he could not bring himself to refuse, resulting in him consuming quite a bit of wine. Chapter 43. The journey. Upon returning to his loft on the side peak, Lin Fan refrained from employing spiritual power to expel a drop of wine and collapsed into sleep. He slumbered until dawn, awakening refreshed and feeling more mature than before. This marked Lin Fan's first experience of intoxication. His master had been correct. One must indeed experience the myriad facets of humanity to gain profound insights. Now that his cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, he was on the verge of attaining the golden core stage. Yet the Jin Yuan Dan to aid his breakthrough had yet to materialize. Little did he know that the carefree old man had originally planned to present him with the Jin Yuan Dan 3 years hence, unaware that Lin Fan's progression was so rapid. Lin Fan also examined the jade slips concerning elixirs. Although he possessed the ability to manipulate fire, he was utterly ignorant of alchemy. Without guidance, it proved to be quite a challenge. He inquired about the sovereign, who had procured his elixirs at high prices from the market. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to once again venture to Penglai Island in hopes of fortune. After informing the sovereign and the Grand Elder, he set off for Penglai Island. Armed with a map of jade slips exchanged for in the Technique Pavilion, he affixed it to his forehead and the directions materialized in his mind, making it easy to navigate. After 3 days of travel, he arrived at Penglai Island, descending on his celestial sword. The place had changed little since his last visit over a year ago. He rented a room at the original inn, paying 500 low-grade spirit stones for a month, a sum that was trivial for Lin Fan. His days were spent wandering the market, while nights were devoted to meditation and cultivation. A month passed swiftly, yet there was still no word regarding the Jin Yuan Dan, and he had also paid for another month's rent. On the 45th day, news reached him that the market would be hosting a grand auction. To attract attendees, a Jin Yuan Dan would be up for bid, scheduled to commence in 10 days. Naturally, Lin Fan was elated. In order to secure his bid, he learned that he would need approximately 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. With over 20,000 in his possession, he should be sufficiently prepared. Such an exorbitant price for a single elixir. If it were to rise further, it would surely require top-grade spirit stones, a burden that none could bear. It seemed he would need to delve into alchemy upon his return. He had previously purchased an alchemy furnace that remained unused. In the following days, Lin Fan dedicated himself to the study of alchemy, spending over 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones to acquire several recipes. After several days of research, he found low-level elixirs to be plentiful and affordable, with a single medium-grade spirit stone purchasing a considerable quantity. Most herbs were available in the fields, though high-grade ones were scarce, and those sold outside were exorbitantly priced, typically starting in the thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan held onto his spirit stones for the auction of the Jin Yuan Dan, refraining from unnecessary expenditures. After successfully refining a few batches, he managed to produce 2 successful elixirs, which, though modest, were commendable for a novice. In the subsequent days, he refined over 50 more batches, mastering the techniques and accumulating substantial experience. With his soul C now exceptionally robust, even nascent soul cultivators would find it challenging to contend with him. Refining low-level elixirs became a trivial endeavor, and he forewent meditative recovery, spending his days refining elixirs and his nights in cultivation. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed, and he made his way to the market early to await the auction. To his surprise, not only would the Jin Yuan Dan be available, but also the nascent Soul Dan. Regrettably, the starting bid was set at a staggering 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a formidable sum indeed. Once I master this, will I not strike it rich? After paying 100 low-grade spirit stones as an entry fee. The auction commenced punctually, beginning with various magical artifacts and techniques. Lin Fan, possessing his own artifacts and techniques, had no desire to delve into unnecessary acquisitions. He preferred to concentrate on his cultivation. Eventually, a premium formation plate was presented. Quite impressive, yet the prices soared, and he opted not to bid. Chapter 44. The high-grade Jin Yuan Dan. After half a day's auction, the Jin Yuan Dan finally made its appearance. To ensure absolute secrecy, Lin Fan donned a bronze mask that concealed most of his face, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Attention, esteemed friends. The Jin Yuan Dan, a boon for late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, is now up for bid. It increases the success rate by 50%, with a starting price of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please bid with enthusiasm. I bid 3,000. An additional 500. I bid 5,000. Upon hearing the immediate bid of 5,000 spirit stones, Lin Fan, infuriated, shouted, I raise it by 1,000. The individual responded, I raise it by another 1,000. Lin Fan retorted, I raise it by 3,000. The individual fell silent, and the auctioneer quickly declared, congratulations to this esteemed friend. The bid of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is successful. Wow, this individual is truly wealthy, having spent double the price. The bidder competing with Lin Fan now had his eyes fixed on him. Lin Fan, with his powerful soul, had long sensed the other's intent. The competitor was also a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, evidently on the verge of a breakthrough. The other's gaze radiated malice, which Lin Fan found repugnant, prompting him to confront the individual directly. After paying the spirit stones and receiving the elixir, Lin Fan exited the auction hall. Noticing that the individual was following him, he feigned ignorance and quickly summoned his flying sword to depart. The man, experienced and cautious, brought along 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators for assurance. Lin Fan deliberately slowed his flight, waiting for them to catch up. You ignorant fool, halt! How dare you snatch the sect master's Jin Yuan Dan? Prepare to taste my blade. Ha! The highest bidder claims it. There is no such thing as snatching. I harbor no intent to kill. You should depart swiftly. Ah, you truly overestimate yourself. Let me be frank. Today marks your demise. Brothers, together we shall eliminate him. Lin Fan merely sought to offer them a chance. Their refusal aligned perfectly with his own desires. He drew forth his slaying immortal sword, channeling his spiritual power to empower it. Upon witnessing the extraordinary sword in Lin Fan's grasp, the others were inevitably consumed by greed, eagerly beckoning him over. Lin Fan, unfazed, unleashed his soul suppression technique, causing the 3 to momentarily freeze in astonishment, before executing a series of 3 swift movements from the carefree sword technique. With a swift thrust, the 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators suffered a direct eye-piercing blow, while the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was grievously wounded and collapsed to the ground. Spare me, great immortal! Lin Fan found their pitiful expressions exceedingly distasteful. You should not have harbored greed. Without hesitation, he pierced the heart of his adversary with his sword. He collected their storage bags, a storage ring, and their weapons. Their corpses were stored away in the golden pavilion, hoping to extract some residual soul power. Summoning his flying sword, he returned to the inn, set up a barrier formation, and entered the Qingquan ring to inspect the 2 storage bags. Within, he discovered 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 4 middle-grade weapons, with little else of value, which he discarded into the miscellaneous storage. Upon opening the storage ring, Lin Fan was astonished. This space measured 100 feet in size and contained 58,000 low-grade spirit stones, 26,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 8,700 high-grade spirit stones, and a superb treasured blade. What a fine sword! Lin Fan held the blade in his hands, relishing it for a while before discovering an additional high-grade immortal sword. 2 high-grade treasured blades, several low-grade formation plates, and over 100 jade slips containing various techniques and spells. There were also over 100,000 taels of gold and a large assortment of withered herbs. though several fresh ones were preserved in jade boxes, which he promptly planted in his medicinal field, watering them with lake water, hoping they would survive. Seemed this fellow truly was a sect master. He stored all weapons, spirit stones, and gold in the basement, while the miscellaneous items were also placed in the storage room, as they might prove useful in the future. With no space left, he excavated a larger underground chamber for storage. Chapter 45. High-quality spirit-level treasured blade. The treasured blade was now unclaimed, and Lin Fan began to refine it with his spiritual power. As the refinement progressed, he felt a faint connection to the blade. Yet it was still somewhat unwieldy. It appeared he would need to gradually familiarize himself with it to wield it adeptly. This blade was named the Autumn Fish Blade, and Lin Fan found himself enamored with it. He retrieved a jade slip containing the sword technique and discovered it was indeed a premium sword technique. This sect master possessed considerable prowess. After studying it, he realized that practicing with a blade was entirely different from practicing with a sword. Swords were nimble and swift, while blades emphasized strength and stability. Lin Fan relished the bold and dynamic moves of the blade techniques and decided to learn them, wishing to experience a different method of cultivation. After spending 2 days in the Qinghuan ring practicing the blade technique and gaining some insights, he emerged and dismantled the formation. He planned to visit the market again, primarily to purchase formation plates, as the low-grade ones he had acquired were somewhat lacking. This time, he sought only high-grade formation plates, purchasing one each of the isolation and defense formations for 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. The expenditure felt worthwhile after refining the spirit stones, as these plates could be controlled and arranged with thought, proving twice as powerful as their low-grade counterparts. The isolation formation could shield against inquiries from nascent soul cultivators, while the defense formation would withstand full-force attacks from golden core cultivators, which was quite commendable. As for the low-grade formations from that sect master, they were stored in his badge for safekeeping. With the spacious storage ring refined and worn on his hand as a secondary badge, Lin Fan returned to the shop where he had previously purchased formation plates and spotted an ancient-looking alchemical furnace. Albeit with a small chip on the lid's rim, this is a treasure. I must buy it quickly. The spirit within the ring exclaimed excitedly. Oh, if you say so, then I shall purchase it. Lin Fan naturally trusted the discerning abilities of the ring's spirit. Greetings, shopkeeper. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised that the shopkeeper remembered him. How much for this alchemical furnace? Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a prized furnace. As a loyal customer, I'll let you have it for 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. That seems a bit steep considering it's damaged. I merely thought it looked nice and wanted it as a decorative piece. The shopkeeper had acquired the alchemical furnace for less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from a desperate Foundation establishment cultivator who had urgently needed spirit stones for a breakthrough. Well, what price do you propose? At most, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Very well, since it has found a worthy owner, I shall sell it to you. The shopkeeper was delighted with his profit of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Did I say too much? My tongue seems to be quite reckless. Since the ring spirit deemed it a treasure, Lin Fan saw no issue in spending some spirit stones. After paying for the furnace, he inquired with the shopkeeper about high-value herb seeds or saplings. The shopkeeper pointed him to a few other shops. Lin Fan visited these shops but found no saplings. However, he did manage to acquire over 30 types of seeds, spending 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones on the high-priced medicinal herb seeds, which made him wince at the cost. Since reaching late Foundation establishment, everything required high-grade spirit stones, which was becoming quite burdensome. He had only 6,000 high-grade spirit stones left, 830 premium stones, but still had several tens of thousands of middle and low-grade stones. Returning to the inn, Lin Fan noted that he had 3 days left on his room, which he intended not to waste. He set up the shielding and defense formations before entering the Qinghuan ring to study the alchemical furnace. Chapter 46. Returning to the sect. Little spirit, you claim it's a treasure, yet it is damaged, Lin Fan questioned. Master, I merely sense that it contains immense spiritual power within. Beyond that, I cannot say, the ring's spirit replied innocently. But I feel no trace of spiritual power whatsoever. That, I do not know. Lin Fan was left speechless. He sat down to begin refining the furnace and discovered it absorbed spiritual power incessantly, much like the slaying Immortal sword. Whenever he infused it with spiritual power, it seemed to absorb endlessly. He refined it into the night. having fed it over 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones, yet it continued to draw in more. Exhausted and hungry, Lin Fan decided to ignore it for the moment. Retrieving nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones from storage and burying them to nurture the furnace, he then went for a swim in the lake, catching 10 or so lively fish, which he grilled upon returning to shore. They were surprisingly delicious, even better than the meat he had previously consumed, and they contained a hint of spiritual energy. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Fan returned to his loft to meditate and cultivate. Going without sleep for an entire night while absorbing and refining over 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, as dawn broke, he gazed upon the medicinal field brimming with spiritual energy and recalled the seeds he had purchased. He quickly commanded Little Spirit to clear a new section of the field to plant them all. Upon reaching the alchemical furnace, he discovered that more than half the spirit stones had been absorbed. "What happened, Master? All those spirit stones were consumed by the furnace last night," the ring spirit explained promptly. Lin Fan examined the furnace closely, but found nothing particularly unusual. He infused it with more spiritual power. Yet it showed no signs of absorption. It seemed to be fully satiated. But why wouldn't it acknowledge him as its master? Perhaps he should take it back and consult the sect leader. They might have a solution. Lin Fan stored away the remaining 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and exited the Chinkuan ring. After settling his accounts, he ventured outside the island, summoning his immortal sword to head towards the sect. Along the way, he stopped at a small island to rest and collect some seawater and fish. With his expanded storage space, he decided to increase the size of the lake and gather some rocks and sand to create a beach. Lin Fan traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping intermittently, and returned to the Sword Spirit sect after 5 days. However, the atmosphere within the sect felt rather bleak. He inquired of a passing 8th-level Qi refining disciple. "Brother, has something happened within the sect?" "Indeed, Elder Lin. Just the day before, a direct disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect came to challenge us, and several of our direct disciples were defeated, leaving everyone in low spirits." "Ah, I see." Upon returning to his loft, everything remained unchanged. He sent a message to the sect leader and the Grand Elder, informing them of his return. In truth, the sect leader was already aware, as the gatekeeper disciple had reported his arrival. The sect leader summoned him to the main hall for a discussion, and Lin Fan did not delay, promptly making his way to the Grand Hall at the main peak. The guards greeted him respectfully as he entered. Upon seeing the Grand Elder and 22 other elders present, he respectfully greeted the sect leader and the elders. "There's no need for formalities. It's fortuitous that you've returned. Let's convene a meeting. Please take your seat." The sect leader said with a grave expression. "Yes." Lin Fan seated himself at the end of the table. "Recently, there have been rumors circulating outside that our Sword Spirit sect lacks capable individuals, causing our disciples to lose focus in their cultivation. What suggestions do you all have to quell this unrest?" The sect leader expressed his concerns. Chapter 47. The sect's treasure vault. The Grand Elder was the first to speak. "Our Sword Spirit sect has always adhered to the teachings of our ancestors, to aid the weak and uphold justice. Unfortunately, there are always a few sects targeting us, attempting to expel us from the ranks of the 10 great sects. As a result, rumors are being spread to tarnish our reputation, especially the Heavenly Sword sect. Ever since their sect leader's son was thwarted by our disciples while attempting to abduct a maiden, they have been at odds with us for years." The discussion continued, with everyone contributing their thoughts. Yet no concrete solutions emerged. "Elder Lin, do you have any good ideas?" the sect leader asked, noticing Lin Fan's silence. The sect leader, "I have no particular plan. I simply believe that we should meet force with force and block water with earth." Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan spoke directly, saying, "Well, it seems we have no other choice. Elders, upon returning, please make an effort to guide your disciples as much as possible. Now, let us discuss the upcoming sect competition that will take place in 6 months. This time, the 10 sects will each select 10 participants to compete for their rankings. The first place practitioner will be rewarded with a supreme golden yuan pill from the Pill Pavilion, boasting a remarkable 90% success rate for breakthroughs, a truly generous offer. The second place will receive a high-grade golden yuan pill, while the third will get a low-grade one, with all expenses shared equally among the 10 sections. Our sect has consistently ranked 6th, and this year should pose no significant issues. It is unfortunate, however, that we will not be able to obtain either the supreme or high-grade golden yuan pill. This year, a talented disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect challenged that individual just the day before. And with the likes of Yun Hai from the Sword Control sect and Lu Yudi from the Lingyin sect, both formidable foundational practitioners, it seems the supreme golden yuan pill may be beyond our reach. Ouyang Jinhua expressed his regret, saying, "Oh no, sect leader, do you think I can participate?" Upon hearing about the supreme golden yuan pill and its impressive success rate, Lin Fan's eyes immediately gleamed with desire. How could one possibly miss such an extraordinary elixir? Of course you can, but the challenges ahead are formidable. Ouyang Jinhua secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Aha, this kid has finally taken the bait. If all goes well, we might even improve our ranking." Rest assured, sect leader, I will give it my all. However, I do have a minor issue that requires resolution. Lin Fan noticed the subtle smirk on the lips of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Realizing he had stepped into a trap. No, he thought, I must secure some benefits first. Elder Lin, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to voice them. The sect leader, fearing Lin Fan might backtrack, urged him on. I am in need of a fine weapon. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to compete with them. Lin Fan lamented. Do not fret. The sect will provide you with a suitable weapon. Grand Elder, please escort Elder Lin to the sect's treasury so he may select an appropriate weapon. Sect leader Ouyang Jinhua tossed a waist token to Ouyang Sun, saying, at your command. Come along, Elder Lin. The Grand Elder replied with a knowing smile. Then I shall trouble you, Grand Elder. The two promptly made their way to the peak of the main mountain, where the treasury's powerful formations and restrictions stood. It did not seem to be the handiwork of the sect leader. Lin Fan felt a twinge of familiarity, observing the ancient structure of the treasury and the sword pool before the cave. Lin Fan surmised that this must have been the work of his late master. If his instincts were correct, this would be the location of his master's cultivation, thereby explaining the establishment of the Sword Spirit sect here. Upon entering the treasury, they beheld numerous treasures displayed on rows of wooden racks. Elder Lin, this is our sect's treasury. Choose whatever you desire. In truth, Lin Fan wished to avoid exposing the Zhanxian sword in front of a large audience, fearing that it might attract unwanted attention. At that moment, the spirit of the ring spoke. Master, not far outside, there are treasures in the sword pool. That's so? Grand Elder, may I first take a look at the sword pool? Lin Fan inquired. You may, but you can only stand 100 meters away. The sword energy there can be quite chaotic, so exercise caution, the Grand Elder warned, and no problem. It turned out that the sword pool was protected by a separate isolation formation. Lin Fan approached directly, and to his surprise, the formation did not obstruct his steps, nor did it react. The Grand Elder was left astounded. What is happening? Has the formation malfunctioned? He hastily followed Lin Fan, only to be repelled by the formation. It's not malfunctioning. This is truly strange, and no one has entered for thousands of years. Yet this young man does so unscathed. The Grand Elder quickly sent a message to sect leader Ouyang Jinhua, urging him to come at once. In truth, Lin Fan had released a hint of his soul power, prompting the sword spirit to sense the slightest trace of its master's aura, thus allowing him entry. The ancestral teachings awaited a fated individual, and it appeared that Elder Lin was that destined person. When sect leader Ouyang Jinhua arrived, he too was astonished by the sight before him. As Lin Fan approached the sword pool, it stirred restlessly, and suddenly, a spirit-like entity emerged from the mist. Are you the master's disciple? The sword spirit inquired. Lin Fan calmly assessed the sword spirit and replied, Indeed, I am. Alas, your strength is terribly lacking. You have yet to reach the great ascension stage. It is truly lamentable that my supreme holy sword has fallen to such a state. The sword spirit lamented. Lin Fan, feeling insulted by its disdain, promptly summoned the Zhanxian sword, unleashing its celestial pressure. What sword is this? The sword spirit stammered, shaken by the overwhelming force. Humph, this sword is called the Zhanxian sword. Ponder its significance. Lin Fan declared, the Zhanxian sword. It can slay immortals. Oh my, I bow to you, master. The sword spirit, overwhelmed with excitement, acknowledged Lin Fan as its master. Had it been this way from the start, it would have saved us much trouble. Lin Fan thought as the sword spirit summoned the essence of the sword pool, the supreme holy sword, which now floated before Lin Fan. Lin Fan infused it with spiritual energy and a drop of his blood, and the sword spirit readily absorbed it in no time. It had successfully recognized him as its master. I bow to you, master. I wish to accompany you in conquering the world and achieving immortality. The sword spirit professed reverently, kneeling in mid-air. Excellent. From this moment on, we are inseparable. Now, tell me, what other fine swords do you possess, Master? I am the finest sword there is, the others are but my subordinates. Those supreme swords are at your disposal. Bring them forth, Lin Fan requested, not out of greed, but merely out of curiosity. He felt a pang of guilt for taking the sword spirit sect's treasured sword. The sword spirit summoned forth a dozen supreme swords, arrayed before Lin Fan. Quite impressive. Now, remove the formation here so that the sect leader and grand elder may enter. As you wish, Master. When Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Sun witnessed the sudden disappearance of the formation, they were taken aback. Sect leader, grand elder, please come in, Lin Fan called back. The two were astonished, and Lin Fan instructed, sword spirit, explain the situation. Yes, Master. The sword spirit recounted the events, leaving Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Sun stunned, and they immediately knelt in reverence. We pay our respects, ancestor. Ha ha. There is no need for such formality, my dear sect leader and grand elder. You may continue to address me as before, but remember, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. Although I have taken the supreme holy sword, I will ensure to seek out another extraordinary treasure to safeguard the sword spirit sect in the future. Rest assured, ancestor. Ouyang Jinhua and the grand elder bowed deeply. Here are 13 supreme swords. Take them for your use. Thank you, ancestor, for the swords. Now, I had not intended to disclose this matter, but given the circumstances, I will. My master, Ouyang Bowen, has successfully transcended and become an immortal, and I am his only disciple in the mortal realm. However, my current strength is insufficient, so please do not spread this information. Once I have achieved a certain level of cultivation, we will discuss it further. Disciples will follow the ancestors' directives without question. Ouyang Jinhua and the grand elder responded respectfully. Yes, for the outside world, I am still Elder Lin. Hope you both will not mistake this. Understood, ancestor. Now that I have obtained the swords, I shall return to seclusion for my cultivation. We shall meet again in 6 months. Lin Fan felt the weight of responsibility upon him. With the sword manual of the 5 elemental deity, he was now a direct disciple and must cultivate diligently. Upon returning to the pavilion on the side peak, he called out to the sword spirit, please transmit the sword techniques my master left for me. Of course, mastered. In an instant, Lin Fan's mind was flooded with the intricacies of the infinite sword technique, a style where one move surpasses the absence of moves. Ah, so it is but a single move? Lin Fan mused. Not merely one move. As you humans would say, it is the unity of man and sword, countering moves with moves, leveraging strength against strength. The sword spirit patiently elaborated. Lin Fan meditated on a cushion throughout the night. Realizing that this sword technique demanded extensive practical experience, only through combat could its true essence be grasped. The next day, he sought out the Grand Elder for a sparring session. Both were at the late foundational stage, yet the Grand Elder proved to be no match for Lin Fan. Thus, Lin Fan summoned sect leader Ouyang Jinhua for a spar. The latter, at the late Golden Core stage, was indeed formidable. The two fought to a near standstill, with Ouyang Jinhua clearly holding back some of his strength. After several days of practice, Lin Fan began to gain new insights into the infinite sword technique. Sect leader, do not hold back. Unleash your full strength. Yes, ancestor. Ouyang Jinhua complied, launching a full-force attack. Lin Fan refrained from employing the Xiaoyao sword technique, as his current strength was insufficient to wield its full might. Instead, he responded with the infinite sword technique. Lin Fan received a minor wound, a scratch on his arm from a sword strike. Ouyang Jinhua hurried over to check. Are you all right? It's nothing. Let us continue. The two trained for over a month, and Lin Fan's understanding of the infinite sword technique deepened considerably. Haha, so it is that simple. If I can achieve the unity of man and sword, I will not fall short of the Xiaoyao sword technique. In recent sparring sessions, Ouyang Jinhua had begun to falter, unaware that if Lin Fan had utilized the Xiaoyao sword technique from the outset, they would have fought to a draw immediately. Indeed, ancestor, your talent is unparalleled. In less than 2 months, you have already surpassed me, Ouyang Jinhua remarked in astonishment. Ah, your strength is not to be underestimated either. The infinite sword technique is a technique of your Ouyang family. Since you have managed the family well, I shall pass it on to you, Lin Fan decided, recognizing Ouyang Jinhua's admirable character. the disciple humbly expresses gratitude for the profound kindness of the master. Ouyang Jinhua, overwhelmed with emotion, kneels to show his appreciation. Alas, do not say such things. I cannot accept the title of your master, for I am but a novice myself. Consider it merely a family heirloom sword technique passed down through your ancestors. Indeed, I am deeply grateful for the teachings of my esteemed granduncle. I shall not disappoint the expectations of all and will strive to elevate our sword spirit sect. For 3 consecutive months, the two devoted half a day each day to sparring, both making significant progress. During this time, the sect leader and the Grand Elder frequently enjoyed the barbecues prepared by Lin Fan, as the rich spiritual energy in the space rendered the food exceptionally delicious. The abundance of spiritual energy led Ouyang Jinhua and the Grand Elder to suspect that Lin Fan might be a reincarnated deity, fostering deep admiration within them. Chapter 50. The Cauldron of All Things in the Blink of an Eye. Half a year had passed, and the time for the grand competition of the 10 major sects was fast approaching. This event was a significant occasion in the cultivation world, taking place on the distant and ethereal Penglai Island. Ouyang Jinhua had already led Lin Fan and the other participants, along with 10 elder representatives, to the island 10 days in advance. The Grand Elder and the other 10 elders remained at the sect. The inns on the island were already overflowing with guests. Each of the 10 sects had their own establishments on the island, alleviating concerns about accommodation. The backyards of these sect establishments were reasonably spacious, measuring around 100 zhang, with 300 to 400 square meters. There were a total of 6 guest rooms, each capable of accommodating 4 individuals. For those unwilling to share a room, the courtyard was sufficiently spacious to pitch tents. This was already considered quite favorable. Some cultivators, unable to find lodging, resorted to setting up tents on the streets. The presence of elders from the 10 sects ensured order, so while minor thefts occasionally occurred, there was no significant danger. This time, Lin Fan was leading the team alongside 3 younger elders in the late foundation establishment stage, accompanied by 6 direct disciples. The participants were categorized by age, allowing any sect member under 30 to compete. Although there remained half a month before the competition, the island was already bustling with activity. The marketplace was alive with trade, as everyone sought to explore and find valuable items. Ouyang Jinhua planned to take everyone to the marketplace for some shopping, and Lin Fan was eager to join. Not being well acquainted with them, Lin Fan opted not to share a room. Instead, he set up a tent in a dry and secluded spot in the courtyard. Remembering the damaged alchemical furnace he had acquired, he decided to dispose of it affordably while he was here and buy a new one later. Thus, he retrieved it from his Chinkuan ring, intending to transfer it to his waist token to avoid revealing the Chinkuan ring. Upon taking it out, he felt a strange familiarity. A closer look revealed that it had indeed been restored. Lin Fan hurriedly checked the items in his space and found that 2 mid-grade immortal swords and several inferior formation plates were missing. Astonishingly, it seemed the furnace could autonomously repair itself by absorbing treasures. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, this was due to the vast spiritual energy he had infused, which activated the furnace and endowed it with self-repairing capabilities. This ancient furnace, known as the Cauldron of All Things, had the capability to refine all substances. Lin Elder, the sect leader, has asked me to inform you that we are heading to the marketplace, a direct disciple respectfully announced. Hearing the disciple's call, Lin Fan quickly stored the Cauldron of All Things back in his Chinkuan ring. I am coming. The group resided on a street lined with shops, and it was only a short walk of a few hundred meters to the Penglai Pavilion marketplace. The marketplace was bustling with activity, and Ouyang Jinhua frequently greeted familiar faces from various sections. Lord Su, it has been a long time. Ouyang Jinhua greeted warmly. So it's Lord Ouyang. What a pleasure. Sue responded joyfully. The two then found a place to sit and converse. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the others were free to explore. With the Cauldron of All Things in his possession, Lin Fan no longer needed to purchase another alchemical furnace. So he wandered about leisurely, wondering if Yanran had arrived. Lin Fan took out his waist token to send a message to Su Yanran, and shortly thereafter, he received a reply. I have arrived. Where are you? I am here in the marketplace. Before long, Su Yanran arrived with a group of senior and junior sisters. Chapter 51. A reunion of spouses. Lin Fan. I am over here, Su Yanran called out loudly. Yanran, you're here. Let me see if you've lost weight. Lin Fan exclaimed joyfully as he approached. Oh, you? Don't you know where this is? How shameless of you. Su Yanran replied, her face flushed. Hee hee, It's been so long since I last saw you. I missed you. Lin Fan leaned closer to Su Yinran, noticing the giggles from the other girls and quickly explained, "Please don't say that. These beauties are my senior and junior sisters. We wouldn't want them to mock us. Greetings to my senior sisters and junior sisters. Ah, indeed. Each one is as beautiful as a flower. I am quite dizzy just looking at you all. Haha, Yinran. This is your husband. He appears quite dashing, though somewhat silver-tongued." The eldest sister, Imo Ning, said with a giggle, "Thank you for the compliment, eldest sister. You two are aptly named, truly a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. How did you know I was the eldest sister since we never met?" Imo Ning asked, astonished. "Haha, it is naturally due to your noble and extraordinary demeanor. Furthermore, your cultivation level is unmistakable. Indeed, as Yinran had said, men are all the same. They seem honest and kind yet harbor a belly full of mischief." Imo Ning, being so focused on cultivation, was unaware of the complexities of romantic matters, hence her remarks. "Eldest sister, you have wronged me. You are indeed beautiful. I cannot lie. You should be quiet. You've embarrassed me completely," Su Yinran said, full of disdain. "Haha, second sister, you truly have great taste in finding such a fitting husband. Indeed, I do prefer men like my second brother-in-law." The junior sisters all seemed to have fallen into a state of infatuation, showering Lin Fan with praises and playful teasing. "All right, we delivered you safely. You two have not seen each other for a long time. There must be much to discuss. Let us not intrude any longer. We should give this couple some space," the eldest sister, Imo Ning, said as she led the other girls away to shop. As soon as Lin Fan saw the girls move away, he hurriedly took Su Yinran's hand and ran toward the beach. Finding a secluded spot, they entered the Qinkuan ring for some intimate moments. "Yinran, I have missed you dearly," Lin Fan said, embracing Su Yinran with deep affection. "Humph, you big rogue. You missed me, huh?" The two spent 2 hours in their private quarters, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Afterward, they shared updates about their circumstances and cultivation progress. "Wow, you've reached the golden core stage. No wonder I couldn't see through you," Lin Fan remarked in astonishment. "Well, of course, I have reached the late foundation establishment stage. Could I possibly remain stagnant?" Through their waste tokens, Su Yinran was already aware of Lin Fan joining the Sword Spirit sect. Lin Fan also shared his experience of receiving the true teachings from Ouyang Bowen, the 5-elemental divine monarch, relaying to her the methods for refining the primordial spirit and the free and easy sword technique, encouraging her to take her time with the cultivation. Su Yinran was Lin Fan's legitimate wife. Sharing this knowledge was not against sect rules. After spending considerable time in the space, they exited the Qinkuan ring. Su Yinran messaged her eldest sister, wishing to stay with Lin Fan for a few days. Naturally, Imo Ning agreed. Lin Fan also asked Yinran to inform her eldest sister of his current address, so it would be easy for her to find him if needed. Su Yinran's master, the flower fairy Imo Lan, had also arrived early but had been quietly cultivating in her residence, refraining from interruption. "Yinran, is your eldest sister the daughter of your master?" How did you know?" "Silly, they share the same surname." "So I guessed. You have quite the clever mind. The eldest sister is indeed my master's daughter." "What of it? You're not falling for my eldest sister, are you?" Su Yinran said, jealousy evident in her expression. "Of course not. We were just chatting," Lin Fan replied, trying to reassure her. As they prepared to walk back to the sect residence, they encountered a group of sword-wielding cultivators flying down from the sky. "Hey, stop right there. Isn't that Su Shimi from the 100 Flowers sect? It's been too long. I've missed you dearly," said Ma Ming, the young master of the Divine Blade sect, with a lascivious grin. Chapter 52. The Exquisite Formation Plate Kid. "If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, or I might just have to be rude." Ma Ming glared at Lin Fan without reservation. "Oh? I'm quite curious to see how you intend to be rude." Lin Fan, infuriated by the disrespect shown towards his wife, felt a surge of murderous intent. "Look, everyone. We've encountered someone even more brazen than I. Capture them all. You, Ma, cease your arrogant declarations. If you continue to harass me, I will inform my master." Su Yinran threatened. "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. With no one around, what can you do to me?" Ma Ming scoffed arrogantly. "Humph, who dares to kill a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect?" The sect leader, Imo Lan, gracefully descended from the sky, her presence commanding attention. A formidable aura caused Ma Ming and his companions to hastily bow in greeting. He, esteemed Master Mo. I merely jested with Sister Su earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Humph. You would do well to keep your distance from them. Provoke me, and you shall surely regret it. Please take your time. I must go see my father now. Ma Ming remarked before leading his subordinates away in a flurry. Humph. Next time. Luck may not be on your side. As Lin Fan observed their retreat, he approached Immortal and knelt, bowing his head. Young Lin Fan pays his respects to the venerable master. So you are the husband of Yin Ran. Indeed, that is I. You show some understanding of etiquette. Rise at once. Immortal, the sect leader, gazed intensely at Lin Fan, speaking with profound significance. Master, what brings you here? Su Yinran hastily shifted the topic. I heard from your senior sister that you would be spending some time with this lad, so I thought I would come by after completing my alchemical endeavors. Immortal replied nonchalantly, I appreciate your concern. Master, I had intended for Yin Ran to bring me to visit you, but she mentioned your seclusion for alchemy, and thus I delayed. I hope you can forgive me. No need for such formalities among family. The reason I sent Yin Ran back to the sect was for your benefit. I hope you understand this, as your disciple. I certainly comprehend the difficulties of the cultivation path. One cannot indulge in romantic sentiments daily. Good. As long as you understand, I was unaware of your wedding while in seclusion and could not attend. Your master gifted Yin Ran a protective treasure. So I shall present you with a magical artifact. With a flick of her wrist, Immortal conjured a magical item for Lin Fan. I do not possess anything extravagant to offer you. But this is an exceptional concealment array plate. No cultivator below the transformation stage will be able to detect your presence. I trust it will prove useful. Thank you very much for your generous gift. Master, Lin Fan exclaimed, his heart racing at the thought of such a rare treasure. Though your cultivation may not yet match Yin Ran's, I hope you will be considerate of her in the future. Naturally, I shall cherish my own wife. Very well, enjoy your time together. Just return for the grand competition. Farewell, esteemed master. As the sect leader soared into the sky, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that her parting words sounded somewhat awkward coming from her. Lin Fan, can you please be serious? What do you mean by farewell, esteemed master? You must not say such things again. Fortunately, my master is in a good mood today. Otherwise, you would be in trouble, Su Yinran admonished. Did I say something wrong? Fine. I shall amend my ways next time. Chapter 53. The Great Aunt Yinran. Why does that Ma Ming always trouble you? It is because our sect is composed entirely of women, and the disciples of their sect are notorious for their lecherous and ruthless nature. They present a facade of righteousness while engaging in all sorts of underhanded deeds behind the scenes. Everyone fears them, Su Yinran replied bitterly. Lin Fan silently took note of this Ma Ming from the Divine Blade sect, vowing not to let them off easily should they cross paths again. I must warn you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards him. His father is not only the sect leader, but also the strongest cultivator of the Divine Blade sect. Although he has just broken through to the nascent soul stage, his strength is formidable, and even my master regards him with caution. That explains his arrogance. It appears he has a powerful father backing him. What is our master's current cultivation level? My master is currently at the mid-nascent soul stage. That explains why he is so wary of your master. We must diligently cultivate. Come, let us return to our training. Lin Fan took Su Yinran's hand and employed a lightness technique, swiftly returning to the backyard of the Sword Spirit sect shop. Ouyang Jinhua and the others had returned long ago and were worried about Lin Fan. Upon seeing him return with a woman, Ouyang Jinhua inquired, Elder Lin, where have you been? I naturally want to see my wife. This is my wife, Su Yinran, a disciple of the Hundred Flowers sect and also the apprentice of the sect leader O. Who would have thought that the devoted Elder Lin has found a partner? The elders teased, Haha, congratulations. Oh, you are all too kind. Once the grand competition is over, I shall treat you all to a feast, Lin Fan proclaimed grandly. Oh, that would be splendid. Indeed, Elder Lin, you certainly left us craving more last time. After exchanging pleasantries, the group engaged in light conversation before each retreated to their quarters for cultivation. Lin Fan and Su Yinran returned to his tent, where Lin Fan quickly refined the exceptional array plate. Just as he was about to set up the formation, he noticed Ouyang Jinhua approaching. If the sect leader has matters to discuss, please come in. I pay my respects to my great-uncle and great-aunt. Ouyang Jinhua knelt on one knee in reverence. Lin Fan glanced at Su Yinran, who understood and promptly said, "This is unnecessary. Please rise, sect leader Ouyang it is indeed necessary. I believe my great-uncle has informed my great-aunt of our relationship. So I shall not elaborate further. If you have any commands, I shall fulfill them with utmost dedication." Ouyang Jinhua vowed earnestly. Having a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect as a great-aunt is quite an advantage. "Jinhua, from now on, you shall address me as Elder Lin, and call Yin Ran Miss Su to avoid any awkwardness on her part. I shall comply with my great-uncle's wishes," Ouyang Jinhua replied respectfully. After exchanging a few more words, Ouyang Jinhua took his leave. Lin Fan set up the formation, and he and Su Yinran entered the Qingkuan ring, where they prepared a barbecue. After a hearty meal, they began to spar and exchange martial arts techniques. They practiced their dual cultivation methods throughout the night, both having made significant gains during their time apart. Lin Fan had now reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just a top-grade golden yuan dan away from breaking through. Su Yinran also showed signs of nearing the mid-golden core stage. "Fango, I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to the mid-golden core stage," Su Yinran exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, then what are you waiting for? Hurry to the mountain peak and break through." Chapter 54. The grand competition begins. Lin Fan produced several exquisite ice spirit stones for Su Yinran to absorb and facilitate her breakthrough. With the aid of these precious stones, her advancement was seamless. Within a mere half-day, she had successfully broken through. The surrounding vegetation and mountain summit were stripped bare by the powerful shockwave of her breakthrough. Lin Fan sensed a surge of law power within the space. It seemed prudent to conduct future breakthroughs within such spaces. Perhaps it would further the evolution of the environment. Afterward, the two engaged in further dialogue to consolidate Su Yinran's newfound level. Ensuring her stability, "Haha, my master will surely be astonished this time," Su Yinran said, beaming with joy. "Yes, but do not be too hasty. Refrain from mentioning my connection with the 5 Yuan deity. Simply state that I acquired a high-level dual cultivation technique." "Of course, I understand," Su Yinran replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lin Fan, invigorated, felt compelled to engage once more. After their endeavors, the two settled into bed for a restful night as sleep. Such blissful days are fleeting. And these few days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day of the grand competition. They exited the Qingkuan ring early and, upon returning to their tent, sensed the presence of others in the courtyard. Prompting them to step outside, "Haha, everyone, look, Elder Lin has finally emerged," a middle-aged foundation establishment elder teased. This caused Lin Fan and his wife to feel somewhat embarrassed as they greeted each other before heading to the competition venue. The arena was set on a slightly remote square on the island. The platform itself was a top-grade magical artifact, surrounded by formations to protect innocent bystanders from harm. In the front row of seats, just dozens of meters from the platform, sat the sect leaders and elders of the 10 major sects, along with a 4th-grade alchemist and 2 3rd-grade alchemists from the alchemy pavilion. Ouyang Jinhua provided Lin Fan with insights regarding the proceedings. Noticing Lin Fan's calm demeanor, Ouyang Jinhua cautioned, "Elder Lin, do not underestimate them. That 4th-grade alchemist is the very one responsible for concocting the top-grade golden yuan dan this time. He is a heavyweight in the alchemy world. And it is said he will soon be refining nascent soul dan, leading the 10 major sects to vie for his favor. Unfortunately, our sect is of lesser strength, and they hold us in low regard, unwilling to engage with us. What is the worry? It's merely alchemy. I can do that too. After this competition, I shall return to my studies." Ouyang Jinhua, sensing Lin Fan's indifference, refrained from dampening his spirits and quickly nodded in agreement. Thinking, perhaps my great-uncle truly can. "Fellow cultivators, please be silent. The grand competition is now officially underway. First, representatives from the 10 major sects will take the stage to draw lots and determine their opponents." The host announced loudly from the platform, "Elder Lin, you shall represent our sword spirit sect and draw lots." Ouyang Jinhua urged Lin Fan. With no other choice, Lin Fan obliged and casually drew a bamboo stick. Discovering it bore the number 5, the host then announced the lottery results, and everyone returned to their respective camps. "Hee, Elder Lin, fortune smiles upon you. You have drawn our old rival, the Heavenly Sword Sect. Indeed, Elder Lin has demonstrated exceptional prowess, and I am finally able to engage in another fierce battle with them. Next, the 10 contenders from our sect will take turns showcasing their skills, with Lin Fan being assigned to perform last. Facing the exceedingly arrogant Dong Wu. This Dongwu has now also ascended to the rank of elder, and like Lin Fan, he has achieved the consummate stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, he possesses a top-grade dual spiritual root, which is far superior to Lin Fan's mixed spiritual root. Thus, it is prudent for Lin Fan to remain cautious and vigilant. At this moment, Su Yinran has returned to the Baihua sect's camp. As anticipated, the Baihua sect master was taken aback upon witnessing her breakthrough in cultivation. The senior sister was equally astonished. Yinran, you haha, how about it, senior sister? I am about to catch up with you. Su Yinran, concerned about her master and senior sister's worries, communicated telepathically to explain the situation. Oh, so it's because of her husband. He possesses a dual cultivation technique, senior sister Imo Ning thought enviously. Perceptive to Imo Ning's expression of envy, Su Yinran conveyed, no worries. Once senior sister finds her ideal partner, I will inform Lin Fan to pass on my regards. Unable to withstand the teasing from Su Yinran, Imo Ning retorted, you little rascal. Stop your nonsense, and you, mother, why do you not discipline your disciple? She is always mocking me. Su Yinran, having been taken under the wing of the Baihua sect master since childhood, was not intimidated by Imo Lan. All right, you two should cease your frivolous banter and focus on the competition, Imo Lan admonished. The preliminary matches commenced swiftly, with each pair competing to determine the victor. The combatants unleashed their most formidable techniques right from the start. Some were defeated with a single strike, while others were severely injured and fell to the ground. Fortunately, this was not a life-or-death arena. Otherwise, a fatal outcome would not have been an issue, as such are the cruel laws of the cultivation world. However, most sect practitioners remained cordial, unwilling to inflict lethal harm unless there were deep-seated grudges. As long as the opponent conceded, they could withdraw from the stage. Soon, it was time for the Sword Spirit sect and the Heavenly Sword sect to compete. In the first match, the Grand Elder's direct disciple engaged in a fierce battle for several rounds but ultimately was defeated, sustaining minor injuries. Although initially eager to continue, he was called back by the sect master. Returning reluctantly to their ranks in the following 5 matches, resulted in defeats, with only the sect master's closed-door disciple securing a victory. This left 4 young elders, including Lin Fan, yet to take the stage. The 3 other elders who fought next managed to narrowly win 1 match. Finally, it was Lin Fan's turn to face Dongwu. Both combatants took to the arena and immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, Lin Fan's usage of the Wuji sword technique was nothing short of astonishing, captivating the entire audience. What sword technique is this? Could it be the Wuji sword technique left behind by a former ancestor of their sect? Pondered Dong Chao, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, in disbelief. Indeed, it bears striking similarities to the sword techniques of the Sword Spirit sect, analyzed Xiao He, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, who ranked just below Dong Chao in power. Both combatants wielded extraordinary swords, Lin Fan with his exquisite Wuji sacred sword. Their duel was nothing short of legendary, leaving the audience in rapt silence. All eyes transfixed on the two. Lin Fan, despite being merely a mixed spiritual root cultivator, displayed such strength that even the venerable figures were taken aback. I never expected this lad to possess such formidable power, mused the Baihua sect master, astonished. Lin Fan, aware that his own strength was still lacking, chose not to utilize his superior soul power to intimidate Dongwu, deeming it unnecessary. Both fighters found themselves at an impasse for an extended duration. After more than 300 rounds of combat, Dongwu, realizing he could not overpower Lin Fan, discreetly released a colorless, odorless hallucinogenic powder from his sleeve in an attempt to force Lin Fan into submission. However, Lin Fan's formidable consciousness detected this subtle maneuver. This is bad. He intends to poison me. Lin Fan swiftly shielded his mouth and nose, unleashing the most powerful strike of the Wuji sword technique. Dongwu, unable to evade in time, was struck in the arm, causing blood to flow profusely as Dongwu hurriedly attempted to staunch the wound. He realized something was amiss. He had not succumbed to the poison. Likely due to some protective artifact in a panic, he called for a halt to the match, unwilling to divulge his use of poison, and conceded defeat, exiting the arena. The outcome was thus undoubted. Lin Fan emerged victorious in the preliminary round. The Sword Spirit sect triumphs over the Heavenly Sword sect in this match and advances to the next round. The announcer proclaimed loudly. Cheers erupted from the Sword Spirit sect's disciples, who celebrated Lin Fan as their pride. Lin Fan, preferring not to engage in further discourse, returned to his quarters under the pretext of recuperating through cultivation, retreating into his tent and entering a meditative state within his Chinkoan ring. Aware that he had another significant battle the following day, his companions refrained from disturbing him. Unexpectedly, the heavenly sword sect master Dong Chao mused bitterly. Who would have thought that a mere mixed spiritual root cultivator could possess such strength? This boy poses a tremendous threat to our sect. We must find an opportunity to eliminate him before he grows even more formidable. Indeed, how could a 5-element mixed spiritual root cultivate to such a level? He must have obtained some method to accelerate his cultivation. We must capture him and extract that secret before ending his life, echoed his nephew Dong Wu. The Grand Elder Shao he considered interjecting. There is no need to provoke him, but upon witnessing the malicious expressions of Dong Chao and Dong Wu, he withheld his words. Meanwhile, Lin Fan swiftly recovered, reflecting on the insights gained from today's battles. He remained in meditation until dawn, then washed up in the lake, donned clean garments, and exited the Chinkoan ring. Sensing that Ouyang Jinhua and the others were also awake, he emerged from the tent to pack up the formation plate and tent. Elder Lin, do your utmost today, but do not engage in direct confrontation with them, cautioned Sect Master Ouyang Jinhua, concerned that Lin Fan might be injured and that it could affect his capabilities. There is no need for concern, Master. I am well aware of my limits, Lin Fan assured. That is good to hear. We owe you a great debt of gratitude for maintaining our sect's standing. We should at least secure 5th place, Ouyang Jinhua replied gratefully. The others echoed their agreement, and Lin Fan preferred not to elaborate further as they all proceeded to the competition venue. Upon spotting Su Yanran and her companions not far away, Lin Fan approached to offer his greetings. Ouyang Jinhua, ever astute, jogged alongside him to engage in casual conversation with the Baihua sect master. As the grand competition was about to commence, they returned to their respective seats. Esteemed friends, please maintain silence. The finals are now officially underway. We invite the 5 winners of the preliminary rounds to the stage to draw lots and determine their opponents, the announcer declared. Due to the odd number of contestants, one will be unpaired in the first match. The bamboo slips are marked 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those who draw 1 and 2 will compete against each other, and those who draw 3 and 4 will face off. The contestant who draws 5 will automatically advance without a fight. However, the losers from the previous 2 matches may challenge the 5th contestant, he continued. After the final rankings are determined, any Foundation establishment cultivators under the age of 30 who feel aggrieved may also ascend the stage to challenge the victors. Such a format lends significant credibility to the competition. Lin Fan and the other 4 contestants took to the stage, each drawing a bamboo slip. Lin Fan drew number 3, which meant he would face off against number 4, who was Lu Yudi from the Lingyin sect. This young woman was not only exceptionally beautiful but also adept at sound wave attacks, making her a formidable opponent. Disciples from the top 10 sects would often steer clear of her due to her impressive strength. Unfortunately for her, she was up against Lin Fan, whose soul power had been compressed several times over. Lin Fan's consciousness was comparable to that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, leaving her with little chance of victory. He refrained from using his soul power to directly suppress her, mindful of not revealing his capabilities to the discerning eyes of powerful beings. Instead, he pretended to struggle as he utilized his soul power to fend off Lu Yudi's sound wave assaults. Despite his careful facade, it was evident to Mo Lan, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, that Lin Fan was concealing his true strength. How deeply he hides his abilities to contend so effortlessly with Lu Yudi, whose soul power is on par with a late-stage golden core cultivator, is remarkable. He must possess a treasure that can shield him from soul attacks. No wonder I could not discern the strength of his soul. She reflected. As soon as Lu Yudi took the stage, she unleashed the Lingyin sect's secret technique, sound wave attacks. Expecting to disrupt Lin Fan, she was taken aback when he appeared unaffected, continuously countering her onslaught. Realizing he was hiding his strength, she resolved to unleash her full power. Seeing her escalate her attacks, Lin Fan increased his soul power in defense and secretly condensed a soul needle to strike at Lu Yudi. His intent was not to harm her, but as with all weapons, they are indiscriminate. Lu Yudi was nonetheless struck and injured. And thus, Lin Fan of the Sword Spirit sect claims victory, the announcer declared. And the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect erupted in jubilant cheers. Lin Fan had triumphed over both Dong Wu and the formidable Lu Yudi, establishing himself as a standout among the top 10 sections. The elder Meng Hai of the first-ranked Yujin sect, having secured yet another victory, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. However, he was indeed a seasoned powerhouse. His sect had consistently held the top 2 positions among the 10 major sects, possessing formidable strength. Moreover, he had deliberately restrained himself from making a breakthrough in preparation for this significant competition. It was evident that this match would be a particularly challenging endeavor. Lin Fan was determined to acquire that exquisite golden yuan pill. Deeming it absolutely essential, he resolved to unleash his soul power attack if the situation necessitated it. Both combatants wielded swords, exerting their utmost efforts as they engaged in an intense battle. Their sword techniques were unstoppable, the tips of their blades weaving through the air, silver streaks of light gleaming in the night. The strikes were fierce, akin to scorching bullets, pushing both their strengths to the limit. After more than 500 exchanges, Meng Hai realized that achieving victory was not imminent. He then concentrated a tremendous aura upon his celestial sword, golden light radiating fiercely around him, with the intention of defeating Lin Fan in one swift blow. Yet Lin Fan, unwilling to yield, summoned the most powerful move of the Wujie sword technique while secretly harnessing his soul power to condense a soul needle the size of a bamboo skewer, preparing to conclude the battle with a single strike. Just as Meng Hai unleashed his full-force attack, Lin Fan executed his soul needle assault. However, his opponent was only slightly affected, seemingly equipped with a treasure that defended against soul power attacks. Safeguarding his soul SEA in this fierce confrontation, both sustained injuries. Lin Fan was gravely hurt, his internal organs damaged by the sword energy, resulting in a mouthful of fresh blood being expelled. Below, Su Yanran and the others were filled with worry. Meng Hai also coughed up blood, yet he remained standing, demonstrating remarkable tenacity, truly a formidable adversary. At this moment, both combatants were exhausted, glaring intensely at each other. Lin Fan's formidable soul power persisted. With a single, concentrated soul attack, victory would be easily within reach. As Lin Fan was gathering his soul power, the Yujin sect's leader, Yun Zhongjuan, spoke up from below. "Higher, why not concede?" This declaration stirred a commotion among the audience. But a few mid-stage nascent soul cultivators discerned the underlying motives, silently acknowledging Yun's cunning. Firstly, he was concerned about his disciple's soul being harmed. Secondly, he sought to transfer the pressure of being the top sect directly to the Sword Spirit sect, thereby alleviating future burdens on his own sect, a truly insidious stratagem. Realizing his master had spoken, Meng Hai, though reluctant, complied with his master's words and announced his concession. The announcer then proclaimed loudly, "Lin Xiaoyao of the Sword Spirit sect has secured first place in this competition. Are there any friends in the Foundation establishment stage under 30 years of age who wish to challenge?" After waiting for several moments without a challenger, he repeated the call twice before declaring Lin Fan as the champion of this competition. With the Sword Spirit sect now at the pinnacle among the 10 major sections naturally, there were cheers from the crowd, alongside jeers from those who remained unconvinced. The prize was awarded by a 4-star elder from the Alchemy Pavilion, presenting Lin Fan with an exquisite golden yuan pill and a piece of top-tier armor, an unexpected gain indeed. Next came second place, Meng Hai, who received a high-grade golden yuan pill and a high-grade armor, followed by third place, Lu Yudi, who was awarded a low-grade golden yuan pill and a low-grade armor. Although Lin Fan held several high-grade spirit stones and had absorbed some spirit energy to recover, he still felt quite fatigued. Everyone understood and expressed their congratulations. Lin Fan hurried back to his residence to recuperate. Chapter 58. Invitation from the Flower Sect leader. With the competition concluded, the majority of cultivators were unwilling to linger on Penglai Island. Promptly setting forth for home, Lin Fan bid farewell to Su Yanran, intending to return to his sect and attempt to break through. The leader of the Flower Sect, concerned that he might encounter ambushes on his journey back, warned him, having secured first place, "You are bound to attract the attention of various hostile forces seeking to assassinate you. It would be prudent for you to accompany me back to the Flower Sect and wait until you reach the Golden Core stage before returning to your sect." "Indeed, it would be best if I could accompany you, Master, though I do not wish to impose," Lin Fan replied, genuinely appreciative of the offer. After all, who would not wish to be with their beloved wife? He promptly informed Ouyang Jinhua to return on their own, cautioning them to be vigilant during their journey. Upon receiving Lin Fan's message, Ouyang Jinhua felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, lamenting his own lack of strength. Upon returning, He would allocate a significant portion of the sect's resources to hasten everyone's cultivation, especially since they were now the foremost among the 10 major sects. Ha! This is the first time since the establishment of the Sword Spirit sect that we have achieved first place. As the third-generation sect leader, I should be able to etch this into history. Meanwhile, Lin Fan followed the Flower Sect leader and others aboard the exquisite Flower Sect flying vessel, swiftly departing. Those lurking in the shadows, seeking to seize the exquisite golden yuan pill, lamented the lost opportunity. Lin Fan, with his heightened spiritual awareness, had long sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him, silently acknowledging the wisdom of sect leader Immortal. Not one to forget his benefactor, Lin Fan produced some fresh fish and game from his spatial storage, preparing a barbecue to satisfy everyone's cravings. As for the sea fish and various seafood from the salty water lake, they would require further cultivation before being ready for the table. Wow, Lin Fan, your skills are remarkable. This game is extraordinarily delicious, Su Yanran exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Mo Ning expressed her envy. Lin Fan, you truly have a talent. Lin Fan gazed at Mo Ning's delicate features. Momentarily entranced, it is merely a trivial skill. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more at that moment. Su Yanran returned after delivering the grilled fish to her master and observed the two conversing merrily. What are you two discussing? Looking so pleased, sister. Why not just marry my husband then? You cheeky girl, how dare you say such things? If your master were to hear, you would surely be in for it. Mo Ning blushed, threateningly. Yanran, you mustn't speak so recklessly in the future. If it reaches the ears of those with ulterior motives, it could become a scandal, adversely affecting sister. Lin Fan warned anxiously. I understand. I will not speak carelessly again. Su Yanran promised, sticking her tongue out at Lin Fa and Mo Lan, with her formidable spiritual awareness, had overheard their conversation. Reflecting on her daughter and Lin Fan's character and talent, she thought that if they could truly be together, it might not be such a bad outcome. However, this young man's culinary skills and ingredients are indeed exceptional. The other disciples and elders gathered on one side of the flying vessel, setting up tables and benches to savor Lin Fan's barbecue delicacies. Showering him with praise for his culinary skills, Lin Fan observed everything with satisfaction. It's best to build rapport with everyone for future interactions. Once they had eaten their fill, Lin Fan presented the exquisite armor to Su Yanran. Take this top-tier armor and refine it. I do not need it. I have the supreme cauldron to protect me. You should refine it swiftly, so I need not worry about you. Very well. Lin Fan squeezed out a drop of his essence blood, quickly refining the armor. After recognizing its master, he discovered that the armor could transform its appearance at will. This was indeed a defensive treasure, though its defensive capabilities remained to be tested in the future. Chapter 59. The Golden Core Stage. Despite the impressive size of the exquisite flying vessel, it matched the speed of a flying sword, albeit consuming excessive spirit stones. A single day and night of travel required over 200 high-grade spirit stones, and it took 3 days and nights to reach the Flower Sect, exhausting over 700 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan marveled internally at the staggering costs, realizing this was beyond his means. Beneath the cloud cover, the Flower Sect was surrounded by mountains, revealing a hidden paradise with an area 3 to 4 times larger than the Sword Spirit Sect. The strength of the sect must be formidable, yet it remained so low-key. What could be the reason? The architectural complex was comparable in size to the Sword Spirit Sect, yet the interiors were far more opulent, adorned in a riot of colors, befitting the preferences of the female disciples. The Flower Sect was comprised entirely of female cultivators. Lin Fan was assigned a loft on the outermost edge. Relieved, he thought, now, it's time to focus on my breakthrough. With the Flower Sect's token, Lin Fan communicated with sect leader Immortal, expressing his desire to find a location for his breakthrough and requesting her protection during the process. Immortal, upon receiving his message, promptly made arrangements and, within a quarter of an hour, led a dozen elders along with Su Yanran and Mo Ning to join him. Lin Fan quickly emerged from his loft to greet the elders, offering simple introductions before they ventured deep into the mountains, seeking a secluded spot to halt. Here is a suitable place for your breakthrough. Being within the Flower Sect's territory, no one will dare to disturb you. Proceed at your leisure, sect leader Immortal instructed. Thank you, master, and esteemed elders for your protection, Lin Fan replied gratefully. He confidently strode to the center of the clearing, setting up a spirit-gathering array. releasing the golden pavilion to guard the perimeter and placing 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones around him before settling into meditation. After half a day of meditation, sensing that the time was ripe, he consumed the exquisite golden yuan pill to commence his breakthrough. As he did, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and the sky quickly dimmed. The lightning intensified, growing as thick as a bowl, and Lin Fan braced himself for the impending trial. The onlookers had retreated several dozen miles away, watching this awe-inspiring spectacle unfold. "Sister, your husband is no ordinary man. When we broke through, there was no such grand display," Mo Ning remarked, astonished, as the first bolt of lightning struck. Lin Fan felt a jolt of pain, his skin scorching as if on fire. Yet this time, it was far more tolerable than before, likely due to the protection of the exquisite armor he wore. Lin Fan, too, did not dare to be careless as golden light enveloped him. He swiftly activated his cultivation technique to absorb the radiant energy, rapidly restoring his body to its former state. Fearing that he might damage his armor, he promptly stowed it away. However, as he placed the armor into his spatial ring, he sensed a stir from the Wanwu Ding and decided to retrieve it. That moment, the second bolt of lightning arrived as anticipated, and the Wanwu Ding expanded significantly, remaining by Lin Fan's side. While Lin Fan was struck by the lightning, the Wanwu Ding absorbed a considerable amount of its power. He chose not to concern himself with it and endured 5 more powerful strikes. Now, his body was drenched in blood, and he felt utterly numb to the pain. It was truly unbearable. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Goodness, there are still 3 more." At this juncture, his dantian had gradually begun to coalesce into a golden core. The speed of his recovery could not keep pace with the strikes of lightning, so he had no choice but to employ the golden pavilion to mitigate some of the thunderbolts, thereby hastening his recovery. Once he had regained his strength, he dismissed the golden pavilion and braced himself for 2 more strikes. At this point, his golden core had indeed formed, though Lin Fan was unaware that his core was 5 times larger than those of others. The final bolt of lightning, broader than the previous ones, descended. Lin Fan had fully restored his state, and this time it was far superior to his previous advancement into the foundation establishment stage. As the last powerful lightning bolt struck down, Lin Fan gritted his teeth against the splitting headache and ultimately managed to withstand it. Following this, golden light enveloped him once more, rapidly repairing his bones and flesh, bringing a wave of comfort throughout his body. By heavens, this is truly extraordinary. Just moments ago, I was being fried in an oil pot, and now I feel an itch all over, yet it is surprisingly pleasant. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the Wanwu Ding was also absorbing golden light and relishing the experience. This time, Lin Fan was completely naked, yet his injuries had healed significantly. Suiran had already flown over quickly, crying as she helped him put on his clothes. Chapter 60. Lin Fan hosts a banquet for the Baihua sect upon awakening. Lin Fan immediately put away the golden pavilion and the Wanwu Ding. In less than a quarter of an hour, the head of the Baihua sect, along with many others, arrived. "Lin Fan, you are truly extraordinary. How could you create such a commotion with the same 9 strikes of lightning?" Mo Ning asked in astonishment. "Quickly tidy up. We must bring him back to the sect to stabilize his recovery," Baihua sect leader Mo Lan urgently instructed. Lin Fan gathered the remaining several thousand spirit stones and array discs before flying back to the Baihua sect with the others. Lin Fan deftly set up a top-tier formation and entered the Qian Kuan ring with Suiran for dual cultivation. It must be said that the efficacy of dual cultivation was remarkable. Lin Fan merely lay there, operating his technique without any need for further exertion, occasionally humming contentedly. Suiran, seeing his lifeless demeanor, looked at him with disdain and chastised him afterwards. "Why didn't you use a treasure to defend yourself? Look at you, acting so foolishly. You deserve to be struck by lightning." "My dear wife, why such harsh words? I simply wish to temper my body. You are truly perverse, while others are finding ways to avoid lightning strikes. You, on the contrary, invite them." Lin Fan ignored her and practiced his flying technique alone. As he reached the golden core stage, he could now fly through the air. He repeatedly practiced in the spatial realm, exclaiming, "Haha, Iran, look, I can fly now. Humph, I can do that too. What is there to boast about?" Seeing her still angry, Lin Fan led her to a lake where a warm spring gushed forth. The two enjoyed a soak in the hot spring. reinforcing their bond until darkness fell outside, at which point they returned to the shore. Lin Fan decided to build a house nearby, arranging tables and chairs outside. He casually caught some wild game and roasted it. And after they ate their fill, they retired for the night. The next morning, they emerged from the loft to find Imo Ning waiting outside. "Good morning, senior sister." Lin Fan greeted Imo Ning with a cheerful smile, only to be met with her eye roll. "You idiot, I was worried about you," Sui Ran remarked nonchalantly. "Stop rambling. The sect leader sent me to check on Lin Fan's recovery." Imo Ning responded, exasperated. "He has already recovered. Senior sister, you can inform master not to worry about me. Tio expressed my gratitude for everyone's concern and the protection from the elders. I am treating everyone today to a grand feast." "How does that sound?" "That sounds splendid," Imo Ning exclaimed joyfully. "The gathering will be held in the Baihua sect's conference hall." The Baihua sect had fewer disciples than the Sword Spirit sect, with only a little over 1,000 in total. Since they were all part of Iran's family, Lin Fan decided to invite them all. The spatial realm held a substantial reserve of wild game and fresh fish, sufficient for their feast. Additionally, there were some king-level and overlord-level beast meats. It was simple to prepare large pots of stew. Cheers erupted throughout the sect as everyone eagerly anticipated the evening's barbecue. Lin Fan had already roasted a significant portion of the ingredients in the Qian Kurin ring ahead of time. With the assistance of the ring's spirit, it was not too taxing. Sui Ran and senior sister Imo Ning had also prepared large pots for stewing the beast meat. Sect leader Imo Lan arranged for various dishes and fine wines. Ensuring a delightful evening for all, tonight, we are honored by the presence of our Baihua sect's son-in-law Lin Fan. So everyone, eat heartily. The Baihua sect leader jested, prompting laughter from the crowd. "Greetings, I am Lin Fan. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the elders and my senior sisters and brothers for their care and assistance towards Iran over the years," Lin Fan said, bowing deeply to everyone, which garnered him their admiration. What a remarkable husband Lin Fan is. Where could one find another like him? The sect leader Imo Lan and senior sister Imo Ning felt a surge of appreciation in their hearts. Acknowledging his admirable character, the crowd echoed their praise, causing Sui Ran to feel a pang of insecurity, cursing inwardly, "This detestable Lin Fan is truly insufferable. Just wait until we return. I shall deal with you." Chapter 61. Learning alchemy from senior sister. The banquet was a resounding success, and the festivities continued until midnight. After returning to Lin Fan's residence, Sui Ran, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Look at what you've become. You can't even move your legs upon seeing beautiful women. I shall be sure to tell my mother about you." Lin Fan, recalling how his parents adored Sui Ran, felt a headache coming on. "Oh dear, my lady, you mustn't say such things. I only wish for your well-being. I have invested a great deal this time." "Humph, I suppose you have a bit of conscience left. I shall reluctantly let you off this time. However, tonight, you must attend to my needs. Otherwise," Lin Fan, having indulged in too much wine, was feeling bold. He pulled Sui Ran closer, and without further ado, they began their passionate encounter in the loft. As time passed, they spent the entire night together, only collapsing into each other's arms when utterly exhausted. They slept in until late morning, and Lin Fan intended to discuss alchemy with Imo Ning, having heard that her master was quite skilled in the craft. Otherwise, Sui Ran wouldn't have made such a smooth breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to trouble the sect leader, he decided to seek knowledge from her daughter instead. Waking up around noon, Lin Fan called out, "Iran, it's time to rise." Sui Ran stirred, irritated. "What are you making noise about? Let me sleep a little longer." Noticing Imo Ning had arrived outside, Lin Fan joyfully exclaimed, "Perfect timing. I was just about to look for you." He hurriedly opened the door and stepped outside. "Senior sister, you are here," Lin Fan said respectfully. "Have you caught a cold or something today? You're so polite." "Well, I was just happy to see you, to be honest. I wish to learn about alchemy. I've attempted to concoct some low-level pills on my own, but I am still quite unsure about the process. Would you be willing to teach me?" "Oh, you can make pills too." Lin Fan then demonstrated the fire control technique, igniting a pale blue flame at his fingertip. How curious that your flame is blue. I am uncertain. It is a result of my master's teachings. If you wish to learn, I can pass it on to you." "That would be inappropriate." Lin Fan then produced the jade slip for the fire control technique, which still had 2 uses remaining, and handed it to Imo Ning. She pressed it to her forehead and examined it, finding it no different from what she had learned. It must be a matter of personal talent. Since you wish to learn, I will gladly teach you as a gift for your marriage. With that, she set up a pill furnace in the courtyard, and Lin Fan retrieved his ordinary pill furnace to begin the process alongside her. One taught earnestly while the other learned with dedication, and before long, 2 hours had passed. Sui Ran, awakened by the commotion outside, came to check it out. What is happening here? Not wishing to interrupt, she returned to prepare a meal. After another 2 hours, the sky was nearly dark when they finally ceased their alchemical endeavors. Lin Fan had blown up several furnaces before managing to grasp some of the fundamentals. Upon seeing them stop, Sui Ran called them for dinner. The three of them sat in the courtyard, eating and chatting. The key to alchemy lies in continuous practice and discovering the right moment to form the pills. Merely relying on rote memorization will yield little success. Do you understand? Yes, I understand a bit, but I still need your guidance, senior sister. Very well. You are not an outsider. I shall copy my records of pill formulas and alchemical knowledge for you. Thank you very much, senior sister, for your guidance and the sharing of your formulas. Lin Fan knew the value of pill formulas and alchemical experience, which were typically not shared lightly. Mo Ning's willingness to impart this knowledge was indeed a great favor. After the three finished their meal, they engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard until midnight, at which point Mo Ning took her leave. It was not that Su Yinran did not try to persuade her to stay, nor was it due to a lack of available rooms. Rather, it was simply that her modesty prevented her from lingering any longer. Chapter 62. Pursuit in the Secret Realm. The next morning, Lin Fan rose early, recalling the Sword Spirit sect, and contacted Wang Jinhua. Upon learning that all was well within the sect, he felt a sense of relief. However, he soon discovered that the disciples within the Secret Realm had come under assault from several other sects, resulting in the deaths of several Qi refining stage disciples and the severe injury of 2 late Foundation establishment elders. This was intolerable. They must retaliate. It would also serve as an opportunity to test his current abilities, especially since his dual cultivation had significantly improved recently. Yanran, your sect must have an entrance to the Secret Realm as well. Indeed. Are you planning to hunt in the Secret Realm? It would be a good opportunity for us to train together. Wait a moment. I will call the senior sister to join us. Lin Fan initially intended to decline her offer, as it felt inappropriate to involve others in his quest for vengeance. Before long, Mo Ning arrived, and Lin Fan recounted the entire situation. Humph! The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Divine Blade Sect are truly two of a kind. They have made things exceedingly difficult for our disciples. If we encounter them, we should simply eliminate them. Worst case scenario, it will lead to a sect war, Mo Ning declared nonchalantly. So this senior sister is even more ruthless than I imagined. Kill if we must. Who is afraid of whom? My master has always said that when one cannot endure, there is no need to endure. One should simply strike to avoid destabilizing one's Tao heart. Lin Fan mused inwardly. Very well, then let us confront them. The three soon arrived at the entrance of a secret realm, but they had yet to gather enough participants. Lin Fan had no contribution points, as Su Yinran had covered the cost of 200 contribution points per person, which was double that of the Sword Spirit sect. They were also given temporary jade tokens. When the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect saw the three preparing to enter, they attempted to join. But Mo Ning halted them. We are venturing deep into the secret realm. It is far too dangerous to bring you along. Perhaps next time. All right, senior sister, please be cautious. Yes, do take care as well. After waiting for over an hour, the required number of participants gathered, and the entrance to the secret realm opened. Everyone lined up quickly to enter. The disciples from the 100 Flowers sect would likely emerge at the opposite side of the secret realm. Also on the periphery, the three quickly regrouped, donning masks to avoid recognition, and changed their armor to alter their appearances slightly, giving them the semblance of middle-aged men. Su Yinran and Mo Ning also had armor that could change their appearance, though not as intricately crafted as Lin Fan's. The two transformed their looks into fitted attire. After all, as young women, they always cherished beauty and preferred not to appear plump. The trio ventured deeper into the secret realm, soaring through the air for over 100 miles, when they encountered a horde of king-level beasts attacking several disciples from the 100 Flowers sect. Lin Fan swiftly propelled himself towards the fray. Drawing his Kyudo, he unleashed a fierce onslaught, resulting in a massacre of the beasts, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. As he continued to fight, he summoned the Golden Pavilion, which automatically activated to collect the scattered bodies and the dissipating soul energy. Who would have thought you could refine and gather the energy on your own? With the immediate threat neutralized, the trio removed their masks. Thank you, senior sister, second senior sister, and Lin Shixiang for saving us. Among family, there is no need for such politeness, Lin Fan replied. How did you attract so many beasts at once? Next time, be sure to take it step by step, Imo Ning admonished. It was Tias. Senior sister. It was that group from the Divine Blade sect who deliberately lured them over, intending for us to suffer injuries. A junior disciple in the Foundation establishment stage explained. How outrageous! I am infuriated. Where are they? They should be nearby. Rest for a moment. We shall proceed, Imo Ning said, visibly angered. There remained a number of king-level beast corpses on the ground, which Lin Fan chose not to let the Golden Pavilion collect. Leaving them for the junior disciples, the three donned their masks once more and swiftly flew onward, Lin Fan's formidable sense detecting the enemy's whereabouts. Chapter 63. Decisive slaughter. The trio activated their concealment technique and stealthily approached, discovering a group of 10 individuals. Indeed, it was that gang. Lin Fan recognized the young master of the Divine Blade sect from their previous encounter on Penglai Island. However, he refrained from striking impulsively. Noting that 5 formidable protectors surrounded him, their realms indiscernible, Ao Ning whispered. There are 2 in the late Golden Core stage and 3 in the mid-Golden Core stage. This could be troublesome. I have no intention of letting them off this time. You two must be cautious, Lin Fan warned. With determination, he summoned the Zhanshin sword and stepped forward, the 2 women following suit. The enemy quickly took notice. Ma Ming, the young master of the Divine Blade sect, lounged in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing the 3 approach, he displayed a nonchalant expression. Ha, you have finally taken the bait, Ma Ming boasted with a wild laugh. No sooner had he spoken than over 20 knife-wielding men surged forth, Imo Ning reported. There are 2 in the late Golden Core stage and 5 in the early Golden Core stage. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the situation. 2 lovely ladies, come here and serve this young master well, and I assure you, you shall not meet your demise. But should you disobey, I shall make you suffer. Knowing a fierce battle awaited, Lin Fan resolved to hold nothing back. He summoned dozens of soul needles, unleashing a powerful soul energy attack that incapacitated over a dozen late Foundation establishment and early Golden Core stage disciples instantaneously. Employing the first form of the carefree sword technique, he swiftly dispatched the nearest early Golden Core stage men, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. This display of might startled Ma Ming and the remaining disciples of the Divine Blade sect, who shouted in unison, "Attack with all your might! Kill them without mercy! Kill!" Chaos erupted, various magical artifacts unleashed in a torrent of strikes. Lin Fan activated the Golden Pavilion for defense, while Ma Ming remained shielded by 3 mid-Golden Core stage cultivators, rendering him momentarily untouchable. Lin Fan understood that they all possessed temporary jade tokens, allowing them to escape at will, yet at this moment, with the enemy being stronger, they showed no intention of fleeing. Su Yanran and Imo Ning managed to hold their ground relatively well, but Lin Fan pondered how to capture them all. If even one escaped to report back, it could instigate a sect war, endangering many fellow disciples, a disastrous outcome. As he fretted, Imo Ning transmitted a message. Lin Fan, I see you can wield soul energy attacks. I possess a space-blocking formation that can prevent their escape. Are you confident in killing them? Without hesitation, Lin Fan replied, if you can stop them from shattering their jade tokens, I can eliminate them one by one. Excellent. First, we will take down those in the Foundation establishment stage, then I will feign defeat and activate the formation. Indeed, that suits my plan perfectly. Lin Fan silently admired Imo Ning's cleverness and conferred with Su Yanran. She agreed, feeling the gap in strength between herself and the 2 senior sisters was vast. Luckily, she had the Supreme Cauldron for protection. Otherwise, she would have been defeated long ago. Yanran, pretend to be overwhelmed and hide within the Supreme Cauldron. I'll have senior sister join you shortly, Lin Fan strategized. All right. Su Yanran unleashed a full frontal assault, swiftly activating the Supreme Cauldron for maximum protection. Moments later, Imo Ning received the signal and joined her. Seeing the adversaries faltering, Ma Ming commanded, Haha, let us kill that man first. Ignore the 2 women for now. The remaining dozen or so disciples from the Divine Blade sect understood the order and encircled Lin Fan. He fought back valiantly, sustaining multiple injuries while using soul energy to attack each of them individually. After slaying 5 or 6, he feigned exhaustion and retreated into the Golden Pavilion to meditate and recuperate. Ming seized the opportunity, directing the remaining 7 to converge on Lin Fan. Though the Golden Pavilion could withstand assaults, it could not endure the combined efforts of so many late Golden Core stage cultivators indefinitely, and soon, cracks began to form. Chapter 64. Immense Harvest. Lin Fan signaled to Imo Ning, who quickly retracted the Supreme Cauldron and activated the formation, trapping everyone inside. Mei Ming, seeing the 2 women emerge, shone with excitement, quickly dispatching men to confront them, while he too joined the fray. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan withdrew the Golden Pavilion's protection and unleashed a full-force soul energy attack upon the 4 Divine Blade sect experts surrounding him. The 4 were caught off guard, swiftly losing their lives. The Golden Pavilion then commenced its collection of the corpses and absorption of the scattered soul energy without hesitation. Upon witnessing Lin Fan slay 4 late Golden Core stage elders, Ma Ming panicked and crushed his jade token to escape, only to find that it failed to activate. In a state of despair, he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please, Great One, spare me. I will have my father compensate you with many spirit stones and treasures. From the moment you harassed my wife, your fate was sealed. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person and cease your wrongdoings." Although Ma Ming was also a mid-Golden Core stage cultivator, his strength paled in comparison to Lin Fan's, and with a single soul attack, he was swiftly slain. The other 3 were soon dispatched as well, bringing the fierce battle to an end, leaving the 3 utterly exhausted. Lin Fan collected the scattered weapons and storage rings, storing them within his waste token, while the corpses had already been gathered by the Golden Pavilion. The trio quickly departed the scene, seeking refuge in a secluded area. Lin Fan set up a top-tier concealment formation. With Imo Ning present, they dared not enter the Qian Kuan ring. Taking out some mid-grade spirit stones, the 3 sat down to recuperate, managing to recover somewhat after half a day's time. The rumbling of hunger echoed in Lin Fan's belly, prompting him to cease his meditation. He roasted 3 wild chickens and 3 large carp, accompanied by a fine jar of wine. The 3 of them feasted heartily. Afterwards, Lin Fan retrieved the confiscated storage rings and numerous weapons, now ownerless, which could be unlocked through refinement. Each of the 3 divided over 10 items among themselves and began the process of refinement. "Ha, look at all these spirit stones I have," Su Yinran exclaimed with laughter. I have quite a few here as well, and that Ma Ming's storage ring has a surprisingly large space, about 1,000 feet. Lin Fan remarked, intrigued by a particularly bright object he had uncovered. "What is this? It's so luminous." He held up a basin-sized luminous pearl. "Wow, such a large luminous pearl. I've never seen one this big before." Su Yinran exclaimed joyfully. Lin Fan decided to place the luminous pearl in front of the attic to illuminate the space, eliminating the need for oil lamps and fires. "Indeed, I also acquired quite a bit, along with many spirit stones," Imo Ning added happily. After a brief tally, they discovered over 100 bottles of various elixirs, more than 200 talismans, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 70,000 high-grade spirit stones, 35 top-grade spirit stones, and 17 pieces of top-notch weapons and treasures, along with 68 high-grade weapons and miscellaneous herbs and odds and ends. "Let us evenly distribute everything," Lin Fan proposed. Agreed. Both women nodded in agreement with Lin Fan's suggestion. They chose not to take the miscellaneous items, which Lin Fan collected entirely, as well as some fresh herbs and seeds that had not yet been stored, which he secretly packed into his Qinkuan ring for the ring spirit to cultivate. The sudden acquisition of such abundant spirit stones and treasures brought joy to them all that Imo Ning was aware of Lin Fan's little secrets. Though they did not speak of it, she was reluctant to bring it up. However, Su Yinran spoke up, "Sister, I won't hide it from you any longer. Our Lin Fan master has 2 teachers, both of whom are ascenders. The soul attack technique was imparted from the image left by the ancestral master of the Sword Spirit sect. If you could." I understand your implication. I won't speak of it to anyone. Not even to my mother." Lin Fan swiftly interrupted Su Yinran. "Sister, let me consult my master first, and if he agrees, I will pass it on to you. That's all right. I'm not particularly eager to learn. Unlike you, I don't have the luxury of time to pursue other studies while simply training is exhausting enough." Imo Ning replied. Chapter 65. The scoundrel. The three were feeling quite fatigued and reluctant to continue their training, so they decided to take a nap. Su Yinran nestled between the two, and they quickly fell asleep. Knowing Lin Fan's sleeping habits, which made him restless without touching her, she intentionally held back her sleep and shifted positions, placing Lin Fan between them before retreating to the edge of the tent to sleep alone. Although Lin Fan was asleep, his hands were not idle during the night. They wandered into his clothing and found their way to her. Continuing until dawn. It was only upon waking that he realized he was holding none other than his senior sister, Mo Ning. Mo Ning had sensed something amiss long before, initially thinking Su Yanran was just teasing her. Upon opening her eyes and turning, she was startled to find Lin Fan's hand wandering. Blushing crimson, she lay there, paralyzed with embarrassment, as his hand continued its exploration, believing her to be Su Yinran. It was a moment too awkward to confront, and she found herself inadvertently enjoying Lin Fan's exclusive massage service. When dawn broke and Lin Fan awoke, their eyes met. "Sister, I will take responsibility for you," he stammered awkwardly to Mo Ning, who had been on the verge of scolding him. Found her anger dissipating at his words. "You scoundrel, hurry and remove your filthy hands." Su Yinran, who had been waiting for such an opportunity, sprang up and shouted, "Oh my, you wicked Lin Fan! How dare you touch senior sister's private parts? This is intolerable. I must inform master and seek justice, sister." Lin Fan began, but Mo Ning was already mortified by Su Yinran's outburst. "Be quiet. Do you think I don't know you're behind this? I ask you. Weren't you sleeping in the middle last night? Why are you out here now?" Lin Fan retorted angrily. "Boo-hoo, I just went to the restroom. Is that a crime? You did something shameless and are now scolding me." Su Yinran feigned tears. Seeing her cry softened Lin Fan's heart. All right, I admit my mistake. It was all my fault. I apologize. Please stop crying." "Humph, that's more like it. Now that you've both found yourselves in this predicament, what should we do?" Su Yinran said with a smug expression. Noticing their silence, she continued, "Since senior sister has been thoroughly touched by you, it seems you're destined to marry her now." "What do you mean by thoroughly touched?" "I only touched that part. This is your fault for switching places in the middle of the night. Senior sister, if you're willing, I will marry you," Lin Fan declared to Mo Ning. "Senior sister, why don't you express your feelings?" Su Yinran asked, squatting down beside her. "I am willing," Mo Ning responded shyly, covering her face. "Ha, that's more like it. Now, let us tidy up and head back," Su Yinran exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan and Mo Ning had no choice but to follow suit, shattering their jade tablets to return to Baihua sect. "Let us go speak with master. Yes, it's only a matter of time. So let us go," Lin Fan declared confidently. Mo Ning felt a wave of sweetness in her heart at his words. The trio soon arrived at the residence of the Baihua sect leader. "Master, Lin Fan has something important to discuss with you," Su Yinran shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Must you shout so? I was just inquiring whether you had returned," the sect leader, Imolan, said, having heard Su Yinran's voice. Chapter 66. A joyful reunion. Lin Fan directly knelt down on both knees. "Master, my senior sister and I have deep feelings for each other. I ask for your blessing to unite us." Upon hearing this, the sect leader perked up. "Oh, so this is your mutual decision?" "Yes," the three answered in unison. "Since you are willing, I shall not play the villain and grant my approval." "Ah," Lin Fan and the others were taken aback by how smoothly things had gone. "Are you unwilling?" "Of course not." "Thank you, master, for your blessing." "Thank you, esteemed mother." "Very well, let us arrange for your marriage soon." "I see that 3 days from now would be an auspicious date for the wedding banquet," the sect leader, Imolan, said joyfully. The three felt that the sect leader was the one most eager for the marriage. Observing her delight, Lin Fan exchanged glances with Mo Ning. Understanding the unspoken cue, Mo Ning said, "Mother, we encountered Ma Ming and his group in the secret realm." She proceeded to recount the entire story. "They brought this upon themselves, so let us keep this matter under wraps. If anyone inquires, we shall simply state that we have been preparing for the wedding." "Very well, I shall draft the invitations." "You may leave for now, Mo Ning. Stay behind to assist me in preparations." "Yes," Lin Fan and Su Yinran bid farewell as they exited. Mo Ning, "Do you truly wish to marry Lin Fan? While he possesses some strength, he is, after all, merely a mixed spirit root. Mother, please, I truly wish to be with him." Ever since our first meeting on Penglai Island, I have been taken with him. I only refrained because he is my sister's betrothed. Now that my sister is facilitating our union, I naturally consent, Imo Ning declared, her face aglow with happiness. Observing her daughter, the mother felt a surge of joy. She held Lin Fan in high regard. Believing his character to be of exceptional quality, in truth, she had even entertained the thought of betrothing her daughter to him. Mother, you truly have the patience of a saint. I was wondering how you could agree so quickly. Imo Ning feigned anger. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Su Yinran were in the Qingquan ring, secretly reveling in their good fortune. How did I perform this time? Su Yinran asked proudly. Sister, since you are aware of our secret, this is indeed the best resolution. Though it may be a bit burdensome for you, Lin Fan felt he was the greatest beneficiary of this arrangement. I would gladly have you share the load. Little did they know the saying about the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. It was a situation of mutual joy. Lin Fan hadn't even prepared the wedding gifts. After deliberation, they decided to present 100 top-grade spirit stones as gifts. As for the game and fish, instead of each receiving one, they would prepare a feast. Haha, you truly are now a solitary commander, Su Yinran remarked, surveying the dwindling stock of wild chickens and animals. At least we still have dozens of wild cattle and mountain goats. Well, let us just slaughter them all. We can catch more later. This way, we can serve 2 dishes per table, Lin Fan replied with a pained expression. Well, it has to be done. Seeing your stingy face, I and my sister have both fallen into your hands. And you're still not satisfied. Let me make it clear. There mustn't be any next time. Do you understand? Su Yinran glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Lin Fan stiffened and quickly replied, Understood, my lady. Next time, even if you kneel and beg, I shall refuse. Chapter 67. The wedding within half an hour, disciples dispatched to deliver invitations had spread the news throughout the Baihua sect. Everyone was abuzz with excitement over this sensational announcement and hurried to extend their congratulations. Lin Shixiang, your greed knows no bounds. Not only have you whisked away our second senior sister, but you also intend to carry off our first senior sister as well. Sixth junior sister questioned. Indeed. Why not just marry us all together? Fourth junior sister jested. He wouldn't dare. Su Yinran declared fiercely. Oh my, second senior sister, you really are ruthless. Your back molars are practically clattering, fourth junior sister continued to tease. Laughter erupted among the junior sisters. Humph, it's all my fault for spoiling you. Su Yinran feigned annoyance. Not at all. I find the junior sisters to be quite adorable, from now on, whenever there's a suitable handsome lad in our Jinling sect. I'll make sure to introduce him to you, she added. Well, that sounds fair. I'll reserve one for myself first. Fourth junior sister pretended to blush. You're the most boisterous of all. How can you pretend to be a delicate flower? Seventh junior sister scoffed. Haha, all right, don't rush me. Let me sift through everything first before making plans, Su Yinran said earnestly. Lin Fan realized how wonderful it was for Yinran to be among these little junior sisters. Who knew that his Yinran had such a gentle side? This is how a good girl should be? Lin Fan sent a message to Ouyang Jinhua and the Grand Elder, both of whom were also elated upon hearing the news. Ouyang Jinhua had now broken through to the Golden Core stage and was a cultivator in the early Yuaning stage. Lin Fan was happy for him. On the day of the grand wedding, the entire sect was festooned with colorful lights. The sect's archway was draped in vibrant red. Originally, they had no intention of making a big fuss, but the flower sect's master, Immortal, was a formidable figure, and many simply had to attend. Additionally, there was the powerful Ling Yin sect master, Ling Shi, who was Immortal's junior sister. Their bond was akin to that of sisters, so she was not to be underestimated. The Ling Yin sect master arrived a day in advance. Congratulations, senior sister. You've finally settled Ning Er's lifelong affairs. Indeed, I was quite worried about her for a long time. That girl has always been focused solely on cultivating and alchemy, with no thoughts of romance. Now that she has found her ideal partner, it is indeed a fulfillment. Ling Shi said with great satisfaction. Why are there so many people today? Immortal exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, I didn't send out too many invitations. Otherwise, nearly half of the cultivation world would have come to congratulate us. Even so, there are at least 1,000 people here, all of whom are esteemed figures. This spectacle left Lin Fan bewildered. Initially, Su Yinran had no intention of appearing, but with Lin Fan's insistence and senior sister Imo Ning's persuasion, she agreed. Marrying two key disciples of the flower sect was indeed a bold move. This action deeply moved Su Yanran. Although her husband could be a bit mischievous at times, he still cared for her greatly. The wedding banquet was grand and lasted for 3 days, with a constant stream of guests coming to offer their congratulations. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, everyone came bearing gifts. The thought of these valuable treasures made Lin Fan's eyes sparkle. The gifts were collected by the junior sisters, and Lin Fan asked at least 3 or 4 times a day. Sixth junior sister, what treasures did you collect today? Ah, fourth junior sister, long time no see. What did you receive today? I hope it isn't all just junk? Lin Fan teased. Can you be serious for once? Those gifts are for master. You needn't concern yourself with them, Su Yanran said disdainfully. I was just curious. Is it not permissible to inquire? Lin Fan feigned grievance. It's all right, my dear husband. Just keep an eye on those. And we can always ask mother for some later, Imo Ning said tenderly. You silly girl, your senior sister is now married to you. Isn't the flower sect yours from now on? Haha, true. Now I feel much better. Ah, let us indulge ourselves tonight. Su Yanran ceded the wedding night to Imo Ning and returned to her adjacent loft to sleep. After all, it was her first night as a wife, and she felt a bit shy. Sister, let us sleep, Lin Fan said, only to see a blushing Imo Ning sitting there, fidgeting. He promptly lifted her into his arms, gently placing her on the bed, and began to loosen her garments on Ning's skin. As smooth as jade, and her alluring figure ignited Lin Fan's passion. The two conversed until the early hours of the morning. Afterward, Imo Ning's face bloomed like a peach blossom, nestled in Lin Fan's embrace. Appearing quite obedient, sister, I like you so much. I will cherish you for a lifetime. I is still too early for dawn. Let us have another go. No, I truly cannot. No wonder Yanran finds you troublesome. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Chapter 68. The Treasure Vault of the Flower Sect. Even on the 5th day, guests continued to arrive to offer their congratulations, leaving Lin Fan feeling overwhelmed. He led the 2 women out of the flower sect and into the mountains to hunt for wild game, mountain chickens, wild rabbits, mountain goats, and wild cattle, as many as they desired. After gathering them, they stored them in the spatial realm. Imo Ning was already aware of the existence of the Qinkuan ring, so there was no need for secrecy among family. He had also given Imo Ning the soul refinement technique and the Wajidian sword technique. The trio busied themselves for over 10 days, capturing thousands of wild animals. The Qinkuan space finally became lively again. To ensure their better growth, Lin Fan even carved out several shallow water bays in the forest for them to drink from, which the ring spirit would refill regularly. The animals thrived here without natural enemies, with abundant spiritual energy, allowing them to grow and reproduce quickly. Yanran's horse had now developed considerable intelligence, able to understand human speech, which delighted Su Yanran greatly. The 3 of them were now golden core cultivators, with lifespans extended to over 300 years. Although Yanran had arranged for someone to care for Lin Fan's parents, ensuring their basic needs were met, he still wished to return and see them. Imo Ning noticed Lin Fan's preoccupation. We haven't introduced ourselves to our in-laws since we got married. Why don't I speak to mother about us 3 returning home? Sounds good, Lin Fan responded without hesitation. Yes, it's time to pay them a visit, Su Yanran said joyfully. The 3 returned to the flower sect and went directly to the main hall. Mother, we wish to visit Lin Fan's hometown to meet his parents. That's a good idea. I have some elixirs here. Take them to Lin Fan's parents and Yanran's family. Thank you, mother, Lin Fan said gratefully. No need for thanks. You 3 received quite a few gifts for your wedding. Go to the treasure vault and each choose a few treasured items. Haha, thank you, mother. Thank you, master. The 3 dashed off eagerly. They're still just children. Sister, how many should we choose? Lin Fan saw dozens of shelves lined with treasures. His mouth agape. Silly, of course. Take as many as you want. Mother won't scold you, Imo Ning replied, rolling her eyes. Hee, since my lady has spoken, I shall not hold back. Lin Fan cheerfully wandered around, discovering many fine items. Everyone knew that the flower sect master loved herbs, so most of the gifts were precious herbs and spirit herb seeds. Lin Fan collected all the fresh ones into the Qinkuan ring for the ring spirit to plant. He also planted some seeds to see what they would yield. With continuous cultivation, he could harvest even more valuable herbs. The spiritual energy in the herb fields was abundant, and even the 1,000-year-old ginseng had roots that were now several hundred years old. The current herb field could no longer accommodate all the plants in the courtyard. The ring spirit cleared out over 100 acres, sprinkling it with spiritual spring water along with the rich spiritual energy from the space. Allowing it to gradually thrive, Mo Ning and Su Yinran each selected 2 sets of top-tier equipment, helmets, armor, gauntlets, leggings, and boots, and 2 exquisite swords, both of which made them very happy and content. In contrast, Lin Fan was a bit more greedy. After collecting most of the rare herbs, he also chose a set of top-tier equipment. Yet, he was still not satisfied and picked an upper-grade flying boat. A rare treasure indeed. Lin Fan was not planning to stop there and continued rummaging around. How long are you going to keep this up? Master only has so much wealth. Do you intend to clean it out completely? Su Yinran couldn't help but intervene. Hee, I'm looking for a formation plate. I want to set up a protective array for your parents. Oh, but if it's too advanced, it might attract high-level cultivators to rob us. Mo Ning expressed her concern. Lin Fan considered this and decided to let it go. The 3 quickly returned to the main hall. Have you chosen well? Cough. We made our selections, dear mother, Lin Fan said. Slightly embarrassed. All right, master, look at how my sister and I each picked a set of top-tier equipment. Su Yinran couldn't help but add. Go refine them. The sooner you return, the better for your cultivation. Yes, the 3 nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. Returning home. The flower sect master, Mo Lan, watched as Lin Fan dashed away, chuckling to herself. She couldn't be bothered to check what had been taken from the treasure vault. Anything useful to her had already been collected beforehand, so would they even notice? Would the sect master come to check the vault? Perhaps she was on her way to give me a beating. Lin Fan felt unsettled as he pondered this. I'm all set. Let us depart now. Lin Fan spoke with a sense of urgency, leaving the 2 women momentarily speechless, as they initially believed he was simply homesick. Then let us depart. The trio swiftly exited the 100 Flowers sect. Lin Fan produced a top-grade flying vessel, placed several high-quality spirit stones within, and, upon channeling his spiritual energy, the craft ascended into the air. Despite being merely a top-grade vessel, its speed rivaled that of sword flight, and upon refinement, it could alter its size, requiring only a modest expenditure of spirit stones. The 3 of them found themselves comfortably seated aboard the vessel. Lin Fan instructed the 2 women to refine their exquisite equipment first, while he took charge of steering the vessel. The women wasted no time in extracting a drop of their essence blood to commence the refining process, which they completed in a matter of hours. The exquisite equipment possessed a delightful feature favored by one of the girls, allowing for the transformation into various attire styles. Is it not beautiful? Su Yinran transformed into a jade maiden's attire, appearing utterly breathtaking. Indeed it is, Lin Fan replied, captivated by her beauty. However, she would only be permitted to don such attire within the confines of their space and not in public. As Lin Fan, like most men, was reluctant to have his wife exposed to the gaze of others. Look at your petty demeanor. There are no outsiders here. Even so, we are in the wilderness. I maintain my stance. Lin Fan, sensing her disobedience, felt a flicker of irritation. All right, I shall revert it. In contrast to Su Yinran, Mo Ning was notably obedient, adopting a demure attire that Lin Fan admired greatly. How lovely, senior sister. This left Su Yinran with a look of incredulity. Upon returning home, Lin Fan expressed, could you refrain from calling me senior sister and simply use my name? Very well then, Mo Ning. Mo Ning beamed with joy. Lin Fan understood that his senior sister was concerned about her in-laws, disapproving of an elder daughter-in-law, hence her jesting. Fear not, senior sister. My in-laws are remarkably kind and will cherish you. They would hardly mind you being a year older. Su Yinran piloted the vessel while Lin Fan refined his equipment. And upon donning it, his demeanor transformed entirely. Husband, you look even more handsome in your scholar's attire than before. Ahahaha, is that so? Yinran, you have certainly become more eloquent. Lin Fan, eager to return home, urged the vessel to hasten. And they arrived at his village within 2 days. Upon reaching a secluded, winding path, they noticed the surroundings were devoid of people, and so they landed. Once on solid ground, they hurried home, only to find their former residence had been replaced by a newly constructed 3-story building. Encircled by tall walls, occupying at least 7 to 8 acres. 2 crimson doors adorned with the characters Lin Fu on a plaque greeted them, flanked by stone lions and guarded by 3 sentinels. The guards did not recognize Lin Fan and Mo Ning. However, the captain among them was familiar with Su Yinran. Upon seeing the deputy city lord, he was filled with excitement and promptly knelt to pay his respects. "Welcome back, deputy city lord, son-in-law." "Yes, yes, please proceed," Lin Fan responded. "Understood." The captain, elated by Lin Fan's approval, was visibly pleased. Upon entering, they discovered the courtyard was spacious, covering at least 3 to 4 acres, complete with rockeries, fish ponds, pavilions, and towers. The household servants had long since heard the commotion and rushed to report to the main house. Lin Fan's father had long ceased laboring, opting instead to socialize with old friends, living a contented life. The couple was seated in the living room, reminiscing about Lin Fan, when they heard the servant's announcement and rushed out, filled with excitement. "Father, mother, I have returned. Oh my, is this truly my son? How much more handsome you have become," Lin Fan's mother exclaimed, prompting the two women to stifle their laughter. "Fanner, your mother misses you dearly, and her jesting is merely a reflection of that," Lin Fan's father chuckled. "Mother, did I not tell you?" Lin Fan glanced at the surrounding servants. "You may all leave for now." "Yes, young master. Once upon a time, I envied those addressed as young master," Lin Fan remarked to the two women. He discreetly cast a shielding array. "Mother, did I not mention I would be away for several years to cultivate? Why are you still upset?" Lin Fan then embraced his mother. "Humph," Lin mother, feeling her son's warmth, began to soften. "This time, I bring back 2 daughters-in-law. How will you reward me?" Lin Fan teased. "Greetings, father-in-law, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law." The Mo Ning greets father-in-law, mother-in-law. "What? Did you really bring back another daughter-in-law?" Lin father and Lin mother were left bewildered. "Father, mother, this is my newly-wed wife, Mo Ning." He explained briefly. "Oh dear, come in quickly, let's sit and talk. This girl is truly beautiful, just like our Yinran." Lin mother praised Mo Ning while also including Su Yinran in her compliment. "You rascal, hurry up and come inside." Lin mother glared at Lin Fan. "Haha, my 2 wonderful daughters-in-law, come here and let me have a good look, mother. You've forgotten your son now that you have daughters-in-law. Haha, at this moment, you needn't provoke her." "I now fear her more than you do," Lin father laughed heartily. "You two, go off to the side." Lin Fan and his father were promptly ushered out. Lin Fan then instructed the steward and servants to gather everyone in the courtyard. In no time, the entire household assembled, including the steward, 10 servants, 2 maids, 5 cooks, and 10 guards. "Greetings, young master." The captain Ming Yun led the salute. Lin Fan surveyed the group and found them to be decent, loyal individuals. The guards were all vigorous, indicating that his father-in-law was indeed attentive to his duties. Everyone has performed admirably and deserves commendation. The captain receives 500 taels of silver, while the guards and steward each receive 200 taels. And the rest shall receive 100 taels each. "Thank you, master, for your generosity." The crowd bowed in gratitude. "As long as you serve my parents dutifully, there will be further rewards in the future." "Yes, young master." Lin Fan returned indoors and revealed 2 full chests of silver, weighing about 10,000 taels, to impress everyone. The crowd regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the young master is a skilled individual. Lin Fan oversaw the distribution, and the delighted recipients returned to their posts. That evening, Lin Fan prepared a lavish dinner using ingredients from his spatial storage, and the 5 of them dined joyously. After the meal, Mo Ning produced some medicinal pills prepared by her mother, prompting the 2 women to consume them. She and Lin Fan then channeled their spiritual energy to assist in the refining process. The pills were low-grade, designed to wash and guide the energy within, and with the aid of their spiritual energy, they posed no harm, merely causing a sensation of fullness and warmth. Upon completing the refining, both women expelled a considerable amount of foul and dark impurities, revealing that Lin Fan's parents possessed ordinary pseudo-spiritual roots, yet they were still capable of cultivation. Their future potential would depend on their own fortunes. Lin Fan invited the 2 women to remain while he took his parents into his spatial realm for a cleansing. "Oh my, Fanner, how has this place changed so much? It is truly comfortable," Lin father and Lin mother exclaimed as they finished bathing in the lake and returned to the house. "How do you both feel?" Lin Fan inquired. "We feel light and invigorated." Seeing their satisfaction, Lin Fan felt reassured and led them out of the Qinkuan ring. Chapter 71. Refining the top-grade flying vessel. The success of his parents in guiding their energy was largely due to the pills crafted by his mother-in-law. for which Lin Fan was immensely grateful. Indeed, Ninger, we must express our gratitude to our in-laws when we return. Lin father and Lin mother agreed. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are family. There is no need for formality. Mo Ning reassured them. The trio spent the next half-month residing at the Lin estate, mostly within the Chinkoan ring, yet they did not neglect their cultivation. They imparted the methods of energy guidance to Lin Fan's parents, providing each with a storage bag containing several tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and some low-tier equipment, ensuring their future cultivation would be more efficient, while also leaving ample spatial food and beast meat. The following day, the three bid farewell to Lin Fan's parents, preparing to visit Su Yinran's family en route to the county city. As it was inconvenient to fly on swords, they sought a secluded area to release Su Yinran's previous carriage. Embarking on their journey, Lin Fan, why not bring along your in-laws directly? Mo Ning asked with curiosity. I would love to, but they are unwilling to leave the village. It is filled with childhood friends and old neighbors they find hard to part with. Once they have broadened their horizons through cultivation, it will be easier. You are quite the shrewd one, the two women remarked with disdain. Ha, without such tactics, how could I have married two beautiful wives? Lin Fan replied proudly, shameless, a rogue, ha. The trio bantered as they arrived at the lord's residence, where the guards immediately opened the gates upon seeing their young lady, allowing the carriage to enter. Upon seeing her parents, Su Yinran burst into tears. When did she become so sentimental? Su father teased. Shut your mouth, Su mother retorted. We finally found a good son-in-law. Do not ruin it. Mo Ning was no stranger to the Su household, often accompanying her sister back for visits. Brother-in-law, you truly are remarkable, not only winning over my sister but also managing to pacify sister Mo Ning. Su Guanjie began, only to be silenced by Su father covering his mouth. This mischievous child is always rambling. Let us not pay him any mind. Dear parents, this time master has bestowed upon you some elixirs. Su Yinran remarked. We are truly grateful to Master Mo Lan for always keeping us in mind. Su's mother expressed with profound appreciation. It is primarily because you two have a splendid son-in-law. Master is currently in high spirits, she added. Indeed, we are hosting a wedding at the Baihua sect this time. To protect you, we dared not inform you beforehand. I hope you do not hold it against us, Lin Fan quickly explained. We understand matters of the cultivation world. After all, you are only considering our safety. Su's father said with great understanding. Now, you two sisters have truly become one family. You must live well together and not bully my son-in-law, understood? Su's mother admonished. Oh? The two women responded in unison. Su's parents are both at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which is quite commendable. Su Guanjie, the younger brother-in-law, is still at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his progress being rather slow. Lin Fan, not one to be stingy, directly gifted the majority of his remaining low-grade spirit stones and elixirs to Su's father for distribution. There were over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with more than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, various weapons, magical treasures, and a substantial amount of monster meat and ingredients from his spatial storage. Guanjie, you must diligently cultivate and not indulge in playfulness. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril when faced with a master. Lin Fan patiently advised him. In the city lord's mansion, there were no attendants present, and Lin Fan cast a shielding array while exerting a portion of his spirit pressure. Su Guanjie trembled under the oppressive force. See? This is merely a fraction of my power. In the face of absolute strength, you are nothing, Lin Fan further educated him. Understood, brother-in-law. I will certainly cultivate diligently from now on. This time, I will also return to the Sword Spirit sect, so you may accompany me. I will find you a good master to help you learn better. There are many peers there, and it will be easier to progress together. Su Guanjie was about to decline but was interrupted by Su's parents. You will listen to your brother-in-law, lest you wander aimlessly. Su's father said joyfully. The three bid farewell after staying in the city lord's mansion for 2 days and boarded a flying boat to the Sword Spirit sect. Lin Fan had refined the flying boat during his leisure time, which had taken considerable effort, particularly due to the substantial increase in the spirit power required for the refinement. Now, it could be operated with ease, adjusting in size and functionality, making it incredibly convenient. Chapter 72. The two sisters returned to the sect. The 4 of them traveled for 2 days before returning to the Sword Spirit sect. The gate disciples, upon seeing the flying boat descend, quickly brandished their weapons to investigate. We did not know it was Elder Lin returning to the sect. Please forgive us. Hmm, ignorance is no sin, and you all are quite diligent in your duties. Lin Fan replied, presenting each of them with 10 medium-grade spirit stones as a reward. With Elder Xie's commendation, the four walked into the Sword Spirit sect, where the spiritual energy was abundant. The results of the sect's grand competition were closely tied to the sect's fortune. Ouyang Jinhua soon arrived upon hearing the news. Lin Fan led everyone to the sect hall. Sect Master, I have returned and brought my brother-in-law along. Please arrange for a master to teach him without any reservations. Since it is Elder Lin's request, I shall make the necessary arrangements. I see that he is talented and possesses a rare second-grade spiritual root. His aptitude is commendable. How about we assign him to the Grand Elder? Very well, I leave it to the Sect Master's discretion. Just then, the Grand Elder arrived upon hearing the news. Not wanting to be presumptuous, he merely greeted Lin Fan. Just in time. This young man is now under your tutelage. The Sect Master said, explaining the circumstances. Come, hasten to pay your respects to your master. Lin Fan instructed Su Guanjia. I pay my respects to master. Su Guanjia knelt, bowing his head. Good. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You must guard against arrogance and impatience, dedicating yourself to your training. Shortly, your senior brother will take you to your residence, and you should also get acquainted with them. Ouyang Sun promptly arranged for someone to bring the eldest disciple to lead Su Guanjia to register and settle in. Once the others left, Ouyang Jinhua opened the shielding array and knelt alongside the Grand Elder. I pay my respects to my esteemed Uncle Master and 2 Aunt Masters. This startled Imo Ning greatly. My master is the ancestor of the Sword Spirit sect, Lin Fan quickly clarified. Oh, then you may rise. Please, have a seat, Imo Ning hastily said. The two stood and took their seats at the lower end, demonstrating their awareness. They chatted for a while about the significant events that had transpired recently. The casualty count among disciples in the secret realm was alarmingly high, although there were temporary jade tokens that could be shattered to escape. The process required several breaths of time. One should not underestimate those few breaths. For a master, they could kill you twice over in that time. Since trouble seems to find us, it is fortunate that I am in need of sparring partners. You need not worry, I will remain in the sect for an extended period to cultivate, and I shall handle these matters myself. That would be magnificent. Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Sun responded with great delight. Next, I will lead everyone into the secret realm for training. Should any hostile forces arise, I shall not show mercy. Lin Fan aimed to rapidly cultivate the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect. As being the foremost among the 10 major sects was no easy feat. Most members of the sect had recently advanced a level, and everyone was working diligently. Lin Fan continued to reside in the Side Peaks loft, which Ouyang Jinhua had arranged to be renovated, making it quite spacious and comfortable. Lin Fan re-established various arrays and placed dozens of high-grade spirit stones, ensuring their longevity. Currently, Imo Ning had also learned the dual cultivation technique, and both benefited greatly from their initial practice together. Imo Ning advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Lin Fan achieved the mid-stage completion of the golden core realm. Being just a step away from the latter stage, Su Yinran also progressed to the late stage of the golden core realm. Fearing Lin Fan would catch up, she was exceptionally diligent. During the day, the three led the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect into the secret realm to slay monsters. With Imo Ning's ascendance to the nascent soul realm, she could teleport, significantly reducing the casualty rate among the disciples. Lin Fan also killed numerous dominant monsters, attracting the attention of an epic-level beast. This epic-level beast was indeed cunning, always probing but never revealing itself. They have long since developed intelligence and can even transform into human form. Indistinguishable from humans, Imo Ning remarked, sharing her knowledge. 2 months passed swiftly, and during this time, Baihua Sect's Master Imo Lan had been urging the two to return for cultivation. Lin Fan had learned to concoct third-grade elixirs alongside his senior sister. And with the All Things Cauldron, the process became exceptionally effortless. The elixirs produced were all high-grade, with each batch yielding around 12, occasionally even a few supreme-grade elixirs. Lin Fan instructed the two women not to reveal the secrets of the Qingkuan Ring and the All Things Cauldron. Understanding the implications, the two nodded in agreement and bid farewell to Lin Fan, returning to the Baihua sect for cultivation. Chapter 73. The Flying Phoenix Furnace. 3 years swiftly passed, and the restrictions on Lin Fan's master, the carefree Immortal, were lifted. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, he inquired about Lin Fan and found him at the Sword Spirit sect, waiting 3 days to confront him. You little rascal, Making me wait so long has nearly bored me to death. Ah, master, you have finally come to see me. Not bad. It won't be long before you reach the nascent soul stage. I heard you found yourself a wife. You certainly are living the high life. The carefree old man teased. Master, you have no idea. I was compelled into it. Subsequently, the carefree old man was led into the Chinkuan ring by Lin Fan. Oh my dear disciple, how could you develop things to such an extent? The spiritual energy here is so abundant. It's almost comparable to the immortal realm. I owe it all to the Chinkuan ring you bestowed upon me. I later acquired 2 supreme-grade spirit veins. I have already detected that the previous 2 high-grade spirit veins are nearing fusion. They could potentially develop into a supreme-grade spirit vein. You lucky rascal, do share the details with me. Lin Fan prepared the carefree old man's favorite barbecue delicacies, and they chatted while eating, recounting all that had transpired over the past 3 years. I knew from our first meeting that you were destined for greatness. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Many of these matters depend on your own efforts. I understand that your path of cultivation has not been easy, so I brought you some elixirs. Keep them safe. The carefree old man produced several jade boxes and placed them on the table. Lin Fan quickly inspected them, discovering 3 supreme-grade nascent soul elixirs and 3 supreme-grade transformation elixirs, including some for his wife. Thank you, master, for your generous gifts. You little rascal, you're quite quick to collect. Hurry and continue grilling, master. You've already eaten 3. Are you still not full? Lin Fan wondered why his master was so ravenous this time. You little rascal, after receiving something, you no longer wish to work. I haven't eaten in several days. Is it wrong to eat a bit more? Hurry and grill. Right away. Lin Fan secretly chuckled, having already informed the 2 women to come over. It was a rare opportunity to see his master, so he intended to take full advantage. In less than half a day's time, the 2 women arrived, and the sect guards, recognizing them as Elder Lin's companions, greeted them with respect. The 2 quickly made their way to the side peak's loft. The carefree old man was quite distressed. Disciple pays respects to master. The 2 women knelt and bowed. Very well, rise. These 2 possess high-grade single spiritual roots, even better than my own disciple's talent. They will undoubtedly be 2 great assets for Lin Fan, the carefree old man said, quite pleased. Randomly bestowed upon each individual was a jade slip containing the techniques for Xian-level fire and ice spiritual roots. To Imo Ning, a Xian-level defensive treasure was granted, knowing her prowess in alchemy. It was the Flying Phoenix Furnace. Thank you, master, for this precious gift. Imo Ning hastily knelt in gratitude. This treasure, named the Flying Phoenix Furnace, is on par with the Supreme Cauldron as a Xian-level artifact, serving both defensive purposes and alchemical endeavors. As your realms elevate in the future, your defenses shall also grow stronger. The carefree old man lingered for 5 days before he could no longer stay. Venturing out into the world, Lin Fan was pleased with his departure, as it allowed him to continue his dual cultivation. With the Xian-level dual cultivation techniques bestowed by his master, he discovered he could communicate and merge with Su Yinran's ice attributes. Moreover, he found Imo Ning's fire attributes to be equally harmonious. The trio reaped substantial rewards, with Lin Fan's gains being twice that of the others. He wondered if blending with other attributes would yield even greater results, but refrained from voicing his thoughts for fear of upsetting the 2 women. The 3 spent 3 days and nights within the Chinkuan ring, each experiencing a boost in their realms. Imo Ning successfully refined the Flying Phoenix Furnace, testing several batches of elixirs and discovering they were not significantly inferior to Lin Fan's Myriad Things Cauldron. Producing top-tier elixirs became quite effortless. Haha, our future cultivation will be worry-free, Su Yinran exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, the gifts from Master are exceedingly precious. Imo Ning expressed her gratitude. He is already an immortal, so of course, he must bestow Xian-level treasures. Use them with peace of mind. Chapter 74. Epic-level monster beasts. The 2 women stayed at the Sword Spirit sect for 2 days. Before their departure, Lin Fan distributed a top-grade Yuaning Dan to each of them, cautioning them to be careful on their journey. 3 days later, the carefree old man returned. Disciple, next time I may take a long while to visit you. You must diligently cultivate and remain cautious, master. Is there something the matter? Lin Fan asked with concern. I need to enter seclusion for a while, perhaps a month, 2 months, or even 3 to 5 years. Ah, does that mean we might not see each other for decades or even centuries? By then, I may not be able to see you at all. Close your raven's mouth. Why not say that by then? You'll transcend to become an immortal and come find me? You're quite grown up yet still insist on having me come down to see you, as if you were my master. Hee, I apologize. Master, I shall strive to cultivate diligently and aim to ascend to the heavens to find you soon. That's more like it. Do not slack off. I will arrange for your senior brother to come down regularly to supervise you. That's settled. And who is my senior brother, master? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. You will find out in due time. I shall take my leave. The carefree old man departed swiftly. Lin Fan knelt and bowed to bid farewell to his master. Reflecting on the weight of his master's words, feeling a great pressure to cultivate day and night. Having learned the fifth form of the carefree sword technique, he had encountered a bottleneck. To progress further, he needed to hone his skills. Emerging from the Qinkuan ring, he discovered a message from Ouyang Jinhua and promptly made his way to the sect's main peak. Ouyang Jinhua and the Grand Elder were present. Sect Master, what do you need from me? Ah, you've arrived. Recently, the Divine Blade sect has been causing trouble, claiming we killed their young master. Are you aware of this matter? Lin Fan immediately cast a barrier formation, stating, I was indeed the one who killed him. He briefly recounted the events. It was indeed warranted, but his father is in the mid-stage of Yuan Ying and is already at the threshold of the late stage. You must be cautious in the future, Ouyang Sun expressed with concern. He only suspects and has no evidence. Moreover, my mother-in-law is not one to be trifled with. He wouldn't dare to kill me easily. As you may know, my mother-in-law is about to enter seclusion to break through to the transformation stage. However, it's wise to remain cautious. That would be best. I, too, am preparing to break through to the mid-stage of Yuan Ying. The Grand Elder is also aiming for the early stage of Yuan Ying. From now on, the sect will rely on you for support, Ouyang Jinhua stated promptly. Very well, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Focus on your breakthroughs. Both Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Sun possess dual attribute spiritual roots, and Lin Fan generously gifted them a dozen corresponding top-grade spirit stones each. Take these for any unforeseen needs. Thank you, Ancestor Master. Now that you both have also begun practicing the Wujie sword technique, shall we have a sparring match? Certainly. The three ascended to the peak of the main mountain and took turns battling. After a fortnight of practice, they each made significant gains, after which the two went to the sect's back mountain to enter seclusion and break through. Lin Fan bid farewell to the Grand Elder and others, then ventured into the secret realm for training, using his spiritual sense to locate the Leopard King. The Leopard King now exuded an aura markedly different from before. His physique had become much more imposing, and he had even established his own territory, gathering many subordinates. He now resembled a formidable mountain king. Yet upon seeing Lin Fan, he displayed an attitude of submission, akin to a devoted follower, in the days that followed. Lin Fan led the Black Panther and defeated several dominant-level monster beasts, but one day, they were ambushed and suffered minor injuries. How curious that 3 dominant-level monster beasts would simultaneously attack me. Lin Fan mused. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with an air of mystery emerged from the shadows. Who are you? We seem not to be acquainted, Lin Fan remarked. Haha, you've killed so many of my subordinates, yet still dare to ask who I am. Oh, you must be the epic-level monster beast lurking in this area, Lin Fan inquired, testing the waters. At least you possess some insight, but today, you shall not leave here alive. Lin Fan had to concede that this epic-level beast was indeed cunning, using its minions to drain his spiritual power before revealing itself to strike. Chapter 75. The Black Fox Demon Emperor. I am but a humble late-stage golden core cultivator. How could I possibly contend with you? You are quite cautious, primarily because your kind is too treacherous and sly. I must be prudent. Enough with the idle talk. Prepare to meet your end. The beast transformed into its true form, revealing itself as a fox. Hence its cunning nature. The black fox ignored him and swiftly transformed, launching an attack. Its speed was astonishing, and Lin Fan was momentarily caught off guard, receiving a claw strike that left 3 deep gashes on his chest. He quickly summoned the Golden Pavilion and, with the Black Panther, took refuge inside to meditate and recover. The pressure from the monster's level left the Black Panther dazed, so Lin Fan decided to keep him in the Qinkuan Ring's forest for safety. The fox, seeing Lin Fan hide within the Golden Pavilion, began to rage outside, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The Golden Pavilion, having absorbed copious amounts of blood essence, had become incredibly resilient, its surface now a dark golden hue. Even the epic-level beast found it futile to break through. After a prolonged assault, the fox, frustrated by its inability to breach the defenses, began to screech and smash about enraged. It recognized that if it let Lin Fan escape, he might return with powerful allies. Reluctantly, it resolved to wait for Lin Fan's eventual emergence. As Lin Fan observed the fox's futile efforts, he gradually relaxed, focusing on his recovery. Once his condition improved, he retrieved the Wujie sword and engaged the fox in combat, retreating to the Golden Pavilion to recuperate when fatigued. This is merely a practice session for me. If I fear it might flee, I can only endure this standoff. After more than a month of stalemate, Lin Fan experienced tremendous growth, now just a small step away from the Yuaning stage. During this time, his spirit stone consumption had been staggering, leaving him with just over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and more than 500 top-grade spirit stones. After another month of weariness, he felt it was time to conclude the encounter. He brandished the celestial slaughter sword to confront the fox. The fox immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the weapon, hesitating to engage directly, instead relying on its agility to execute a guerrilla-style assault. Lin Fan found himself at a loss. How about we negotiate? The fox paused, asking, what do you wish to propose? Continuing to exhaust ourselves like this is hardly beneficial. Why not agree to part ways and reconvene another day? Humph. You humans are so devious. How can I trust you won't return with reinforcements to ambush me? You need not worry. I take full responsibility for my actions. Since I killed your subordinates, this is solely our own enmity and will not involve others. I hope you understand. Seeing Lin Fan's sincerity, the fox relented. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I will wait here for 3 months. Then it is settled. The heavens shall witness our agreement, Lin Fan declared. Without another word, the fox took flight, leaving Lin Fan in disbelief at the unexpected outcome. With the top-grade Yuan Ingdan bestowed by the carefree old man, upgrading would not be an issue to ensure utmost caution. I decided to take out all the superior spirit stones and 200 exquisite spirit stones, arranging them around me. The first bolt of lightning, as anticipated, descended with a deafening roar, striking towards Lin Fan with incredible speed. Without utilizing any treasures, Lin Fan summoned his spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught. Though his body was charred black, he remained unscathed. Why was this lightning so much easier to endure? The spirit within the Qingquan ring explained that the majority of the lightning's power had been absorbed by it. Lin Fan understood and began to absorb the golden light to heal his injuries. After enduring 3 powerful bolts of lightning, the golden core within him gradually transformed into a miniature version of Lin Fan himself. When the 9th bolt of lightning arrived, Lin Fan looked up and gasped. Good heavens! How can one survive this? The thickness nearly rivaled that of a basin. Bracing himself, he took the hit, only to be knocked unconscious. Following that, a radiant golden light enveloped him, far surpassing the previous 8 instances, and it lasted a considerable duration. Lin Fan's skeletal structure was swiftly reforged, becoming as sturdy as gold. His flesh rapidly recovered, appearing as tender and fresh as a newborn babe. At last, I can teleport, Lin Fan exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied after attempting it. He felt his strength had at least doubled, and now, facing an epic-level beast, his chances of victory were significantly heightened. Just as Lin Fan emerged from his exhilaration, he sensed a substantial change in the space around him, as if a hint of law-like power had manifested. The Qingquan ring had expanded again by 2 kilometers, now encompassing an area of 10 kilometers. At that moment, the large black panther excitedly dashed out from the forest, exclaiming, Master, I have evolved to the Dominator level. Not bad, Lin Fan replied. This is all thanks to your radiant golden light. I feel I am somewhat stronger than the average Dominator level beast. The panther stated, brimming with excitement. Upon checking the spirit stones, Lin Fan was astonished to find that he had only consumed over 1,000 superior ones and just 20 exquisite stones. Why was this time's consumption so minimal? As Lin Fan pondered, the spirit within the ring continued, Master, the 2 original superior spirit veins have merged into one massive exquisite spirit vein. The spiritual energy in this space has increased by 50%. Coupled with your spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy is now extremely dense. That's splendid, Lin Fan rejoiced. With no time to investigate further, He exited the Qinkuan ring and discovered that the external world remained unscathed. He retracted all formations and treasures, wielding the sword of Immortal slaying to return to the Side Peaks loft. He sent a message to Ouyang Jinhua, informing him of his advancement to the nascent soul stage, but that he needed to meditate and consolidate his gains. Lin Fan spent an entire day cultivating within the Qinkuan ring, noticing a remarkable increase in his cultivation speed, at least 7 or 8 times faster than in the outside world. Once he had sufficiently consolidated his recovery, he proceeded to the main peak, inviting Ouyang Jinhua to spar in the back mountain. At that point, Ouyang Jinhua was no longer a match for him, prompting them to summon the elder Ouyang Xun in a 1-on-2 match. The three of them managed to reach a stalemate. The cycle of talent continues, with each generation producing exceptional individuals. Ouyang Jinhua remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Haha, my judgment is commendable, isn't it? Ouyang Sun replied with pride. Of course, if you hadn't invited our esteemed uncle, we wouldn't have the sword spirit sect's current standing, Lin Fan interjected. All right, let's return and celebrate with some drinks. He added, absolutely. We are overjoyed at the prospect of indulging in delightful cuisine. The two responded enthusiastically. The three of them feasted heartily and decided to hold a sect assembly to encourage everyone to intensify their cultivation efforts. Chapter 77. Upholding promises. The following day, the entire sect convened for an assembly. Except for the gatekeeping disciples and those still out on their journeys, all remaining members had gathered. Excitement buzzed through the air as they had heard the news of the sect master, the elder, and Lin Fan's advancements to the nascent soul stage. Now, our sword spirit sect boasts 3 nascent soul cultivators. I hope everyone will diligently cultivate to uphold this hard-earned honor and fortune as the foremost of the 10 great sects, declared sect master Ouyang Jinhua. He then elaborated on Lin Fan's significant contributions, stating, I have decided to appoint Lin Xiaoyao, also known as Elder Lin Fan, as the protector elder of our sect. Although he intended to announce Lin Fan's status as a senior uncle, Lin Fan intervened, preferring to wait until he had advanced a few more levels before doing so. The disciples erupted into cheers. Next came the arena competitions, with over 10,000 superior spirit stones as rewards, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented enthusiasm. Lin Fan, uninterested in such affairs, returned to the Side Peaks loft and entered the Qinkuan ring to continue his cultivation. 2 months later, as the time for his agreement with the fox demon drew near, he emerged from the loft. He informed Ouyang Jinhua of his plans and ventured into the secret realm to hone his skills, hunting for several days to adapt to the spiritual energy enhancement granted by the nascent soul stage. He returned to the site of his previous battle, releasing the Golden Pavilion and entering the Qinkuan ring for further cultivation. It was only when the fox demon came to challenge him that he stepped out of the Qinkuan ring. Observing that only the fox demon had arrived, he felt a growing fondness for it. I didn't expect this little human to be quite trustworthy, the fox demon remarked upon seeing Lin Fan, astonished to discover his advancement. Haha, you're not too shabby yourself, not bringing your subordinates to ambush me. Lin Fan, now able to sense within a 20-mile radius, engaged in a friendly sparring match with the fox demon. Their exchanges were no longer as fierce as before, and Lin Fan could easily hold his ground without exerting full effort, earning the fox demon's newfound respect. Shall we have a proper match? Agreed. The two unleashed their full spiritual power, resulting in a fiercely contested battle. Lin Fan refrained from using the Sword of Freedom, opting instead for the Wuji sword. If not for his concern over depleting his spiritual power, he would have preferred to use a large blade. After several hundred exchanges, Lin Fan called for a halt. Stop, stop, I concede. You draw a line for me. Oh, you don't seem like other humans, cunning and deceitful. I have no desire to be your enemy. Let us cease this matter here. The fox demon expressed admiration for Lin Fan's integrity and wished to avoid conflict. I concurred. It is rare to encounter such a trustworthy great demon like you. Let it be as you say. You may mark a territory, and our sword spirit sect disciples will avoid it in the future. That works. The fox demon then presented Lin Fan with a map made from beast skin. Until we meet again, the fox demon said, bowing respectfully. Goodbye? Lin Fan returned the gesture and was about to leave when he noticed the fox demon turning back. Is it reconsidering? He immediately entered a battle-ready stance. Haha, my apologies. I remembered something I am unsure whether to mention. Feel free to speak. I know you come to this secret realm to hone your strength, and I have an idea I wonder if you would be willing to consider? The fox demon continued. To the southeast of my territory lies that of a tiger demon, known for its brutality. Regardless of whether you are human cultivators or other beasts, its sole intent is to kill. Isn't that 2 words? Lin Fan chuckled. Haha, separating them makes it just 1 word. Just tell me, what is it really about? Lin Fan inquired impatiently. It seems you possess remarkable intelligence. There is indeed something I have not mentioned. My daughter was captured by it a few days ago and is currently imprisoned in its dungeon. For now, she is not in immediate danger, but my strength is far too inadequate to confront it, and nearly half of my subordinates have already been slain by you. I have always loathed dishonorable and despicable beings. How about I confront this demon emperor for you? Chapter 78. Becoming friends lead the way, Lin Fan replied, retracting the golden pavilion. Should I summon some subordinates? The fox demon expressed concern that it might backfire against its daughter. Feel free. I could use some time to recuperate. I will wait here for you. With that, Lin Fan summoned the golden pavilion and entered the Qingkuan ring to meditate and recover. After a quarter of an hour, he felt revitalized and ceased his meditation, realizing he was somewhat hungry. He roasted 3 wild chickens and was about to indulge when he noticed movement outside. Sensing the middle-aged fox demon still lingering outside, he took a roasted chicken and stepped out. Did you not call for reinforcements? There is no need for me to go personally. We demon beasts have our own means of communication. I have already sent word. We just need to wait a bit longer for them to gather. Are you hungry? Would you like to share a meal? Is that permissible? Of course, as long as you're not afraid I might poison it. In that case, I would like to try one as well. The fox demon, possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell, could detect poison through scent and was not concerned about Lin Fan's intentions. Lin Fan returned to the golden pavilion, retrieved 2 more freshly roasted wild chickens, set up a table and chairs, and boldly invited the fox demon to join him for a meal. The fox demon did not hesitate. Eagerly tearing into a roasted chicken, Lin Fan poured a cup of fine wine for the fox demon and began to drink leisurely. Delicious, the fox demon exclaimed, raising its cup and taking a hearty sip. This wine is quite good. You humans certainly know how to indulge. That I am Lin Fan. You may call me by my name. So you mortals also have the privilege of naming me? You may refer to me as Fox Immortal. May I inquire why you hold such a friendly title? Lin Fan, intrigued, asked. Well, it's not entirely a secret. Like you, I have a penchant for chivalry, having eliminated a few corrupt officials and nefarious individuals. The fox demon replied nonchalantly. I cannot compare. I have yet to slay any of our mortal miscreants. In the realm of cultivators, I have indeed eliminated quite a number of malevolent beings. Lin Fan and the fox spirit engaged in a lively conversation, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Let us become friends, Lin Fan proposed, the kind that helps each other in times of difficulty. Certainly, it is rare to encounter a human like you, the fox spirit replied with delight. After chatting for a while, they heard a rumbling sound approaching. Allow me to tidy up. Let us hasten to rescue your daughter. We must avoid prolonging the night and inviting more troubles, Lin Fan stated. Before long, a dozen or so overlord-level demon beasts arrived, taken aback upon seeing Lin Fan, the human. The fox spirit explained the situation, easing their wariness. Together, they ventured into the territory of the tiger demon. Gradually advancing and halting several kilometers away, I can sense movements within 10 kilometers. Please wait here while I scout ahead, the fox spirit cautioned. With a swift motion, she darted away for several hundred meters. One could not help but think that should she wish to execute a sneak attack or steal something, it would be a simple task, in less than a quarter of an hour. The fox spirit returned, sharing that the enemies were drinking, presenting them with a rare opportunity. All right, you all wait here. I shall take the lead. And you can act when the moment is right, Lin Fan gestured. Ah, are you certain you wish to go alone? The fox spirit responded with astonishment. I have an idea that will not only test their reactions, but also allow me to eliminate a few of their subordinates. Lin Fan declared, I will feign being a human cultivator here for training. Once I lure out the tiger demon, you can stealthily encircle and ambush its lair. What do you think? No, that is far too dangerous. We cannot risk your life in pursuit of saving my daughter, she replied. Have you lost your mind? I possess magical artifacts, Lin Fan said helplessly. Truly, concern breeds confusion. This age-old adage applies equally to demon beasts. Ah, I had nearly forgotten that. Very well, you may proceed. Lin Fan soared through the air for several miles and soon encountered 2 patrolling king-level demon beasts. In a swift motion, he dispatched them and collected their demon cores, leaving the bodies for the Golden Pavilion to retrieve. In a coordinated effort with the pavilion, he eliminated over a dozen king-level demon beasts and 2 overlord-level ones, prompting the enemies to lose their composure. They swiftly dispatched 5 overlord-level demon beasts to hunt down the detestable human cultivator. Drawing his celestial slayer sword, Lin Fan unleashed a powerful soul attack, resulting in a flurry of strikes that concluded the skirmish in less than a quarter of an hour. Yielding bountiful rewards, the Golden Pavilion absorbed the essence blood of 7 overlord-level demon beasts, transforming into a pure black gold hue, exuding a faint aura of darkness, appearing exceptionally remarkable. Lin Fan pressed forward another 5 or 6 miles, only to encounter another wave of overlord-level demon beasts, this time numbering 12. They seemed to hold me in high regard. Perfect for some practice. Lin Fan, unaccompanied by the Golden Pavilion for protection, employed the Celestial Slayer Sword and the Wandering Sword technique in a frenzied dance of combat, successfully eliminating 6 of them. Having mastered 11 forms of the Wandering Sword technique, Lin Fan was eager to comprehend the 12th form, requiring a synthesis of the previous techniques to grasp its essence. However, after slaying half of the foes, his soul energy waned, prompting him to retreat into the Golden Pavilion and subsequently into the Qinkuan Ring to recuperate. Within the spatial gathering array, his recovery was remarkably swift, even exceeding the rate of absorbing premium spirit stones. In the gathering array, every pore in his body absorbed spiritual energy, expediting the process immensely. The nascent soul within him also meditated to restore energy and heal, albeit requiring time. Once his soul energy was replenished, he ventured back out to attempt the 12th form against his adversaries. After enduring dozens of exchanges, he gleaned some insights and unleashed the 12th form. Several of the frontline overlord-level demon beasts were instantly slain, confirming the overwhelming might of the final form of the Wandering Sword technique. Lin Fan did not linger. After dispatching the remaining foes, he returned to the gathering array to recover. The tiger demon, sensing the annihilation of its subordinates, was furious. He hastily led the remaining 20 overlord-level minions to confront Lin Fan, only to discover a pitch-black palace and commanded its subordinates to batter down the door. While Lin Fan was in the Qinkuan Ring recovering, he heard the sounds of their assault but paid them no mind, leisurely emerging after a quarter of an hour. You humans deserve death? I shall skin you alive, drink your blood, and finally prepare a soup with your remains. The tiger demon snarled, baring its fangs. Ha, such fierce words. But I wonder how formidable you truly are, Lin Fan retorted, stalling for time. Enraged, the tiger demon ordered its 20 subordinates to attack together. Unfortunately, their massive forms hindered swift movement, and only 5 or 6 managed to encircle Lin Fan while he deftly evaded their blows. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Fan executed the 12th form, focusing not on how many he could slay but rather on honing his skills. The 12th form consumed an immense amount of soul energy, even more than the previous techniques combined, explaining why his master had insisted on elevating his cultivation level to master it. Despite possessing several times the soul energy of an average cultivator, he could barely unleash it thrice. When his energy dwindled, he teleported back to the Golden Pavilion and re-entered the Qinkuan Ring to recover, while the remaining demon beasts continued their relentless assault outside. After several intermittent skirmishes, he managed to eliminate the majority, leaving 8 still encircling him. The tiger demon observed intently, seeking a flaw in Lin Fan's defense to strike. Aware of its cunning, Lin Fan remained vigilant, deliberately exposing a weakness, which the tiger demon eagerly exploited. The other demon beasts scattered, and one human faced off against one demon in a fierce battle. The tiger demon, in terms of speed, was commendable, and in terms of strength, formidable. However, Lin Fan ultimately proved to be outmatched. The tiger demon, wary of the Celestial Slayer Sword, dared not approach too closely, simultaneously concerned that Lin Fan might be employing tricks. The Golden Pavilion had been encircled by the demon beasts, who believed Lin Fan could not return. Just as they reveled in their triumph, the Golden Pavilion vanished and reappeared beside Lin Fan, enveloping him entirely. This infuriated the demons and the tiger demon, who resumed their frantic assault. The Golden Pavilion sustained minor cracks, causing Lin Fan to momentarily lose composure in distress, at that critical juncture. The fox spirit and her allies arrived, engaging the tiger demon in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan joined the fray, swiftly dispatching 3 overlord-level demon beasts, thus turning the tide of the battle. Together with the fox spirit, they confronted the tiger demon, while the remaining overlord-level demon beasts lost their will to fight, quickly falling to the fox spirit's subordinates. Only Lin Fan, the fox spirit, and the tiger demon remained, engaging in a fierce struggle. The fox spirit, agile in her movements, proved difficult for the tiger demon to strike, forcing it to direct its full attention towards Lin Fan. Reluctant to engage directly, Lin Fan utilized the evasive techniques from the wandering sword technique to dance around the tiger demon, infuriating it further. Realizing its minions had suffered devastating losses and recognizing that it was surrounded, the tiger demon, in a fit of rage, attempted to break through the encirclement. Lin Fan seized the moment to unleash a full-force soul attack, momentarily disorienting the tiger demon. The fox spirit, seizing the opportunity, teleported and delivered a lethal strike to the tiger demon's neck. The tiger demon's throat was torn open, blood gushing forth, and its demise was imminent. "I hope in your next life, you refrain from indiscriminately slaying the innocent," the fox spirit lamented, just as the tiger demon breathed its last. Meanwhile, the golden pavilion began to automatically cleanse the battlefield. Due to the severe consumption of his soul energy, Lin Fan could not return to the Qiankuan ring to recuperate and instead consumed a top-grade soul essence pill, beginning to meditate in place. Observing his meditation, the fox spirit refrained from disturbing him, instructing her subordinates to maintain a protective perimeter while she transformed into human form and rested nearby. At that moment, the fox spirit's daughter, the little white fox, arrived with 2 subordinates. "Father, that human is incredibly strong. I sense a terrifying power emanating from him. It is truly frightening," the little white fox exclaimed, patting her chest. "Do not fear. It was entirely thanks to him that we were able to rescue you today. He is unlike other humans. He is a righteous individual. Henceforth, he shall be our friend," the fox spirit replied with great joy. "Indeed, he is my benefactor," the little white fox declared innocently. "Certainly, you must express your gratitude to him and not neglect to show him your appreciation." Just then, Lin Fan concluded the full absorption of the pill and regained some soul energy, rising from his meditation. As he stood, the demon beasts knelt in respect. Seeing Lin Fan awaken, the fox spirit hastily approached with the little white fox. "This time, I truly owe you a great debt of gratitude," she said. "Oh, there is no need for excessive formality, for I too bear some responsibility. Now that we are friends, there is no need for such politeness," Lin Fan replied, casting a glance at the petite and exquisite figure of the beautiful little white fox behind the fox spirit. "Ah, so this is your daughter?" "But," Lin Fan remarked, puzzled, "why do the 2 of you have different skin tones?" "Yes, this is my daughter. Hurry and express your gratitude to our benefactor," the fox spirit urged. "I extend my heartfelt thanks for your rescue," the little white fox said gratefully. "No need for further thanks. I am quite curious. Having already transformed into human form, your strength should be considerable. How did you end up in the tiger demon's clutches?" Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. "It was merely due to my playful nature. The tiger demon lured me in with a millennium-old treasure. In truth, even when acting alone, she could have escaped. However, her adversaries had already set an ambush with numerous subordinates. How could she possibly evade capture?" The fox spirit elucidated. Lin Fan instinctively sensed that this little white fox was extraordinary, her strength likely rivaling that of the fox spirit, though her youth rendered her somewhat naive. Yes, that it, naive. Chapter 81. The fox demon by Ji. The golden pavilion had completely collected the bodies and returned them to Lin Fan's body. The little white fox, upon witnessing this, was filled with curiosity and gasped in awe. Subsequently, a coalition of humans and demons swept through the territory of the tiger demon, discovering numerous human cultivator bones, abandoned storage bags, rings, magical artifacts, and a considerable bounty of precious millennium herbs within the tiger demon's lair. The fox spirit, not one to be stingy, encouraged Lin Fan to gather everything he fancied. Lin Fan, though reluctantly, complied. He chuckled, marveling at the immense haul. Among the spoils were over 20 exquisite weapons, more than 70 of superior quality, 101 storage bags and rings, and over 200 millennium herbs. Lin Fan's heart swelled with joy. Esteemed fox spirit, I shall keep these herbs for now, and once I refine them into elixirs, I will share them with you all. What? You can actually refine pills? The fox spirit exclaimed incredulously. Well, just a bit. I can refine Tier 3 superior grade pills, although I occasionally encounter minor mishaps, Lin Fan admitted bashfully. Oh, that is quite impressive indeed. I also possess a fair number of herbs. Why not come back with me to see if they can be of use? Excellent. Let us hasten our departure. Upon hearing this delightful prospect, Lin Fan felt elated at the unexpected fortune. The fox spirit promptly arranged for her subordinates to occupy the tiger demon's territory before accompanying Lin Fan back to her lair. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the fox spirit's abode comprised several stone houses, complete with gardens and ornamental hills. Truly, she knew how to save her life. The fox spirit concealed the herbs in a deep cave behind the stone house, where the spiritual energy was far more potent, yielding herbs of a much superior quality than those of the tiger demon. Lin Fan hurriedly collected over 500 herbs, with over 100 being fresh, all of which he stored in his chinkuan ring for the spirit to cultivate. The withered ones also contained a few mature seeds, which he planted and watered with spiritual spring water. Lin Fan prepared a feast of barbecued mountain chicken and rabbit, and the three of them relished the meal with great delight. Each of the two demons devoured 2 roasted chickens and still craved more. The Fox clan, indeed, had an insatiable penchant for chicken. Once they had their fill, Lin Fan declared, "Esteemed fox spirit, with this matter concluded, I shall take my leave. In a few days, once I have refined the elixirs, I shall return to find you." The little white fox, sensing his imminent departure, felt a pang of reluctance. In just half a day of acquaintance, she had developed a fondness for Lin Fan. The fox spirit, equally disinclined to see him go, quickly interjected, "Brother Lin, I still possess a wealth of fresh herbs on my territory, and I have instructed my subordinates to gather more. Why not stay a few more days?" Lin Fan's eyes sparkled at the mention of more fresh herbs. "Oh, if that is the case, I shall remain a few more days. Yea," the little white fox exclaimed joyously. With time on their hands, Lin Fan contemplated refining pills. "Esteemed fox spirit, I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I shall return to the Golden Pavilion to refine pills." "Very well, go ahead, but do not forget to come out for meals." Lin Fan understood her implication. She was eager for his roasted chickens. This was easily remedied. He could simply instruct the spirit to prepare them at the appropriate time. Finding a clear area, he set up the Golden Pavilion, arranged a spirit gathering formation, and began his alchemical endeavors. The little white fox intended to follow him inside but was halted by the fox spirit. Refining pills requires undisturbed focus, much like cultivating. "Oh, I understand," the little white fox replied, somewhat dejectedly. Lin Fan retrieved the 10,000 things cauldron, and in a matter of moments, he successfully refined over 100 Tier 3 superior grade pills and several exquisite ones. Feeling fatigued, he ceased his efforts, gathered some jade bottles, and stored the pills. Upon exiting the Chinkoan ring, he found the little white fox waiting outside for quite some time. "Are you hungry? I've prepared several roasted mountain chickens. Let us return inside to eat." "Yes, yes." The little white fox beamed with joy at the sight of Lin Fan. As they walked and chatted, Lin Fan inquired, "Do you not have a name?" "Well, my father has no name either. We demon beasts do not adhere to your human conventions," she replied. "Could you name me?" "Certainly. Allow me a moment to think." Lin Fan pondered, and upon seeing the freshly unearthed Baiji outside the stone house, he was struck with inspiration. "How about the name Baiji? You are as beautiful and flawless as the Baiji flower." "Yes, I love it. From now on, I shall be called Baiji," the little white fox exclaimed, her joy palpable. Chapter 82. Reaching consensus. "Father, I have a name now, thanks to Brother Lin." "Well, as long as you like it," the fox spirit noted, seeing Lin Fan produce several roasted chickens. "Let us feast." Lin Fan then revealed the last 2 jars of wine. "Here, we have but these 2 jars left. Once consumed, we shall have to wait for another batch." "Ha ha, Brother Lin, you are generous. Speaking of which, I have tasted many fine wines among humans, yet none compare to yours," the fox spirit remarked, astonished. "How could anyone's wine rival mine?" Lin Fan chuckled as he presented a jar of spring water. "Here, do try." The fox spirit, surprised, poured a glass of the spiritual water and took a small sip. "Wow, how can it be so sweet, with a hint of spiritual energy?" Little fox spirit Baiji hurriedly poured herself a cup. Ah, this is divine. The two engaged in a playful exchange, swiftly depleting the jar. Brother Lin, do you have more? Baiji asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Fan felt a surge of affection. Indeed, dear Baiji, you may drink as much as you wish. He then produced several more jars, moving Baiji to express her gratitude. Brother Lin, you are truly wonderful. I wish to marry you. Ah, do not speak so recklessly. Lin Fan laughed, noting her slightly intoxicated ramblings. Please, do not mind her, the fox spirit said, bewildered. Lin Fan shrugged it off, understanding her childlike nature. After satisfying their appetites, he presented a substantial portion of the refined pills. These are the elixirs I crafted today. Feel free to take them. The fox spirit picked up a bottle of pills, opened it, and inhaled the aroma. You are truly remarkable, to have refined so many in such a short time. Lin Fan remained taciturn as he gathered the remaining herbs scattered across the ground, directing the spirit to plant them. To ensure our harmonious coexistence, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Lin Fan said after some contemplation. Please, Brother Lin, speak freely. I shall comply with any reasonable request, the fox spirit replied, eager to befriend Lin Fan, recognizing his potential. It is a simple matter. I hope that on your territory, your dominant subordinates refrain from attacking my sect's disciples. They merely seek to hone their skills by slaying lower-tier beasts, which poses no threat to your status. That is entirely manageable. I shall ensure that no dominant beasts engage in the slaughter of your sect's disciples on my land. As for the king-tier beasts, let them act according to their abilities. Ah, splendid. You truly are my friend. Lin Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Not a problem at all. I shall also instruct my subordinates to protect your sect's disciples whenever they encounter them. Truly, I am immensely grateful. You are indeed a true friend. Alas, all gatherings must come to an end. I have been away for many days and must return to my sect shortly. Let us part ways here. Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to leave, Baiji immediately expressed her discontent, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Lin, please do not go. Seeing her distress, Lin Fan felt a pang of sympathy. I cannot remain. I fear that there may be ill-intentioned individuals seeking to harm my friends, just as I came to rescue you. Then may I accompany you? Baiji pleaded, clinging to Lin Fan's arm. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Fan glanced at the fox spirit, silently asking for guidance. In a few days, I shall gather more fresh herbs. Do take her with you to broaden her horizons, the fox spirit said earnestly. Very well. I shall return her in due time. The My sect is called the Sword Spirit Sect, located north of the 10,000 Great Mountains. To assuage any concerns, Lin Fan provided the fox spirit with the address. Understood. Lin Fan produced several mountain chickens and jars of spiritual spring water. These are all I have left. I shall prepare more next time. Splendid. The fox spirit exclaimed, eagerly accepting the offerings. Lin Fan then placed Baiji within the golden pavilion and transported her back inside his body, promptly shattering a jade tablet to teleport back to his sect. Upon arrival, he released the little white fox Baiji, wary of her feeling bored in the golden pavilion. Due to Baiji's stunning beauty, she attracted considerable attention from passing disciples, who stared at her in a wit. Seemed that regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, all men had an affinity for beautiful women. Before long, Lin Fan and Baiji found themselves surrounded. Lin Fan, unable to contain himself, erupted, "Look at yourselves. What manner of creatures are you, so easily distracted? If you were to encounter a beauty trap in the martial world, you would surely meet your demise. Get lost?" The disciples, taken aback, hurriedly dispersed. Baiji, amused by Lin Fan's protective outburst, could not help but giggle, her laughter ringing through the air. "Everyone, look, she is laughing," a disciple exclaimed from a distance. "Ah, she is truly breathtaking." In a fit of anger, Lin Fan grasped Baiji's small hand and instantly transported them back to the loft of the side peak. "This is my residence. You should stay here for a while. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly." Chapter 83. You must take responsibility. Upon arriving at the main hall of the main peak, Lin Fan found that Ouyang Jinhua was already aware of his return and was preparing to meet him. "Master Uncle, you are back?" "Yes. From now on, our disciples will venture into the secret realms, and within this area, there will be no powerful monsters to ambush us." Without hesitation, Lin Fan produced the piece of demon skin, which had marked the territory of the tiger demon as being claimed by the fox demon. At that moment, The Grand Elder also arrived, joining in the examination of the map. Such an extensive area. The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha, that's simply wonderful. How did you manage it?" Ouyang Jinhua asked, his face brimming with excitement. Lin Fan then recounted the events that had transpired, leaving both men in awe, silently acknowledging Lin Fan's formidable prowess. "Master Uncle, are you suggesting that not only will we be safe from being attacked by monsters of the Overlord level and above, but we will also be protected by them?" The Grand Elder inquired, utterly astounded. "Indeed, that is the case as long as we do not overstep our bounds. They will not interfere with us. You truly are remarkable, having befriended epic-level beasts." "Absolutely, Master Uncle, you are indeed a blessing to our sect." The sect master chimed in, eager to flatter. "All right, you may proceed with the arrangements." Returning to the loft of the side peak, Lin Fan discovered that the little white fox had grown weary of her play and was beginning to feel restless. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, she joyfully leaped up and rubbed against his arm. Lin Fan, taken aback by her actions, hastily withdrew his hand, inadvertently brushing against a small peak. Baiji's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Lin Fan, how could you do this, ah? What did I do? I merely brushed against it by accident. Please don't take offense." After a moment of silence from Baiji, Lin Fan turned to see her with tears welling in her eyes. "Oh dear, what could have possibly upset you this time?" he asked, rushing to comfort her. Baiji remained silent, tears streaming down her face. "All right, I take back what I said earlier, I did it on purpose." "Is that better?" Lin Fan said helplessly. Baiji then spoke up, "Then you must take responsibility." "Fine, I will take responsibility, but please stop crying. You're making me anxious." Lin Fan thought it best to humor her. "Considering she was just a child. Then you must marry me." "How can that be? I already have a wife, and two at that," Lin Fan replied without a moment's thought, firmly rejecting her. "Fine, now you're making me cry again." Lin Fan added, "We humans and demons are different. Marriage is not an option." Baiji immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I understand everything and why father says my mother is human, so don't try to deceive me. Besides, I've seen many humans marry our kind. If you don't agree, I'll tell my father that you bullied me and refused to take responsibility." "Ah, this is quite the predicament," Lin Fan thought, having just reached an agreement with the fox deity. And now it seemed it might fall apart. He quickly deflected. "I have no say in this matter. According to human customs, both wives must consent." Baiji was momentarily left speechless. "Hee, little girl, you are playing with fire." "Then I shall ask them. I still need to refine medicine for your father." "No way, no matter who I refine it for. We must clarify this matter first. Otherwise, I will shout that you have wronged me and see who they believe." "Goodness, this little girl is quite the handful," Lin Fan thought, deciding to take her for a little adventure instead. "All right, you mustn't shout. I'll take you to meet them. But if they disagree, you must promise not to cause a scene." "I promise I won't cause a scene," Baiji replied happily. Chapter 84. Let us train together. Lin Fan sent a message to the sect master and then piloted the flying vessel. Taking Baiji to Baihua sect it was her first time aboard such a vessel, and she was filled with wonder, looking around and exploring every nook and cranny. After a day of swift travel, Baiji grew tired, and Lin Fan brought out a tiger skin and a blanket for her to sleep on. She lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. Lin Fan meditated throughout the night on the vessel. In the morning, upon waking, he found Baiji still fast asleep, leaving him somewhat speechless. How carefree she is, however. As he watched her sleeping form, he found her quite charming and was momentarily mesmerized. Just then, Baiji awoke, noticing Lin Fan staring at her, causing her to become shy and fidgety. "Ah, you must be hungry. Let us have breakfast," he suggested. Baiji burst into laughter, her joy infectious, leaving Lin Fan feeling quite embarrassed. Just then, they approached their destination, and he quickly sent a message to the two women, briefly explaining the situation, hoping they could help smooth things over. The two women, engrossed in conversation, quickly responded. With their confirmation, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. As the gatekeepers saw the son-in-law return, they rushed to greet him. Lin Fan led Baiji through the sect, attracting the attention of many disciples. "Our sect's Lin son-in-law is truly remarkable. Returning with yet another beauty. Men are all the same. A bunch of fickle hearts." Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing that, while Baiji seemed to revel in their conversation. It was worth noting that Bai Ji was an epic-level beast with a powerful soul, thus able to hear their chatter. Upon reaching the main hall, they found the mother-in-law still in seclusion. Having been there for 6 months without emerging, Mo Ning and Su Yinran were responsible for handling daily affairs. Upon seeing Lin Fan from a distance, both women were delighted. They waved for him to wait a moment while they finished their tasks. Naturally, Bai Ji could not sit still, wandering around and exploring as Lin Fan chose not to reprimand her. Within a quarter of an hour, the two women completed their duties and rushed over, each leaping into Lin Fan's embrace. Not far away, Bai Ji, witnessing the scene, dashed over. "Hello, beautiful elder sisters." Mo Ning and Su Yinran were taken aback by the sight of such a lovely and adorable girl. Not only was she beautiful, but her charm was undeniable, evoking feelings of affection rather than jealousy. "Oh my, this little sister is truly precious. Come, let your elder sister see who has been bullying you," Su Yinran said, her face filled with concern. "Yes, dear, your sister will take care of you," Mo Ning added. "Oh dear, have they forgotten what I said upon arriving? Those two sisters, he touched my chest and refuses to take responsibility. I can hardly survive," Bai Ji exclaimed, tears immediately streaming down her face. Lin Fan felt utterly exasperated. "Here we go again." The two women were now filled with concern. Su Yinran chastised, "You scoundrel Lin Fan! How dare you act like a rogue and refuse to take responsibility? You are nothing but a cad. Indeed. How could you behave this way? I am so disappointed in you," Mo Ning added, her voice laced with irritation. "I merely brushed against her by accident. It was not intentional. That time was intentional. Honestly, I approve of this union," Mo Ning declared with determination. "Yes, I also agree," Su Yinran chimed in, her expression one of indignation. "Ah, thank you, my dear sisters, for standing up for me," Bai Ji exclaimed, her tears drying as joy filled her heart. The two women immediately regretted their hasty decision. "Oh dear, we have been swayed. Our resolve is weak," they thought to themselves, realizing they could not go back on their word. "Perhaps we can wait until Lin Fan's parents arrive before discussing the wedding, as marriage is a matter that requires parental consent," Mo Ning suggested. Seeing that Bai Ji was on the verge of tears again, she quickly added, "However, we have already agreed, so I believe your parents will consent as well." Bai Ji's tears ceased instantly. "Oh, truly a little tormentor." The four returned to Mo Ning's loft and shared a hearty meal. Lin Fan wished to spar with the two women but hesitated due to Bai Ji's presence. "Sister, please keep Bai Ji company while I train with Su Yinran for a bit." "Sure, you two go ahead." Mo Ning understood Lin Fan's intentions. "I want to go too," Bai Ji exclaimed eagerly. "Cough, cough. Behave yourself. Your sister has many wedding customs to explain to you." "Oh, I must say, sister, you truly are skilled at managing both home and affairs," Lin Fan complimented, amused by her seamless transition. Chapter 85. Gifted with talent, Lin Fan and Su Yinran arrived at the adjacent loft, which also had a shielding array. The two entered the Chinkuan ring and engaged in a dual cultivation session, both reaping considerable rewards. "We should head back soon to avoid complications," Su Yinran suggested as she dressed. After such a long separation, Lin Fan still felt unfulfilled, but they returned to Mo Ning's loft 2 hours later. Lin Fan saw that everything was progressing smoothly. "Sister, shall we train for a bit?" Upon hearing this, Mo Ning's face flushed a deep crimson. Bai Ji, noticing, pretended not to, claiming she needed to use the restroom. Su Yinran quickly led her away. Lin Fan pulled Mo Ning along towards Su Yinran's loft. "Why the hurry? It's broad daylight. It would be inappropriate if someone saw us," Mo Ning protested, albeit reluctantly following him inside. The two engaged in their activities for over 2 hours, returning only after nightfall. "Brother Lin Fan, shouldn't we practice for a while?" Bai Ji cheerfully remarked, leaving the two women feeling utterly embarrassed. In truth, while they were occupied in the restroom, Bai Ji had already employed her magic to eavesdrop on the conversation between Lin Fan and Mo Ning. However, when the two suddenly vanished, she awkwardly returned to the restroom, pretending she had just finished. "Humph, engaging in mischief with the two elder sisters without me. What is so impressive about it? As if I haven't seen anything." Bai Ji secretly fumed, for she had indeed encountered the colorful illustrations of the mortal realm. That evening, Lin Fan had prepared a sumptuous feast, including a pot of spirit fish stew. The two women, having not eaten for a long time, feasted heartily, with Bai Ji particularly relishing the meal. When Lin Fan ran out of wine, Imo Ning generously provided him with dozens of jars of her homemade floral brew, crafted from the finest mountain spring water, which boasted an exquisite taste. Lin Fan requested some large empty wine jars, which he then stored in his universe ring, creating over 100 jars of tiger bone liquor. Imo Ning also gathered a significant amount of spirit spring water in her universe space, intending to brew more floral wine and for everyday cooking. Having Baiji around was quite inconvenient. As it hindered their cultivation, it was better to deceive her by claiming it was a secret realm of their sect. Lin Fan quickly communicated with the two women, and they swiftly understood. Staying cooped up at home is not ideal. Let us cultivate in your sect's secret realm, Lin Fan mischievously suggested. All right, then let us go. The two women pretended to lead him to their usual retreat. You all enter the golden pavilion, and I'll take you inside. Let us save some spirit stones for the sect. The three women entered the golden pavilion. Lin Fan sealed the pavilion and then returned to the loft, entering the universe ring. After waiting for a few breaths, he finally released the three of them. Wow, why is it so comfortable here? I don't want to leave, Baiji exclaimed joyfully, causing Lin Fan to kneel in submission. To ensure she did not suspect anything, Lin Fan even placed a restriction on her, preventing her from seeing the outside world. The four of them arrived at the spirit gathering array atop the main peak. Junior brother, your formation is too simple. Let me dismantle it and set up a new one for you, Imo Ning observed and said. All right. Lin Fan promptly removed the formation. Imo Ning spent half a day setting up a large spirit gathering array, which was over twice as effective as Lin Fan's. After the four of them meditated and cultivated for a while, they laughed. This is at least 15 to 16 times faster than outside. Of course, this is a top-tier spirit gathering array. However, the consumption of spirit energy will also accelerate. Imo Ning remarked, "It's fine. We can just focus on our cultivation. Later, when we find a spirit vein, we can gather a few more." Lin Fan said nonchalantly, "Down a spirit vein. Are you referring to those energy stones beneath the mountains?" Baiji quickly inquired. Su Yanran produced several high-grade spirit stones for her to see. "Yes, these are the ones. I know where to find them." "How do you know?" Lin Fan asked eagerly. "Are you really that foolish? I am a white fox. Is there anywhere in this mountain I am unaware of? As long as they exude spiritual energy, I can sense them from miles away. I discovered several precious herbs emitting their aura on our way here," Baiji said with a calm demeanor. "Oh, is that even human? He was never human in the first place." Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within. "Baiji, when we return, let us find them, shall we?" Lin Fan asked. "Of course. If brother wants them, let us go dig them up. Not a single one will escape." Chapter 86. Late stage of the nascent soul. The four of them continued their cultivation for several days, each reaping their own rewards. Lin Fan directly advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Su Yanran, speechless, remarked, "You really are a freak, catching up to me. I don't care. You must accompany me." Saying this, she pulled Lin Fan into the loft for dual cultivation, leaving Imo Ning feeling quite awkward. "Let them be. Let us continue our cultivation," Imo Ning thought, feeling anxious as Lin Fan was about to catch up to her. She then immersed herself deeply in her cultivation. Seeing Imo Ning in deep meditation, Baiji quietly exited the spirit gathering array and snuck into the loft to spy on Lin Fan and Su Yanran. Naturally, Lin Fan sensed her presence and deliberately obstructed her line of sight. Unable to see, Baiji planned to sneak in and watched. Su Yanran, facing the door, was startled when she saw Baiji enter. Upon seeing Baiji's innocent eyes, she couldn't bring herself to scold her and simply got up to dress and wash in the lake. Lin Fan, now feeling awkward, also intended to get dressed. Baiji did not leave, stating, "Brother Lin, I want to cultivate too." "No. Wait until you find a suitable person to cultivate with." "No way. If you don't teach me, I'll go back home and tell my father you're bullying me." Lin Fan thought. Hadn't she been captured by a tiger demon for several days? How could she not understand this? Was she still that Navi? Haven't you cultivated with the tiger demon? "No. It kept begging me to be its wife, but I didn't agree," Baiji said earnestly. Lin Fan, unable to hold back, transformed into a fierce wolf and pounced forward. Lin Fan unexpectedly experienced another breakthrough, advancing directly to the late stage of the nascent soul. "Haha, I've broken through," Lin Fan shouted as he rushed out of the room to inform Su Yanran, who was enjoying a bath in the lake. Su Yanran was elated over her recent advancement to the late stage of the nascent soul when Lin Fan suddenly interrupted her with his own news, leaving her flustered. "You dead Lin Fan? Why are you always chasing after me? It drives me mad. Hee hee, I can't help it. Just using my technique seems to yield results," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "You shameless thing. You scoundrel!" Su Yanran exclaimed angrily. "You dragged me into the room, lit the fire, and then ran off. Can you blame me?" However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as Baiji was of the wood attribute. Due to Lin Fan's 5-element attribute, he sensed that the wood attribute had increased by at least threefold, just as his water and fire attributes had improved. "Ah, doesn't that mean we need to find the metal and earth attributes too?" "You shameless thing," Su Yanran, though somewhat irritated, still hoped for Lin Fan to grow stronger. She merely scolded him to vent her frustration. That moment, Baiji also approached, prompting Lin Fan to quickly wash up before heading to the forest to check on the big black panther. Imo Ning, finishing her cultivation, opened her eyes to find she was alone. She hurried down the mountain and saw the two women washing up as well. Su Yanran recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Baiji feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Everything is fine now. You don't have to worry anymore," Imo Ning said to Baiji with a smile. "Thank you, sisters, for your understanding as long as he is well." "We are all well." Imo Ning handed Baiji a jade slip containing a dual cultivation technique, saying, "Baiji, practice this technique and try using it during your next cultivation." "Thank you, sister," Baiji replied, accepting the jade slip. Chapter 87. The Mystery of Attributes. After the three finished bathing, they returned to the loft to prepare dinner. The storage room was stocked with everything they needed, so they simply took out what was required to cook. Subsequently, the two women informed Baiji of everything that had transpired. Although Lin Fan was in the forest, he was aware of the happenings here and did not intervene, as they had already shared their bond as husband and wife. The big black panther had now reached the mid-stage of a dominant level beast and was quite formidable. "Master, I wish to cultivate in the demon beast secret realm." "Why such a desire? The spirit energy here is many times better than there." "I know, but I still want to go there to develop my own power. Perhaps in the future, you might find use for them. I'm not against your desire. I just worry it might hinder your cultivation." "It won't, master. I will strive hard. I've noticed that this space seems to lack a certain element." The big black panther, having been in this space the longest, had discovered some clues. You're referring to the power of laws? Right? After my last advancement, I acquired quite a bit." Lin Fan pondered while speaking. "In a few days, when we return, I'll take you into the secret realm," Lin Fan said, taking out the corpse of a dominant level beast to give to the big black panther before returning to the loft. "What were you discussing with the big black panther? You talked for so long," Su Yanran queried, her face filled with curiosity. "The big black panther mentioned that this space seems to be lacking a certain element, and it wants to return to the demon beast secret realm to cultivate. I feel like something is missing too," Imo Ning added. "Xiao Ling, come out and clarify." Suddenly, a semi-transparent little spirit appeared in midair. "Master, what you mentioned does indeed exist. After your last advancement, this space gained more, but it lacks thunder power and some metal attributes, coupled with the fact that this space was originally one of earth attributes. It is now a space of earth, metal, and thunder attributes. No wonder we've been advancing so slowly here. It turns out we're missing the water and fire attributes," Su Yanran said, looking exasperated. "Then we need to gather some water and fire attribute elements, right?" Lin Fan inquired. "And wood attributes too. Baiji is of the wood attribute." "Oh, I understand now. Currently, the attribute Lin Fan is most lacking is wood, which is why he is able to advance again," Su Yanran concluded. "Yes, it seems to be the case. This time, it was truly a serendipitous discovery. Baiji, come here." Lin Fan beckoned her to the medicinal field. "Channel some spiritual energy into this herb." Following his instructions, Baiji did so, and the precious herb visibly expanded, increasing its age by a full decade. It is no wonder that Baiji can sense the precious medicine. After all, it possesses the wood attribute. Lin Fan was exceedingly delighted. "What is there to make such a fuss about? I have always been aware of it. Otherwise, do you think the tiger demon captured me for no reason?" Baiji remarked with an expression of exasperation. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding indeed," Lin Fan hurriedly replied. Initially, he had been reluctant to be close with Baiji, largely out of concern about being captured and subjected to something that, I see now. Were you under the impression that I was coerced by the tiger demon, which is why you kept avoiding me? Humph, you wicked man, Baiji exclaimed, visibly upset. Heh, how about I apologize to you? Is that sufficient? Do not be angry. When I next see my master, I shall procure a celestial artifact for you. That's more like it? Alas, the two women secretly lamented. This girl is truly easy to deceive. That celestial artifact doesn't even require his request. Her master will directly bestow it upon her. Whether or not he asks for it is of little consequence. Fearing that the two women might reveal the truth, Lin Fan hastily changed the subject. Well then, let us have our meal first. Chapter 88. I love you. Once the four had eaten their fill, Mo Ning and Su Yinran requested Lin Fan to take them out of the Chinkoan ring. With the sect leader in seclusion, the sect cannot be left unattended. Lin Fan once again entered the Chinkoan ring. Upon seeing that only Lin Fan was present, Baiji eagerly said, Brother, let us continue our previous training. Ah, did we not just train? No. Sister Mo Ning taught me a dual cultivation technique, and I wish to give it a try, Baiji said shyly. What are we waiting for? The two immediately entered the room to spar. You would not believe it, but through the application of the dual cultivation technique, Lin Fan surprisingly made considerable progress, directly advancing to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. After several more attempts, he found that he had reached a plateau, suggesting that he was just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Baiji also experienced significant gains, unexpectedly breaking through to the mid-stage of the epic level. Her power multiplying. Lin Fan felt somewhat inadequate in comparison to her newfound strength. He could sense the formidable pressure radiating from Baiji. He chuckled. My lady, are you not tired as well? Allow me to assist you with your ablutions. Baiji secretly found amusement in Lin Fan's actions. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, she said, raising her hand in anticipation of his service. Lin Fan, with a cheeky grin, scooped Baiji up and teleported them to the lake to attend to her bathing needs. His movements were exceedingly gentle, akin to a court eunuch attending to a queen, with the sole distinction being that Lin Fan had additional limbs. After her bath, he carried her back to the loft and helped her into clean garments. My lady, how do you usually store your belongings? Why the sudden inquiry? Baiji asked, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely thought to gift you a spatial ring. If you already possess one, then that is that. Lin Fan mused, calculating that this girl would surely relent. As if I would have one. Only the overlord-level demon beasts possess a small space of about 10 feet within them to store weapons. Then allow me to give you this one, Lin Fan said, removing the ring from his hand, emptying its contents, erasing his mark, and presenting it to Baiji. Her face lit up with joy as she accepted it and performed the blood refinement. Let me put it on for you, Baiji replied tenderly. He chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, just wait until I have you completely under my thumb. Just then, Baiji interrupted, what are you doing? Why are you lost in thought with that smirk on your face? It must be something nefarious. I assure you, I simply feel incredibly fortunate to have you in my life. My dear, I love you. Lin Fan proclaimed with a look of infatuation. Goodness, even I must admire my own eloquence. That was rather moving. Brother Lin Fan, I love you too. Baiji shyly nestled into Lin Fan's embrace. The two lingered in each other's arms for quite some time before parting, leaving Lin Fan feeling utterly exasperated. This little girl is far too clingy. Reluctantly, he continued to play along, finding it quite torturous. Shall we take a nap? Baiji replied. It was her first time allowing a man to hold her while sleeping. As she lay on the bed, her heart raced, allowing Lin Fan to embrace her with a look of utter contentment. She felt both happy and secure. Before long, they both fell asleep, only to awaken the next day at dawn, discovering that Lin Fan's hands were rather indiscreet. They rested on her small peaks, occasionally kneading them, sending delightful sensations coursing through Baiji, a new bride, who was overwhelmed with shyness. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan awakened, and upon seeing Baiji's rosy cheeks, he was instantly stirred, engaging in a deep and passionate exchange. Chapter 89. Refining premium nascent soul pills. After the two had washed up, they exited the Chinkoan space. Lin Fan prepared Baiji's favorite mountain chicken, roasting 3 of them. Once they had eaten their fill, Lin Fan began to refine pills in the living room. He would no longer refine pills in the Chinkoan space, as it lacked the essential elements of fire and water. It was no wonder he had been failing so frequently, Lin Fan lamented. Brother Fan, I know of a place that might have water elemental treasures. Baiji pondered before speaking. Where is it? It's in the secret realm at my home, though I wonder if it still exists now. Well then, once I finish refining these pills, let us hasten back to search for it. Lin Fan responded. Currently, the Wanjunding had absorbed several high-grade and superior-grade weapons and treasures, enabling Lin Fan to assist in refining third-tier pills. With the success rate increased by 30%, he could produce 16 pills in one go, with half being superior-grade pills and half premium-grade. Occasionally, with a stroke of good fortune, he would even produce an entire batch of premium pills. As his proficiency improved, his refining speed quickened, and the quality of the pills became increasingly exceptional. By midday, he had refined over 20 batches, with the latter ones predominantly yielding premium-grade pills. After taking stock, Lin Fan discovered that just the premium chilling pills and premium soul origin pills totaled over 180 pieces. The remaining were all superior-grade pills, amounting to over 230 pieces. The jade vials had run out, leaving no place to store them. At this moment, Mo Ning and Su Yanran returned, and upon seeing the table laden with pills, they were utterly astonished. I had thought you were still a novice. How did you manage to refine premium pills so quickly? Mo Ning exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, this fellow is becoming increasingly inscrutable, Su Yanran said with admiration. Perhaps it has to do with absorbing by wood element. Refining has become remarkably effortless, Lin Fan contemplated. That must be it. Mo Ning concurred, connecting the dots. Sister, do you possess any higher-level formulas? I feel that while we can barely manage with premium pills now, it may soon become inadequate. I have the formulas for foundation establishment pills and nascent soul pills. I will copy a set for you. Mo Ning promptly duplicated a copy and handed it to Lin Fan. After reviewing it, Lin Fan said, I have all the herbs for the foundation establishment pills. However, I am missing 2 herbs for the nascent soul pills. Then let us search for them in the treasure vault, Mo Ning suggested. I also need jade vials to store the pills. The 4 of them made their way to the treasure vault, gathering the 2 missing herbs and collecting some jade vials and boxes before departing. Preparing for the afternoon's trials, Lin Fan distributed some premium pills among the 3 women in the afternoon, under Mo Ning's guidance. He successfully refined a batch of foundation establishment pills, yielding 1 premium and 15 superior pills, much to everyone's delight. After refining several more batches, the final one produced 7 premium pills, which was quite a rarity. Attempting to refine the nascent soul pills proved more complex. Mo Ning had not practiced it before, but having observed the sect leader's process, she was familiar with the steps and intricacies, directly teaching Lin Fan. The first batch did not explode, yielding 3 superior, 5 medium, and 7 inferior pills. There is still quite a way to go, Lin Fan lamented. The fact that it did not explode is already remarkable. Must you complain further? Are you trying to drive me to despair? Mo Ning retorted, exasperated. It appears that the success rate of refining pills is indeed quite high with 5 elemental roots, Su Yanran pondered. Indeed, it correlates with the attributes, Mo Ning agreed. Lin Fan proceeded to refine another batch, yielding 7 superior and 8 medium pills. Unwilling to admit defeat, he tried once more, producing 3 premium, 9 superior, and 4 medium pills. Finally, we have produced a premium one, Lin Fan sighed in relief. Impressive. The 3 women exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my, how can a girl speak such coarse language? Lin Fan reproached, feeling quite pleased with himself. Chapter 90. Dividing the spoils. Lin Fan had refined 2 batches of nascent soul pills, and the toll on his spiritual energy was considerable. He began to feel fatigued and drowsy, prompting him to bring the 3 women back into the Qinkuan ring. Lin Fan retrieved the over 100 storage bags and rings collected from the Tiger Demon's lair last time. Instructing the 3 women to extract all the resources within, he then activated the Golden Pavilion and entered to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. The 3 women busied themselves with sorting through the treasures, joyfully exclaiming when they encountered coveted items and vocally denouncing any unsavory ones. It took them over an hour to complete the task. Once Lin Fan had restored his spiritual energy, he emerged to find a chaotic mess strewn about. Junior brother has already removed everything. Please tally it up, Mo Ning prompted. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the disorganized items arranged themselves neatly. There are 53 premium weapons and magical artifacts, 135 superior ones, and 279 inferior ones. 315 premium spirit stones, 78,000 superior spirit stones, 190,000 medium spirit stones, and 36,000 inferior spirit stones. There are no premium pills, but 235 superior pills, 567 medium pills, and over 1,300 inferior pills. 375 high-grade medicinal herbs, 880 medium-grade ones, and over 2,000 low-grade ones. 175 various talismans. There are still several hundred jade slips remaining, each with its own set of techniques that hold little value for Lin Fan and the others. They merely serve as records. The rest consists of various sundries, including gold and silver. Jir, can you make use of this human armor? What are you saying? I am not human. Though I am half demon, I can still make use of these items. Do not be upset. I was merely inquiring. Feel free to choose for yourself. Senior Sister Yanran, you and the others may select whatever you wish. We must also contribute a portion to the sect's treasury. We cannot take without replenishing. Senior Sister, please take half of those inferior spirit stones, and choose half of the superior and medium-grade weapons and treasures as well, for the techniques recorded on the jade slips. Make a copy for the sect's reserves. Indeed, your thoughts are quite thorough. Moreover, these exquisite elixirs we just refined today should be divided among you. The Foundation Establishment and Nascent Soul Pills will be held by Senior Sister for the sect's use, as I will refine more in the future, Lin Fan stated. With these superior Foundation Establishment and Nascent Soul Pills, I believe our sect will soon produce a new cadre of experts, Mo Ning expressed gratefully. We are all family. Your joy brings me joy, Lin Fan replied, as Mo Ning and Su Yanran were deeply touched. As for those exceptional weapons and treasures, take what you desire. I have my own uses for the remainder. The three women were not polite, selecting several exceptional weapons and treasures for their own reserves. Baiji also chose 2 sets, trying them on and finding them quite beautiful, transforming into a form clad in a small belly wrap, leaving Lin Fan utterly mesmerized. Ahem, just wear it here for me. Do not dare to appear in such a manner elsewhere or expose even a hint of skin, Lin Fan said with utmost seriousness. Here we go again, Su Yanran and the others thought to themselves. Seeing his stern expression and intimidating gaze, Baiji dared not defy him, replying, all right. After the 3 women finished their selections, Lin Fan picked out some items for his sect, placing them in a separate storage ring. The remaining items were organized into the miscellaneous room. The rare herbs were entrusted to the ring spirit for cultivation, while the dried ones were stored for alchemy. That evening, Lin Fan prepared a large pot of prime beef stew, adding some epic-grade tiger demon meat, cautious not to overdo it at first. The 4 of them feasted, their mouths filled with spiritual energy. Lin Fan consumed the most tiger meat, feeling quite satisfied after drinking a fair amount of wine, and he led the 3 women inside for some sparring. Due to Lin Fan's enhanced wood attribute, both Su Yanran and Mo Ning also benefited significantly. Mo Ning reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, while Su Yanran attained the mid-nascent soul peak. Once Lin Fan and Baiji concluded their training, they requested to spar once more. Lin Fan, unable to refuse, reluctantly complied, and by midnight, he indeed broke through. Haha, I have reached the latter stage, Su Yanran exclaimed joyfully. After glancing at her sister and Baiji, who were already asleep, she stuck out her tongue and snuggled up to Lin Fan before drifting off. The following morning, Lin Fan arose to bid farewell to the 2 women. I promised your father that I would return her to the secret realm in a few days, and we have been out for quite some time, so let us head back today. What will happen when we enter the 100 Flower Sect's entrance? Jir? Lin Fan inquired. Nothing much. Each secret realm entrance has a designated area. Entering from here is not our territory, so I cannot predict what dangers we might encounter, she explained. Then let us simply fight our way through, Lin Fan replied with excitement. All right, I will follow your lead. Senior Sister Yanran, will you be joining us? We cannot go. Master is in seclusion, and we need to guard the sect, Su Yanran said with reluctance. Very well. We shall meet again in a few days, Lin Fan remarked as he allowed Baiji to enter the Qinkuan ring. Mo Ning took Lin Fan's sect token and directly transferred 2 million contribution points to him, saying, now you can enter and exit freely. Haha, thank you, my dear. I must say, this feels a bit like being pampered. Lin Fan jested. How shameless, Su Yanran teased. With so many people around, aren't you embarrassed? Mo Ning scolded. Haha, I was merely joking with my dear. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Indeed, you have the thickest skin. Imo Ning retorted. Senior sister, second sister, brother Lin, are you all going to train in the secret realm? Sixth junior sister appeared. Yes, we are not going. It's brother Lin who is going. If there are any issues, just speak to him, Su Yanran replied. Brother Lin, we discovered an epic-grade demon beast in the secret realm, and we cannot defeat it. It even injured fourth and fifth senior sisters, the sixth junior sister exclaimed hastily. What? When did this happen? Lin Fan asked furiously. Just a moment ago. I just returned from the teleportation and have not had the chance to report yet. Senior sisters have already gone back to recuperate. Sister, Yanran, please check on their injuries. I will go eliminate that damned beast. Lin Fan called sixth junior sister to accompany him to the secret realm entrance, where he obtained the jade token. However, not all the people had gathered yet. So he demanded, open it now. The gatekeeper elder, seeing it was the son-in-law requesting, dared not refuse and quickly placed spirit stones to activate the entrance. Lin Fan pulled sixth junior sister inside, commanding, lead the way. We shall slay it, brother. It's an epic-grade demon beast. So what? I have already slain one. Just lead the way. Sixth junior sister did not dare to say more and indicated the direction. Lin Fan then used a teleportation technique to move there instantly. With his now vastly strengthened soul power, he could sense all changes within a 30-kilometer radius and quickly detected the presence of the epic-grade demon beast. Concerned for sixth junior sister's safety, he released the golden pavilion. You go in and hide. I will confront it. After saying this, he stored her inside. Jir, just now. Yes, I sensed it in the space. Let us go and slay it. It is a perfect opportunity for me to test my current strength. The two swiftly teleported to the location, where the epic-grade demon beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, had also sensed the threat and was charging toward them. The confrontation began immediately. This Tyrannosaurus Rex was no ordinary creature. Being a descendant of ancient divine beasts, its strength rivaling that of two tiger demons, the two dared not engage directly, skillfully evading as they battled for 300 rounds. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, unable to land a hit, was fuming with rage. Lin Fan hesitated to summon the golden pavilion, fearing it might be shattered. He communicated with Bai Ji to lure the beast away. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan unleashed his soul power attack, stunning the Tyrannosaurus Rex momentarily. In that brief moment, he executed the 12th move of the carefree sword technique, inflicting a deep gash across the beast's neck. The Tyrannosaurus Rex struggled for several moments, but did not perish. However, its fighting capacity had diminished significantly. Bai Ji, wielding the exceptional weapon, the eagle claw scythe, clawed at the wound several times but failed to deliver the final blow. The beast's formidable defense and healing capabilities were infuriating, reddening Bai Ji's cheeks. Lin Fan once again unleashed the 12th move, reopening the wound, and repeated it 3 times to further widen the gash, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. Lin Fan hastily summoned the golden pavilion, which eagerly absorbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's blood. Concerned for sixth junior sister, who might be overwhelmed by the stench of blood, he released her. You should return now. Lin Fan instructed, allowing her to shatter the jade token and return to the sect. Be careful, brother. Sixth junior sister said as she witnessed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's demise and happily shattered the jade token to teleport away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed into a pool of blood, still alive but thrashing its tail wildly. Bai Ji rushed in, clawing at it with all her might until she finally ended its life. Her face flushed with exertion. Only after Lin Fan leaned in to kiss her did Bai Ji calm down. I'm done with this. What a terrible weapon. It's utterly useless, she pouted. All right, I promise to get you a celestial-grade weapon in the future. This one has already recognized its master, so you cannot use it. Lin Fan comforted her. Fearing her anger, he stepped forward and, wielding the slaying immortal sword, decapitated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, retrieving a demon core the size of a basin. As soon as he took it out, the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex dropped an epic-grade demon beast weapon, glowing with a reddish-purple light. Lin Fan approached, picked it up, and instantly teleported out of the blood pool. Presenting it to Bai Ji, look at this. It's for you. An epic-grade demon beast weapon, the Tyrant Blade. Brother Fan. We struck it rich, Bai Ji exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, regardless of what it is, as long as it brings you happiness. Quickly refine it, Lin Fan said indulgently. Lin Fan stored the demon core, and the Golden Pavilion attempted to absorb the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but its massive body necessitated expanding several times before it could be stored. Leaving even the blood-soaked earth untouched, all collected into the Golden Pavilion. Lin Fan and Bai Ji entered the Qinkuan Ring, engaging in dual cultivation to swiftly restore their energy. Haha, Zhi'er, your wood attribute is truly a treasure. Lin Fan exclaimed joyfully. Humph, and yet you were hesitant at first, haha. I have already apologized, do not be upset. It is said that women should not harbor anger, for it hastens aging. Then I shall not be angry. Upon exiting the Qinkuan Ring, the two sensed their surroundings and teleported away. The nascent soul realm truly was remarkable. With a few swift teleportations, they covered several hundred kilometers. Bai Ji sensed the presence of high-grade medicinal herbs ahead. Fango, there are several precious herbs 50 kilometers ahead, along with a Qingling fruit tree that can enhance spiritual power. Let us go and harvest them. Absolutely, let us proceed. The duo arrived at their designated location, a secluded valley where two overlord-level beasts resided. Lin Fan stepped forward and declared, "We have our eyes on that treasure tree. Would you be so kind as to share?" The two beasts, evidently unwilling, roared and charged at them. Lin Fan, no longer needing the sword of celestial slaying, drew forth the infinite holy sword and engaged in combat in less than 20 exchanges. He had vanquished both creatures. Having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he was now thrice as powerful as he had been in the early stage. Slaying overlord-level beasts was akin to child's play. Summoning the Golden Pavilion, he stored the corpses of the overlord beasts. The fissures of the Golden Pavilion had been restored to their former state, now a pale black hue. Lin Fan sensed its growing strength and eagerly anticipated its transformation into a deep black. The beasts he had captured during his previous battle with the Tiger Demon had all been absorbed by the Golden Pavilion, their essence stored within the Qinkuan Ring as provisions. Lin Fan carefully unearthed the precious herbs and placed them into the Qinkuan Ring for the ring spirit to cultivate. Approaching the Qingling fruit tree, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a treasure tree, laden with green fruits resembling apples. However, it appeared that ripening would take quite some time. Lin Fan unsheathed his immortal sword and began to excavate the ground within a radius of several hundred meters around the treasure tree, digging down over 10 meters deep before securing everything into the Qinkuan Ring. Expending considerable mental energy in the process, he instructed the ring spirit to carve out a large pit, ensuring it was properly set up and irrigated with spiritual spring water. The ring spirit completed the task swiftly and remarked, "Master, there is a superior spiritual vein beneath. Is that so? Then let us extract it all." The ring spirit cast a spell, causing a tremendous rumbling sound as the ground of the valley split, revealing a massive chasm. The superior spiritual vein was rapidly extracted and secured into the Qinkuan Ring. Bai Ji was taken aback by the spectacle, exclaiming, "Fango, are you even human?" "Oh, what nonsense! Are you unsure of my humanity?" Lin Fan retorted. Remarkably, the mountains on either side did not collapse, and the vast trench was strewn with scattered spiritual stones, emitting a faint blue glow. "Xiao Ling, do you have a plan?" The ring spirit understood Lin Fan's intentions and replied, "Master, this soil contains a hint of spiritual energy. We can collect it all, very well, gather it all into the space." "Understood, Master." Lin Fan lifted Bai Ji into the air, while the ring spirit began to harness spiritual energy to gather the soil and scattered spiritual stones from the vein's trench. It did not take long, far easier than extracting the vein itself. Once completed, the ring spirit returned to the Qinkuan Ring to recuperate. Chapter 93. The betrothal gift is insufficient. The two of them entered the Qinkuan Ring, extracting over 5,000 superior spiritual stones, 30,000 middle-grade stones, and 70,000 inferior stones. Hee, quite a bountiful harvest. "Zhi'er, you may use these wood attribute spiritual stones," Lin Fan said, promptly separating all the wood attribute stones. Bai Ji accepted them without hesitation. After resting in the Qinkuan Ring, Lin Fan prepared roasted mountain chicken for Bai Ji. Once they were satisfied, they exited the Qinkuan Ring and continued their journey for the better part of the day, unearthing numerous medicinal herbs, wild strawberries, and other unique fruits from the secret realm that Bai Ji adored. Naturally, they collected these to plant in their space so that Bai Ji could enjoy them at any time. Bai Ji sensed the presence of the fox spirit's subordinate and hurried over, discovering her father's Overlord-level barbarian monkey was under attack by 3 Overlord-level beasts and on the verge of defeat. In an instant, Bai Ji teleported and swiftly eliminated one of the Overlord-level bear beasts. Haha, this tyrant blade is indeed formidable. Lin Fan also drew his autumn fish blade and dispatched an Overlord-level barbarian bull. The remaining tiger beast met its end at Bai Ji's hands. Although the barbarian monkey had begun to develop spiritual intelligence, it could barely speak, merely kneeling before Bai Ji and Lin Fan in reverence. "Rise, please keep the equipment that dropped. I would like these 3 corpses," Lin Fan stated, glancing at the dropped items and showing little interest, as they were merely beastly gear. The barbarian monkey nodded eagerly in agreement. "All right, we shall return home now. If anything arises, do signal. Do not bear it alone," Bai Ji said, as she and Lin Fan teleported away. "Who dares to be so audacious?" The fox spirit began to fume. Only to see his daughter and Lin Fan approaching, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Daughter, you have returned. I was beginning to fear this fellow had abducted you." The fox demon jested, "Oh, father, you truly possess remarkable foresight. You guessed correctly." Bai Ji replied, blushing to "You are not seeing him, are you?" The fox spirit, noticing his daughter's bashful demeanor, understood. Esteemed father-in-law, I humbly seek your blessing for my union with Jir." Lin Fan knelt and respectfully requested, "Humph, you young man. You do show some decorum. Since you have knelt, I cannot refuse. However, my daughter cannot be so easily given away." Before the fox spirit could finish, Lin Fan produced 100 top-grade spiritual stones. "This young man is indeed generous. I accept this marriage proposal. Let us choose a date for the wedding." The fox spirit's eyes gleamed with delight. "Father, am I truly worth only a few paltry spiritual stones?" Bai Ji protested. "Hee, as long as you love him. That is what matters, really. Do you not wish for this? If you do not, we shall drop the matter." The fox spirit asserted. No. This is fine. It is more than sufficient," Bai Ji quickly interjected. "Hee, from now on. We are all family, no need to distinguish between yours and mine." The fox spirit declared grandly, "Indeed, esteemed father-in-law, you speak wisely. Tomorrow, I shall begin alchemy. Yes, the beast spirit pills and beast essence pills you crafted last time were quite effective. My subordinates have improved significantly. I believe with your potions, our territory will grow increasingly stable," the fox spirit remarked joyfully. Lin Fan then recounted the encounter with the barbarian monkey on the way. "This fellow is truly reckless. How could he think he could win against 3? Just because he has gained some strength does not mean he should lose his bearings. Oh, father, we are off to sleep now. We are utterly exhausted from the past few days," Bai Ji yawned. "All right, you two should rest," the fox spirit replied. Chapter 94, Discovery of Superior Spiritual Vein Cluster. Lin Fan followed Bai Ji back to her chamber, which was similarly adorned to Imo Ning's, albeit in a pink theme that left Lin Fan feeling a bit dizzy. "What is it? Do you not like it?" Bai Ji turned to see Lin Fan's helpless expression. "Well, I like what you like. You are so sweet. Shall we sleep here tonight? What do you think? We cannot mention that other place to my father. Tonight we shall share a friendly slumber," Bai Ji teased. "Oh," Lin Fan replied, somewhat disheartened. With that, they prepared to undress and lie down. Accustomed to sleeping bare, Lin Fan paid little mind to modesty, shedding his clothes and lying down. "You truly have no shame." "What? I have always slept this way." Bai Ji, not caring, changed into a straight-cut nightgown and lay down. They spent a peaceful night together. The following morning, Lin Fan set up a small gathering spirit formation around the house, that moment. The fox spirit emerged from the cave. Lin Fan, this formation is quite impressive. The spiritual energy has increased by over 30%. The fox spirit exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, it is somewhat usable. Today, I plan to refine some pills, which require significant spiritual energy, so I arranged this, if you like. I can set one up in your cave as well." "Absolutely. I am in dire need of it. Our beastkin do not possess as many methods as you humans to enhance our strength. We can only rely on the passage of time to compensate. A gathering spirit formation would be invaluable." Lin Fan followed the fox spirit into the depths of the cave, discovering a surprisingly spacious living area. Over 100 feet in size, clean and tidy, with a circular stone platform in the center for meditation and cultivation. Lin Fan set up the formation base, burying top-grade spiritual stones, and the formation activated instantly. There you go, esteemed father-in-law. The formation is set with top-grade spiritual stones. It can autonomously absorb and replenish spiritual energy, lasting for several thousand years without issue. Haha, splendid, truly remarkable. The fox spirit rejoiced. Lin Fan then returned outside the cave, taking out the myriad cauldron to begin refining pills. After successfully crafting 2 batches, Bai Ji emerged, having awakened, and sat quietly beside Lin Fan, watching him refine. After another batch, Lin Fan addressed Bai Ji, "Jir, see? I have refined an entire batch of top-grade beast spirit pills in less than a quarter of an hour. Ah, Fango, you are truly amazing. I adore you," Bai Ji exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fan continued to refine over 20 batches, nearly exhausting his materials, before finally stopping. "Jir, staying here is rather dull. Shall we venture out this afternoon to seek more medicinal herbs?" "Ah, sounds delightful. What are you two discussing?" The fox spirit, having meditated for a while, inquired upon overhearing their conversation. "This afternoon, I plan to accompany Fanguo on a treasure hunt," Bai Ji remarked. "Oh, I didn't thoroughly search at the Tiger Demon's place last time. It turns out there is a natural underground cave there, abundant with spiritual energy. I was hoping to wait for Jir to return and reserve it as a cultivation ground for her." "Ah, is that so? Then let us hasten to take a look," Lin Fan said joyfully. "You two lovebirds go ahead. I still have plenty to attend to," the fox demon interjected, following the fox Immortal's guidance. The two of them teleported to the cave's entrance, where guards stood watch. Upon seeing Bai Ji approach, they immediately stepped aside. "Master, I have discovered a cluster of high-grade spiritual veins. However, I'm uncertain of their exact number," they exclaimed excitedly. The two ventured over 10 miles, gradually delving deeper into the earth, sensing the rich spiritual energy and noticing some spiritual stones embedded in the stone walls. They began to dig as they walked, not sparing even small fragments. Bai Ji soon grew weary from the labor, finding it far from entertaining. "I say, sister, do you truly believe that cultivation is so simple? If you cannot overcome such minor difficulties, how can you hope to attain the supreme path? That's not true. I hardly cultivate at all. I merely indulge in eating and drinking, and look how I've turned out." Lin Fan nearly spat blood, marveling at her prodigious talent. "Since I lack such gifts, I suppose I'll have to rely on spiritual stones." He then summoned the Anda He to dig alongside him. Lin Fan dug. He thought, "Jir, why don't you take some time to play in the Chinkuan ring?" "I won't. I want to stay with you." "Very well, then you can periodically release some would attribute spiritual power to help us recover from fatigue," Lin Fan suggested, inspired by Bai Ji's spiritual affinity. Chapter 95. Collecting spiritual veins. Bai Ji had already ceased her efforts, while Lin Fan continued to dig tirelessly alone. The joy of harvest was something Jir could not comprehend. "Master, there are 3 high-grade spiritual veins beneath us, along with some medium-grade and smaller low-grade veins surrounding the area," they reported after a brief examination. "Wonderful. The more, the better. How shall we gather them? These veins are deeply buried in the earth, so it may be challenging to extract them. Fortunately, the stone is sufficiently hard. As long as we can hollow out the area surrounding the veins, we can retrieve them all safely. Then I'll exit first, and you can collect afterward." "No, I cannot stray too far from you. I need the Chinkuan ring support." "Oh, then let us collect them one by one. We will start with the smaller ones, ensuring the tunnel remains stable before proceeding." "Indeed, that is a sound plan," they agreed. Lin Fan then released the golden pavilion, leading Bai Ji and He inside, while they began to gather the spiritual veins. After successfully retrieving several low-grade veins, the tunnel proved to be quite stable. The debris extracted was also stored in the space separately. After laboring for half the day, Lin Fan realized he was quite hungry. He decided to call it a day and resume digging tomorrow. "Jir, please inform your father that we shall remain here to cultivate. I have already dispatched my subordinates to report." Once they entered the Chinkuan ring, Lin Fan prepared a large pot of tiger demon stew for dinner. He was ecstatic, and Lin Fan filled a large bowl for it, eyeing a gust of wind. He devoured the meal in mere moments before darting off into the forest to refine its energy. "Sister, shall we go refine as well?" Lin Fan said with excitement. "How shameless!" Lin Fan had been suppressing his desires for quite some time. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and carried her into the room. Bai Ji mused to herself, "How domineering. I like it." The two cultivated until the middle of the night. only stopping when Lin Fan achieved a breakthrough. Haha, Zhir, I have finally reached the perfected late stage of the Yuan infant realm. Haha, if Sister Yinran knew, she would surely be furious. The two slept soundly until dawn. Lin Fan awoke early, while Baiji remained asleep, so he chose not to disturb her. Exiting the Qinkuan ring alone, he found the cave shrouded in darkness. Utilizing his fire control technique to illuminate the area, the reflection from the spiritual stones provided a bright glow. Little spirit, let us continue to collect the spiritual veins. You need not separate the debris. Simply gather everything into the space. Understood, Master. The collected dozens of low-grade spiritual veins, over a dozen medium-grade veins, and was left with the 3 high-grade veins, which were extracted one by one until the last was finally secured, allowing Lin Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon counting, he found 3 high-grade veins, 12 medium-grade veins, and 35 low-grade veins. Lin Fan planned to allocate some of these veins to Baiji's father. Placing them deep within the cave, as the cavern was now expansive and empty, Lin Fan manipulated the golden pavilion to shrink and swiftly return to the surface. Upon entering the Qinkuan ring, he discovered Baiji had already awakened and was tending to the clear spirit fruit tree. Husband, look at this. It's almost ripe. Excellent. I completed the collection of spiritual veins this morning, Lin Fan reported his findings. I intend to give your father a portion of the spiritual veins, and we can have little spirit place them beneath the cave. This will expedite his cultivation in the future. Baiji was deeply moved by Lin Fan's gesture. You decide. Upon returning to their dwelling, Lin Fan shared his secret method of collecting the veins, preparing to place some in the cave's depths. The fox Immortal understood Lin Fan's goodwill and readily agreed. Lin Fan entered alone and instructed to position 1 high-grade vein and 5 medium-grade veins, instantly enriching the spiritual energy within the cave. He notified the others to come, and Baiji exclaimed, Wow, brother, you are truly impressive. Haha, this is wonderful. You are indeed my excellent son-in-law, the fox Immortal said, nearly moved to tears. Lin Fan and Baiji exited the cave, leaving the fox Immortal to savor this rare moment of joy alone. Lin Fan noticed that the spiritual energy outside the cave had also become significantly more abundant. Zhir, should we not seek out the location of the treasures you mentioned earlier? Chapter 96. The Battle with Dong Chao. Absolutely. Let us go today, Baiji urged, pulling Lin Fan along as they teleported to the vicinity of the treasures. Brother Fan, I see the treasure remains, but it seems there are guards nearby. Indeed, I have detected them. There is a late-stage Yuan infant expert among them. We must proceed with caution. You should enter the Qinkuan ring and wait while I go ahead and investigate. Understood. Lin Fan approached stealthily. He chuckled to himself, what a twist of fate. It's those scoundrels from the Heavenly Sword sect who once hunted me down. There were 3 Yuan infant experts among them, 1 at the late stage and 2 at the mid stage, along with Dong Wu, who was at the perfected late stage of the Golden Core realm, accompanied by a dozen disciples at the early Golden Core stage. Lin Fan deliberately revealed his concealed form. Dong Chao and his companions immediately took notice. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Dong Chao's expression darkened, and he shouted, Kill him. Surrounded by the group, Dong Wu hissed, Lin Fan, you truly are a fool, choosing the path of self-destruction when heaven has provided you a way out. Lin Fan remained silent, and the two sides clashed fiercely. Unfazed by their attempts to flee, Lin Fan struck Dong Wu with a soul needle, rendering him dazed, and swiftly dispatched him with a single sword strike. Dong Chao erupted in fury, realizing that Dong Wu was not just his subordinate, but his own illegitimate son born from an affair with his sister-in-law. I will skin you alive, extract your tendons, and drink your blood. Dong Chao screamed in a mad rage. Lin Fan was done with hiding and allowed the battle to escalate, clashing with Dong Chao for over a dozen exchanges. Gradually, Dong Chao began to regain his composure. Baffled by Lin Fan's strength, how has he grown so formidable? Could he have obtained some sort of fortuitous opportunity? You are truly devious, Lin Fan, secretly enhancing your power to ambush us. Ha! I never expected a dignified sect leader like you would utter such shameless words. I have one question for you. Why did you pursue me? Humph. Killing you is only natural, as you pose a threat to us. Go achieve greatness. One must be prepared to resort to any means necessary. Dong Chao declared, convinced of his righteousness. Then you shall die? Lin Fan launched a soul attack directly at Dong Chao, only to be astonished when it had no effect. Lin Fan quickly realized that during the tournament, Dong Wu must have possessed a soul-protecting artifact. Facing 3 Yuan infant experts was somewhat taxing for Lin Fan as the sect leader. Dong Chao surely had methods to preserve his life. A single strike would not suffice to end him. Allowing him to escape would spell trouble in the future. That moment, Bai Ji interjected, "Husband, I have already sent a message to my father. You hold them off until he arrives, and we will surround and eliminate them together." Feigning exhaustion, Lin Fan continued to fight while extracting a top-grade spiritual stone to refine and absorb. The sect leader, "Look, he has a top-grade spiritual stone." One mid-stage Yuan infant elder reported urgently, "Yes, I see it. He is beginning to show signs of fatigue. We must watch him closely and ensure he does not have the opportunity to shatter the Jade Talisman and escape." Understood, sect leader. The 3 of them kept a vigilant watch on Lin Fan's every move, while the other disciples surrounded him closely. After a protracted half-hour, the Fox Immortal and her party finally arrived. The Fox Immortal was an expert in ambushes. She instructed her subordinates to halt over 20 kilometers away while she stealthily approached. Taking advantage of a moment when a mid-stage Yuan infant elder was distracted, she struck from behind with a lethal blow. With one mid-stage Yuan infant cultivator slain, Lin Fan felt considerably relieved. Seizing the moment of shock among the 2 remaining opponents, he swiftly dispatched the other mid-stage Yuan infant elder with a decisive strike to the throat. With the loss of 2 key allies, Dong Chao began to waver in his resolve, but Lin Fan would not grant him the chance to escape, maintaining his relentless pursuit. The myriad subordinates of the Fox Immortal swiftly arrived, effortlessly dispatching the Golden Core stage foes. In less than a quarter of an hour, they were all eliminated, leaving only Dong Chao as the solitary survivor. Elder Lin, may we converse?" Dong Chao timidly inquired. "Surely, there isn't much for us to discuss?" Alas, such a statement is misguided. With your esteemed stature, Elder Lin, you could easily replace that old scoundrel Ouyang Jinhua. Why not spare me, and I shall assist you in seizing the position of the Sword Spirit Sect's leader?" Dong Chao proposed with a rather charming expression. That sounds quite agreeable. However, if you wish for me to let you go, you must first offer something of value," Lin Fan replied, fixating intently on him. "You may select anything I possess," Dong Chao thought to himself, willing to concede anything as long as he could return home. "I swear, I will ensure that not a single soul from your Sword Spirit sect remains alive." Chapter 97. The Fountain of Life. In consideration of your assistance in attaining the sect leader position, I shall not ask for much. Merely that soul-protecting treasure of yours, Lin Fan declared, his gaze unwavering. "Ah, that is the supreme treasure of our sect. If our ancestral elders were to learn of it, my life would be forfeit. Could we not negotiate for something else?" Dong Chao mused, hoping to intimidate Lin Fan with the mention of their ancestral elders. But to no avail, as Lin Fan remained resolute. "No, I must have it. Should you refuse today, it will be the day of your demise." Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering stance, Dong Chao, in a desperate bid for survival, reluctantly summoned the soul-gathering pearl from his soul sea. The moment the pearl emerged, Lin Fan felt the overwhelming surge of soul energy emanating from it. Truly a remarkable treasure. Observing Lin Fan's avaricious demeanor only solidified Dong Chao's resolve. Though he reluctantly relinquished his claim to it, "I vow that if you grant me the soul-gathering pearl, I shall spare your life. This should suffice." "Yes?" Lin Fan asserted with fervor. "Very well, it is yours." Dong Chao cunningly tossed the soul-gathering pearl to Lin Fan's left, intending to shatter the Jade Talisman and escape. However, Lin Fan did not pursue the pearl. Instead, he unleashed a potent soul attack. The Fox Immortal lunged forward, rending Dong Chao's throat with a swift claw, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Fan, using a momentary shift, seized the soul-gathering pearl, elated as he held it tightly in his grasp. Savoring the moment, "Dear father-in-law, your timing is impeccable. My deepest gratitude to all of you for coming to my aid, allowing me to turn the tables on my enemies." The assembly of demons was taken aback by Lin Fan's reference to the Fox Immortal as his father-in-law. Some of the larger demons internally lamented. Never did they anticipate that the young lady would ultimately favor this human lad. Truly a twist of fate. Lin Fan then collected the storage rings from their fallen foes. Tidying up the battlefield, the demon beasts carried away the corpses, each fulfilling their own needs. What purpose do they have for them? Naturally, they intend to consume them. The very thought made Lin Fan feel nauseated. These demon beasts possess an insatiable appetite. They would devour not only humans but even their own kind, and the more grotesque notion of consuming their deceased kin is utterly unfathomable. Lin Fan retreated into the golden pavilion, releasing Bai Ji before they both exited together. Father, you've leveled up. Indeed, heh. It was all thanks to the spirit gathering array set up by my son-in-law. It has truly been a tremendous help. Now that you both are unharmed, I shall return to solidify my cultivation, the fox Immortal hastily stated. Very well, we bid you farewell, dear father-in-law. The two, upon witnessing the fox Immortal's departure, eagerly resumed their search for treasures. Lin Fan initially intended to store the soul-gathering pearl within his universe ring, but to his dismay, it would not fit. Thus, he temporarily placed it within the golden pavilion, where it was successfully stored. Bai Ji detected an extraordinarily potent life force. Husband, that treasure has reappeared. Quick, follow me. We must pursue it. The pair executed over 20 rapid shifts before finally locating the treasure, which turned out to be a serene pool. As they approached, they felt their pores open in delight, an incredibly soothing sensation enveloping them. The pool, sensing the wood spirit energy radiating from Bai Ji, became still. Bai Ji, astute as she was, released a substantial amount of wood attribute spiritual energy toward the pool. Upon noticing it did not flee, she enveloped it with her energy, beginning to refine it. Lin Fan stood by, waiting for over 2 hours before Bai Ji finally spoke. Ha, husband, we have truly stumbled upon a treasure. This is a natural spirit treasure known as the Fountain of Life. It possesses the ability to revive the dead. Ha, no wonder I felt so invigorated upon nearing it. What splendid fortune. Quickly, you must secure it. No, this spirit treasure contains an overwhelming amount of energy. If I were to carry it, I fear I might not withstand it and perish. Then let us attempt to place it in the universe ring. In a moment, I shall secure it. You must hurry and lead me inside. All right. As Bai Ji successfully stored the spirit treasure, Lin Fan immediately transported her into the universe ring. Upon entering the universe space, Bai Ji released the Fountain of Life, which, to their surprise, joyfully darted about, eventually settling near the loft, expanding its size tenfold. It appears it has taken a liking to this place, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is best for it to remain here, as it is safe. The spirit veins previously collected had already been arranged around 3 high-quality spirit veins by the ring spirit. The aura of spiritual energy within the space had increased by at least 30%, which explained the Fountain of Life's fondness for it. Chapter 98. Bai Ji's Ascendance to Demon Emperor. With the Fountain of Life in their possession, the medicinal fields within the space were destined for prosperity. Lin Fan applied a small amount to a low-grade treasure herb, and to his astonishment, it grew visibly into a high-grade treasure herb in mere moments. Wow, this is truly incredible, Lin Fan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Bai Ji. So that's why I couldn't contain it within myself. It turns out it is far more extraordinary than I am, Bai Ji said excitedly. Lin Fan gathered more of the life-giving essence and watered the precious clear spirit tree, causing the clear spirit fruit to ripen instantly. Wonderful, husband. It has ripened. Quickly, pluck it for me. I wish to taste it. Bai Ji clapped her hands in delight. Lin Fan plucked 2 clear spirit fruits, handing one to Bai Ji while keeping the other for himself. He took a hearty bite, exclaiming, wow, the flavor is delectably sweet, bursting with spiritual essence, crisp and delightful. Bai Ji, however, did not exhibit such restraint. She devoured 3 fruits in quick succession. Husband, I want more. Well, help yourself. But how did you manage to swallow the pit as well? I wasn't paying attention. Lin Fan buried the leftover pit in the soil and watered it with some fountain of life. To his surprise, it began to sprout. Jir, look, it's sprouting, Lin Fan exclaimed joyfully. Does that mean we will prosper in the future? Eat up, and once you're done, hand me the pit, Lin Fan, concerned that the quality of the fruit trees grown from these pits might not meet expectations, decided not to continuously water them with the Fountain of Life. Instead, he instructed the ring spirit to dilute the essence for daily watering. Bai Ji, feeling invigorated, consumed a dozen or more clear spirit fruits before being unable to eat another bite. Lin Fan planted all the pits, watering them with the Fountain of Life, and soon, they all sprouted. Husband, I am about to break through. then hurry to the mountain peak and undergo your breakthrough there. We must not disturb this place. Lin Fan, holding Baiji closely in thought, transported them both to the summit. You focus on your breakthrough. I will remain nearby, he reassured her. Baiji nodded in agreement. Returning to their dwelling, Lin Fan, wary of the potential disturbances caused by Baiji's ascendance, instructed the ring spirit to isolate the entire area below the peak. Baiji's evolution was a grand spectacle, and Lin Fan eagerly anticipated witnessing a demon beast's ascension. Exiting the universe ring, he set up a premium concealment array, only to observe ominous clouds obscuring the sky. Concerned for Baiji's safety, he promptly returned to the universe ring. Inside, darkness enveloped them, save for the summit where flashes of lightning illuminated the space. Though the lightning was not as fierce as during Lin Fan's own ascendance, it was plentiful, striking no less than 18 times before finally ceasing. Once the commotion subsided, golden light flooded the area. Lin Fan hurriedly absorbed some of the golden radiance, feeling a comforting warmth reminiscent of his own ascendance. Seeing Baiji, restored to her original state, meditating unclothed, Lin Fan offered her a robe. The premium equipment had long been stored away, leaving only this ordinary garment. After waiting for over 2 hours, Baiji finally awakened. How did it go? Lin Fan inquired with concern. Ha, husband, I have successfully ascended. What level are you now? Lin Fan asked with curiosity. I am now a demon emperor. I thought the highest level for demon beasts was the epic tier, Lin Fan exclaimed, surprised to learn there were levels beyond that. Indeed, I awakened some memories during my breakthrough and faintly sensed my mother calling for me. However, I am uncertain of her whereabouts. I must return and inquire with my father, Baiji said, her expression thoughtful. Very well, let us return. Lin Fan noted the changes in Baiji following her ascendance. She had become considerably more composed than before. Chapter 99. The Celestial Repair Stone. The two returned to their dwelling to find the fox immortal. Father, I have broken through. I sensed my mother calling for me. What could this mean? Faced with Baiji's pressing inquiry, the fox immortal realized he could no longer conceal the truth and beckoned them both into the mountain cave. Jir, you must have sensed something by now. In truth, I am not your biological father, but merely a guardian assigned by your true father. In the hurried departure of your parents, they entrusted you to me, leaving behind a solitary stone as a token. As the fox spirit spoke, it produced the stone that had been concealed within its spatial realm, sealed within a jade vessel. Baiji took it, opened it, and beheld a stone radiating a myriad of colors. Surrounded by an air of mysterious power. Master, this is an earth elemental celestial artifact, precisely what is most needed in the current space of the Qinkuan ring, the ring spirit exclaimed with excitement. Well, let me consult Baiji on this matter. We cannot claim what belongs to her parents, Lin Fan communicated with the ring spirit through their shared consciousness. Are there no other leads? Did they mention where they were going or reference any place names or individuals? Baiji asked, her unwillingness to accept the situation evident. Indeed, before the incident, they repeatedly mentioned a few terms: desert, flames, and treasure beads, among others. It has been several decades, and these are all that remain in my memory. Father, do not worry. Although you are my adoptive father, you will forever be my true father, Baiji said, tears streaming down her face. The fox spirit was deeply moved, sighing, Arjir has indeed grown up. Having you accompany me for so many years has filled me with contentment. Now that you have transcended to the realm of the demon emperor and possess the strength to protect yourself, I shall not hinder your explorations of the outside world, and my good son-in-law, you must protect her well. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I shall not allow anyone to harm her. I swear it on my life. It is not so grave. There is no need for oaths. I am well aware of your character. That evening, Lin Fan prepared a barbecue, and the three indulged in copious amounts of wine. The following morning, Lin Fan and the ring spirit roasted the majority of the mountain chickens and wild rabbits they had stored, over 200 in total, and also packed 2 bottles of life spring water and dozens of jars of fine wine into a storage ring, presenting it to the fox spirit for later enjoyment. Only then did Lu Fan shatter the jade tablet and return to the Baihua sect. Upon his arrival, disciples reported, son-in-law, the sect master has encountered an incident. Lin Fan and Baiji instantly teleported to the entrance of the Grand Hall, where they found the area filled with disciples of the Baihua sect. Who dares to recklessly traverse our sect? The guardian elder demanded, but upon recognizing Lin Fan, he fell silent. Lin Fan unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy, nearly suffocating everyone present. Sixth junior sister, what precisely transpired? Lin Fan asked, retracting his oppressive energy upon seeing her. Brother, it is Master. She encountered an accident during her breakthrough and has been unconscious for nearly 2 days. You must go in and see, the sixth junior sister lamented. Lin Fan immediately teleported with Bai Ji to the outside of the sect master's chamber, where the guarding disciples promptly stepped aside. Mo Ning and Su Yanran, upon seeing Lin Fan return, were also moved to tears. Husband, please see if there is any way to save Master, Su Yanran cried. Lin Fan observed the sect master, Mo Lan, lying on the bed, severely injured, and upon seeing the scattered pill bottles, realized numerous precious medicines had already been used. Please remain calm. What exactly happened? Lin Fan commanded. Conjuring a small shielding formation with a wave of his hand, Mo Ning, maintaining her composure, recounted the events succinctly. Bai Ji wasted no time and invoked her with spirit energy to stabilize the sect master's deteriorating condition. Chapter 100. The mother-in-law in the transformation realm. Lin Fan understood the situation was as the sixth junior sister had described. He then retrieved a bottle of life spring water from his spatial realm, instructing Mo Ning and Su Yanran to administer it to the sect master. This is life spring water. Hasten to let the sect master drink it and observe the effects, Lin Fan commanded. They complied, administering it to sect master Mo Lan, whose injuries gradually began to mend. Husband, it truly works, both women exclaimed, their tears transforming into smiles. After consuming 2 bottles, her condition improved significantly. Ha ha, this is splendid. The 4 waited for over an hour, yet the sect master did not awaken. Lin Fan produced another bottle, saying, you too must be fatigued. Take a small sip each to recover. The 2 women obediently sipped. Their spirits instantly invigorated. Sister, you and Yanran should step outside to calm everyone's emotions. Bai Ji and I will keep watch here. Very well, we shall return shortly. Remember to only mention that the sect master's condition is stabilizing. Do not speak of anything else. We must investigate further to see who may have ulterior motives or other intentions. Mo Ning nodded, and she and Su Yanran exited. Lin Fan recalled the soul gathering pearl and hurriedly retrieved it from the golden pavilion, beginning to refine it with his soul energy. The soul gathering pearl sensed the influx of soul energy and quickly absorbed a portion of Lin Fan's soul power, establishing a faint connection with him. It autonomously entered Lin Fan's soul sea, positioning itself alongside the golden pavilion, nestled deep within. The sudden entry of the soul-gathering pearl caused Lin Fan's head to spin, a reaction to its energy absorption, prompting him to sit and meditate for refinement. In less than 15 minutes, Mo Ning and Su Yanran returned to find Lin Fan seated with closed eyes. Bai Ji placed a finger to her lips, signaling silence, and the 2 understood, cautiously returning to Mo Lan's bedside. Observing her stable breathing, they finally relaxed, settling down to watch Lin Fan cultivate. It was not until 3 hours later that Lin Fan ceased his meditation. Ha, I have found a solution. The sect master's unconsciousness is due to soul damage, and I can use the soul-gathering pearl to mend her soul. Lin Fan promptly summoned the soul-gathering pearl, which floated above the sect master's head, activating on its OW end in less than 10 minutes. The sect master's fingers twitched, and after another hour, Mo Lan awakened, appearing as if she had returned from the brink of death. Fanner, I owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, I fear I would have been lost to the void. Mother, it is my duty. All of this is fate, and this treasure is one I have only recently acquired. Even the life spring water was something Bai Ji discovered not long ago. It seems your life was not meant to end just yet. Oh, so this is Bai Ji. Quite an impressive young lady with formidable strength. You have gained a capable ally. Hee, esteemed mother-in-law, you're not angry, are you? This was agreed upon by Mo Ning and Yanran. I wouldn't blame you. Without the 2 of you, I would not have survived. Everything is the will of heaven. Remember, one cannot go against fate. All is subject to the natural order. Mo Lan gazed at Lin Fan with profound meaning. Master, what realm are you currently in? Su Yanran asked with curiosity. What do you think? Mo Lan replied with a slight smile. Could it be that you have truly crossed that threshold? Su Yanran exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Just as you suspected. Master, you must truly be able to see into the hearts of others. Su Yinran continued in awe. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan became immediately alert, his body tensing as he stood frozen in place. Ha ha, my good son-in-law, your little thoughts can no longer escape my grasp. Immortal laughed joyfully. Esteemed mother-in-law, please refrain from teasing me. I humbly bow before you. Lin Fan quickly performed a gesture of respect. Let us end this jest. As for the matters of the sect, I will handle them myself. You all should rest well. Despite her injuries and unconsciousness, Immortal was fully aware of all that had transpired. Chapter 101. Talent Growth. The four returned to Su Yinran's residence, where Lin Fan set up a concealment array and then took the three women back into the Qingquan Ring space. I have decided. The perspective on this realm must broaden. From now on, the Qingquan Ring shall be known as the Qingquan Realm. Ladies, what say you? As you wish, Shimo Ning replied cheerfully. Call it whatever you like. Su Yinran shrugged indifferently. Do not mind me. I shall defer to my two elder sisters. Then it is settled. The two women had not entered the space for quite some time and immediately felt the air thick with spiritual energy. Bai Ji took the opportunity to recount the recent events. The two women praised Bai Ji's extraordinary talent. Bai Ji, reveling in the attention, was nonetheless reminded of her parents' disappearance, leaving her with a tinge of sorrow. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Fan suggested a small toast. He produced the celestial wine gifted by his master, and the four of them each drank 3 cups, quickly succumbing to intoxication and collapsing onto the table in deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke, feeling regretful over his poor tolerance for alcohol, though it was not merely his lack of capacity. The celestial wine provided by the carefree elder was exceptional. This wine contained the precious spiritual water of the celestial realm, capable of enhancing one's talent points, albeit not infinitely. Typically, it would raise one's abilities by about 30%, beyond which it would lose efficacy. Having each consumed 3 large cups, the four had reached their enhancement limit. After a night of rest, their talents had inexplicably increased by 30%. The 3 women gradually awoke, with Bai Ji's attributes proving particularly reliable. Observing that everyone had slept through the night, Bai Ji utilized her spirit energy to envelop the four, facilitating their recovery, and was astonished to find their bodies revitalized in an instant. Husband, I have discovered that my attribute abilities have significantly increased, at least by over 30%, Bai Ji exclaimed with excitement. Oh, this is splendid. What you drank last night was celestial wine, Lin Fan mused, grateful for his master's generosity. Is that so? Of course it is. Why not have another drink and see if it can increase further? Lin Fan poured a cup of celestial wine for Bai Ji. After she drank it and tested her attribute, there was no further increase. It seems that this is the limit for now. It's getting late. Let's have fruit for breakfast, Lin Fan declared as he placed the remaining 17 clear spirit fruits on the table. The two women, now aware of its efficacy, each consumed 3 and quickly felt satisfied. The fruit was delightfully sweet and delectable. Don't forget to spit out the seeds. They can be planted, he reminded. Oh, I feel significantly stronger than before. Both Su Yinran and Mo Ning sensed a considerable increase in their spiritual power. Strange, I ate 6 and felt nothing. Perhaps having reached the late stage of the nascent soul, further growth is no longer possible? Lin Fan mused. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Lin Fan led the 3 women out of the Qingquan realm, intending to pay respects to his mother-in-law. However, recalling her ability to see through hearts, he hesitated. Dear husband, my junior sister and I will visit my mother. How about you and Sister Jir? Well, we shall stay behind. Jir and I will refine pills at home, they replied. Oh, and you too should try not to dwell on those images in your minds, Lin Fan said sheepishly. Haha, do you think we are like you? Daydreaming all the time? You rogue. Su Yinran scolded with a look of disdain. I was just worried about my mother-in-law finding out. That would be so awkward, Lin Fan chuckled. Haha, I never expected you to have fears too, Bai Ji teased. Not at all. The two women laughed heartily as they departed, leaving Lin Fan to retrieve the universal cauldron and begin pill refining. Jir, why not learn to refine pills too? No, I have you. That's enough. One refined pills while the other sat nearby, watching intently. After a dozen successful batches, Lin Fan noticed Jir still sitting there. Watching him, he thought to himself. Jir has indeed matured quite a bit. She seems to have her own concerns now. Chapter 102. Kindness struck by lightning. Jir, let us seek your parents tomorrow, Lin Fan said tenderly. Bai Ji's heart brimmed with sweetness. Even with some awakened memories, she cherished Lin Fan deeply, her heart irrevocably entwined with his. Dear husband, let us return to the Qinkuan realm. Bai Ji, understanding Lin Fan's thoughts, wished to reward him. Upon seeing Zhira's bashful expression, Lin Fan immediately put away the universal cauldron and took her into the Qinkuan realm to cultivate. Every pore of his body relaxed. Lin Fan embraced Bai Ji on the bed. Jir, now that you've advanced to Demon Emperor, do you possess any skills? Of course, I have healing techniques. They can assist others within a certain range, allowing rapid recovery of injuries and spiritual power. I can also apply it to an individual for instant restoration. Hee, I wondered why it felt so good when we You know. Lin Fan lewdly reached out, eager for another round. Dear husband, you truly are a lecher. We cannot continue. The sisters will be back soon. Reluctantly, Lin Fan returned to their dwelling. Discovering the two women had already returned, a glance was enough for them to know he had been up to mischief again. Su Yinran remarked sarcastically, Oh, did you have your fill, or are you still hungry? Ahem, well, I spent too long outside this time, and tomorrow, Jir and I will return to the sect. We must also search for her parents. That is indeed important. Please ensure your safety, Mo Ning advised. Then let us proceed. Lin Fan inquired, Little spirit, can I grant my wives free access to the Qinkuan realm? He pondered that if he were to enter seclusion one day, they would be unable to roam freely. Master, this is your dominion. Naturally, it is up to you. Oh, then let us set their access permissions. As you wish, Master. The four spent the afternoon in the Qinkuan realm. After many days without seeing Dehei, Lin Fan ventured into the forest to check. The three women played in the orchard, gathering a bounty of fruits and vegetables. Upon locating Dehei, Lin Fan teleported to his location, only to find Dehei meditating. It seemed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. With a thought, Lin Fan moved Dehei to the mountain's peak, gathering a ray. Sensing the influx of spiritual energy, Dehei began to attempt to break through. Thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky, crackling and striking down, inadvertently hitting Lin Fan as well. Taken by surprise, Lin Fan exclaimed, Good intentions struck by lightning. Humph, forget it. With a thought, he appeared beside the three women. Seeing Lin Fan with his hair standing on end from the lightning strike, they burst into laughter. Husband, what happened to you? Su Yinran asked with a mischievous grin. Dehei was merely breaking through. I kindly moved him to the gathering array, but the lightning gathered too swiftly, and I got struck. That damn Dehei. I won't bother with him any longer, Lin Fan said with mock fury. Ha, hee. Oh dear, my stomach hurts from laughing. Lin Fan, embarrassed by their teasing, felt quite vexed. However, witnessing their joyous laughter made him act playfully and pounce on them. The three women were playfully dragged into the room, where they cultivated for the remainder of the afternoon and into the night. Each had their gains. Mo Ning and Yinran reached the late stage of the nascent soul, pending only the accumulation of experience. Bai Ji had solidified her cultivation at the initial stage of the Demon Emperor. After a wash in the lake, they exited the Qinkuan realm and arrived at the sect's main hall, only to find the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, Mo Lan, waiting for them. Mother-in-law, we shall return to the Sword Spirit sect today, Lin Fan stated, adjusting his demeanor. I am aware. The journey ahead is long. You must exercise caution, Mo Lan advised. Rest assured, mother-in-law, we will be careful. Please look after my two wives, he requested. You cheeky boy, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Not everyone is like you. Daydreaming all the time. Besides, why should my daughter require my care? You can take them with you, to prevent you from constantly coveting my sex treasures. Mo Lan, seeing her two daughters had matured, was also inclined to let them venture into the world. Then thank you, mother. Mo Ning expressed her gratitude. Thank you, mother. Thank you, master. Off you go. Before departing, Lin Fan presented Mo Lan with several bottles of life spring water and an abundance of fruits and vegetables he had prepared earlier. The group bid farewell and returned to their residence, tidying up briefly before taking to the skies towards the Sword Spirit sect. Chapter 103. Destruction of the Divine Blade Sect. The journey lacked the spirit for treasure hunting. Upon arriving at the Sword Spirit sect, the four returned to the side peak's loft. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ouyang Jinhua and the Grand Elder arrived. Greetings, senior uncle and esteemed aunts. Bai Ji looked puzzled. This is my third wife. Greetings, third grandmother. Rise. Bai Ji felt awkward as she stood. While I was away, everything in the sect was well. In response to Senior Uncle, the Divine Blade Sect's Ma Yuan has caused trouble several times. Even injuring a few disciples guarding the gate in the secret realm and outside, he has attacked 5 of our disciples. I couldn't defeat him, so I had to temporarily restrain our disciples, Ouyang Jinhua said angrily. I will handle this matter. You two must immediately issue orders for the sect's disciples to refrain from going out until I deal with that old rascal. Senior Uncle, he is a late-stage nascent soul expert. Ouyang Sun expressed his concern. No worries. Your senior uncle has reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the nascent soul, Su Yanran replied nonchalantly. What are you gasping for? I have many tasks at hand. Take me to settle the score with their sect. After a brief discussion, Grand Elder Ouyang Sun led a group of over 10 late-stage nascent soul elders and more than 50 elite disciples at the Golden Core stage. Following Lin Fan, his formidable presence left everyone too intimidated to breathe. This time, I take you along primarily to show you what the Divine Blade Sect is really about. The group boarded Lin Fan's flying vessel, heading toward the Divine Blade Sect, arriving at their territory shortly. Along the way, they encountered several patrol disciples from the Divine Blade Sect. Lin Fan initially intended to let them pass, but their disrespectful remarks upon seeing Zhir and the other women made him lose his patience. He swiftly dispatched them, most being late-stage Golden Core experts, perishing in a single exchange. The elders and disciples aboard the vessel were left aghast. Is Elder Lin truly this monstrous? Disciple messengers had already raced back to report. Reaching the Divine Blade Sect, as they approached, they encountered the sect leader and over 50 disciples and elders rushing towards them. You thieves! How dare you kill my sect's disciples? Spare the women and kill the men to feed the dogs. Ma Yuan bellowed. You see, this is the so-called Divine Blade Sect, one of the top 10 sects, and yet they are all scoundrels, Lin Fan remarked to the gathered elders and disciples. Elder Lin speaks the truth. Indeed, a bunch of ruffians, unworthy to be among the top 10 sects. You have repeatedly assaulted my disciples. Do you dare to admit it? Lin Fan questioned. Admit? I wholeheartedly confess. So, it was you who killed my son? Correct? Will you confess to that? Indeed, it was I who ended his life. He sought to slay me to seize treasures, and I merely retaliated, Lin Fan replied with an air of indifference. Regardless of your justification. You have slain my son, and I shall ensure that your entire sect pays for this with their lives. Then there is nothing more for me to say. My master once taught me that vanquishing evil is an act of virtue. Today, I shall enact this principle upon you. With a soul-shaking force, Lin Fan instantaneously traversed the battlefield, inflicting casualties all around, before engaging in a fierce battle with Meng. As the Sword Spirit Sect's members joined the fray. Mo Ning and her companions also entered the conflict. The disciples of the Divine Blade Sect found themselves amidst a massacre, with many more reinforcements arriving late, particularly as they were on unfamiliar territory. Chapter 104. Thoroughly cleaned. Observing the relentless influx of Divine Blade Sect disciples, Lin Fan declared, to my fellow disciples of the Divine Blade Sect, I, Lin Fan, do not wish to increase the slaughter. As long as you are not of the most heinous sort, I can grant you mercy. What nonsense! Who do you think you are? If you let me have my fun with those few women, I shall spare your life. The brothers shouted, Yes, let us seize them. They are outnumbered. Let us take them by force. Lin Fan steeled himself and unleashed a wave of soul attacks against Ma Yuan. Despite Ma Yuan's skills, he was no match for Lin Fan, who utilized an exceedingly rare enhancement talisman to elevate his strength to the demigod level. Lin Fan was taken aback by Ma Yuan's sudden surge in power. But he quickly employed the carefree sword technique and engaged him in earnest battle. Previously, it had merely been a sparring session. Now, they were evenly matched. Locked in a fierce struggle, Yuan wielded a formidable spirit weapon. A great blade, exuding an aura of dominance and ferocity. After over 100 exchanges, Ma Yuan, realizing his rare talisman was about to expire and his strength waning, pretended to be fatigued, hoping to catch Lin Fan off guard for a decisive strike. However, Lin Fan had already sensed his intent and feigned an opening. Yuan seized the moment to unleash his most powerful move, but the alert Lin Fan evaded with a swift teleportation, retaliating with a soul shock that pierced through Ma Yuan's dantian. His primordial spirit had no time to escape before Lin Fan captured it within the golden pavilion, siphoning his soul energy and essence. Lin Fan collected Ma Yuan's weapon and storage ring before assisting the other disciples in scouring the battlefield. After assessing that none of his sect's disciples had perished, albeit a few suffered injuries, Lin Fan summoned them back and called for Bai Ji to aid in their recovery. Bai Ji employed her healing arts, restoring all injured disciples within a 10-meter radius to their former state. As the crowd expressed their awe, they rejoined the battle. The leading elders, upon witnessing the sect master's demise, contemplated a discreet escape. Lin Fan, however, would not allow them to escape unscathed, swiftly dispatching them in mere moments. Sensing Dehei wandering in the spatial realm, he released it, commanding it to eliminate the enemy decisively while safeguarding the Sword Spirit sect's disciples. Dehei had evolved into an epic-grade beast, boasting unparalleled strength, surpassing even the tiger demon from before, a transformation spurred by absorbing the golden light from Bai Ji's evolution. Master, Dehei, having meditated for several days, was famished and manifested its formidable form, immediately devouring its foes. Lin Fan instructed it to refrain from consuming any storage rings or similar items. The battle raged from morning until noon, leaving everyone exhausted and depleted of spiritual energy. Lin Fan directed Xiao Ling to mix the water of life with the spirit spring water, distributing a generous bottle to each disciple. Upon consumption, they instantly regained their vigor and re-entered the fray. Driving the enemy into a retreat, some kneeling in surrender, Lin Fan ordered that all who capitulated have their spiritual roots severed, allowing them to fend for themselves. The Golden Pavilion swiftly cleared the battlefield, and Lin Fan, along with the 3 women, teleported to the Divine Blade sect, followed closely by the Elder and the remaining disciples. Lin Fan's urgency stemmed from a fear that they might abscond with their sect's resources. With Bai Ji present, locating the treasures within the Divine Blade sect's vault proved effortless, and soon enough, they arrived. Upon teleporting, Lin Fan discovered that some opportunists were already ransacking the treasure vault. A soul attack rendered them unconscious, allowing the Golden Pavilion to collect them for future use. The vault was even larger than that of the 100 Flowers sect, and Lin Fan meticulously gathered everything, leaving nothing behind to be stored in the Qian Kuan realm for later examination. Master, beneath this ground lies an exceptional spiritual vein. The ring's spirit exclaimed upon witnessing Lin Fan's completion of the task. The Divine Blade sect lay in ruins, with many cowardly individuals hiding within. Unwilling to confront the battle, Lin Fan also severed their spiritual roots, leaving them to their own devices. Ultimately, he instructed his disciples to scour the battlefield for valuables. Elder, you lead everyone back to the sect. I shall follow shortly. Yes, the Elder replied, cautious not to address Lin Fan as master without permission. Take those useless ones 100 miles away. Do not let them obstruct me, understood. Seizing the opportunity, the disciples set out tables and chairs, drinking and snacking for a brief respite. Lin Fan scanned a 100-mile radius, confirming it was void of life, and instructed the ring spirit to commence the collection of the spiritual vein. The ring spirit, now significantly more powerful than before, effortlessly gathered the exceptional vein, completing the task in less than half an hour. Chapter 105. Public Identity Master has successfully collected it. This vein is the second most exceptional spiritual vein within the Qian Kuan realm. The ring spirit reported joyfully. Excellent, Lin Fan responded. With the vein removed, the spiritual energy here will gradually dissipate, and the entrance to the secret realm will fade away as the energy depletes. Let us return to the sect. The 3 women had already returned to the Qian Kuan realm to freshen up. Lin Fan summoned Dehei and, after a few teleports, caught up with Ouyang Sun and the others. They boarded the flying vessel, hastening their return to the Sword Spirit sect. By the time they arrived, it was already dawn the following day. Lin Fan returned to his loft to rest, while the Elder hurriedly reported the situation to the sect master. Ouyang Zhenhua, upon learning the details, was rendered breathless with shock. You say the Master Uncle has reached the pinnacle of the primordial infant stage in just a few years. That is simply preposterous. Sect Master, now that Master Uncle has attained such formidable power, should we inquire if he wishes to publicly announce his identity? Ouyang Sun suggested. I shall wait until Master Uncle has rested and emerges. I will ask him then. You should also take some time to rest, Ouyang Zhenhua replied with concern. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, in the Qian Kuan realm, had merely consumed a bit of life spring water and was restored to full strength. After the 4 bathed in the lake, Lin Fan exited the Qian Kuan realm and made his way to the main hall atop the peak. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Ouyang Jinhua immediately bowed, leaving the surrounding elders astonished, while several gatekeeping disciples witnessed the scene as well. Let it be known, I shall guard the Ouyang clan in fulfillment of my master's wishes. Lin Fan understood the intent and bore no resentment. I pay my respects to Master Uncle. As Ouyang Jinhua knelt and bowed, the elders and disciples rushed over to join in the reverence. Rise, immediately inform everyone. We shall hold a sect conference tomorrow. Lin Fan commanded before teleporting back to the side peak loft. He had already instructed the three women to dismantle the storage rings and spatial equipment, and they were thoroughly enjoying the task. Seeing that they had not yet finished, Lin Fan joined in to assist them. With their profound spiritual energies, the four worked effortlessly, yet it still took them the better part of the day to barely complete the task. All right, let's leave the rest for tomorrow. You all take a break while I organize these. With a mere thought, Lin Fan arranged all the materials by type and grade, gazing at the dazzling array of treasures and spirit stones laid before him. I need not say more. Take whatever you desire. Husband, you are truly generous, Baiji exclaimed with excitement. You are all dear to my heart. I shall provide for you as long as I possess it. Lin Fan began to shower them with affection. The three women were moved to the brink of tears, and upon achieving his goal, Lin Fan ceased his emotional appeals. He then called Dehei over, instructing it to select some resources for its own cultivation. A master, how could I possibly choose alongside the ladies? Dehei, being male, was aware enough to avoid any awkwardness. Then wait a moment. We wouldn't want to provoke them. Dehei, upon seeing Baiji, was filled with trepidation, both due to her status as the third matriarch and her identity as a demon emperor, trembling at her mere gaze. Once the three women finished their selections with great enthusiasm, they returned to the loft to organize and refine their choices. Only then did Dehei joyfully join Lin Fan in selecting some medicinal herbs and spirit stones, scampering back to the forest to refine them. Lin Fan organized the remaining items, along with the spoils collected from the treasure vault, and Ma Yuan's inferior spirit treasure, the Azure Dragon Blade, had been refined and stored. He now bore a smaller version of the Azure Dragon Blade's pattern on his left arm. He had amassed over 100 exceptional treasures, along with thousands of storage bags and rings. The collection of medicinal herbs was substantial, with over 1,500 top-grade spirit stones, more than 200,000 high-grade stones, and around 600,000 mid-grade stones. He also acquired several technique jade slips, having destroyed all malevolent practices and retaining only the worthy ones, which he stored in the Sword Spirit Sect's technique pavilion. At this moment, the entire sect was filled with joy, for they were aware that Lin Fan had obliterated the Divine Blade sect, a sect that had long held the fourth-ranked in the past. They would have taken great care to avoid any confrontation with them. Now, witnessing their downfall, how could they not feel elated and proud? Chapter 106. Sect Conference. The following morning, Lin Fan and the others donned their attire and made their way to the sect's plaza, where most of the disciples had already gathered. The four ascended the arena, and Ouyang Jinhua, along with the elders, hastily bowed in respect. Now, I shall reveal a matter that has been concealed from all of you for a considerable time. Elder Lin is none other than our esteemed ancestor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Bowen, the sole true disciple. Today, I officially appoint him to the esteemed position of Supreme Elder of the Sword Spirit Sect. Upon finishing his words, Ouyang Jinhua led everyone in bowing to Lin Fan. Disciples, pay your respects to the Supreme Elder. All right, everyone, please rise. Most of those present are descendants of the Ouyang family, along with a group of like-minded individuals. Here, I hope everyone can unite and support one another, striving diligently in our cultivation. Throughout my life, I have despised the heartless and ungrateful, those who indulge in thievery and debauchery. I hope such scoundrels do not emerge within our Sword Spirit Sect. I believe you are all aware of the news regarding the fall of the Divine Blade Sect. It serves as an excellent example of why Master once taught me that punishing the wicked and eliminating evil is a virtuous act. Indeed, a great good. I hope all of you can maintain a righteous mindset and become champions of justice. As Lin Fan spoke, the audience fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause moments later. Lin Fan's personal ideals resonated completely with the ancestral teachings of the Sword Spirit Sect, earning him swift recognition from everyone. Elders and disciples who fought yesterday, step forward, Lin Fan continued. A group of elder disciples hurriedly stood in two lines before the arena. You all performed admirably. Your bravery in battle was commendable, and you did not abandon your companions. I am quite satisfied. I have decided to reward the Golden Core disciples with a medium-grade storage ring and a high-grade spirit pill, while the nascent soul elders will receive a high-grade storage ring and a top-grade spirit pill. I hope each of you can advance further." The elder disciples were overjoyed, hastily kneeling in gratitude. The other elder disciples looked on with envy. "Oh, not be anxious, others. I will regularly reserve a portion of top-grade and high-grade pills in the sect, and their distribution will be decided by the sect master and the grand elder. I hope all of you will strive to reach new heights and solidify our sect's supremacy. Fight for justice. Fight for justice. Fight for justice." Unexpectedly, Lin Fan's final words became a classic, eventually evolving into a timeless tale. After concluding, Lin Fan departed with the women to the side peak pavilion. The conference had lasted all morning, and fearing Bai Ji would be anxious, he summoned Ouyang Jinhua and Ouyang Sun. "Here are some spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and treasures I collected from the Divine Blade sect. Distribute them among the reliable elder disciples, and the remainder can be deposited into the sect's treasury. Furthermore, I plan to embark on a journey soon, so you must continue to cultivate diligently at home." Lin Fan then produced 2 high-grade storage rings containing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 100 top-grade spirit stones, and a vial of top-grade channeling pills. "This is for each of you personally. Thank you, Uncle Master." Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling for the two to withdraw. After lunch, he set out with the women, heading towards the Great Desert. Lacking a specific map, they could only consult a few jade slips to gather some clues, continuing northwest until they reached the desert. After 5 continuous days of flying without success, they purchased numerous provisions and beverages in the county towns they passed through, spending tens of thousands of gold coins. This attracted various rogues, truly proving that when heaven offers a path, one does not tread it, yet when hell presents no door, one willingly enters. Chapter 107. Flame Mountain. The 4 of them traveled by carriage, their eyes open to many wonders and the local customs, sampling various delicacies. The 3 women delighted in shopping for clothes, cosmetics, and accessories, buying whatever caught their fancy. Lin Fan, however, found joy in visiting general stores, collecting peculiar herbs and ancient seeds, as well as delectable fruits. He had planted many in his space. With the spirit spring water, everything thrived without issue. The fruit trees quickly adapted to the environment of the Qinkuan realm. The ring spirit continually urged Lin Fan to inquire about Bai Ji's piece of the heaven-mending stone, but he hesitated to ask. That evening, they discussed the issues of lighting and the lack of attributes in the space. The ring spirit reported and added, "The stone belonging to the 3rd matron is an exceedingly rare earth attribute treasure." Bai Ji, being astute, understood immediately that Lin Fan must have known long ago but refrained from asking her for it, fearing it might upset her. Thus, she took out the heaven-mending stone from her storage ring. "Here, let little spirit use it. It will replenish the earth attributes in the space." "Thank you, 3rd matron." The ring spirit, eager to restore the Qinkuan realm, was filled with excitement. Before Lin Fan could speak, the ring spirit took the heaven-mending stone and dashed off to the depths of the earth for refinement. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Bai Ji stopped him. "This was left to me by my parents. I am naturally entitled to decide its use." Little spirit refined throughout the night, and by the next morning, a tremendous transformation had occurred in the space. Even the previously parched, unwatered land now appeared dark and fertile. The plants thrived as if nourished by the spring of life, growing vigorously with grasses towering over a person's height. To accommodate the rampant growth of weeds, Lin Fan procured over 100 cattle and 1,000 goats. The trees in the orchard and the forest grew taller and stronger as well. Lin Fan's strength also increased significantly. Everyone was overjoyed. The 4 continued their journey in the carriage for another 3 days, feeling the heat intensifying in the scorching sun. They could hardly bear to remain outside. Su Yin employed her ice spirit technique, ensuring the area around the carriage remained cool. After inquiring along the way, they learned that the desert was drawing near. As for the city of the desert, they obtained some clues from an elderly man. He warned them that it lay deep within the desert, a city of death, exceedingly perilous, and cautioned them to avoid it at all costs, for it could cost them their lives. Lin Fan rewarded him with some silver coins before finding a secluded spot to store the carriage and set off on a flying vessel towards the heart of the desert. After 5 more days, they finally located the city the old man had described. The small city was not large, consisting of just a few villages, characterized by crumbling walls and an absence of human presence. At the center of the City of Death stood a teleportation array, shielded by a formation. They did not encounter any obstruction. The teleportation array had several grooves, presumably for placing spirit stones. No one knew what lay on the other side. Should we go or not? Perhaps I should scout ahead, Lin Fan suggested. No. If we go, we must go together. We cannot separate, the three women replied in unison. Very well. You all enter the Qinkuan realm first. Lin Fan placed several high-grade spirit stones in position, and the teleportation array shimmered with energy as he vanished from sight. This was Lin Fan's first experience using a teleportation array. It felt like a dizzying rush. As if entering a space of acceleration, Lin Fan's powerful spiritual consciousness allowed him to sense some things outside the spatial passage. Increasing his soul power for detection, he identified several life forms, a few gigantic birds, near a spherical object close to the acceleration passage. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, appearing almost surreal. Lin Fan found himself transported to a desolate gravel plain. The three women soon emerged as well. Baiji remarked, "This place feels familiar. As if I have seen it during my ascension." Lin Fan employed his soul power for investigation and discovered smoke rising from a mountain 40 miles to the west. The four instantly teleported over to investigate. Good heavens! The mountain is ablaze. Beneath the thick smoke, rolling flames surged forth, bubbling like boiling water. Chapter 108. Restrictions beneath the earth. This must be the legendary Flame Mountain. Mo Ning, possessing a fire attribute spirit root, had researched extensively about fire-related jade slips. Brother Fan, I sense my mother calling to me. This feeling is incredibly real. My mother must be nearby, Baiji exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. They searched the vicinity 3 times but found no anomalies, and their soul power detection yielded no results. Could she be beneath this volcano? Su Yinyan's casual remark prompted a realization among them. Indeed, we searched every other place, yet overlooked the blazing Flame Mountain. We have investigated it but could not penetrate to the volcano's depths. It must be concealed by some form of barrier or formation. Little spirit, do you have any means? Lin Fan thought of the ring spirit and casually inquired. Master, I can certainly give it a try. While I am a spirit of illusion, I am still vulnerable to high temperatures and will require a significant amount of spiritual power. I can only attempt it, and I cannot guarantee I will reach the bottom. All right, no need to push yourself, go as far as you can, and if it becomes too much, return promptly, Lin Fan replied with concern. The ring spirit activated its spiritual energy, enveloping itself in a protective shield. To alleviate the burden, Lin Fan used the Immortal slashing sword to carve a 3 or 4 meter deep trench, and the ring spirit understood, quickly diving down in mere moments. Lin Fan lost contact with the ring spirit. Anxiously, he waited on the flying vessel for less than a quarter of an hour before sensing the ring spirit again. He quickly employed the Immortal slashing sword to carve another trench, and the ring spirit swiftly emerged. At this point, the ring spirit appeared quite weakened. Its illusionary form significantly faded. Lin Fan urged it to soak in the spring of life to recover. As its strength gradually returned, the ring spirit reported, Master, there are indeed restrictive barriers and formations beneath the volcano. I am a phantasmic entity. The formation holds no power over me. Thus, I ventured inside, where indeed, there were others present, and numerous skeletal remains scattered about. I sensed treasures deep beneath the earth. Yet the expenditure of spiritual energy was too great for me to dare delve further. I could only return to report to you. Well, please take your time to recover. As Lin Fan observed that the day was drawing to a close and everyone was feeling famished, he sought out a flat area, summoned the Golden Pavilion, and entered the Qinkuan ring to dine and rest. My dear husband, how do you propose we proceed? Baiji inquired with a look of helplessness. Oh, not rush. The fact that you can sense your mother indicates she is currently unharmed. Let us devise a method to unlock the formation and gain entry, while also withstanding the searing heat, he replied. Husband, my flying phoenix furnace is a fire-attributed artifact capable of absorbing some heat. If it fails, I shall attempt it tomorrow, Mo Ning suggested. Very well, let us try again tomorrow. After the four had finished their meal, they took their rest, and Lin Fan, lost in thought, soon fell asleep while holding Baiji. These past few days, he had been sleeping with Baiji in his arms, and the two women had been concerned for her emotional state. wishing to offer her some comfort. Baiji was well aware of her sister's kindness and concern. Feeling deeply moved, though she struggled to express it, the following morning, as dawn broke, Baiji awoke and was about to remove Lin Fan's large hand when he stirred awake. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed the somewhat haggard expression on Jire's face and felt a pang of sympathy. Jire, do not worry. Today, we shall find a way to descend and investigate. Chapter 109. The ancient locking Immortal formation. After the four had breakfast, they took to the skies aboard their vessel to the heights of Fire Mountain. Mo Ning summoned the flying phoenix furnace, which plunged directly into the roiling magma. Lin Fan and the others were taken aback, wanting to inquire about the situation, but Mo Ning reassured them, "Everyone, do not panic. I can sense that the flying phoenix furnace is in excellent condition. We simply need to wait patiently. The magma is beneficial for it." The spirit of the ring had partially recovered, though not completely. The four waited for over 2 hours, and although the furnace had yet to emerge, the magma underwent a transformation, feeling less intense than before, with the bubbling sound significantly diminished. It truly works wonders. Lin Fan chuckled. After waiting for another 2 hours, the magma fell silent, and its temperature noticeably dropped, the fiery lava visibly turning to a powdery ash. At last, the flying phoenix furnace soared back, returning to Mo Ning. Husband, the flying phoenix furnace has unlocked a new ability. It can also refine treasures now. That is splendid, Lin Fan exclaimed as he utilized his spiritual energy to disperse the thick layer of ash, revealing the formation beneath. Master, is this the formation? Shall I enter to investigate further? Please hold on. I must first discuss with my senior sister how to break this formation. If we cannot enter, it would be futile for you to go alone. Actually, I can manage that. You all need only to enter the Chinkuan realm, and I will envelop the Chinkuan ring with a spiritual energy shield, allowing us to enter unscathed. You possess such an ability? Then let us proceed as you suggest. The group entered the Chinkuan realm, enveloped by the realm spirit as they surged toward the formation. The master has entered, the ring spirit weakly stated. You should return to recover. If there is nothing of great importance, I shall refrain from summoning you. Lin Fan, concerned for its spiritual integrity, allowed it to retreat and recuperate. The four drew their weapons, exploring cautiously as they encountered a ground strewn with corpses, which sent a chill down their spines. Husband, I sense my mother calling to me from deep within the earth, Baiji exclaimed with excitement. Lin Fan surveyed the area and discovered a hollow space 30 meters below. He promptly utilized his teleportation ability to arrive there. Husband is still down below, Baiji noted. Be safe. Lin Fan instructed the three women to return to the Chinkuan realm. He teleported 3 times in succession. Husband, stop. I sense we are on this level, Baiji said, quickly exiting the Chinkuan realm. The temperature here was not overly hot, but rather eerie. Lin Fan and Mo Ning employed their fire control technique to illuminate the area as Baiji followed her instincts to navigate through. This level was expansive, and they encountered peculiar skeletal remains that moved freely, mimicking the motions of living beings. It's right here, Baiji exclaimed with fervor. Lin Fan and the others followed her pointed direction and were astonished to discover a massive tomb. Goodness, this is indeed bizarre, Lin Fan remarked, not daring to be reckless as he investigated the tomb's interior, confirming that someone was indeed trapped within. The individual bore a striking resemblance to Baiji, appearing exceedingly frail. Without hesitation, Lin Fan employed his teleportation to enter. Baiji and the others soon followed from the Chinkuan realm. Mother, is that you, my child? You have finally come, Bai Mu cried out, her spirit stone supply long exhausted. Nearly fainting upon seeing Baiji. Just as Baiji attempted to rush in, Mo Ning halted her. Sister, wait. This formation is peculiar. This is the ancient locking Immortal formation. It permits entry but forbids exit. Bai Mu said weakly. Chapter 110. The spirit isolating formation. That explains much, Lin Fan responded. Husband, this formation must have existed here for many years. Its inherent spiritual energy has surely depleted, relying on the absorption of external spiritual energy to persist thus far. We merely need to sever its connection to the external spiritual energy to make it dissipate, Mo Ning observed, discerning the intricacies. Then let us work together to set up a barrier to isolate it. Only Mo Ning possessed the knowledge to arrange this specialized spirit isolating formation. She stepped forward to establish the formation while Lin Fan assisted her. Fortunately, the locking Immortal formation was not extensive, and the Spirit Isolating formation was relatively simple to deploy. Mo Ning quickly completed the arrangement, successfully blocking the absorption of spiritual energy. In less than an hour, the locking Immortal formation visibly weakened, gradually becoming thinner and less potent. After another 2 hours, the formation vanished entirely. Baiji instantly teleported over to embrace her mother tightly, bursting into tears. Lin Fan was about to enter when he spotted an ancient array plate. "Hurry, husband, that is the array plate of the locking Immortal formation. Quickly collect it," Mo Ning urged. Lin Fan hastily retrieved it, and the 3 women followed closely behind, producing a vial of life spring water for Baiji to administer to her mother. After a few sips, Bai Mu's condition improved significantly. "So you are my son-in-law?" she inquired. "Esteemed mother-in-law," Lin Fan exclaimed, hastily kneeling and bowing. "Rise," she replied, and Lin Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, introduced his other 2 wives. The 2 women also bowed respectfully, greeting their aunt. "You are all wonderful. Encountering you has truly blessed my daughter." Seeing his frail mother-in-law, Lin Fan promptly resolved to bring her into the Qinkuan realm for recuperation. "Mother-in-law, please do not resist. We will take you to a safe place." He then set up a barrier formation, and the 5 of them entered the Qinkuan realm together. Upon entry, Bai Mu was taken aback, realizing her son-in-law was indeed extraordinary. Secretly noting his remarkable capabilities, Lin Fan had prepared a large pot of stewed lamb and roasted several wild chickens, ensuring everyone was well fed. Bai Mu then recounted her tale of departure. It turned out that Baiji's father was no ordinary fox spirit, but rather a scion of the fox demon lineage, a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Due to opposition from the clan's upper echelons regarding his union with Bai Mu, they had taken refuge in a secret realm. After Bai Mu gave birth to Baiji, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan sensed her bloodline and pursued them relentlessly, forcing the couple to abandon Baiji as a diversion. Subsequently, they could not shake off their pursuers and sought refuge in the underworld, hiding in the 18 layers of hell to escape a calamity. Later, while exploring a grand tomb, Bai Mu inadvertently became trapped in the locking Immortal formation. Baiji's father had pondered for over 20 years yet could not unravel the formation. As Bai Mu's spirit stones dwindled, Baiji's father made the difficult decision to seek a solution alone, only to vanish for over a decade without a trace. It was revealed that Baiji's father was named Bai Yi, the young clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, while her mother, Yunhua, was no ordinary woman, being the daughter of the illustrious Spring Flower Fairy. Renowned alongside the Flower Sect Master, Lin Fan had serendipitously named Baiji, sharing the same surname, a testament to their fateful connection. Originally, her parents had chosen a name for her, but Baiji had been reluctant to change it, and Bai Mu had acquiesced. "Who would have thought that I could become connected to the Flower Fairy?" "Jir, you are truly remarkable," Lin Fan said, realizing the generational gap in their lineage. The Flower Fairy and the Spring Flower Fairy were contemporaries, and now, astonishingly, the daughters of both had married the same man. He wondered how their meeting would unfold. This son-in-law is indeed capable, marrying wives who are all as beautiful as flowers and possessing a kind heart. Lin Fan also constructed a separate pavilion for Bai Mu to reside in. For these past few days, Baiji had remained by her mother's side, and with the nurturing embrace of maternal love, Baiji gradually regained her former vivacity and charm, bringing joy to Lin Fan and the other 2 women. Chapter 111. The Ancient Red Lotus Flame. During Bai Mu's period of recuperation, Lin Fan refined the locking Immortal formation, the ancient array plate. Initially, he intended for Mo Ning to utilize it, but she expressed her singular focus on alchemy. The array plate held little utility for her. Rather, it suited Lin Fan, whose endeavors often involved combat. This was a rare ancient treasure capable of restraining even immortals, let alone cultivators. The gains from this venture were indeed substantial, as not only had he located Baiji's mother, but he also acquired an invaluable artifact. The Fei Feng furnace has grown even more powerful, and it has acquired the ancient treasure. The locking Immortal array, truly a remarkable triumph. "Master, are there still treasures yet to be obtained?" "Ah, where are they?" "Sigh, as I mentioned before, deep within the earth, there are treasures." My apologies, I momentarily forgot in my excitement. After all, this is the 18th layer of hell. Just the thought of it makes Lin Fan feel uneasy. No wonder this place exudes an eerie and sinister aura. Dear mother-in-law, can we descend further? Are you referring to the red lotus flame in the depths of hell? Indeed. Mother-in-law, in this realm, I find myself in dire need of fire attribute elements. It is essential for me. Hee hee, you clever lad. No need for further explanation, but the red lotus flame is an ancient fire, exuding an incredibly intense heat. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be instantly obliterated upon contact. It is exceedingly perilous. And capturing it may prove to be quite the challenge, Mo Ning interjected. I can attempt to use the Fei Feng furnace. Lin Fan pondered this. No matter how formidable the ancient treasure, could it truly surpass the celestial artifact bestowed upon him by his master? Lin Fan exited the Qian Kuan realm and instantaneously transported himself to the 8th layer of hell, where the red lotus flame resided. Sure enough, this layer was unbearably hot, making it impossible to linger. He quickly retreated into the Qian Kuan realm. Senior sister, it is far too hot out here. What should we do? You all stay within the Qian Kuan realm. I will venture out to test the waters. Lin Fan and Su Yen Ran, concerned for their senior sister's safety, chose to accompany her. Su Yen Ran, being of the ice spirit root, enveloped the three of them with her ice spirit power, mitigating the heat. Mo Ning summoned the Fei Feng furnace, releasing a formidable pressure. The ancient treasure, the red lotus flame, sensing danger, began to rapidly contract its flames, attempting to slip away. However, it was ensnared by the locking immortal array set by Lin Fan. Ha! This formation is truly remarkable, Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. Su Yinran also dispelled the ice spirit barrier, and the three of them swiftly approached. The ancient treasure, after eons of evolution, had developed sentience, manifesting as a 3-year-old child, who knelt before Mo Ning and pleaded, Please, immortal maiden, spare my life. The red child is willing to serve you as master and await your commands. Mo Ning glanced at Lin Fan, who gestured for her to accept it. Only then did Mo Ning extract a drop of her essence blood and fling it into the locking immortal array. The red child eagerly caught it and absorbed it into its forehead. Instantly, a connection was established between Mo Ning and the red child, prompting Lin Fan to dismantle the locking immortal array. The red lotus flame, fearing the Fei Feng furnace, took refuge on Mo Ning's arm, forming a miniature lotus flower upon her right arm. At that moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger and swiftly gathered the two women into the Qian Kuan realm. He then utilized his teleportation ability to escape hell, reappearing above Flame Mountain. As soon as he emerged, Flame Mountain ignited once more, and a horde of pursuing malevolent spirits were instantly incinerated. That was close. I nearly became their meal, Lin Fan remarked, patting his chest. Just then, his mother-in-law and the three women also emerged, granted passage by Lin Fan. Fanner, this place is not suitable for lingering. We should leave promptly. His mother-in-law urged. But what if the patriarch arrives? Lin Fan inquired. I have already sent him a message. He should receive it shortly. Let us depart. His mother-in-law replied anxiously, having spent enough time in that place and witnessing the surging magma. Lin Fan asked, Senior sister, can the Fei Feng furnace still absorb more? We must not waste such a splendid opportunity. You can forget about that. Did you not see those malevolent spirits pursuing us? Releasing them would be disastrous. Your habit of taking advantage of every situation truly requires reform, Mo Ning admonished. All right, you have the final say since you are the senior sister, Lin Fan replied, albeit reluctantly. The group returned to the Qian Kuan realm for a brief respite. Husband, where should we place the red lotus flame? Little Ling, where do you think it should go? Master, the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth have their own natural order. The two mothers only need to release it, and it will find a suitable place on its OWN. Mo Ning released the red lotus flame, allowing it to seek out a place to cultivate naturally. As predicted by the spirit, it found a grand mountain, creating a large pool at its peak, where the flames spread extensively, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of the Qian Kuan realm, with the addition of the red lotus flame. The Qian Kuan realm was only missing the elements of gold and wood. Chapter 112. Spring Blossom Fairy Mother-in-law is still in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, so she cannot teleport. After stating the general direction, the women returned to the Qian Kuan realm. Lin Fan teleported 3 times before locating the teleportation array, and the 4 women emerged to see for themselves. Yes, this is the teleportation array. Mother-in-law had previously marked it, and the mark remained intact. Lin Fan did not prevent them from entering the Qian Kuan realm again, wishing for them to experience the sensation of teleportation. Placing spirit stones on the array activated it, and the five returned to Desert City. Mother-in-law had experienced it once before and felt nothing significant. In contrast, the three women were exceedingly excited, chattering endlessly. Mother-in-law secretly acknowledged the difficulties faced by her son-in-law Lin Fan. Constantly surrounded by a group of chatty women, it must be quite vexing. Mother, where shall we go next? Lin Fan asked her, eager to ascertain whether they would search for Father Bai. There is no need to look for him. I suspect he has been captured by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Asked the young patriarch, he should be safe from mortal danger. Let us return home. I have not seen my mother in a long time. Mother-in-law said, her tone tinged with sadness. Very well, let us depart immediately. Lin Fan summoned the flying boat, and the group ascended aboard, heading towards mother-in-law's hometown. They flew continuously for 3 days and nights before reaching the abode of the Spring Blossom Fairy. Spring Blossom Mountain is not too far from the 100-Flower Sect, roughly a 2-day journey. The mountain, though not very large, is quite tall, reaching high into the clouds. Lin Fan mused, why would one seek such a location? Is it not said that the closer one is to the ground, the more spiritual energy one can absorb? Why does it seem to be the opposite here? How peculiar. Baiji was also visiting for the first time and expressed her curiosity. Mother, this mountain is quite strange. Hee, it is indeed a bit odd, but you shall understand once you see it, mother-in-law replied, playfully teasing them. Their curiosity piqued, the group followed mother-in-law, who led them directly upwards to a platform midway up the mountain. Boldly, who dares trespass upon the Spring Blossom Palace? The gatekeeper disciple exclaimed, recognizing the young patriarch and hastily kneeling in respect. Rise. Who would have thought that after more than 30 years, you have all reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm? Truly, time waits for no one. Mother-in-law lamented, reflecting on the 30 years wasted in confinement. We do not dare, but we implore the young patriarch to impose punishment. The disciples pleaded. You need not be so formal. Is my mother in the palace? The palace master is currently within. The five ascended the stone steps to the summit, and as they arrived, they immediately noticed the difference. The spiritual energy here was surprisingly abundant, which was quite strange. There were numerous large platforms at the edge of the cliff, the purpose of which was unknown, totaling over 20. The palace master had sensed their arrival and teleported directly to them. Ah, Ihua, is that you, my child? The others wisely refrained from interrupting, stepping aside. Baiji remained unmoved, and the Spring Blossom Fairy, noticing their actions, merely glanced at Baiji and understood who she was. Baiji. Greetings to my grandmother. Good. You truly resemble your mother as a child. Come here and let your grandmother take a closer look, good child. Oh, why do these few seem so familiar? Mother. Why not take a guess? Mother-in-law replied with a smile. This one resembles Imolan quite a bit, but as for the other two I cannot recall. Imo Ning. Greetings to my aunt. Upon realizing she had guessed correctly, Imo Ning promptly paid her respects. Good. No need for formalities. What a delightful day, with so many familiar faces arriving all at once. This young man, Lin Fan, pays his respects to my grandmother. Lin Fan, not daring to overstep, quickly knelt in homage. Oh dear, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are Baiji's husband? Indeed, I am Baiji's husband. What do you think? I am not too shabby, am I? Quite formidable as well. Mother-in-law teased Otto. In what way are you formidable? The Spring Blossom Fairy inquired with great interest. These two are also his wives, even before Baiji. Ah, then that means the 100-Flower Fairy is 1 generation lower than me. Ahahaha, this is truly amusing. The Spring Blossom Fairy was filled with joy. Chapter 113. The Spring Blossom Palace Mother. This one is the true master. He is Lin Fan's rightful wife and also the personal disciple of the 100-Flower Sect Master. Ah, I see. It truly is a family affair. This young man is indeed remarkable, managing to secure the daughters and disciples of our sister, as well as my granddaughter. We have become relatives, truly. Fate plays its hand in the most curious ways. Su Yinran, greetings to my grandmother. Excellent. You are undoubtedly a virtuous and gentle woman. You need not call me grandmother. Simply refer to me as aunt, like Imo Ning, to avoid any future complications with Imo Lan. The five entered the grand hall and took their respective seats. Imo Ning, how has your mother been lately? Returning to Aunt, she is doing well. She has just advanced to the God transformation stage and is currently in the consolidation phase. Imo Ning replied, Oh, it seems this fellow has indeed advanced to the God transformation stage before me. The Fairy of Spring, in a moment of delight, exclaimed joyfully, while Imo Ning inwardly chastised herself for her previous rudeness. She had just been mocking her mother. How could she now feel happiness for her mother? Clearly, she had misjudged her. This young man, astonishingly, was on the same level as me, truly a prodigy. Even his two wives were in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Ah, Argier has reached the realm of the demon emperor. Oh dear. How extraordinary. The Fairy of Spring lamented repeatedly, realizing that she had been so focused on nurturing beasts and birds that she had neglected her own cultivation. This grandson-in-law's strength was not inferior to her own. He must have recognized my realm long ago, yet he still kneeled and bowed. His character is indeed commendable. No wonder Imo Lan was able to marry off her precious daughter to him as a secondary wife. His strength and character are truly admirable. They held a midday feast in celebration, and the Fairy of Spring, overflowing with joy, gifted Lin Fan and the others each a bird egg. This bird, a creature from ancient times, possessed a powerful bloodline and was notoriously difficult to tame. Although one could enhance intimacy through a drop of blood on the egg, it did not establish a bond of ownership. The bond must begin before hatching, allowing the owner to cultivate a relationship from an early age so that they might eventually communicate seamlessly and be controlled effortlessly. This was the culmination of my research over the past century. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Aunt. Oh, no need for formalities. We are all family here. Just keep them. Each was also given a beast-raising bag, which they refined to incubate the bird eggs within. Every 3 to 5 months, a drop of essence blood would suffice. After spending a day at the fairy's palace, Lin Fan felt restless and informed Bai Ji of his intention to depart. Under the teachings of her mother over the past few days, Bai Ji had become much more sensible and obedient. You've been away from your mother for so long. Why not stay a while longer and accompany her and your grandmother? Lin Fan, not wishing to appear heartless, considered asking her to remain temporarily. In a way, I want to follow you, Bai Ji whined charmingly. Then I shall take you home to meet my parents. Lin Fan was aware that they had discussed this previously. All right, I'll go tell my mother and grandmother, Bai Ji exclaimed joyfully. Yes, go ahead. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Bai Ji returned with Bai Mu and the Fairy of Spring, and they all exchanged farewells. Bai Mu reminded Bai Ji to be obedient and respectful toward her in-laws. Only then did everyone board the boat and set off. Lin Fan's hometown was not far. After flying for most of the day, they arrived. Lin Fan found a secluded valley to land the flying boat, released the carriage, and drove the horses onto the official road. This carriage and horses were the same ones previously belonging to Su Yanran. The horses had drunk some life spring water. Having spent every day in the Qingquan realm, had evolved significantly. They were now much taller and more intelligent. The horse recognized Lin Fan as its master and spent its days eating, drinking, and sleeping, always circling around Lin Fan, who was quite fond of it. Chapter 114. Home at last. The four of them rode in the grand horse-drawn carriage, turning heads wherever they went. The horse had been to Lin Fan's home several times and knew the way. Requiring no guidance, Lin Fan treated the horse exceptionally well since it was Yanran's mount, even fashioning horseshoes from mysterious iron to protect its hooves, which made a pleasant sound as it trotted along. The rhythmic clopping echoed delightfully, prompting onlookers to step aside as they quickly approached the Lin residence. Upon arriving, they found a crowd gathered outside, already cordoned off by the local officials. My parents are here too, Lin Fan exclaimed, promptly assessing the situation inside the residence. With a swift teleportation he entered. The in-laws conversing inside were taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden appearance. Father, mother, father-in-law, mother-in-law, what is happening? Fanner, this is your childhood betrothed. The one who has been missing for 15 years, and surprisingly, he is also a cultivator. He has joined the Heavenly Sword sect and has become a late-stage Golden Core Master. He is here to seek retribution. Lin Fu explained. Why wasn't I notified, along with Yanran? Lin Mu inquired. I was just about to inform you, but I feared it would disrupt your cultivation, Lin Mu replied. Lin Fan noticed that Lin Fu had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, while Lin Mu was at the 4th layer. His in-laws were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which was quite commendable. During this exchange, Su Yanran and the others arrived, greeting their parents-in-law. Why are you also here? After not seeing each other for several days, everyone shared a warm reunion, leaving Baiji somewhat neglected. Noticing she wasn't upset, Lin Fan stepped forward to embrace her. Father, mother, this is Jir, your third daughter-in-law. Jir has met her in-laws. Baiji bowed respectfully. I see. I was just wondering where such a beautiful girl came from. You rascal, you've ensnared another. She's so young, truly. Just as he was about to continue, he realized the in-laws were present and refrained. Feeling it would be impolite, Mo Ning and Su Yinran couldn't help but chuckle. Mother-in-law, you truly understand my heart. Rise, come closer so I can take a good look at you. Baiji obediently stood and walked to Lin Mu. Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Mu grasped her hand. Indeed, you are as lovely as my other daughters-in-law. Ahem. Lin Fu cleared his throat, hinting that the conversation should wrap up, considering their in-laws were present. Oh, everyone, please take a seat. I didn't expect you all to return, so. She realized she hadn't prepared any meeting gifts. Lin Mu shot Lin Fan a glare, indicating he should hurry and fetch something suitable for their daughter-in-law. Mother, you needn't bother. You rascal. Lin Mu then removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, presenting it to Baiji. This is a cherished possession of mine. Consider it your meeting gift. Do you like it? Baiji accepted the jade bracelet, finding it a perfect fit and quite comfortable. Thank you, mother-in-law. I adore it. Though the jade bracelet was merely an ordinary piece, it was a token of acknowledgement from her mother-in-law. Please have a seat today, with our in-laws present, along with my son and daughters-in-law returning. I am truly overjoyed, Lin Fu exclaimed. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, prompting everyone to step out. A man whom Lin Fan did not recognize was causing a disturbance. Chapter 115. The betrothed seeks trouble. How dare this audacious ruffian create a scene before the Lin residence, shouted the gatekeeper, Officer Mingyong. What nonsense is this Lin residence? Just a bunch of lowly folk, relying on a minor county lord to act superior. Such a humble household daring to break a betrothal deserves punishment. This man was none other than Li Jia, the brother of the jilted woman. Lin Fan chose to remain silent, curious about his intentions. With Lin Fan present, no one dared to speak out. Baiji could not endure the insult and drew a dagger, ready to act, but was stopped by Lin Fan's voice. You are the one who harmed my sister. You have tarnished her honor. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, your family will face calamity within 3 days. Oh? And what would constitute a satisfactory explanation? What calamity shall befall us? Lin Fan pretended to be confrontational, raising his voice deliberately as the crowd gathered. It is simple. Restore my sister's honor, earn her forgiveness, and compensate our family with 10,000 taels of gold. And this matter will be settled. As he spoke, a palanquin was lowered, revealing a woman, Li Tian Na, who was indeed quite beautiful and elegantly dressed. Are you Lin Gongzi? She inquired, scrutinizing Lin Fan. Indeed, our engagement was dissolved many years ago. Initiated by your parents, who agreed to the dissolution. Why do you come here now to stir trouble? Lin Fan questioned, perplexed. You need not be so aggressive. First, I have not lived at home since childhood, so I was unaware of my parents' decision to break the engagement. Secondly, the last incident caused my father and uncle to suffer repercussions. Thirdly, the uproar made my family's disgrace well known. I require an explanation. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation today in front of our fellow villagers. I shall clarify that this engagement was merely a pact between our elders, my grandfather has long since passed. And both sets of parents agreed to the dissolution, rendering this engagement null and void. This is our first meeting, and we have not committed any breach of promise. I hope the villagers will bear witness. I shall bear witness. Li Jie stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, Thank you. The crowd erupted into chatter, infuriating the woman, who turned and re-entered her palanquin. Since you dare to humiliate my sister, I shall not spare you. Li Jie unleashed a series of spells, creating several large craters in the ground. The bystanders panicked and fled, shouting, Oh no! The Immortal is angry. Lin Fan did not intervene, but when he saw the other party attempting to further wreak havoc on the Lin residence, he released a portion of his soul power to intimidate him. Who is your master? Relay my name to him and summon him to meet me swiftly, or I shall raise your entire Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Fan was keen to ascertain the current state of the Heavenly Sword sect since he had eliminated their sect leader and his cronies. He recalled that the Grand Elder was a decent person. If the atmosphere was still favorable, he would consider letting them off the hook. Elijah was momentarily daunted by the pressure Lin Fan exuded. He realized that Lin Fan was also a cultivator, potentially even more powerful than himself, and he wondered if he truly was the legendary figure everyone spoke of. He hastily sent a message to his master, Xiaohe. Xiaohe is now the master of the Tianjin sect. Upon receiving a message from his disciple, he was so startled that he shuddered all over, hastily leading a group of elders aboard a boat at full speed. The sky was rapidly darkening, and Lin Fan, wishing to punish him, confined him outside the estate, neglecting the woman entirely. Everyone returned home, and those who wished to eat did so. The rooms had long been tidied up by the servants, and everyone retired to their quarters to rest. The night passed peacefully without incident. The next morning, the group awoke in succession. Lin Fan discovered that the ladies had already disappeared. Exiting the Qinkuan realm, he found them busy preparing breakfast for their mother. Chapter 116. Let us depart tonight. After everyone finished breakfast, they also enjoyed the delicious fruits presented by the three ladies. Lin Fan contemplated that since his brother-in-law was at the Jinling sect, following this commotion, it would be best for the entire family, including Su's father and mother, to reside in the sect. While they dined, a multitude gathered outside. Xiaohe, accompanied by over 20 elders, had been waiting at the door for more than an hour. Lin Fan had already sensed their presence. His leisurely demeanor was intentional, as he wished to gauge their current situation. Noticing that none displayed any dissatisfaction, he instructed the guards to open the door and stepped outside, observing the growing crowd before deploying a shielding formation. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Xiaohe hurriedly led the elders in a bow of respect. We pay our respects to Lin Taishang. My disciple acted recklessly. We leave his punishment to Lin Taishang's discretion and implore you to spare the Tianjin sect. With that, he and the others knelt down, startling Li Jia half to death. Indeed, this was the Lin Fan who had obliterated the Shindao sect. The very thought of annihilating his entire family was terrifying. This child cannot discern right from wrong and must be dealt with severely. Let him lose his powers and become an ordinary person. Furthermore, I do not wish for a repeat of this. You must strictly manage the sect's disciples. Should scoundrels like Ma Ming appear again to commit wrongdoing, I will ensure that none of you escapes unscathed. Lin Fan stated with an expression of indifference. Rise. I am well aware of Elder Zhao's character. I hope that all present will wholeheartedly support him in governing the sect and engage in more virtuous deeds. Little did Lin Fan know that his words would lead to the Tianjin sect flourishing for over 10,000 years. Yes, we shall heed Lin Taishang's teachings. The elders replied in unison, Thank you, Lin Taishang, for your kindness. There have indeed been deficiencies within the sect. Since the demise of Ma Chao and his wretched group, I have been elevated to the position of sect master. I have also eliminated the remaining scoundrels and compensated those who suffered harm. Xiaohe elaborated. Very well, I trust you. The events of many years ago remain vivid in my memory. You need not elaborate further. Take him back. You may leave. Lin Fan waved them off. Xiaohe led the elders and disciples away in haste. Lin Fan dismissed the formation and addressed the gathering crowd. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. I hope all neighbors can discern right from wrong. Today, my Lin residence hosts a banquet to express gratitude for your past care and concern. The crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly approaching to greet him. The Lin family was indeed extraordinary. They would surely visit more often in the future. Lin Fan intended to explain further to Li Tiana, but discovered that she had already departed and thought little of it. Unbeknownst to him, the woman had secretly resolved to return to her maternal family to diligently cultivate and seek revenge in the future. Lin Fan indulged in the festivities, leaving the remaining matters to his parents. After a long day of activity, although physically unexhausted, he felt mentally drained. Most learned of Lin Fan's identity as a cultivator and flocked to ingratiate themselves, much to the annoyance of Lin's parents, who wished to leave the village as soon as possible. That evening, everyone gathered in the living room, and Lin's father spoke first. Fanner, your mother and I have discussed it and decided to follow your lead. We will leave with you this time. Won't you miss the neighbors and relatives? Lin Fan teased. No, I won't miss them. Let us depart tonight, Lin's mother insisted anxiously. Lin Fan and the three ladies were already laughing heartily at the situation. Su's father and mother also shared a secret chuckle, praising their son-in-law's cleverness. Chapter 117. Development and Growth. Lin's mother, noticing Lin Fan's silence, suggested, Perhaps we could leave tomorrow instead? Very well, then. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin's father and mother rose early to pack their belongings. They were truly resolute about leaving. Lin Fan had spent the night with the three ladies in the Qinkuan realm. As he exited, he found his parents busy gathering their things. No need to pack. I will take care of everything. Indeed, Fanner has that capability. Lin's mother exclaimed, patting her head. Then let us send the servants away and take everything with us. Lin's father pondered. All right, the house can be taken as well. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. No, we must leave this house. It is our ancestral home, and one must eventually return to their roots. Lin's father quickly interjected. Very well, you may decide amongst yourselves. In less than an hour, the three ladies and Sue's parents also rose. After breakfast, Lin Fan outlined that the guards and servants should all be dismissed. Once everything was taken, there would be nothing left to steal, and it would suffice to leave the honest and loyal steward to oversee the place, providing him with a little extra silver. The servants were each given an additional 200 taels of silver before being sent away. Naturally, the guards were also rewarded. Each received 500 taels of silver, and Lin Fan advised Sue's daughter to take good care of them upon returning to the army. Only then did they leave joyfully. After dismissing everyone, Lin Fan gathered all belongings and, while it was still early, boarded the flying boat to depart. Before they had traveled half an hour, visitors arrived to extend their congratulations. The steward informed them that the master had already departed for cultivation. Many were skeptical. The steward opened the door to let them see for themselves. Indeed, it was completely empty, and they left in disappointment. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his party headed straight for the Jinling sect. Returning in a day and a night, Ouyang Jinhua had been informed in advance of Lin Fan's return. Lin Fan instructed him to arrange for 2 new pavilions to be built at the side peak. Having learned of the news the previous day, Ouyang Jinhua immediately organized the construction, which was completed in a day, complete with decoration. Early in the morning, Ouyang Jinhua led the elders to wait at the sect's entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan's parents, they promptly greeted them, addressing them as Sir and Madam in accordance with Lin Fan's wishes, for cultivation is a personal endeavor and relying on one's son for reputation is inappropriate. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the orderly and fragrant surroundings of the sect, uplifting everyone's spirits. The spiritual energy here is indeed abundant. Lin Fan's parents, along with Sue's parents, marveled in awe. Lin Fan addressed the crowd. You may return to your duties. Leading everyone back to the side peak, they encountered many who bowed in greeting along the way. The atmosphere within the sect was exceedingly pleasant. Son, this place is quite nice. These people are far superior to those in the village, Lin's mother praised. Let us go see our residence. Lin Fan guided them back to the peak, where the houses had been constructed and freshly painted. Lin's mother chose the one closest to Lin Fan's pavilion and explored every corner to Fanner. This place is even more exquisite than our previous home, Sue's mother remarked, while looking at her own dwelling. Though it was not as grand as the Lord's estate, it was still a rare find. This was the foremost sect. Having a place to dwell was an incredible achievement, let alone a pavilion. Since Lin Fan had destroyed the Xindao sect and slain the Tianjin sect's master Ma Chao, the remaining 8 major sects sent envoys to congratulate Jinling sect on achieving supremacy. The entire cultivation world, filled with many talented cultivators, aspired to join, becoming part of the Jinling sect. Even under the rigorous selection by Ouyang Jinhua and the others, over 500 disciples were accepted, each one outstanding in their own right. With Lin Fan's brother-in-law in seclusion, he did not disturb him. Knowing he would come when he awoke, Sue's father and mother agreed to take turns cultivating within the sect while overseeing the Lord's estate. Chapter 118. Visiting the Fox Immortal. Since the addition of the Honglian Yinhua, the Qiankuan realm has undergone a tremendous transformation. 18 Its light illuminated the high mountains, dispelling the previous eeriness. The temperature was no longer as frigid, and the Qiankuan realm had expanded 5-fold, covering an area of over 50 kilometers. It was likely to grow even larger if the attributes were gathered. Mo Ning and Su Yinyan returned to Baihua sect. During these days, Lin Fan had made little progress in his cultivation, and thus decided to take Bai Ji to the Beast Secret Realm to visit the Fox Immortal. As Lin Fan and Bai Ji walked along the path to the entrance of the Secret Realm. The weather remained delightful. Remembering Dehe, he released it to roam and ease its mind. As everyone in the sect was aware it was Lin Fan's beast and would not be frightened, the two entered the Secret Realm with Dehe, teleporting there and arriving at Bai Ji's residence in mere moments. Everything remained as before. The fox Immortal was cultivating in her cave when she sensed Lin Fan and Baiji's presence. Promptly concluding her practice and stepping out with quick strides, my daughter and son-in-law have returned. Wonderful, father. How have you been lately? Baiji inquired upon meeting her father. Quite well. My son-in-law has crafted a formation that is exceedingly useful, saving me a great deal of effort. Now that I have no pressing matters, I occasionally venture out to enjoy myself. It is evident that the fox spirit deeply cares for Baiji. Although she feigns indifference on the surface, her inner excitement is palpable, a sentiment that Lin Fan can keenly perceive. Father-in-law, should you find yourself missing Jier, feel free to inform me. I could have the disciples of our sect, currently honing their skills in the secret realm, escort you there, or simply relay the message. He says, oh, understood. I have already located my mother. Baiji promptly recounts the sequence of events. The fox spirit expresses her astonishment, remarking that without Lin Fan and his several wives, this matter would have truly been insurmountable. Son-in-law, why not extend your stay with Jier for a few more days? Of course, father-in-law, I shall certainly spend more time with you and, while I'm at it, refine some more elixirs for you. Truly, you are my splendid son-in-law. Who would have thought that a mere beast like me would be so fortunate? The fox spirit exclaims with heartfelt emotion. Alas! Your character is commendable, and you have performed numerous good deeds in the mortal realm. Thus, it is only natural that you receive good fortune in return. Lin Fan replies. He glances over at the rather bored Dehei and suggests, Dehei, you are now an epic-level beast. You should venture out for your own development, lest you hum incessantly all day. As you command, Master, Dehei responds, disappearing in a flash before Lin Fan can say another word. That wretched creature. I intended to provide it with some resources, but it seems I have been spared the effort. Just as Lin Fan finishes his thought, Dehei reappears in a rush. Why have you returned? Lin Fan teases, aware of Dehei's intentions. Master, it seems you may have forgotten something. Weren't you eager to leave? Do you still care for that trivial item? Hee, how could I dare refuse what you have given me? Dehei replies, blushing with embarrassment. Baiji and the fox spirit, who have just stepped out of the house, burst into laughter at the exchange. Lin Fan tosses a storage bag to Dehei, who catches it deftly before vanishing once more. That rascal. He took the item and fled even faster than last time, as if afraid I might change my mind. You fail to comprehend? Epic-level beasts are akin to formidable existences. How could they remain in one place? After all, he is a fully grown demon now, the fox spirit remarks with a knowing look. Baiji, understanding the conversation, feels shy about voicing her thoughts now, even though she would have been more vocal in the past. Jier, what has brought about this change in you? Lin Fan playfully prods. Silence, you shameless fellow. Baiji retorts, storming back into the house, much to the amusement of the fox spirit. I must say, son-in-law, you certainly know how to provoke. Lin Fan scratches his head, a look of helplessness on his face. I suppose my tongue has gotten the better of me. Chapter 119. The abundance of medicinal herbs. That evening, Lin Fan prepared his signature dish, roasted mountain chicken, alongside a whole roasted lamb. The recent expedition into the desert yielded fruitful results, allowing him to acquire many fine seasonings, as well as cultivate numerous pepper and spice plants within his spatial realm. Indeed, this is delightful. The flavor is simply exquisite. Jier, you truly are fortunate. The fox spirit joyfully exclaims. Baiji, equally content, counters, Father, he isn't as wonderful as you claim. You are going to spoil him, yet he dotes on you even more. You must learn to cherish your husband. You can compare notes with your sisters. Baiji contemplates this and realizes that Lin Fan treats her better than her two sisters, who do not harbor any jealousy towards her and genuinely care for her well-being. Oh, I see. I love him dearly, and my sisters too. The dinner was filled with laughter and warmth. The following day, Lin Fan took out the all-things cauldron to refine elixirs for his father-in-law, producing nothing but premium-grade concoctions. Husband, your proficiency as a level 3 alchemist is impressively stable. Have you considered attempting to refine level 4 elixirs? Baiji inquires, her face adorned with curiosity. I would love to, but I lack 2 rare superior herbs. Lin Fan responds with a hint of frustration. Well then, once we finish these, let us seek them out. After all, your cultivation is currently at a standstill. It would be prudent for us to embark on a treasure hunt together. Agreed. That is precisely what I had in mind. Why did you not mention your need for rare herbs sooner? Alas, I saw you were in low spirits and could not bear to trouble you with such matters. Understanding dawns upon Bai Ji. Husband, I love you. Tonight, I shall reward you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantly becomes invigorated, eager to engage in an all-night dialogue. Silly. Shouldn't you be focusing on your practice? Lin Fan spent the entire day refining elixirs with fervor, completing all the precious herbs his father-in-law had gathered over the past few days. When the fox spirit emerged after her training, she was taken aback by the enchanting aroma of the elixirs wafting through the air, attracting many of her subordinates who stood at a distance, captivated by the scent. This is my son-in-law, a true master alchemist, she proudly declares to her fellow beasts, who gaze upon Lin Fan with envy and approach him to curry favor. Esteemed son-in-law, might you assist us in refining some elixirs as well? Of course. As long as you remain loyal to my father-in-law, I will refine elixirs for you free of charge. It is noteworthy that Lin Fan's elixirs were primarily distributed among the apex-level beasts and a select few peak-level beasts, as there were far too many beasts vying for them. How wonderful! The throng of beasts exclaimed with delight. When you venture out, gather any rare flowers and herbs you encounter, ensuring to bring back the soil as well. They can be exchanged for elixirs if you are uncertain about what to dig up, return, and report, and you will be rewarded with elixirs. I will remain here during this time, so you may freely search. The beasts departed, and for the following days, a frenzy of herb hunting ensued within the secret realm of the beasts. Ever since Lin Fan had issued his decree, he received a steady stream of rare herbs daily, even the tiniest seedlings bringing him immense joy. Who would have thought I married a herb enthusiast? Baiji mused, realizing that Lin Fan was too engrossed in his pursuits to seek out herbs himself. Taking it upon herself, Baiji explored the territories of others and, in doing so, uncovered a wealth of valuable herbs. 2 months swiftly passed, and the secret realm of the beasts appeared as if it had been ravaged. Finding rare herbs had become increasingly difficult, with even the smallest seedlings being uprooted. Lin Fan had made considerable progress, successfully locating the 2 rare superior herbs he had previously lacked, though their quantity was insufficient for elixir refinement. The amassed herbs could indeed fill a mountain, and within the Qian Kuan realm, he cultivated several hundred acres of medicinal fields. The land was fertile, nourished daily by spiritual spring water, and rich in spiritual energy. The herbs thrived remarkably, with even the early planted fruit trees evolving. They absorbed significant amounts of spiritual energy and water, transforming into low-grade medicinal fruit trees, yielding sweet, succulent, and delectable fruits. Father-in-law, we have been away for quite some time. Shall we return today? Yes, let us head back. When we discover more rare flowers and herbs, I will ensure to set them aside for you. Indeed. Chapter 120. A visit from the treasure pavilion. As soon as Lin Fan and Bai Ji returned to the sword spirit sect, disciples approached them to pay their respects. Lin Fan observed the disciples around him, each radiating vitality and confidence, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. Upon entering the grand hall of the sect, he instructed Ouyang Jinhua to spread the word that he would be refining elixirs for everyone, allowing those lacking materials to exchange them at proportional rates, free of charge. Fresh and rare herbs, in particular, could be exchanged for elixirs at a rate 20% higher than the market value. Gradually, Lin Fan's alchemical skills flourished, becoming increasingly adept and efficient, much to the delight of the entire sect. With the abundance of premium elixirs, how could they not be overjoyed? Although the elixirs could not be used personally, they were swiftly snatched up at the elixir pavilion or market. This phenomenon caught the attention of both the elixir pavilion and the treasure pavilion, leading them to investigate the source of these continuous premium elixirs. Find out who is consistently producing level 3 premium elixirs, Elder Xiao Wancheng of the elixir pavilion declared, suspecting that the treasure pavilion might be involved in some underhanded dealings. Meanwhile, Yu Mingyao, the young lady of the treasure pavilion, found herself in a bind, suspecting the elixir pavilion of foul play, and dispatched her shadow guards to uncover the truth. The investigation was not particularly arduous, as all evidence pointed toward the recently ascendant sword spirit sect's elder, Lin Fan. Upon receiving this report, the elder of the elixir pavilion could no longer remain idle, recognizing that Lin Fan was an extraordinary individual deserving of his attention. Meanwhile, Yu Mingyao, having recently taken charge of her family's affairs amidst internal dissent, was intrigued to learn of Lin Fan's involvement. She promptly resolved to bring gifts and visit him, hoping to forge a connection. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, who remained focused on refining elixirs for his disciples, his sole ambition was to strengthen the Sword Spirit sect and secure its position. The sect had become increasingly selective in accepting new disciples, emphasizing internal development and nurturing exceptional practitioners, while occasionally making exceptions for particularly promising candidates. That day, Yu Mingyao, accompanied by gifts, arrived at the Sword Spirit sect. Ouyang Jinhua reported her arrival to Lin Fan. "Master Uncle, you should meet her. She is the daughter of the Treasure Pavilion's master and holds significant sway over the resources of the cultivation world. We should not offend her lightly." "Very well, please invite her in." Lin Fan replied, curious about her intentions. Lin Fan ceased his meditation to restore his composure and, sensing the presence of someone, rose to step outside the grand hall. In the distance, he beheld a woman clad in red, accompanied by 7 or 8 attendants. This enigmatic figure, her face partially concealed by a crimson scarf, exuded an air of mystery, rendering it impossible to discern her cultivation level. However, a few of her entourage appeared to be at the late stage of the Yuaning realm, while the rest were equally inscrutable in their prowess, confirming the presence of formidable experts by her side. Yu Mingyao, having spotted Lin Fan, noted his extraordinary demeanor and striking handsomeness. She had conducted thorough investigations into Lin Fan's background and indeed found him to possess the qualities of a distinguished scholar. As Lin Fan approached, he greeted her warmly. "Esteemed guest, welcome. It is an honor to have you here. Lin Taishang, you are too gracious. I am Yu Mingyao from the Treasure Pavilion. I have come to pay my respects upon hearing of your exceptional alchemical skills," she replied, her voice melodious and as delightful as the song of a yellow oriole. "Please, there is no need for such formalities. Taishang is merely a title within the sect. You may call me Lin Fan or Lin Daoyu. As for my alchemical abilities, I humbly admit to knowing only the basics," he responded modestly. "Very well, given your remarkable youth and accomplishments, I shall address you as Lin Daoyu," she said with a smile. "Now, esteemed guests, please step inside." Once everyone was seated, Lin Fan proceeded to the crux of the matter. "May I inquire, Miss Pavilion Master, what brings you here today? Do you know who I am?" she inquired. In my previous preoccupation with cultivation, I was unaware, but now I am enlightened," Lin Fan jested. "Ha. Lin Daoyu is indeed amusing. I have heard that the exquisite elixirs are crafted by your hand," Yu Mingyao remarked, producing a top-tier golden yuan dan that Lin Fan had refined from her spatial bracelet. "Indeed, it is my handiwork, though not every batch yields such exceptional quality. At times, there are only a few upper-tier or mid-tier ones, as the quality of the medicinal herbs greatly influences the outcome," he explained. "Lin Daoyu, you are indeed a master alchemist. Might you be interested in joining our Treasure Pavilion as a guest elder? All resources from our pavilion would be available to you at a 20% discount, and we would provide you with alchemical formulas at no charge. All we ask in return is for you to assist in the refinement of certain elixirs, and any elixirs you create must be offered to us first at market price. We impose no restrictions on your freedom." Yu Mengyao's enchanting voice almost compelled Lin Fan to join immediately. Such an opportunity is indeed remarkable, he mused. At that moment, a disciple rushed in to report. Reporting, Taishang, the sect master, and the grand elder of the Dan Pavilion, Xiao Wanchong, have come to pay a visit. He has already been invited in and is on his way to the grand hall. Taishang, shall we go to greet him?" Ouyang Jinhua suggested. "Very well," Lin Fan replied. "Miss Pavilion Master, please make yourself comfortable. We will return shortly," Ouyang Jinhua said jovially, feeling a sense of pride for having the grand elder of the Dan Pavilion in attendance. "That old man is here to stir up trouble again. Queer, Yu Mengyao's personal maid," muttered angrily. "Queer, refrain from such remarks. We must not allow others to overhear," Yu Mingyao admonished. "Yes, miss," Queer replied, sticking out her tongue, having grown up alongside Yu Mingyao like sisters, her words sometimes lacking decorum. Lin Fan and Ouyang Jinhua had barely walked 300 meters when they encountered an elderly man with white hair, donned in the distinctive robes of an alchemist. Striding confidently toward them, flanked by the Grand Elder and several attendants dressed as alchemists. "I was unaware of the Grand Elder's arrival. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome," Ouyang Jinhua spoke first. "Alas, my unexpected visit should not trouble you, Sect Master Ouyang," Xiao Wanchong replied, noticing Lin Fan's remarkable presence and addressing him. "This must be the illustrious Lin Fan. Indeed a striking figure." Lin Fan, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, "It is truly an honor to receive you. Esteemed Elder. It is a privilege for me to have you visit, and I feel quite undeserving of such attention." The Grand Elder, Xiao Wanchong, recognized Lin Fan's potential and remarked, "Lin Xiaoyu, you are indeed extraordinary. Would you consider joining our Dan Pavilion? I can personally offer you the position of Guest Elder. Thank you for your generous offer, esteemed Elder, but I am accustomed to my independence and prefer not to be constrained by obligations." Lin Fan replied cautiously, but the role of a Guest Elder does not require daily attendance. It is quite flexible. We only ask that you refine elixirs with our materials, sharing the profits equally. Moreover, you would enjoy a 30% discount on all formulas and high-grade medicinal herbs. Xiao Wanchong pressed on. Just as Lin Fan was about to ponder the offer, an attendant behind Xiao Wanchong interjected, "Grand Elder, I beg you to reconsider. This youth, though talented in alchemy, may be too inexperienced for such a position. Indeed, Grand Elder, he is merely a young lad. Please think carefully before proceeding," another attendant chimed in. "Very well, esteemed Elder. I shall accept the role of Guest Elder," Lin Fan conceded, unable to resist the allure of such an opportunity. Xiao Wanchong and the accompanying elders exchanged covert smiles, amused by how easily Lin Fan had been persuaded. Remarking on his youthfulness, Lin Fan, perceptive and astute, understood the significance of this arrangement. Despite his desire for independence, the chance to learn and exchange knowledge within the Dan Pavilion was too enticing to resist, especially with the added benefit of a 30% discount on purchases, surpassing even the Treasure Pavilion's offers. Meanwhile, Yu Mingyao, growing concerned about Lin Fan's prolonged absence, led her companions to search for him. "Ah, isn't that the esteemed Elder Xiao?" she exclaimed upon finding them. "Haha, it is indeed the Pavilion Master Yu. What a coincidence. We have come to find our guest Elder Lin to refine a batch of elixirs urgently. We shall not delay further. Let us go, Lin Elder," Xiao Wanchong declared, brimming with pride. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Fan took the opportunity to follow them into the sect's grand hall, while Yu Mingyao huffed in irritation. Storming off with her attendants, leaving Ouyang Jinhua feeling somewhat abandoned, having intended to engage in polite conversation. "Esteemed Elder and honored guests, please take your seats," Lin Fan offered respectfully. "Lin Elder, there is no need for such formalities. We shall be colleagues from now on. I have yet to witness your alchemical prowess. May I observe?" Xiao Wanchong inquired with keen interest. Understanding the underlying intent, Lin Fan decided to reveal his skills without revealing too much. He produced the Wanjing Ding, an ancient-looking alchemical furnace that had been obscured by his master's enchantments, and began refining a batch of third-tier elixirs with ease and precision. As he completed the process, he produced 16 top-tier Spirit Yuan Dawn. Xiao Wanchong, with his seasoned eyes, noted the peculiar nature of the furnace, intrigued by its secrets. The other elders were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the extraordinary display before them. "Excellent, Lin Elder, your prowess is truly exceptional. With time, you may surpass even me," Xiao Wanchong proclaimed, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Your praise is undeserved, esteemed Elder. I still have much to learn," Lin Fan humbly replied. "With your talents, you need only a wise mentor to guide you, and you shall soar to great heights." Xiao Wanchong thought to himself, wishing to propose a more formal mentorship. "I wish to formally take you as my master." "If you would accept me," Lin Fan interjected at an opportune moment. "Splendid. I would be delighted," Xiao Wanchong responded with glee. Lin Fan promptly knelt and bowed 3 times, proclaiming, "Disciple Lin Fan pays his respects to master." The atmosphere shifted as the elders watched in awe. Ouyang Jinhua, having just returned from seeing Yu Mingyao off, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him, realizing the potential for growth within the sword spirit sect with such a formidable master in their midst. "Master, you must allow me to treat you to a feast," Lin Fan exclaimed, youthful exuberance evident in his words. "How could I let you bear the cost? It is the duty of the disciple to honor the master." Xiao Wanchong replied, thoroughly amused. "Please, it is my honor to host," Lin Fan insisted, displaying the enthusiasm of youth. Without letting Baiji make an appearance, Lin Fan soon returned to his side peak and ventured into the Qinkuan realm, preparing a lavish feast of epic-level beast meat and fruits from his spatial inventory. He meticulously served the Grand Elder and the other elders, filling their bowls to the brim, which earned him their admiration. "Ah, what a delightful dish, Lin Elder. You truly are remarkable, even serving us epic-level beast meat." they exclaimed, their appreciation for him growing immensely. An elder from the Dan Pavilion praised, "Ah, this is delicious. Everyone, please indulge a little more. I obtained it while hunting in the mystic realm of beasts." Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor, "May I inquire, Elder Lin, what is your current level?" "Oh, I have not advanced in quite some time." Remaining stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Lin Fan lamented, "No wonder I couldn't discern your cultivation level. It turns out you are even higher than I." Several elders of the Dan Pavilion privately sighed, realizing they were merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. Chapter 123. Parents are not false spiritual roots. The Grand Elder had long since perceived Lin Fan's level. He was at the mid-transformation stage, capable of not only discerning Lin Fan's cultivation but also probing into his thoughts. However, he found that his attempts to investigate Lin Fan were ineffective and paid it little mind. Perhaps there were shielding techniques or treasures at play that could block such probing. What he did not realize was that the Soul Gathering Pearl was obstructing the investigation. It not only aided in collecting soul energy and accelerating the cultivation of the soul, but also defended against soul probing and repelled soul attacks, making it an exceptionally rare spiritual treasure. "Master, I have not leveled up in a long time. Do you have any good advice for me?" Lin Fan had already noticed that his master could not discern his level. Hence his inquiry. In your situation, I have no remedy but to offer you a piece of advice. Eat and drink as you should, and when the time is right, things will naturally come to fruition. Since you have some free time, you might as well accompany me in alchemy. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. This fruit is quite delectable," Lin Fan remarked as he handed a piece of fruit to Xiao Wanchong. "Ha ha, Master, please indulge. The disciple shall ensure there is plenty." After finishing their meal, the group took their leave. Lin Fan still had matters to attend to, and Xiao Wanchong suggested he report to the Dan Pavilion after handling his affairs. After sending off his master, Ouyang Jinhua spoke first. "Uncle, our sect is about to soar to new heights. Indeed, Uncle, you are truly formidable. Who would dare to underestimate us in the future?" Grand Elder Ouyang Sun declared proudly. "It matters not whether others respect us. What is crucial is that we strive for excellence and possess true strength. I will be learning alchemy at the Dan Pavilion for a time. So manage the sect well and do not become arrogant. Rest assured, Uncle, we will do our utmost." Ouyang Jinhua vowed earnestly. As Lin Fan reached the door, he nearly stumbled. Why did those words sound so familiar? Upon returning to the side peak, Baiji finally emerged. "Husband, you are going to learn alchemy? I want to go with you." Lin Fan understood that despite Baiji's outwardly lively demeanor, she had long suffered from a lack of maternal love, leaving her heart quite fragile. Thus, he doted on her, wishing to provide her with warmth and affection. "All right, our little Jier may accompany me, but alchemy can be rather tedious. I fear you may not be able to endure it. I can always play outside. I'm not a child anymore. Once the bird eggs hatch, I will have playmates." Lin Fan had been observing the bird eggs, which remained unchanged. Since he had dripped a drop of his blood, which was quickly absorbed, he felt a slight connection, but there had been no further developments. Lin Fan informed his parents and mother-in-law of the situation, while his father-in-law had already returned to the county city. Upon hearing the news, his parents and mother-in-law were delighted and urged him not to worry about them, assuring him to focus on his alchemy. Having consumed the immortal wine Lin Fan had provided, gifted by the carefree old man, his parents had improved their innate abilities. They had transformed from possessing false spiritual roots to becoming 4 spiritual root cultivators. Although they were still mixed spiritual roots, their cultivation speed had increased several-fold compared to before. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of the Sword Spirit sect, they had also leveled up, now reaching the 5th level of Qi refining. Sister Imo Ning was still on the side peak, having set up a large spirit gathering formation, making her cultivation remarkably efficient. After leaving some fruit and a few bottles of life spring water for his parents, Lin Fan returned to the loft with Baiji. Baiji had already recognized the life spring water, informing Lin Fan that she could absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy each day, converting it into over half a gene of spiritual water. "Well, if we have excess, we can save it up," Lin Fan suggested. "I've already assigned Xiao Ling to handle the collection," Baiji replied earnestly. The two engaged in deep conversation until they fell asleep late into the night. Chapter 124. The Grand Elder's Disciple. The next day, Lin Fan set off with Jier, taking their time on the journey. Along the way, Baiji discovered over a dozen rare 1,000-year herbal medicines, much to Lin Fan's delight. Upon reaching the headquarters of the Dan Pavilion, they found it nestled deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. One of the primary gathering places for cultivators, it was their first visit, and the spiritual energy here was quite commendable, though slightly inferior to that of the Sword Spirit sect, surrounded by mountains. The valley was vast, far exceeding the size of the Sword Spirit sect by more than tenfold. The Dan Pavilion was situated atop the largest and most spiritually rich peak among these mountains. Within the valley was a wide street lined with numerous shops and lofty buildings. Almost all around were various buildings such as inns and taverns, resembling a bustling county city. Lin Fan marveled silently, recognizing that the Dan Pavilion was indeed a coveted destination for cultivators. Noticing disciples of the Dan Pavilion patrolling, it was clear that this area was entirely under their jurisdiction. Jir, I will go report to the Dan Pavilion first. Would you mind returning to the Qinkuan realm to play for a bit? Bai Ji, intrigued, was reluctant to leave, insisting, no, I want to explore. You go report. Lin Fan was concerned about her wandering alone. Although her cultivation was commendable, her innocence made her vulnerable to deception. In that case, I shall accompany you on your stroll, he conceded. They meandered through the streets, visiting shop after shop. Bai Ji's striking beauty attracted the attention of many cultivators, leaving Lin Fan feeling quite exasperated. He resolved to buy her a mask next time to shield her from prying eyes. Hey, young lady, may I have a word? Called several mid-nascent soul cultivators, their gazes lewd and unfriendly. Lin Fan chose to ignore them, attempting to lead Bai Ji away. She, however, retorted with disdain. Oh, do you seek death? Well, little girl, you have quite the fiery spirit. Just the type I fancy. Come, sit with me, a lecherous man seated prominently declared. Lin Fan wished to avoid causing trouble on the Dan Pavilion's turf and said, My friends, it is inappropriate to continue harassing my wife. Oh, you little beggar, how dare you disrespect young Master Xiao? Do you know this is the Dan Pavilion's territory? Young Master Zhao's grandfather is the Dan Pavilion's law enforcement elder. If you are wise, you will have your wife come over and pour a drink for him. One of the henchmen sneered. Unfazed, Lin Fan took Bai Ji's delicate hand, ready to leave, but the three men quickly surrounded them. With no choice left, Lin Fan unleashed a soul shockwave, severing the right arms of the three men wielding weapons. They had never experienced such pain, screaming in agony. Soon, patrolling disciples arrived, led by an elder who happened to be the grandfather of the man Lin Fan had harmed. You have quite the audacity to injure my grandson. I will see you dead. Lin Fan deftly dodged the law enforcement elder's attack. Tio rushed to judgment without understanding the situation is a grievous error. If you persist in your obstinacy, I shall not hold back. The law enforcement elder was a shrewd individual. Just as he was about to inquire further, another elder stepped forward. How dare you, Xiaoping, to assault the Grand Elder's disciple? Do you know your crime? This elder was one of those who had accompanied Grand Elder Xiao Wanchong to the Sword Spirit sect. He had eagerly awaited Lin Fan's arrival, hoping to forge a connection for future support. Chapter 125. The Spatial Waste Token. This truly is a case of flooding the Dragon King's temple. I deeply apologize for any disrespect shown earlier. Please do not take offense. The law enforcement elder bowed respectfully. Grandfather, why are you so afraid of him? He severed my arm. The man pointed accusingly at Bai Ji. Lin Fan had intended to let it go, but those words ignited his killing intent. His gaze turned frigid as he released a powerful wave of soul energy, preparing to retaliate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanchong had been pondering why Lin Fan had not arrived yet when he felt a surge of intense soul energy from the marketplace. Realizing something was amiss, he instantly teleported to the scene and found Lin Fan. Ah, my dear disciple, why are you so angry? Xiao Wanchong inquired, bewildered. A bystander elder approached Xiao Wanchong to report he was harassing Lin Fan's wife, and when Lin Fan retaliated, the law enforcement elder sought to kill him. Pointing at Xiaoping, he continued, Oh, is that so, Xiaoping? Indeed, it is as he says. I implore the Grand Elder to show mercy. Xiao Wanchong's expression darkened. I have heard of your misdeeds. I intended to give you another chance. But you have proven utterly unworthy. Guards, strip him of his spiritual roots and expel him from the Dan Pavilion. At once, patrolling disciples stepped forward, severing Xiaoping and his grandfather's cultivation, as well as that of the two henchmen. Their storage rings and weapons were confiscated, all taken by the Grand Elder. Lin Fan observed silently, saying nothing. The disciples and shopkeepers had long grown weary of the tyranny of this grandfather-grandson duo. Erupting into applause, Xiao Wancheng's ruthless actions stemmed from his apprehension that Lin Fan might harbor grievances in his heart. He initially contemplated eliminating them directly but feared dissent among his family members. Lin Fan, understanding the underlying reasoning, promptly declared, "Thank you, Master, for avenging my family. Zhi, come forth and express your gratitude to Master." Bai Zhi hurriedly performed a gesture of respect, saying, "Bai Zhi is grateful to Master for standing up for me." Xiao Wancheng glanced at Bai Zhi, and indeed, the young lady was strikingly beautiful, stirring a ripple of intrigue within him. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Let us return to the Dan Pavilion," he replied. "The crowd here is growing, making conversation rather inconvenient." Upon their return to the residence of the Grand Elder in the Dan Pavilion, he addressed his disciple. "I refrained from allowing you to act earlier due to the presence of so many people. I hope you do not take offense. No, Master has handled the situation splendidly. I am quite satisfied," Lin Fan responded. "I nearly forgot. I have yet to present you with a token of our first meeting." Xiao Wancheng produced an extraordinarily mysterious mask. "Bai Zhi, this is a gift from your master. It is a high-grade spiritual treasure that can conceal one's appearance, even surpassing my comprehension in the transformation realm." "Ah, Master, you are too generous," Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. "Oh, do not mention generosity. There is no need to be so polite. I have arranged accommodation for you. Please settle in for now." Xiao Wancheng had already developed ulterior motives toward Bai Zhi, merely seeking to leave a good impression. "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan and Bai Zhi bowed in reverence, then followed the guiding disciple to the mid-mountain area of the Dan Pavilion. There, they discovered numerous secluded two-story courtyards, exuding tranquility and comfort, with splendid views. The guiding disciple requested they wait outside for a moment while an elder dressed in formal attire hurriedly approached. "Ah, Elder Lin, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Dong, the managing elder of the Dan Pavilion." "Indeed, a pleasure to meet you," Lin Fan promptly returned the greeting. "Elder Lin, this is the token assigned to you by the Grand Elder. Once you infuse it with your blood, it shall become yours, containing elder attire and various jade slips from the Dan Pavilion. I hope Elder Lin will familiarize himself with them soon. Thank you, Elder Lu, for your guidance. I greatly appreciate your efforts," Lin Fan replied earnestly. "There is no need for such formality. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to send word to me." After their exchange, the two parted ways. Lin Fan examined the token, noting its warm, jade-like texture, seemingly imbued with spirit. He squeezed out a drop of blood onto the token, which gleamed with golden light, swiftly absorbing the essence. Lin Fan sensed the token's extraordinary nature and, upon probing into its essence, discovered it to be a splendid treasure. Within it lay a refining chamber, modestly sized yet connected to a vast external space, complete with a small medicinal field. This master truly possesses a grand vision. Chapter 126. The alchemy task. One should not underestimate this two-story pavilion. It is protected by an exquisite array. Having refined the token, Lin Fan could move freely, leading Bai Zhi into the pavilion. The interior was similar in size to the Side Peak's loft, but its decor was more rustic and refined, exuding an antique charm. "Husband, shall we reside here from now on?" Bai Zhi inquired earnestly. "Indeed, this shall be our home. Feel free to arrange it as you wish," Lin Fan responded with indulgence. "All right," she exclaimed, immediately bustling about to rearrange the space. As the third mistress of the Qinkuan realm, she had the authority to organize the surroundings. Noticing her enthusiasm, Lin Fan said, "Zhi, you continue with your endeavors at home. I shall check on the task pavilion." He handed her the Qinkuan ring. "All right, you go ahead. I shall amuse myself within the Qinkuan realm," Bai Zhi replied dutifully. "Yes, you are the most obedient. Don't forget to refine that spiritual treasure Master gave you. Ensure you carry it for safety," Lin Fan reminded her. "I know. From now on, I shall keep it safe." Lin fanned on the elder's attire and perused the jade slips from the Dan Pavilion. Obtaining a thorough understanding of its rules, alone, he ventured to the main peak's task hall, where he registered his token and began browsing the task slips. There are quite a few third-grade alchemy tasks available, he noted, most of which were high-grade and a few exceptional tasks. Lin Fan accepted over 20 of the extraordinary tasks, deciding to forego the high-grade ones for now. After accepting the tasks, the managing disciple provided him with the requisite herbs and directed him to the location of the refining chamber. The refining room was merely a few hundred meters from the task pavilion, boasting over 50 chambers, each costing 1 high-grade spirit stone per hour. Lin Fan exchanged 2 high-grade spirit stones, receiving a temporary jade token in return. Following the token's guidance, he entered one of the refining chambers, where he found the spiritual energy considerably abundant. No wonder it required high-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan set up a shielding array and began swiftly refining third-grade extraordinary spirit pills. Among the 30 tasks, 28 required the refinement of extraordinary spirit yuan pills, each accompanied by 2 portions of herbs for the task taker's use, a standard practice of the Dan Pavilion in the external market. 3 portions would typically be required. 2 portions were already quite generous. Lin Fan possessed the unparalleled ability to guarantee a 100 success rate in pill creation, with an exceedingly high yield. While an ordinary alchemist might produce only 9 pills per batch, Lin Fan consistently yielded 16. He refined 2 batches of spirit yuan pills, producing a total of 32, of which 5 were extraordinary grade. The reasoning behind this was that some herbs were of lower quality, containing more impurities, yet he successfully completed the tasks. The remaining 54 portions of herbs were entirely his. This was also considered part of his reward. Lin Fan completed this process in just half an hour. Afterward, he refined 2 more batches, each for different extraordinary tasks, achieving perfect results. Not only did he receive 2 additional portions of herbs, but he also produced 30 pills. With an hour remaining, Lin Fan refined 4 batches of extraordinary spirit yuan pills before leaving the refining room. Arriving back at the task pavilion, he submitted his completed tasks and returned to his quarters. Baiji had already arranged the loft, adorned entirely in pink decor, which left Lin Fan feeling rather overwhelmed. Upon noticing the Qingkuan ring on the table, he picked it up and donned it before stepping inside. Baiji, seeing Lin Fan return, was filled with joy and rushed into his embrace. "Husband, you're back? I was nearly suffocated with boredom. How do you like the arrangement of our home?" Good. Indeed, it is splendid." Chapter 127. Refining 4th-grade pills in the Qingkuan realm, Lin Fan and Baiji enjoyed roasted mountain chicken and savored the tiger bone wine he brewed. "An exquisite experience, husband. After we finish our meal, let us go out and have some fun," Baiji exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, what is there to do outside? Why not focus on our cultivation instead?" Lin Fan suggested playfully. "Get lost? How shameless. You only think about cultivating and indulging in such embarrassing activities," Baiji retorted, exasperated. Lin Fan paid her no heed, swiftly lifting her into the room to spar. Baiji, undeterred, met his challenge with full force. Ever since she advanced to the early stage of the Demon Emperor realm, primarily due to their training, she had rapidly ascended to the mid-stage. Although she was in the mid-stage of the Demon Emperor realm, her fox demon lineage emphasized agility, making her not as formidable as one might expect. Nonetheless, her speed had significantly increased, and her treasure-hunting range expanded by 30%. She could now keenly sense treasures and medicinal herbs within a 200-kilometer radius. The two were engrossed in their training throughout the afternoon, unaware that the entire Dan Pavilion was abuzz with excitement. "Elder Lin is truly remarkable. These extraordinary pills are simply perfect, did you know? He is the new disciple of the Grand Elder," a diligent disciple of the Dan Pavilion remarked. "I heard that the Grand Elder even went so far as to strip the spiritual root of that law enforcement elder, Xiao Ping, and expel him from the Dan Pavilion. What a ruthless act. I don't think the Grand Elder is overly harsh. That Xiao Ping and his grandson were not good people, secretly engaging in nefarious deeds and harassing others' wives. Their demise is hardly unjustified. Indeed, they deserved it. Relying on their family ties within the pavilion, they acted with impunity. It was long overdue." Lin Fan remained oblivious to their discussions behind his back and, the following morning, promptly visited the Grand Elder's residence to pay his respects. "Master, good morning," Lin Fan greeted with a charming smile. "Humph, you took an entire day and night to arrange your quarters." Xiao Wancheng feigned anger. "Master, please do not be angry. I later went to the task pavilion to complete some assignments and earn some contribution points to exchange for herbs. Well, at least you are diligent. I have some 4th-grade pill formulas and herbs for you. I will refine a batch while you observe closely." Xiao Wancheng produced his alchemy furnace and successfully refined a batch of 4th-grade spirit yuan pills, yielding 12 exceptional pills. Lin Fan thought to himself, "This master is indeed worthy of his title. He is truly an alchemy master." He meticulously noted his master's procedures and timing, then attempted to refine himself, succeeding on the first try. Lin Fan produced 9 pills, including 3 exceptional, 4 medium, and 2 inferior grades. Quite commendable. Xiao Wancheng mused, this alchemy furnace is no ordinary item. He subsequently refined several batches of other 4th-grade pills, with Lin Fan learning diligently, achieving success with each attempt. Xiao Wancheng was exceedingly pleased and decided to accept him as a core disciple, causing a stir throughout the Dam Pavilion. The Grand Elder intends to take in the newly arrived disciple as a core disciple. This Lin Fan is truly remarkable. Indeed. It seems we have no hope left. Why do you say that? There is still Elder Lin. If all else fails, we can always seek him as a teacher. 3 days later, a simple yet significant apprenticeship ceremony was held. While termed simple, it was not without its grandeur. Representatives from various sects attended to offer their congratulations, including a high-ranking steward from the Treasure Pavilion. Thank you all for coming to witness this occasion. My apprentice and I express our gratitude once more. As Xiao Wancheng spoke, he led Lin Fan to bow before the assembly. Everyone reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, an extravagant banquet was laid out with over 300 tables, leaving Lin Fan quite befuddled. After indulging in copious amounts of drink, he was escorted back to his lodgings, whereby Ji, with an expression of disdain, pulled him into the room and, without hesitation, tossed him into the lake within the Qian Kuan realm. You stink to high heaven. Wash yourself. Chapter 128. Catching crabs. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke to find Baiji still asleep and chose not to disturb her. After completing his morning rituals and leaving a message, he made his way to the task pavilion, eager to take on additional assignments. He had previously visited the pill pavilion, where he discovered that both the 4th-grade pill formulas and the spiritual-grade elixirs required a substantial amount of contribution points for exchange. Having already acquired the 4th-grade pill formula, Lin Fan's primary desire now was to obtain those coveted spiritual-grade elixirs. Each plant of spiritual medicine astonishingly demanded 10 million contribution points. The exquisite golden yuan pill could only be exchanged for 200,000 contribution points, meaning he would need 50 of them to trade for just one. The sheer number of spiritual herbs would surely overwhelm him. Fortunately, Lin Fan had mastered the art of crafting 4th-grade elixirs, and with diligent practice, he was confident he could produce exceptional 4th-grade pills, each worth 500,000 contribution points, a significant improvement over the 3rd-grade pills. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, the steward of the task pavilion promptly emerged from behind the counter, greeting him with enthusiasm. Good morning, Elder Lin. Are you here to refine pills again today? Indeed, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with the 4th-grade pill refinement tasks. I am willing to accept any tasks, whether they involve superior, average, or inferior pills, Lin Fan expressed, eager to practice on others' elixirs, ready to tackle any task. The steward, astonished, remarked, well, just yesterday you were refining 3rd-grade pills and now, merely a day later, you wish to undertake 4th-grade pill refinement. Without delay, he gathered all relevant tasks, took the token Lin Fan offered, and placed the task jade slips and corresponding herbs into a storage bag, handing it over to Lin Fan. Total. There were over 50 4th-grade tasks, with a dozen pertaining to inferior pills that only required a single set of herbs, which Lin Fan accepted without hesitation. After collecting the herbs, Lin Fan proceeded to the alchemical chamber, paid 10 superior spirit stones, and entered the pill room. He found a dozen fresh herbs awaiting him. He quickly stored them in his space for cultivation. As he began his refining process, the first batch did not yield favorable results, possibly due to the herb's youth. Nonetheless, he produced 9 pills, 2 superior, 3 average, and 4 inferior. Given the low age of the herbs, this was to be expected. Lin Fan continued to refine several more batches, most yielding average and inferior pills. After resting for over an hour, he managed to refine another batch, which surpassed the previous attempts, yielding 12 pills, 6 superior, 3 average, and 3 inferior. Continuing to refine, he mastered the techniques of 4th-grade pill crafting, producing 16 pills in a single batch, evenly split between exceptional and superior. After a long day of alchemical endeavors, Lin Fan returned to the task pavilion to submit his tasks and then returned to his dwelling, entering the Qian Kuan realm to sip 2 mouthfuls of life spring water and meditate for recovery. Just as he regained his energy, he thought of Jir. Upon perceiving her presence, he chuckled, discovering she was at the lake catching crabs. He instantly teleported to her side, and upon seeing Lin Fan, Baiji beamed with joy. Darling, come quickly. I've caught over 10 large crabs. Excellent, Gier. We shall feast on crabs tonight. In truth, there was no need for her to catch them herself. He could have arranged for Xiao Ling to do the task, but where would be the joy in that? Yes, yes. I also want to eat roasted whole lamb, Bai Ji exclaimed cheerfully. Of course, Lin Fan replied. As roasting a whole lamb took considerable time, he instructed Xiao Ling to commence the process. The two enjoyed some leisure time before returning to their abode, where Bai Ji, now quite dirty, took a bath in the freshwater lake. When she returned, Lin Fan had finished roasting the lamb and steaming the crabs, even making a few flatbreads. They sat down to dine, and Lin Fan skillfully opened the crab shells for her. Wow, this crab is truly delectable. It's simply exquisite, Bai Ji exclaimed, her face alight with happiness. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Their appetites had grown tremendously. They consumed an entire roasted lamb, several large crabs, 5 or 6 flatbreads, and a jug of tiger bone wine. Such is the life of cultivators. A hearty meal could sustain them for 3 to 5 days without further nourishment. Chapter 129. Spiritual Treasures in Recent Days. Lin Fan had been continuously undertaking tasks to refine pills and submit them. He transformed the majority of the herbs he acquired into elixirs, exchanging them for contribution points. A small portion of the tasks included fresh, spiritual herbs, which brought Lin Fan immense joy, for he had exerted considerable effort to obtain these herbs. Although their ages were not high, once planted in the Qian Kuan realm, they would flourish in no time. When the time came, he could divide the seedlings to expand his cultivation, achieving self-sufficiency in spiritual herbs. Lin Fan amassed over 80 million contribution points through his elixirs, and he exchanged them for 8 spiritual-grade elixirs. Planting them joyfully in the medicinal fields of the Qian Kuan realm, he even allocated a separate area for the herbs, generously watering them with diluted life spring water, nearly depleting the spring. Now, within the Qian Kuan realm, thanks to the acquisition of the exceptional spiritual vein from the Divine Blade sect, the concentration of spiritual energy had increased by an additional 30%. The life spring could easily support the absorption of spiritual energy. Having not practiced for quite some time, Lin Fan arrived at the peak gathering formation, consumed a superior spiritual energy pill, and commenced his meditation. As the pill melted in his mouth, spiritual energy flooded his body, creating an overwhelming sensation that threatened to explode. He quickly activated his carefree cultivation technique, and after more than 3 hours of refining, he barely managed to subdue it. Phew, this superior spiritual energy pill is indeed potent. From now on, I shall reserve these pills for cultivation rather than exchanging them for contribution points. For 3 consecutive months, he engaged in tasks to refine pills, consistently producing 16 exceptional pills with each batch. During this period, he also acquired several new fresh spiritual-grade elixirs, all of which he planted. One day, seeking leisure, he and Bai Ji ventured out of the pill pavilion and strolled through the bustling streets. Bai Ji, having been cooped up for months, was ecstatic. She had refined the high-quality spiritual treasure mask bestowed by Lin Fan's master, rendering her stunning visage invisible to all but Lin Fan, who was equally delighted. As this was precisely the outcome he desired, as they wandered, Bai Ji purchased numerous trinkets, along with various garments and accessories typical of young women. Lin Fan noticed a blacksmith shop and decided to take a look inside, where he discovered that the middle-aged blacksmith was no ordinary craftsman, for Lin Fan could not discern his cultivation level. Esteemed elder, do you happen to have any superior formation plates for sale? Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the array of weapons, formation plates, and alchemy furnaces displayed on the shelves. Are you an alchemist? The middle-aged man set down his hammer, approached the table, and took a sip of tea. Indeed, I am a pill master. If you seek spiritual-grade formation plates, they are not without availability, but the price will be rather steep, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Lin Fan mused to himself, as expected. He possesses a higher cultivation level than I. He saw right through my intentions to purchase a spiritual-grade formation plate. Esteemed elder, if you have quality goods, please present them, as long as the merchandise is of high quality. I am willing to spend more spirit stones. After all, the quality of the goods reflects your dedication and skill, thus justifying a higher price point. One must admit, Lin Fan had a way with words. Flattery woven with genuine admiration for the craftsmanship, cleverly attempting to negotiate a lower price. Ha, indeed. You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. Very well, I shall not prolong our discussion. With that, the middle-aged man produced a formation plate that emanated a faint green glow. Lin Fan eagerly leaned closer to inspect it. This is a rare treasure. I cannot ascertain its secrets, though you wish to purchase it. Chapter 130. The senior brother descends to the mortal realm. I wish to hear more about it. Lin Fan replied earnestly. The middle-aged blacksmith continued. This treasure has been passed down through my family for generations. Initially, I had no intention of selling or transferring ownership, but after several attempts to refine it with no response, I sought someone capable of refining it to uncover its true nature. How do you know I can refine it? Perhaps I may not succeed, Lin Fan responded cautiously. My intention is not to claim you can fully refine it. Rather, I sensed your potential the moment you entered the shop. Oh. The formation reacted slightly, indicating a connection with you. The middle-aged man said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. To be frank, esteemed elder, I am indeed in need of a high-grade formation plate. May I inquire how many spirit stones you wish for it? This item requires only the right person to refine it. Thus, I ask for nothing in return. It is a family tradition I dare not violate. I invite you, young elder, to give it a try. The middle-aged man spoke with a mysterious air. Lin Fan gazed at the ancient formation plate in his hands, a surge of excitement coursing through him. It felt smooth and warm, as if he had known it long before. He placed the formation plate on the table and allowed a drop of his blood to fall upon it. After waiting several breaths, he was about to sigh in disappointment when suddenly, the formation plate burst forth with radiant light, absorbing his blood entirely in mere moments. Hurry, infuse it with spiritual energy, the middle-aged man urged. His face alight with excitement. Without hesitation, Lin Fan enveloped the formation plate with his spiritual power and began the refinement process. It took over an hour, but at last, the connection was established. He discovered that this formation plate was named the Wuji Heavenly Thunder Formation, capable of absorbing heavenly thunder to enhance the formation's offensive capabilities, classified as a top-tier spiritual grade attack formation, capable of annihilating those in the void refinement realm. Lin Fan promptly relayed the uses and functions of this spiritual treasure to the middle-aged blacksmith, inquiring what he might offer as compensation. The middle-aged man, quite pleased with Lin Fan's capabilities, conjured a shielding formation to protect their conversation. Indeed, my junior brother is truly a person of honesty and integrity. My master's judgment is commendable. You are my eldest senior brother. Lin Fan is genuinely questioning his existence, having met in such an unexpected manner. Thus, I am Ouyang Xiao, the eldest disciple under our master. The middle-aged man said with a beaming smile. Lin Fan respectfully greeted his senior brother, expressing, I hope you will not take offense at my lack of decorum, hurriedly bowing. Ouyang Xiao quickly helped him up, saying, Oh, there is no need for such formality. I am quite pleased with you as well, and I have heard others speak of you in recent days. It seems fate has brought us together at this moment. This spiritual treasure is also a gift for you. This item is meant for your sister-in-law, haha. He then presented a superb spiritual treasure, the divine beast armor, to Bai Ji. Bai Ji received it with great admiration, exclaiming, Thank you, eldest senior brother, for this precious gift. I am truly grateful. Hee, splendid. Ouyang Xiao laughed heartily. What brings you here so suddenly, senior brother? How has our master been lately? Lin Fan inquired anxiously about the carefree old man, fearing he might have encountered difficulties in his cultivation. Worry not, little junior brother. Although our master is somewhat advanced in years, he can still live for several tens of thousands of years without any major issues. Lin Fan, puzzled, replied, But, senior brother, isn't it said that upon achieving immortality one attains eternal life? Not quite, junior brother. The reasons for this are better discussed after your ascension. Ouyang Xiao maintained an air of calm assurance, leaving Lin Fan hesitant to press further. Lin Fan then thought to entertain his senior brother without revealing the existence of the Qinkuan realm, fearing his senior brother might perceive their master as biased. Senior brother, please wait while I prepare some food and drink. Let's indulge ourselves tonight. All right, splendid. I want to eat that roasted mountain chicken. Let's start with 10. Ouyang Xiao appeared quite impatient. Lin Fan mused, Goodness, this old man will surely boast upon returning to the celestial realm. I shall prepare even more for his departure. Chapter 131. Starved for several days after bidding farewell to Ouyang Xiao, Lin Fan and Bai Ji returned to their residence within the Dam Pavilion. Entering the Qinkuan realm to prepare an abundance of ingredients, it was still early in the evening. They decided to collaborate with and roast over 1,000 mountain chickens, 200 whole sheep, and prepared more than 40 cows, along with thousands of fish, both marine and freshwater. They also gathered over 1,000 pounds of spiritual fruits. They filled 10 storage rings, nearly depleting all the resources in their warehouse. Upon returning to the valley, they discovered that the blacksmith shop was already closed for the evening. Just as they approached to knock, the doors swung open. Junior brother, sister-in-law, come in. Lin Fan saw that Ouyang Xiao had already set the table and was eagerly awaiting his roasted chicken. With a wave of his hand, the table was laden with food. Eldest senior brother, please, dig in. Ouyang Xiao grabbed a plump chicken and took a hearty bite. Ha, excellent. The taste is indeed superb. Within minutes, he had consumed an entire chicken. Lin Fan and Bai Ji watched in astonishment. They felt full just by observing their senior brother's voracious appetite. Don't just watch me eat. Come, join in. Ouyang Xiao, mistakenly thinking they were shy, urged them to partake. Eldest senior brother, have you not eaten for several days? Is our master mistreating you? Lin Fan inquired. Ha, not at all. I anticipated your arrival and endured several days without food. Ouyang Xiao replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. Alas, our master truly is something else. Did I not prepare plenty of food for him before he left? Did he not share any with you? Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. Oh, he did. But only one chicken. With so many of us disciples, how could that suffice? Ah, that old man is quite stingy, Lin Fan chided. Junior brother, you must not speak ill of our master privately, especially not refer to him as that old man. What is to fear? I said what I said. What can he do about it? He is indeed stingy. Ouyang Xiao shivered slightly at Lin Fan's boldness, beginning to lose his appetite. Eldest senior brother, do not hold back. I have prepared some for you and the other senior brothers and sisters. You can discreetly share it later. Lin Fan handed Ouyang Xiao 10 storage rings. These are all for our master and your group. Just ensure you leave half for him, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Ouyang Xiao examined the contents of the 10 rings, astonished. Junior brother, you are truly too generous. It was worth my waiting here for over a month. The three enjoyed a delightful meal, savoring the epic-level tiger bone wine brewed with spiritual spring water, which was exceptionally potent and flavorful. Naturally, Lin Fan had prepared dozens of jars, but with the tiger bones depleted, that was all they had for now. It seemed they would need to stock up on more food and drink for the next time their senior brother visited. So Lin Fan commanded them to focus on breeding, adding a bit of life spring water to their drinking supply to ensure rapid growth. For 3 consecutive days, the brothers indulged in feasting, with Bai Ji attending to them. Junior brother, seeing you well brings me peace. I must return to report now. You and sister-in-law should cultivate diligently, and we shall reunite in the celestial realm. Yes, senior brother. Rest assured, I will strive to cultivate and aim for ascension to find you and our master. Ouyang Xiao handed Lin Fan a jade slip along with the deed to the shop before departing. This shop is now yours to keep. Lin Fan's words nearly caused Ouyang Xiao to stumble, almost falling from the sky. Why does that sound so peculiar? Chapter 132. The master harbors ill intentions after seeing off his eldest senior brother Ouyang Xiao. Lin Fan placed the jade slip on his forehead and began to absorb its contents. It was a record of insights regarding the advancement to the void refining realm, which Lin Fan read repeatedly. After spending over 2 months in the Qinghuan realm contemplating its principles, he began to sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Lin Fan, however, did not dare attempt a breakthrough in the Dam Pavilion, fearing he would be left unprotected and susceptible to others' malicious intentions seeking to steal treasures and fortune. Lin Fan was unaware of these dangers, only gleaning them from the records within the jade slip. He made his way to the residence of the Grand Elder, who had already sensed his arrival. Come in. Xiao Wancheng's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Master, I feel a breakthrough approaching. May I request your protection? Lin Fan said, excitement palpable in his voice. Very well, follow me quickly. Xiao Wancheng, wary of being seen, activated a spiritual power barrier to shield them from prying eyes and swiftly led Lin Fan away from the Dam Pavilion. They flew together for over 2 hours, arriving at a secluded valley where Lin Fan felt an eerie atmosphere. Bai Ji, remaining in the Qinghuan realm, also sensed the oddity and relayed to Lin Fan. Husband, there is something strange about this place. Be cautious. It seems your master has long anticipated your breakthrough. Yes, I will set up the formation. The one senior brother gave me will suffice. Lin Fan felt a twinge of unease. realizing that it was too late to change locations now that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. "You shall break through here," Xiao Wancheng said with an expression that was quite peculiar. "All right, master. I will first set up a gathering spirit formation and then begin my breakthrough. I request your protection." Lin Fan sensed that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich. A breakthrough could indeed be feasible. "Yes, please prepare quickly. This is my sacred training ground. You may rest assured to break through here. With my protection, no one will dare disturb you." After saying this, he flew to the top of a mountain to await the arrival of the thunderstorm. Lin Fan set up the gathering spirit formation, followed by a concealment formation and an infinite heavenly thunder formation. Xiao Wancheng, fixated on the incoming thunder, paid little heed to Lin Fan's formations, believing they would ultimately fall into his grasp. It turned out that Xiao Wancheng was quite despicable. During his time observing Lin Fan's alchemy at the Sword Spirit sect, he had developed an interest in Lin Fan's alchemical furnace. Although he could not discern its true nature, he felt it was extraordinary and plotted to claim it for himself, which led to the scene of accepting Lin Fan as his disciple. Lin Fan, alerted by Bai Ji, sensed the threat posed by this master. To ensure safety, he decided to set up the formation and break through within the Qinkuan realm. After consuming a premium transformation pill given by the carefree old man, he began his breakthrough. The Supreme Shielding Formation was utterly ineffective against Xiao Wancheng's prying eyes. It was merely a diversion Lin Fan employed. While the spiritual grade infinite heavenly thunder formation went unnoticed, Lin Fan suddenly vanished. Xiao Wancheng was elated, realizing this fellow indeed possessed a spatial treasure. He had observed from a nearby peak, but refrained from acting, intending to acquire that rare golden fortune. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Thick layers of ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by a deafening roar. The thunderstorm was upon them. Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In that instant, it felt as if decades had passed, with various past and future visions flashing through his mind like fleeting smoke. Chapter 133. 5 nascent souls with a mature mind, and without fear, Lin Fan summoned all his strength to face the first bolt of heavenly thunder. His entire body was charred and nearly exhausted. But as the golden light enveloped him, his body and spiritual power rapidly restored to their former state. Within him, the nascent soul underwent a transformation, and remarkably, another small figure began to coalesce. Time slipped away before he could adjust. And the second bolt of lightning struck. At this moment, the boundless thunder array had awakened after being stimulated by the first bolt of lightning. Having absorbed a significant portion of the electric attack, Lin Fan emerged with relatively minor injuries. Thanks to the radiance of golden light, he quickly restored himself and gained a moment to recalibrate. Within him, the third avatar of the nascent soul coalesced. Though the two avatars remained in a fragile state, not yet fully materialized. After enduring 5 successive bolts of lightning, the second and third avatars gradually solidified. Lin Fan's power doubled, and the density of his bones became increasingly formidable. As strong as steel, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed 3 more bolts of lightning looming in the sky. To mislead Xiao Wancheng, Lin Fan summoned the Golden Pavilion. Now, the Golden Pavilion had absorbed a vast amount of the blood essence of nascent soul cultivators, evolving into a platinum hue with astonishing defensive capabilities. Together with the boundless thunder array, it shielded Lin Fan from the majority of the 6th bolt's onslaught. The 4th avatar of the nascent soul also began to solidify. After this brief respite, Lin Fan successfully adjusted his state. He retracted the Golden Pavilion and braced himself to confront the 7th bolt of lightning. At this point, his body was drenched in blood, exposing his stark white bones, a sight that could unsettle anyone. Yet he was in a far better condition than before. Bai Ji, observing from the mountainside, could bear no more and fled to her room, silently shedding tears, vowing to treat Lin Fan well after his advancement. As Lin Fan basked in the golden light and recovered, he summoned the Golden Pavilion once more, activating the thunder array to absorb half of the 8th bolt's fury. By now, he had coalesced the 5th avatar of the nascent soul within him, his strength soaring several-fold. The 9th bolt of lightning was exceedingly terrifying, thicker than the previous ones by more than double, and it surged with extreme volatility. Although Lin Fan had adjusted his state, the Golden Pavilion had begun to show signs of cracking. He retracted the Golden Pavilion again, but the thought of Xiao Wancheng lurking nearby prompted him to summon the Sword of Celestial Slaughter. At this moment, Xiao Wanchong, atop the mountain, had absorbed a considerable amount of golden light and luck. Witnessing Lin Fan brandish the sword of celestial slaughter left him astonished. This damned Lin Fan truly possessed an array of treasures. As he beheld the last bolt of lightning, powerful beyond measure, he secretly rejoiced, silently urging, strike him down, strike him down. If Lin Fan perishes, I shall claim the vast golden fortune." Lin Fan braced himself for the final bolt of lightning and, astonishingly, did not lose consciousness. It seemed the spirit within the talisman assisted in absorbing a portion of the lightning's power. The golden light enveloped him, restoring his injuries and spiritual energy in mere moments. Lin Fan marveled at the potency of this last bolt of golden light, an experience so delightful it was almost intoxicating. One might mistake him for engaging in dual cultivation, he mused. Indeed, the transformation stage is extraordinary. It can transcend time and space, disrupt the teleportation of nascent soul cultivators, and grant a lifespan of 2,000 years. I have truly become a millennia-old being. Unlike ordinary transformation stage cultivators, Lin Fan harbored 5 avatars of the nascent soul within him, his spiritual power 5 times that of typical practitioners of the transformation stage. His soul C was thrice the size of that of an average early-stage nascent soul cultivator, further amplified by the enhancement of the soul-gathering pearl. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Fan withstand the final bolt of lightning, Xiao Wanchong instantly teleported into the array, intending to slay him while he was vulnerable and seize his treasures. Unfortunately, upon entering the array, he found Lin Fan had already recovered. Noticing him, Lin Fan exited the Qian Kuan realm and swiftly teleported away, activating the Boundless Thunder Array. The attack left Xiao Wanchong in a state of utter disarray. Shivering as he cried out, "Fanner, save me! I am your master." Chapter 134. Killing Xiao Wanchong. Lin Fan stood outside the array, proclaiming loudly, "I have no master like you. You covet my treasures. And you are unworthy of being called my teacher, much less a grand elder of the Pill Pavilion. You, a mere brat, how dare you possess such treasures? If you do not deactivate the array, I shall self-destruct and ruin it," Xiao Wanchong threatened. Fearing he might truly self-destruct and damage the array further, Lin Fan knew he could easily eliminate him with his current strength, so he promptly retracted the Thunder Array. Upon seeing the array disappear, Xiao Wanchong revealed his true colors. "Ha ha! You truly are delightfully naive. Today, I shall surely kill you and drain your power." The two engaged in a fierce battle for several hundred exchanges, and Lin Fan recognized the true strength of his opponent. Prolonging the fight was not a viable option. He feigned instability in his spiritual power and summoned the Golden Pavilion, swiftly retreating inside. Xiao Wanchong would not allow him to recuperate, relentlessly bombarding the Golden Pavilion with superior-grade spiritual treasures. Soon, large cracks appeared in the Golden Pavilion, while Xiao Wanchong had expended a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Lin Fan, inside the Golden Pavilion, drank a vial of life spring water and fully restored himself. Exiting the Golden Pavilion, he instantly teleported to evade Xiao Wanchong's attack. The soul-gathering pearl unleashed a powerful soul attack, leaving Xiao Wanchong momentarily dazed. Lin Fan then pierced his dantian with the sword of celestial slaughter. Withdrawing the sword, he struck again, this time aiming for his heart, and at this point, Xiao Wanchong was already at his last gasp. The soul-gathering pearl burrowed into Xiao Wanchong's soul sea, commencing its relentless absorption of his soul power. Initially, Xiao Wanchong felt a flicker of awareness, but as the soul-gathering pearl exerted its might, his soul sea rapidly diminished, rendering him once again in a state of stupor. The Golden Pavilion automatically began to collect his precious blood essence, a rare find for transformation stage cultivators. The blood pooling on the ground was not wasted. It was absorbed into the Golden Pavilion along with the soil and grass. Lin Fan also retrieved Xiao Wanchong's weapon, waste token, and a storage ring. Once Xiao Wanchong's body was collected, Lin Fan entered the Qian Kuan realm and took a sip of life spring water. Bai Ji, upon seeing him unscathed, was filled with immense joy and embraced him, showering him with kisses. Lin Fan, unable to withstand such affection, lifted her and carried her inside. Through the dual cultivation of wood attributes, Lin Fan's cultivation gradually stabilized. He reviewed relevant jade slips and discovered that the transformation stage not only allowed for a lifespan of 2,000 years, but could also disrupt the teleportation of nascent soul cultivators. Most importantly, it enabled him to hear the thoughts of others. Experimenting with Baiji, he found her inner thoughts. Why does this rascal keep staring at me? Surely, doesn't he wish to have another round? Ha ha, indeed, he could hear her. However, listening to others' thoughts also consumed soul power. It was not an infinite resource. After they finished washing up, they exited the golden pavilion and retracted the array. Why, Lord, there is a premium spirit vein underground here. And it is quite large. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Let us collect it. Lin Fan initially intended to leave, but unexpected gains awaited them. The two retreated to the mountainside to watch the spirit within the talisman extract the premium spirit vein. Baiji was once again astounded, continuously praising it. The spirit quickly stored the premium spirit vein within the Qian Kuan realm for safekeeping. Oh, dear husband, I sense there are precious herbs nearby, Baiji exclaimed with excitement. Ah, that is wonderful. Let us go and search for them. Baiji led Lin Fan to a cave, where they discovered a small medicinal field, protected by an array. Little spirit, please come out for a moment. The spirit quickly emerged, saying, Master, what is the matter? I'm quite busy. Can you assess whether this array can be breached? I can enter, but I cannot break it, the spirit replied helplessly. Chapter 135. Premium Spirit Gathering Array. Lin Fan had a basic understanding of arrays, though he was not particularly adept. After some examination, he realized this array was quite peculiar. The spirit entered and sensed it was a high-grade spirit gathering array, complete with a built-in isolation array. Observing through the spirit's perspective, Lin Fan was thrilled to find it housed over 100 types of spirit-grade medicinal herbs, many of which he had never seen before. Overjoyed, Lin Fan instructed the spirit to collect the herbs along with the spirit soil and store them in the Qian Kuan realm for cultivation. The spirit circled within the spirit gathering array. Master, I sense that the array plate is located just below, a few dozen meters down. The array plate had become a forsaken object, and with the spirit inside the array, it could easily be collected. What are we waiting for? Let us retrieve both the soil and the array plate. All right. With the spirit collecting the array plate, the large array collapsed. Ha ha, let us leave. Lin Fan instructed Baiji to return to the Qian Kuan realm while he teleported over 300 kilometers away. Lin Fan was aware that during this outing, he had not been observed by others. As Xiao Wanchong had utilized a protective spiritual shield, he had sensed this long ago. So after eliminating him, no one would know he was responsible, allowing him to return and continue his role as Elder Lin. Lin Fan swiftly located a secluded cave, set up an array, and now that he was at the transformation stage, he could sense others probing and need not worry about being spied upon. Entering the Qian Kuan realm, he retrieved Xiao Wanchong's waste token, now an abandoned object, which he could easily refine. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained a space of 10 zhong, 10 times larger than his own. Inside were numerous medicinal herbs, elixirs, and a spirit-grade alchemy furnace. Lin Fan was cautious not to carry it openly, fearing detection by powerful individuals. He promptly placed all the items into the Qian Kuan realm. The waste token and furnace were tossed into the all-encompassing cauldron for absorption and refinement. Next, Lin Fan examined the storage ring, which boasted a vast space of 30 zhong. He emptied its contents, categorizing everything alongside those from the waste token to in total. He found over 300 spirit-grade herbs. Though regrettably, most were withered. However, the seeds could still be cultivated. There were more than 200 jade slips, and most importantly, dozens of precious alchemical formulas spanning from Tier 3 to Tier 7. Haha. He had struck it rich, such a comprehensive collection of formulas, along with invaluable insights into alchemy. The remaining items comprised various cultivation techniques and spells, the most prominent spot within the spatial confines. There lay a jade slip, meticulously wrapped in exquisite brocade. Upon opening it and pressing it against his forehead, Lin Fan exclaimed, "Damn it, the transformation technique, a sinister art." He promptly discarded it into the pile of miscellaneous items. As he continued his inspection, he discovered over 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, an astonishing quantity of over 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, while the medium and low-grade stones were conspicuously absent. Additionally, there were dozens of exceptional weapons and 3 superb alchemical furnaces, truly remarkable treasures. The rest consisted of a few changes of clothing and alchemist robes, along with a spirit-level treasure, the Buddhist dust. Lin Fan, wary of keeping the robes, decided to incinerate them. However, he was astonished to find that the robes resisted the flames, prompting him to refine them instead. After more than half an hour, he completed the refinement, revealing it to be a low-grade spirit treasure invisibility cloak. Lin Fan tried it on, repeatedly activating its function. Not bad, is it? This robe is truly delightful, allowing one to cloak themselves in invisibility, Baiji remarked enviously. It's yours, Lin Fan replied, noticing her keen interest, and relinquished ownership of the cloak to her. Thank you, my husband, Baiji beamed with gratitude. Chapter 136. Upgrading the All Things Cauldron. Lin Fan proceeded to examine the jade bottles containing elixirs, discovering that the majority were 5th and 6th grade pills, with over 200 in total, and more than 27th grade pills. This old man truly amassed wealth, Lin Fan mused as he categorized all the resources into the underground chamber of his Qian Kuan realm, wary of placing them in his storage ring for fear of being detected by powerful adversaries. The All Things Cauldron absorbed the waste token and the Buddhist dust, heralding a new transformation, taking on the appearance of an ordinary high-grade alchemical furnace. The specific functions would have to wait for further experimentation. Surprisingly, the furnace could even disguise itself. Lin Fan discarded several useless weapons and the previously damaged formation plates into the All Things Cauldron, hoping to facilitate another upgrade. Satisfied, he exited the Qian Kuan realm, stowed away the formation plates, and swiftly returned to the alchemy pavilion. Everything appeared normal within the pavilion, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wanchong had met his demise. Humph, it seems this old fellow concealed himself quite effectively. No one is aware of his downfall. Serves him right for descending into hell. Lin Fan silently cursed his slyness. After spending a few days at his residence, he visited the blacksmith shop for a check. The owner of the adjacent tavern, upon seeing Lin Fan, informed him that many cultivators had come inquiring about weapon crafting. After expressing his gratitude to the tavern keeper, Lin Fan returned to the blacksmith shop, reflecting on how his senior brother had surprisingly gained some fame in just over a month. Unfortunately, he himself lacked the skill in weapon crafting. He then recalled the few jade slips his senior brother had previously given him. Taking them out, he entered the information into his mind one by one. It's surprisingly simple. The key step is smelting. With the All Things Cauldron at my disposal, capable of smelting anything, I might just strike it rich. Lin Fan realized that the crafting of all treasures depended on refining and merging them to effect transformation. Remembering the items he had placed into the All Things Cauldron, he hastily retrieved it, only to discover that only a small portion had been absorbed, while the rest remained intact, including an additional high-grade spirit treasure formation plate and several low-grade spirit treasure weapons, one of which was the previously damaged plate. If he had delayed retrieving them any longer, those low-grade treasures would have gradually merged into high-grade ones. Lin Fan once again refined the formation plate with his blood. This is a high-grade spirit treasure isolation formation, capable of shielding and concealing one from the prying eyes of fusion stage cultivators. With this formation plate, I need not fear others spying on me. Lin Fan joyfully set up the formation. He then extracted the remaining weapons and treasures from the All Things Cauldron and sought out some high and medium-grade spirit treasures and weapons from the Qian Kuan realm. Following his classification, he began experimenting with refining and merging them, yielding promising results. After working diligently for half a day, he discovered that using 3 high-grade weapons of the same type could yield 1 exceptional weapon, while 3 medium-grade weapons of the same category could produce 1 high-grade weapon. Indeed, a 3-to-1 ratio. This truly works. Lin Fan reveled in the process, tirelessly refining all the remaining low-grade weapons and treasures. He also noted an intriguing feature. Damaged items could be fully restored simply by adding another of the same treasure, allowing for complete repair. My husband, you can craft weapons now, Baiji exclaimed, having refined the robe and enjoyed it for quite some time before emerging. Perfect timing. Jir, hand me that robe, and I shall practice crafting again, Lin Fan said with excitement. Baiji hesitated, reluctant to part with the robe for fear of Lin Fan ruining it. Yet she did not wish to see him disappointed, so she relinquished it. Ignoring her expression, Lin Fan thought, how could you underestimate your man? Prepare to be astonished. He produced 2 low-grade spirit treasure robes obtained from Xiao Wanchong and tossed them into the All Things Cauldron alongside the invisibility cloak, refining them into a medium-grade spirit treasure invisibility cloak. Chapter 137. The blacksmith shop reopens here. Refine it once more, Lin Fan said gleefully. My husband, you are incredible. You've turned it into a medium-grade spirit treasure in such a short time. This is a reward for you. Baiji joyfully planted a kiss on Lin Fan. Hee hee, hurry and try refining it. Lin Fan, eager to know the effectiveness of the cloak, encouraged her. Baiji spent over an hour refining it with her blood before finally completing the process. Hee hee, did you come to find me, dear husband? Baiji activated the invisibility function of the robe, rendering herself undetectable. Lin Fan mused to himself that it truly was effective, and if he accumulated more treasures to refine, he could reach even greater heights. Baiji, having hidden behind Lin Fan, grew slightly annoyed when he did not immediately seek her out. Soon, she deactivated the invisibility feature and sat there with a pout. Noticing her sudden appearance, Lin Fan wondered why she was upset. Oh, come on. We were just playing hide and seek, weren't we? Please don't be mad. I'll make you some armor equipment that will surely enhance your beauty. Really? Hurry up and craft it. Baiji's face brightened with excitement. Yes, just give me a moment. I need to gather some exceptional equipment first. Lin Fan assessed that they had a total of 4 pieces of exceptional armor, and with the 2 pieces worn by himself and Baiji, they could refine 2 pieces of low-grade spirit treasure armor. The remaining pieces would have to wait for another time. He quickly completed Baiji's armor, which she eagerly accepted and began refining with her blood. He then proceeded to refine his own, and the process was remarkably swift. He finished in less than 15 minutes. Lin Fan also began his blood refinement, and they completed the process almost simultaneously, feeling their defensive capabilities multiply at least 2-fold. He was astonished to find that the low-grade spirit treasure armor had developed a hint of sentience, allowing it to be manipulated freely. Not only was its defensive power impressive, but it could also adjust its size and shape according to its master's needs, albeit requiring soul and spiritual energy to do so. Baiji was equally thrilled, admiring her medium-grade spirit treasure armor, which shimmered with radiant colors. If only we could gather a complete set, it would be truly exquisite. You are amazing, my husband. Let us start crafting weapons right away. Baiji exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well, that is possible, but we're in need of a shopkeeper. Lin Fan teased her. Aren't I that very person? I'm the boss lady here. Baiji, motivated to assemble a full set of spirit treasure equipment, was brimming with energy. All right, but you must not go back on your word. Absolutely. It's settled then. I'll manage the shop and take orders, then call you in to craft. It shouldn't be too difficult. She replied. Lin Fan, concerned that she might become bored, agreed. The pricing would follow the market rate of 1 to 5. That is, 1 exceptional weapon would require 5 high-grade weapons in exchange, or the equivalent in spirit stones. Furthermore, for beloved weapons or treasures that needed repairs, the charge would be twice the price of similar weapons. There would always be individuals willing to pay a premium, especially female cultivators. Additionally, for items needed the following day or on an urgent basis, an extra item of equivalent value would be required. To ensure Baiji's safety, while managing the blacksmith shop during the day, Lin Fan set up a boundary of the Infinite Thunder Array, controlled by Baiji, allowing them to return to the alchemy pavilion with peace of mind. After a sleepless night, early the next morning, Baiji brought along some food, fruits, and meats to the blacksmith shop to open for business. Chapter 138. Planting 5th-grade spirit herbs. The reason Lin Fan did not accompany Baiji to the blacksmith shop was that he was focused on acquiring more spirit herbs. His daily routine involved accepting tasks, refining elixirs, and completing assignments. In the blacksmith shop, Baiji took on 2 weapon crafting jobs that day. However, the clients were somewhat skeptical of her abilities, prompting her to send a message to Lin Fan. To bolster his reputation, Lin Fan personally visited the shop in the afternoon. The back courtyard of the shop was also fortified with a high-grade spirit-level shielding formation. Upon receiving the message, Baiji delivered the items to the courtyard and asked the 2 clients to wait momentarily. Both tasks were straightforward, refining high-grade weapons into exceptional ones. Lin Fan completed the refinement in less than 15 minutes and relayed the results to Baiji. She took the items to the front of the shop, where the clients were thrilled to see their weapons transformed into exceptional quality, showering praise on Baiji. Our master said it was rare for you 2 to trust him, so he expended a significant amount of effort to expedite the crafting process. We hope you are satisfied. Thank you, master. I, Wang, am immensely grateful. Lin Fan secretly thought to himself that spending half a day to obtain 2 high-grade weapons was hardly worth it. Once his reputation grew, he would surely raise the prices. After returning to the alchemy pavilion to submit his completed tasks, he refined the surplus herbs into elixirs. Now capable of crafting 4th-grade elixirs with ease, he began to attempt the creation of 5th-grade ones. He possessed the basic formulas for both 5th and 6th-grade elixirs, and after consulting the jade slips, he commenced the refining process following the recorded steps. The initial furnace did not yield satisfactory results. Although the myriad of things typically does not lead to an explosion, the timing and temperature were not well managed, resulting in a batch of wasted pills. However, there were still quite a few 5th-grade medicinal herbs available. Lin Fan remained undeterred, contemplating for a while before igniting another furnace. This time, the outcome was slightly better, producing 5 low-grade 5th-grade pills and 3 waste pills. These precious medicinal herbs were a lamentable loss. Prompting Lin Fan to calm his mind and ponder deeply before attempting once more, with utmost caution, he opened another furnace, resulting in 9 low-grade 5th-grade pills and 2 mid-grade pills. Lin Fan had grasped some techniques and decided to undertake a few tasks involving low-grade 5th-grade pills. The contribution value for these pills was substantial. A single top-quality 5th-grade pill could be exchanged for 5 million contribution points, and 2 could be traded for a low-grade medicinal herb. Lin Fan did not disdain low-grade herbs. Planning to cultivate them within the realm of his universe in no time, they would mature into mid-grade herbs, thus providing the necessary ingredients for crafting 5th-grade pills. Once they matured into high-grade herbs, he could then proceed to refine 6th-grade pills. As for 7th-grade and above pills, they required profound medicinal herbs, which were even more elusive. Currently, he had managed to acquire a few withered specimens from the Grand Elder of the Pill Pavilion. During the day, Lin Fan set up formations at the blacksmith shop, only to dismantle them at night to arrange them at the Pill Pavilion's residence, a rather cumbersome task. For convenience's sake, he decided to reside at the blacksmith shop. Over the past few days, he had feigned ignorance and visited the Grand Elder, only to learn from the disciple on duty that he had not been seen for several days, likely engrossed in secluded cultivation. Disheartened, Lin Fan departed, his mind racing with thoughts of his medicinal fields. Upon arriving at the Pill Pavilion's medicinal fields, he was greeted by a bountiful array of precious herbs, managed by dedicated disciples. Approaching, Lin Fan presented his waste token. The disciple in charge of the medicinal fields recognized him as the Grand Elder's disciple and treated him with utmost respect, affording him certain privileges. He was permitted to take a batch of low-grade 5th-grade herbs, which filled Lin Fan with joy. The disciple overseeing the fields was highly skilled, ensuring the roots were intact. Lin Fan planted these herbs in his universe, enlisting his spirit to dilute the essence of life with spiritual water for nurturing. To enhance the spiritual energy, he also set up a spirit-gathering formation in the high-grade medicinal fields, facilitating their rapid growth. The next day, Lin Fan accepted 13 tasks for low-grade 5th-grade pills at the task pavilion. After refining 2 batches, he produced 2 high-grade, 9 mid-grade, and 15 low-grade pills. With ample time remaining, he refined 2 more batches before submitting his tasks. The personnel at the task pavilion had already received word and were eagerly awaiting Lin Fan's arrival. Upon entering, he drew everyone's attention. The managing elder received him warmly, and when he returned the tasks, many turned their gaze in surprise. Lin Fan had now ascended to the status of a 5th-grade elder. Word spread rapidly throughout the Pill Pavilion. To bolster his reputation, Lin Fan presented 9 mid-grade 5th-grade spirit essence pills. Elder, how many low-grade 5th-grade medicinal herbs can these be exchanged for? The managing elder was astonished to learn that Lin Fan had already concocted mid-grade 5th-grade pills, solidifying his status as a 5th-grade alchemist. Elder Lin truly is a remarkable talent, achieving the status of a 5th-grade alchemist in such a short time. What a joyous occasion! However, Lin Fan lamented, alas, without producing top-grade 5th-grade pills, I cannot fully claim the title of a 5th-grade alchemist. Such precious herbs are hard to come by. I can authorize the exchange of 20 batches of low-grade 5th-grade herbs for your pills, the elder declared. Lin Fan agreed but laid down a stipulation. The herbs must be fresh. Otherwise, he would not proceed with the exchange. He feigned a look of regret. Very well, please wait while I have someone fetch them. The elder was secretly elated. These mid-grade 5th-grade pills represented a significant fortune, as there were only a handful of individuals capable of crafting 5th-grade pills in the Pill Pavilion, making them exceedingly valuable. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fresh herbs were delivered. Elder Lin, please take a look. Freshness is not always necessary. Even dried herbs can possess potent efficacy. Fearing suspicion, Lin Fan replied, I have produced waste pills after several attempts, and most of my previous herbs were withered. I simply wish to see if the fresh ones yield better results. I see. The managing elder mused, recognizing that not every alchemist could achieve success so effortlessly. Lin Fan was elated to acquire so many fresh herbs. After bidding farewell to the managing elder, he returned to the blacksmith shop and stored the herbs in his universe, instructing his spirit to plant them all. "Ha! How is business today, my dear?" Baiji was dozing at the front counter when she heard Lin Fan's return. She rushed over, exclaiming, "Husband, come quick and see the orders we received today." She produced a vast array of high-quality and top-quality equipment, no fewer than 84 pieces in total. After refining, they would yield 11 pieces, 5 top-quality and 6 high-quality. Lin Fan spent over 2 hours completing the work, and by the time he finished, night had already fallen. Fortunately, the refining process required only his spiritual energy. Had it demanded soul power, he would have surely fainted. Obtaining 5 top-quality and 6 high-quality pieces was quite an accomplishment, and he decided to accumulate them gradually. Baiji had already closed the shop, and the two retired to their universe to rest. The following morning, Lin Fan returned to the task pavilion to accept mid to high-grade alchemy tasks, as these would yield 2 batches of high-grade medicinal herbs. With news of his ability to craft 5th-grade pills having spread, many were eager to commission tasks at the pill pavilion, bringing their funds to place orders, knowing that such exchanges could secure valuable herbs in the outside world. Lin Fan, fully aware of this, recognized that he was not yet proficient and needed to continue refining within the pill pavilion. As he had limited interaction with outside cultivators, he took on all available 5th-grade alchemy tasks. Totaling over 50, including 2 top-tier assignments, he exchanged 6 high-quality spirit stones for 6 hours of access to the alchemy room. Given that he could produce a batch every 15 minutes, he decided to complete them all at once to gauge how long his current soul and spiritual energy could sustain him. After 20 batches, Lin Fan felt utterly fatigued, both his soul and spiritual energy nearly depleted. He promptly consumed a few sips of life essence water and took 2 high-quality 5th-grade pills, the Qinling pill and the Yuanling pill, before settling down to meditate and recover. It was his first experience consuming 5th-grade pills, and their potency was astonishing. His recovery was rapid, returning to full strength in just half an hour. With these pills, my future cultivation will progress much more swiftly. Lin Fan mused. He resolved that henceforth, he would no longer exchange these pills for contribution points, but rather hoard them for his own consumption, leaving some for the 3 women. After utilizing the 6 hours of alchemy time, he feigned incompletion and returned only a small portion of his tasks. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Baiji greeted him with excitement. "Husband, today we received numerous high-quality refining tasks. Our business is flourishing." Lin Fan noticed they were all top-quality refining tasks for low-grade spiritual treasures, which would net him dozens of pieces. By the time he had refined all these items, it was already past midnight. After 2 weeks of continuous refining, he had accumulated enough top-quality equipment, crafting a full set for himself, Baiji, Mo Ning, and Yin Ran before deciding to cease operations. The reason for his decision was that he had sensed being monitored by the Pill Pavilion's hidden guards in recent days, coinciding with the inexplicable disappearance of the Grand Elder. The guards had even investigated the valley where Xiao Wanchong had achieved a breakthrough, uncovering signs of destruction, and the medicinal fields had been completely uprooted along with their formations. Given that Lin Fan had advanced to the God transformation stage and was a disciple of the Grand Elder, suspicion fell upon him. Other disciples of the Grand Elder, envious of Lin Fan, spread rumors and spoke ill of him. With a heavy heart, Lin Fan approached the managing elder of the Pill Pavilion, stating, "Elder, I truly do not know where my master is gone. Since my fellow disciples do not welcome my presence here, I shall take my leave, and I resign from my position as a guest elder of the Pill Pavilion. Please reconsider. They are merely envious of you. Your talent is exceptional, and only at the Pill Pavilion can you truly showcase your abilities." The managing elder urged, comforting him. "Alas, this place is not suited for me. Farewell, and may we meet again in the future." Lin Fan transferred all items from his waist token to his storage ring. He then wiped away any traces from the token and returned it to the managing elder, relinquishing his alchemist robe before striding out. His lodging had already been tidied up, with nothing left behind. Clad in scholarly attire, Lin Fan departed from the Pill Pavilion. He had also organized the blacksmith shop, not intending to sell it, but rather to wait until the tumult subsided before reopening or selling it. Noticing that he was still being followed, Lin Fan took to the skies on his sword, flying for over a day until he reached the 100-Flower Sect, where Su Yinran and Imo Ning awaited him. Having received word of his arrival, the gatekeeper disciples bowed in respect upon seeing the son-in-law return to the sect, and Lin Fan returned the gesture. Entering the 100-Flower Sect, he no longer feared being followed. Bai Ji emerged, and together they refined the low-grade spiritual equipment they had just completed, now adorned in splendid attire that exuded an aura of enchantment, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld them. Su Yinran and Imo Ning quickly noticed the change, with Su Yinran earnestly inquiring, "Husband, why do you and Bai Ji seem different this time?" Lin Fan recounted all that had transpired recently, and the two women were enlightened. He distributed the refined items to them, and they joyfully returned to their quarters to begin their own refining processes. After half a day, they emerged, beaming with happiness, as Lin Fan praised them profusely. "Ah, whose daughter-in-law is this, that she is so remarkably beautiful?" Chapter 141. Forging armor for my mother-in-law. Ji also emerged from the Qinkuan realm, and the two had already undergone refinement, clad in a complete set of inferior spiritual-grade equipment. They now appeared resplendent, radiating an aura akin to magic, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld them. Su Yinran and Imo Ning, of course, noticed the change as well. "Husband, why do you and Jir seem somewhat different this time?" Su Yinran inquired earnestly. And so he recounted all the events that had transpired during this period, and the two women finally understood. Lin Fan distributed items to them, and they joyfully scampered back to their rooms to refine. Only after half a day did they complete their refinement, emerging with expressions of delight, and Lin Fan could not help but shower them with praise. "Ah, whose daughter-in-law is this, that she is so remarkably beautiful? You, always gallivanting about, causing my sister and me endless worry," Su Yinran chided. "Well, I want to go again this time. Those people from the Dan Pavilion are too selfish. They actually took the pills I refined and sold them for exorbitant prices. Treating me like a fool." Lin Fan expressed his disgust for those hypocritical alchemists. Bai Ji added, "Those people give off an unpleasant vibe." Sensing his mother-in-law's scrutiny, Lin Fan hurried to the main hall of the Baihua sect to pay his respects. "Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law. You truly are impressive, advancing so swiftly. I have been stuck at this realm for over a decade. Ah, it was merely a stroke of luck. I cannot compare to you, mother-in-law. I can now forge weapons. Would you like me to create a superior spiritual-grade artifact for you? Oh, can you really forge it? Of course. Do you not see what I and they are wearing? All crafted by me. Well then, go to the treasury and find what you need. I am also in need of a fine weapon." Ran promptly handed Lin Fan a waste token and retrieved a pile of exquisite and inferior spiritual treasures from her storage ring. Lin Fan was taken aback. "My goodness. Where did you acquire so many spiritual treasures? Surely you didn't go robbing, did you?" You guessed correctly. A few days ago, I looted several worthless sects, creating quite a stir in the cultivation world." Imo Ran replied nonchalantly, "Fortunately, I am now at the god transformation stage, or else I would have been frightened to death by my mother-in-law." Lin Fan gathered the treasures and bid farewell to the sect leader. The four of them arrived at the Baihua sect's treasury, and with the sect leader's waste token, the guarding elder did not obstruct them, opening the treasury, which contained an abundance of treasures and medicinal herbs. Lin Fan rushed in and swept up several hundred items, along with some fresh medicinal herbs, leaving the rest behind. Upon returning to Su Yinran's residence, he set up a shielding array and began the melting process, creating a set of superior spiritual-grade armor and a helmet for his mother-in-law. Due to incomplete materials, he could only proceed thus far. After finishing, Lin Fan eagerly presented his work for praise. Upon receiving it, Imo Ran directly refined it and donned it, exclaiming that it was far superior to the previous armor. Not only was its defensive power greatly enhanced, but it also possessed a new function, allowing it to camouflage with the surrounding environment, much like a gecko. Fanner, you truly are remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Lin Fan, seeing that the previous armor was already a rare mid-grade spiritual artifact, felt somewhat embarrassed and asked, "Mother-in-law, could you possibly give me that armor?" "Oh, you rascal, of course you can have it. Go ahead and refine it." Lin Fan joyfully accepted it and happily went to refine it. It was indeed quite laborious to forge 2 pieces of superior spiritual-grade equipment from such a large pile of spiritual instruments. Lin Fan did not linger on this. Melting down the remaining weapons, resulting in 5 mid-grade spiritual weapons. Since his own infinite sacred sword was also mid-grade, he decided to combine them for refinement. He worked diligently until evening, finally completing the task, and the women had already prepared dinner, waiting for him in the sect's main hall. Chapter 142. Peak of the Mid-God Transformation Stage. Lin Fan had successfully forged 2 superior spiritual swords and, noticing the absence of the women, took the swords to the hall. So you are all here. I was searching everywhere for you. The sect leader Immortal was also present, and Lin Fan hastily said, "Mother-in-law, what do you think of this sword?" He presented the refined superior spiritual grade sword to her. Quite impressive. It truly is a fine sword. Immortal praised. I forged it from the weapons you provided. Please take it. Well then, I shall accept it for now. Immortal replied with a serene smile. Lin Fan presented the infinite sacred sword to her, explaining its origin. Immortal repeatedly expressed her admiration, noting how bold he had become, even daring to refine his master's sword. After the 5 of them joyfully finished dinner, Immortal, not wishing to intrude further, began to usher them away. The 4 returned to Su Yinran's residence. Entering the Qinkuan realm. Husband, is there more to do? Su Yinran asked, a hint of curiosity on her face. I am too exhausted today. I shall refine again tomorrow. Let us rest for now, Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin. The 3 women scolded him for his shamelessness, but nonetheless followed him inside. Lin Fan worked tirelessly through the night, emerging with 2 panda eyes, and got up early. Husband, what happened to you? Su Yinran teased. Never mind that. It's merely my special expression, Baiji remarked disdainfully. Oh, husband, you truly know how to present yourself? Ning joined in teasing him. Lin Fan, feeling exasperated, rushed to the lake for a cold shower, believing it would help alleviate his weariness. Upon returning, the 3 women had prepared breakfast. After their meal, they urged him to continue forging. Lin Fan tidied up and exited the Qinkuan realm with the 3 women, starting his refining process in the hall. After a morning of melting, he crafted a superior spiritual greatsword for Su Yinran and Ning, and a superior spiritual grade dagger for Baiji, after which they finally let him off the hook. Unfortunately, there were too few top-grade pieces, so everyone had to settle for inferior spiritual grade equipment until they could gather enough for further refinement. After spending over 20 days at the Baihua sect, Lin Fan reached the peak of the mid-god transformation stage, with no further progress to be made, prompting him to take his leave in search of what attributes spiritual items. Before departing, his mother-in-law advised him that if he sought what attribute spiritual treasures, it would be best to visit the Lingyin sect first. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your guidance. Could you possibly provide me with a token? I fear they may not welcome me, Lin Fan expressed, feeling uncertain. It not a bit inappropriate to approach them directly asking where to find what attribute spiritual items? Well, aren't you an alchemist? If you refine a few batches of top-grade Yuaning pills, that should do the trick. If you manage to refine a few batches of spiritual-grade pills as well, that would be even better. Immortal replied, her expression laden with meaning. Mother, if I may be so bold to inquire about your current. Lin Fan asked playfully. Go away. I shall not tell you. You must figure it out on your own. A mother cannot interfere too much. That is all I can say, Immortal replied sternly. Oh, then I shall not pry further. I have some high-level pill formulas. I will copy a few for you to review. As my sister has already received them as well. I suppose you do have some conscience, remembering your mother-in-law, Immortal said, very touched. Husband, I cannot accompany you. I must focus on breaking through to the god transformation stage. Ning said, her face filled with reluctance. Well, I could stay behind to keep you company. No, your presence would disturb my mindset. I do not wish to hinder your progress. Very well then. Su Yinran, equally reluctant, added, Husband, I too must hasten my cultivation. I have not yet reached perfection. Well then, do not overexert yourselves. Chapter 143. A visit to the Lingyin sect. Lin Fan bade farewell to the others and hurriedly set off. Before leaving, he also left some spiritual fruits, pills, and a few superior and top-grade spiritual stones for Su Yinran and the others. Lin Fan preferred not to fly on a sword anymore, finding it too exhausting. Piloting a flying boat was much simpler, despite costing a few spiritual stones. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the Lingyin sect. It was morning when they arrived, and as soon as they entered the region, they felt the air was distinctly different, embodying the essence of what spirituality that resonated with nature. Husband, I sense a treasure nearby. Then what are we hesitating for? Let us dig it up. Lin Fan maneuvered the flying boat to descend directly. Who dares to intrude upon the Lingyin sect so boldly? A beautiful woman clad in white suddenly appeared, her expression cold. Oh, haha, it's a misunderstanding. Beautiful sister, I am Lin Fan, here to pay my respects to your sect leader. Lin Fan said innocently, Humph, lecher, do not try to be familiar with me. There are many men who come to see our sect leader daily. You chose to enter through the back mountain, clearly with ulterior motives. The white-clad woman retorted relentlessly. Bai Ji, unwilling to back down, interjected, Sister, do not misunderstand. My husband is not here to seek a wife. He merely wishes to meet your sect leader. This is our first visit, and we are unfamiliar with the way, which is why we ended up here. This younger sister seems quite amiable. I shall take your word for it. Follow me, and I will take you to see the sect leader. Whether the sect leader wishes to see you is another matter altogether. Haha, splendid. Thank you, sister, for guiding us. Lin Fan clasped his fists in greeting and said, my lord, shall we continue our search for that treasure? Bai Ji whispered, well, we've already trespassed on their territory. How can we possibly dig it up now? Let us forget it, Lin Fan replied, his face filled with pain. The two were led swiftly to the entrance of the Lingyin sect, where the gatekeeper elder required registration. Lin Fan then spoke, Sister, you may simply report my name as Lin Fan from the Sword Spirit sect. Ah, are you truly that Lin Fan? Exclaimed the woman in white. Astonished, I told you so. It's a pity you didn't believe me. Oh, I apologize, Lin Taishang. I was rather rude earlier. Please forgive me, the woman in white said, her expression one of sincere regret. Sister, there's no need for such formality. I was the one who intruded, so you bear no blame. Besides, a beautiful lady like you should smile more. It enhances your beauty. The gatekeeper elder, not daring to keep them waiting, accompanied Lin Fan and Bai Ji to the main hall of the Lingyin sect. Lingxi, the sect leader, sat at the head of the table, lost in thought. Reporting to the sect leader, Lin Taishang from the Sword Spirit sect requests an audience. The gatekeeper elder announced. Oh, please, do come in, Lingxi replied, snapping back to attention. Lin Fan from the Sword Spirit sect and my wife, Bai Ji, pay their respects to sect leader Lingxi. Lin Fan and Bai Ji said, giving a slight bow. Please, rise. I cannot bear such honor. Lingxi quickly gestured respectfully. Please, take a seat, and bring our finest tea to share. Before long, the tea was served. With just a gentle whiff, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped them. What exquisite tea, Lin Fan praised. Bai Ji echoed, indeed, it's delightful. They quickly finished their cups, and Bai Ji exclaimed, Husband, I want more. Lingxi promptly instructed the servants to bring the teapot as Bai Ji, disregarding others, poured herself another cup. Please do not blame me. Sect leader Danwai's wife is quite vivacious, and I can't bear to chastise her. Might I purchase some of this spiritual tea? Lin Fan asked apologetically. Lin Taishang need not be so courteous. It is not that I wish to deny you. However, the spiritual tea tree is on the brink of withering, and there is little left to offer you. Lingxi lamented, troubled by this matter. Oh, could we perhaps take a look? My wife might have a solution. Lin Fan suggested eagerly. Oh, are you serious? Lingxi asked with a serious expression. I speak in the name of Lin Taishang of the Sword Spirit sect. This is no jest. Very well, then please follow me. Lingxi led them to the back mountain of the Lingyin sect. Bai Ji found the place enchanting, feeling utterly at ease. Lin Taishang, look, this is the tree. Lingxi pointed to the nearly withered tea tree. As Lin Fan pondered what to do, Bai Ji leaned in and whispered, this spiritual tree, over 10,000 years old, is exactly what we need. Ah, this? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. Oh no, this is a grave situation. It might not survive. We can only take it back to our Sword Spirit sect and soak it in the spiritual pool. Perhaps we can save it, Lin Fan said, a look of regret on his face. Bai Ji inwardly cursed him, deeming him shameless and unscrupulous. Well, if that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Take it back and try your luck. If it doesn't survive, I won't hold you accountable. Lingxi said, her face filled with sorrow. Lin Fan, unable to bear her distress, reassured her, sect leader, please do not worry. I will do my utmost. Lin Fan thought to himself, once it's planted in the Qian Kuan realm, I can propagate a branch for her, thus repaying her kindness. With this thought, he felt much better. Seeing no objections from her, Lin Fan quickly instructed Bai Ji to cast a spell. Using her with spirit energy, Bai Ji enveloped the tree, while Lin Fan took out a spiritual shovel and began to dig. After excavating a pit over 2 meters deep, he managed to uproot the entire tree, which was as large as a room, and quickly stored it in his spatial bracelet. With Bai Ji's with spirit energy, it would be safe for the time being. They could later secretly transfer it to the Qian Kuren realm. Lingxi, astonished to see Bai Ji wielding with spirit energy, inquired, "Are you a fox demon?" To be precise, I am a half-human, half-demon," Bai Ji replied, feeling slightly awkward but acknowledging the truth. "Oh, that reminds me of an old acquaintance." Not wishing to pry, Lin Fan and Bai Ji remained silent. Lingxi changed the subject, saying, "It's rare for Lin Taishang and your esteemed wife to visit our Lingyin sect. Would you consider staying for a while longer?" Lin Fan, eager to return and study the spiritual tree, had no time for idle chatter, let alone an extended stay. "No. I have come at the behest of my mother-in-law, simply to ensure your well-being. Now that I have seen you are well, we shall take our leave," Lin Fan said without a hint of embarrassment. Bai Ji thought to herself, "A typical trickster, shamelessly deceiving." Lin Fan shot her a glare, silently warning her to behave and not spoil things. "Very well, then I shall see you off," Lingxi offered, "and no need." "We know the way," Lin Fan replied, feeling a bit guilty. The two hurriedly exited, but after walking a short distance, Bai Ji spoke again. "You really have no shame, do you? Deceiving them for their treasure." Lin Fan quickly covered her mouth. "My little ancestor, could you please refrain from speaking? Let us discuss this once we're back. I want tea. I want to say that I sense there are treasures here, even better than this spiritual tea tree. It's just a pity we must leave," Bai Ji lamented. "What other treasures? Better than this? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Lin Fan asked, excitement evident on his face. Lin Fan was particularly intrigued by treasures, especially natural ones, and was contemplating how to stay. "I've got it. Jir, pretend to have a stomach ache? Get lost. I'm not like you, constantly deceiving others. If you cover my mouth again, I'll turn hostile." Lin Fan found Bai Ji's behavior puzzling today. She was unusually vocal. In truth, there was no need to cover her mouth. Simply activating her spirit energy barrier would suffice to prevent detection. However, Lin Fan would notice any probing attempts, as their realms were not on par with his. Bai Ji also felt that there was something off about her today, but she couldn't quite shake the feeling that she shouldn't deceive them. Lin Fan forcibly led Bai Ji back to the main hall, where Lingxi was conversing with the woman in white. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, she paused her conversation. "Hee, sect leader, I remembered something. My mother-in-law once asked me to help you refine some elixirs. I wonder if you need them. If not, I shall take my leave." Lin Fan thought, they will surely say they need them. After waiting for a while, they surprisingly did not express any need, leaving Lin Fan baffled. Lingxi finally spoke. Lin Taishang, you wouldn't be coveting our sect's treasure? The Tree of Life, would you?" Since you mention it, I won't dare to deceive you. I only wish to take a look, with no ill intentions. Well, as you are not an outsider, it's fine for you to take a look. I shall take you to see it." Lingxi led them to the deepest part of the back mountain. There stood a towering tree, over 10 meters tall, with a vast canopy, though its spiritual essence was already very faint. "It's no wonder that the spiritual tea tree is withering. The cause lies here," Lin Fan remarked. Bai Ji sensed its gradual decline and, feeling sorrowful, said, "Husband, let us save it. Jir, please don't cry. Allow me to give it a try." Lin Fan took out a vial of undiluted life water and poured it at the base of the great tree. The Tree of Life emitted a soft wailing sound and revived with a surge of vitality, likely to thrive for several hundred more years. Lin Fan poured another vial, but there was no further response. It seemed this was the limit at that moment. The elders, hidden in seclusion, sensing the revitalization of the Tree of Life, emerged, expressing their deep gratitude to Lin Fan. They bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Daofren Lin, for your great kindness. Please, rise. There's no need for such formality. We are not strangers, moreover. I have a request," Lin Fan said. Lingxi stood up and said, "Speak, Lin Taishang. Whatever it is, if it is within my power, I shall comply." "Well, I shall not conceal it from you. This Tree of Life in your sect was already nearing the end of its lifespan. I used my treasured holy water to forcibly extend its life for several hundred years. As you just witnessed, I have one request. May I take a segment of its root back for research? To see if it can be cultivated anew. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Very well, Lin Taishang, take what you need. We have no objections, the elders agreed. Please do take it, if it can truly be regrown. We hope you will remember to support our Lingyin sect in the future, Lingxi added, her words carrying an implicit meaning. That is only natural. After all, you are still my mother-in-law's junior sister, according to my senior sister. I should even call you aunt. Lin Fan carefully dug up a root over a meter long, allowing Baiji to wrap it in spirit energy and store it in her spatial ring. Baiji then used her spirit energy to mend the wound where the root had been severed. All done. There is no need for further concern. Please ensure you place more spirit stones here to enrich the spiritual energy. It will help prolong its lifespan. Thank you, Lin Taishang, for your enlightening guidance. Lingxi and the assembly of elders bow deeply in gratitude. Now that this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Lingxi and the elders escorted Lin Fan and his companion to the entrance of the sect, all of them bowing in unison, proclaiming, Farewell, Lin Taishang, I appreciate the efforts of Sect Master Lingxi and the esteemed elders in seeing us off. May we meet again in the future. In an instant, Lin Fan vanished aboard his flying vessel. The others returned to the sect, each absorbed in their own affairs. The gatekeeper elder and the woman in white were left utterly bewildered. What just transpired? How is it that those reclusive elders, who we seldom see, all emerged today? Did you not witness them bowing in respect? The next time we encounter him, we must ensure we do not speak disrespectfully. The gatekeeper elder advised the woman in white on the flying vessel. Lin Fan and Baiji relocated the roots of the Tree of Life and the Spirit Tea Tree into the Qinkuan realm, allowing them to plant them. That was filled with immense joy and excitement. Master, you are truly remarkable. Who have you learned this from? Hee, of course, it is from you, Lin Fan replied. The roots of the Tree of Life were planted in the very center of the Qinkuan realm. Lin Fan then ascended to the Pool of Life, scooping a ladle of its precious water and directly nourishing the roots. Sensing the roots rapidly absorbing the essence, once the ladle was emptied, all fell silent. Lin Fan poured another generous ladle, yet there remained no further response. Contrarily, after pouring a ladle of life-giving water onto the Spirit Tea Tree, it immediately regained its vigor, with the root system sprouting several small shoots, amounting to no fewer than 7 or 8. Hee, this is rather splendid. The Spirit Tea Tree has come back to life, Lin Fan exclaimed. After pouring another ladle, the small shoots grew to a height of half a meter. Yet then also fell silent. Lin Fan separated them, now possessing 8 shoots in addition to the original, totaling 9 Spirit Tea Trees. He plucked a few leaves from the Spirit Tea Tree, steeping them to taste, and found them quite delightful. If they were to be roasted, their flavor would be even more aromatic and robust. Once I master the art of tea roasting, I shall teach the to prepare it. Initially intending to return directly to the Sword Spirit sect, Lin Fan decided to make a detour to the Dan Pavilion, as it was conveniently nearby, to sell the blacksmith shop and sever ties with the Dan Pavilion. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, it appeared unchanged. The tavern owner next door, seeing them return, hurried over to greet them. May I ask, is the shop reopening? I do not wish to continue. I plan to sell it. Oh, may I inquire the asking price? The tavern owner asked excitedly. Oh, are you interested in purchasing it? I still need to consider it. Lin Fan, unsure of the price, sought to gather more information. The tavern owner thought to himself, I had intended to inform you that many have inquired about when the blacksmith shop would reopen. Since you wish to sell, I shall keep that to myself. I shall offer a generous price. Fearing Lin Fan might seek another buyer, he quoted a steep price of 100 top-grade spirit stones, a sum accumulated over many years of diligent work. Lin Fan, having discerned the tavern owner's intentions, found it rather amusing. Selling this shop for 100 top-grade spirit stones is indeed a high price. But I shall part with it. As you are willing to buy, I shall sell it to you. After all, we are neighbors. Thank you, thank you. The shopkeeper expressed gratefully. Lin Fan, wishing not to delay further, produced the property deed, and they swiftly completed the transaction. Only then did he release the flying vessel, setting a course towards the Sword Spirit sect. Chapter 147. Annihilation of the Red Child. Lin Fan and his companion had no pressing matters, and as night began to fall, They sought a serene location by the mountains and streams to land. Upon finding a flat area, Lin Fan waved his hand, clearing away the underbrush and trees, then set up a concealment array to summon the Golden Pavilion. The two entered the Qinkuan realm to dine and rest. Bai Ji, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "It was your insistence on leaving that forced me to dwell in this desolate wilderness. Hee, are we not at home? Wherever you are, that is home. Why question it?" Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin. "Hemph, Lin Fan's words are but deceits. Oh, our dear Jier has learned to compose poetry. Quite impressive. Indeed. Shall we taste some flavors? You, release me, you shameless one." After a night of friendly exchanges, they once again reached a harmonious understanding. Early the next morning, Lin Fan, feeling refreshed, checked on the roots of the Tree of Life, which showed no signs of withering or sprouting. The Qinkuan realm had gathered 4 of the 5 elemental properties, with only the metallic element yet to be discovered. Lin Fan and Bai Ji skipped breakfast, opting instead for some fruit. Reflecting on what the Qinkuan realm still lacked, Lin Fan considered rice and wheat. With a thought, he opened up hundreds of acres of rice and wheat fields near the freshwater lake. "Master, do you wish to plant crops?" "Ah, yes. I wish to cultivate rice and wheat. But they cannot be planted together. Rice thrives in a warm, humid environment and is a short-day plant that requires ample sunlight for optimal growth. As the had learned from some jade slips, then let us open a rice field near Fire Mountain. That way, there will be light at night. We can have the red lotus flame manage the brightness and temperature." "That sounds perfect," the replied, though with a hint of hesitation. Noticing this unease, Lin Fan quickly deduced the source of its worry. "You are the... How can you not manage a mere flame? I must report." "Master, it has developed sentience and is quite difficult to tame." "Oh, I was unaware of this. It fears to provoke you," the replied, exasperated. "Then let us resolve this. From now on, you shall control it with a thought." Lin Fan ascended to the sky above Fire Mountain, where the red lotus flame had grown significantly, now 3 to 4 times its original size. Sensing Lin Fan's arrival, the red child immediately manifested its spirit form. Greeting him respectfully, "Hemph, calling you master is tantamount to courting death. I have heard you have been quite uncooperative. My master is a Mo Ning, and thus I cannot acknowledge you as my superior, much less heed the words of a mere." The red child retorted disdainfully. With a mere thought, Lin Fan obliterated the red child's spirit form, which erupted in rage. "How dare you question me? You deserve your fate. From now on, the red lotus flame shall be under your command." Lin Fan declared fiercely, "Henceforth, regardless of whose treasure or pet it may be, here I am the supreme authority. Disobedience will lead to death." "Indeed, master, your wisdom is unmatched." At that moment, the red lotus flame, now devoid of sentience, seamlessly fused with the Qinkuan realm. The mountain transformed into Fire Mountain, and the red lotus flame became an integral part of the Qinkuan realm. Subtle changes began to unfold within the Qinkuan realm, with temperatures gradually stabilizing. This was an unexpected boon. Lin Fan returned to his chamber, where Bai Ji had already risen. "What is the matter? You appear quite irate this early in the day." Lin Fan recounted the events that had transpired, and Bai Ji recalled that the pool of life was indeed hers. Chapter 148. Fusion of the Pool of Life. "My husband, I too shall sever my bond and let you command it." Bai Ji, having witnessed the red lotus flame's fusion with the Qinkuan realm, contemplated releasing her claim to see if she could also merge with it. "There is no need." Bai Ji decisively relinquished her claim, and the Pool of Life became a formless entity once more. Before Lin Fan could even contemplate refining it, it eagerly approached him, seeking his favor. Lin Fan dropped a drop of his essence blood into the pool, refraining from utilizing spiritual power for its refinement. After absorbing Lin Fan's essence, the Pool of Life burrowed deep underground, forming a small pool of 1 zhang in size at the surface, with a small spring at its center, continuously spewing forth life-giving water. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the Pool of Life had integrated into the Qinkuan realm, creating a cohesive whole. "Ha! It truly wishes to remain here," Bai Ji exclaimed with delight to in the Qinkuan realm. The flora began to undergo further subtle transformations. The medicinal trees and plants flourished, brimming with vitality. "Little spirit, the space has expanded. You must carefully arrange it, striving to cultivate it to resemble the outside world." "Yes, master, I shall do my utmost." Lin Fan envisioned crafting the Qinkuan realm into a cyclical ecological environment akin to the mortal realm, ideally experiencing all 4 seasons. The had opened over 10,000 acres of rice fields, depleting much of the lake's water. Exiting the Qinkuan realm, Lin Fan and Baiji arrived at a mountain spring waterfall, instructing the to collect spring water to replenish the freshwater lake. My husband. Have you noticed? There are numerous small creatures nearby, Baiji exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, if you like them, let us capture them and raise them within the Qinkuan realm. With the space we have, housing tens of thousands poses no issue. Very well. You gather water while I go catch them. Baiji skipped away, soon returning with dozens of small animals, including wild rabbits, chickens, and ducks. Why did you not need to catch them? Lin Fan inquired. Perplexed, haha, they all followed me willingly. Goodness, you truly are a treasure. I merely released a bit of wood attribute spiritual power, then activate the wood attribute shield and continue wandering. Let us see if more creatures come. Lin Fan was filled with curiosity and eager to discover the outcome. All right, Baiji exclaimed joyfully as she dashed away. Lin Fan swiftly imprisoned the little creatures that were about to follow Baiji into the Qinkuan realm, assigning the spirit guardian to ensure their proper placement. After securing them, he continued to collect spring water, and numerous fish and shrimp from the pond were also gathered into the Qinkuan realm. Lin Fan contemplated collecting all species in this locale. However, he had scarcely begun when it abruptly came to an end. At that moment, a deafening cacophony grew increasingly closer. Lin Fan soared into the air to investigate. Oh my heavens! This woman is truly extraordinary. Behind Baiji trailed a vast multitude of creatures. Monkeys, tigers, leopards, and bobcats. Nearly everything imaginable, numbering well over 1,000. Husband, quickly gather them, Baiji urged, her face alight with happiness. Without hesitation, Lin Fan unleashed his spiritual power, enveloping the animals and transporting them all into the Qinkuan realm. The sudden influx of creatures left the little spirit bewildered. Lin Fan assisted in arranging them throughout the forest, temporarily isolating them until they could breed and flourish, gradually releasing them to develop naturally. Chapter 149. A den of thieves. As the two were collecting the treasures from the golden pavilion and preparing to depart, 3 large lions charged toward them. On the backs of the lions sat 3 rugged-looking men. You scoundrels! How dare you steal the beasts from our spirit beast sect's territory? You deserve death, the leader bellowed. Brother, stop wasting breath on them. The man should be killed. The woman is quite pleasing to the eye. Let us capture her for our enjoyment. One of the coarser men suggested lewdly. Yes, brother, enjoy first. Suddenly a splatter. The man's brain exploded. Lin Fan's soul attack had grown formidable, especially against mere golden core cultivators. The foul-mouthed man's head burst open in an instant. Such was the might of a peak mid-stage divine transformation. Ah, spare me, Immortal. The remaining 2 men hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Lin Fan acted once more, swiftly eliminating the other insolent man without a flicker of hesitation. The leader, engulfed in regret, lamented, Why did I provoke such a fiend? My grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Spirit Beast sect, and he possesses many treasures. If you spare me, I will have him compensate you. Lin Fan, recognizing his intent to summon reinforcements, was still seething with anger and eager to witness the caliber of the Spirit Beast sect. Then call him here. I shall wait for a quarter of an hour. To avoid being recognized, Lin Fan donned a mask. The man understood Lin Fan was a formidable opponent and quickly sent a message to his grandfather, alerting him of the theft and the deaths of 2 patrolling disciples, describing Lin Fan as a formidable foe, at least a late-stage nascent soul master. The Grand Elder, upon receiving the message, wasted no time, reporting to the sect master and leading his disciples to buy some time. How dare this thief invade our territory and slay our disciples? The Grand Elder was no pushover. Unable to discern Lin Fan's cultivation level, he refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to stall until the sect master, Cheng Xiao, a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator, could arrive if needed. There was also the late-stage Supreme Elder. Today, this fiend must perish. You need not delay. When they arrive, I shall explain. Grandfather, do not listen to his deceit. This person is exceedingly treacherous. Moments later, the sect master and a host of elders arrived, and the man fell to his knees, weeping. Sect master and esteemed elders, avenge our fallen disciples. We were patrolling when this man was capturing our beasts. When we confronted him, he immediately struck. Ha! I must say, you are quite the talent, though regrettably misplaced, to bite the hand that feeds you. Sect Master Chang Xiao could not discern Lin Fan's strength and realized he was a formidable adversary. He urgently notified the Supreme Elder, who would arrive shortly, I must admit, while I cannot see her face. Her figure is most alluring, igniting the imagination. If the Supreme Elder kills him, this young lady will undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Are you implying that he has wronged you? You dared to kill our patrolling disciples on our territory. Truly lawless. To stir the atmosphere, Sect Master Chang Xiao continued to fan the flames. Lin Fan thought to himself, this man is exceedingly sinister, clearly coveting Bai Ji. Truly, there is not a single decent person in the Spirit Beast sect. At this moment, Lin Fan sensed impending danger as a white-haired elder suddenly appeared. You are the one who killed my sect's disciples. So young, yet already a mid-stage divine transformation, relying on your high cultivation to wreak havoc. You deserve death. Chapter 150. The Beast Emperor, Lion Tiger Lin Fan, seeing the elder's menacing visage, chose not to argue further and summoned the infinite holy sword, engaging in fierce combat. The two fought evenly matched, but if it came down to endurance, the old man would likely falter. Lin Fan possessed 5 nascent souls, coupled with Bai Ji, who occasionally utilized her with spiritual power to aid in his swift recovery. Victory was assured. Lin Fan intended to use this battle as a means to hone his skills, refraining from deploying the sword of immortal slaying. Kill that demoness, the elder commanded loudly. Chang Xiao and the other elders summoned their weapons, swiftly targeting Bai Ji. Outnumbered, and being a support-type cultivator, Bai Ji found herself in peril, though her agile footwork allowed her to evade, albeit with great effort. Lin Fan could not permit her to be endangered, unleashing his full might and severely injuring all nearby cultivators. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan quickly transported Bai Ji into the Qin Kuan realm. Let us all focus on eliminating this thief. They discerned Lin Fan possessed a spatial treasure and unleashed their full strength upon him, even willing to destroy their own magical artifacts. Lin Fan's murderous intent ignited. Initially, it was lustful desire, but upon witnessing the treasures, it transformed into a desire for annihilation. Now that you have witnessed my prowess, prepare to meet your end. Lin Fan summoned the soul-gathering pearl to terrify their souls and unleashed the sword of immortal slaying, instantly obliterating a significant portion of their ranks. Seizing the opportunity, he downed an entire bottle of life spring water, rapidly restoring his strength again. He unleashed a soul attack, and the elder, now thoroughly frightened, summoned the sect's Beast Emperor, the Golden Lion Tiger. The Beast Emperor Lion was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan exploited the distraction to eliminate another batch of elders and disciples, while the remaining members hesitated to advance. Sect Master Chang Xiao, observing from a distance, hid behind a rock, watching the outcome unfold. The Golden Lion Tiger roared, causing Lin Fan's head to throb. He dared not recklessly confront it head-on. Sensing the situation, the elder took charge, directing the lion to attack Lin Fan. Lin Fan unleashed the carefree sword technique, culminating in a decisive strike. The elder was gravely injured. Once struck by the sword of immortal slaying, recovery was nearly impossible. The lion, too, was shaken by the sword's aura, trembling in fear. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Fan unleashed a soul attack on the elder, extinguishing him and collecting his essence into the golden pavilion. This was the blood essence of a divine transformation cultivator, equivalent to countless beast sovereigns' blood. Sect Master Chang Xiao, terrified, immediately teleported away. At that moment, Bai Ji emerged, pursuing him directly. With her spirit armor protecting her, she was safe from harm. Lin Fan stood firm with his sword, as the lion, sensing the immense threat from the sword of immortal slaying, began to retreat. Lin Fan could not allow this. He was eager to taste the flesh of the Beast Emperor Lion. If you do not halt, I shall strike. The lion quickly prostrated itself. Please, Immortal, spare my life. Humph. I care not whether your plea is genuine or feigned. Quickly clear your mind. With no time for debate, Lin Fan imprisoned it within the Qin Kuan realm. After securing the Golden Lion Tiger, Lin Fan swiftly released his soul sense, locating Bai Ji's position and teleporting there. The creature had been delighted to see Bai Ji chasing after it, hoping to subdue her swiftly for a hasty escape. Bai Ji had been battling it. But after dozens of exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage and was distressed. Just then, Lin Fan arrived. With a direct soul attack, Bai Ji slashed its throat with her dagger. Lin Fan followed up with a strike of his own, primarily concerned that the blade might not be lethal enough. He collected its corpse and weapon before returning to the previous battlefield. Chapter 151. The Golden Pavilion gains intelligence. Lin Fan and Bai Ji returned, only to find that the others had long since vanished. Lin Fan found himself relieved, directly summoning the Golden Pavilion to gather all the corpses. The Golden Pavilion, having absorbed the remains of 2 divine transformation cultivators, was exceptionally thrilled. Lin Fan collected their weapons, storage rings, and other treasures into the Qian Kuan realm. Let us proceed to their sect's treasury, Lin Fan said, leading Bai Ji as they teleported to the Spirit Beast sect. They discovered the sect was vast, housing numerous beasts, thousands in total, all of which were gathered into the Qian Kuan realm for temporary confinement. The disciples of the sect had fled without a trace. Lin Fan detected the location of the treasury and teleported there, where the entrance was sealed with a formation. Lin Fan remained unhurried, retrieving the sect master's storage ring and token, which caused the treasury's formation to open automatically. Once inside, they began to loot, finding it far wealthier than his mother-in-law's home. The Spirit Beast sect specialized in crafting equipment, boasting over a dozen sets of spirit-grade gear and more than 100 sets of top-grade equipment. Haha, our gear can be upgraded once again. Lin Fan waved his hand, collecting all the resources from the treasury into the Qian Kuan realm. These scoundrels truly deserve their fate. Well, they brought this upon themselves. However, heaven is merciful. We should refrain from involving those disciples. Lin Fan contemplated aloud. Indeed, let us release them. Hopefully, they will not engage in further misdeeds. Once we return to our sect, we must arrange matters with the elders. They cannot remain idle forever. Roaming about, eliminating some scoundrels, and rectifying the atmosphere of the cultivation world. Master, there are 2 supreme spiritual veins in this vicinity. It seems that even the great sects possess supreme spiritual veins. Only the Sword Spirit sect appears impoverished, currently possessing merely a superior spiritual vein. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and found no one, yet still felt uneasy. With a wave of his hand, he set up a shielding formation nearby. Put it away. At this moment, this power had grown immensely, and it had solidified considerably. The collection of the supreme spiritual veins took less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Fan also instructed it to gather the scattered spiritual stones along with the debris into the Qian Kuan realm. The Qian Kuan realm expanded once more, now covering an area of over 50 kilometers. The filtered stones were directly used to construct a small city. Observing the towering mountains nearby, Lin Fan wished to collect them all into the Qian Kuan realm. The remark that while it could indeed collect them, the commotion would be considerable, inevitably revealing the secrets of the Qian Kuan realm. Then let's use a concealment array. Lin Fan tested the limits of the concealment array, finding it could cover a distance of 200 meters at maximum. Any further would require manual setup, which was quite time-consuming and resource-intensive. Then let us do it at night. Yes, that works. I shall also take the opportunity to recuperate. Responded promptly, Lin Fan found a clear patch of land to set up the concealment array and summoned the Golden Pavilion, discovering that it had now developed consciousness. A small, plump, semi-transparent spirit appeared before Lin Fan and Bai Ji. Master, are you the spirit of the Golden Pavilion? Indeed, Master. You haven't given me a name yet, Dado. Then I'll call you Little Fatty. How does that sound? I like it. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. This is your 3rd mistress. Seeing Bai Ji's displeased expression, Lin Fan hurriedly added, Oh, Little Fatty, greet the 3rd mistress. Master, why do you add 3rd before mistress? Little Fatty asked earnestly. Observing Bai Ji's increasingly sour expression, Lin Fan quickly interjected, It's nothing. Don't keep asking foolish questions. It could be dangerous. Bai Ji thought he was clever enough to escape this, and thus let it go. Chapter 152. Mid-grade spiritual level flying boat. Through communication with Little Fatty, Lin Fan learned that the Golden Pavilion was a naturally occurring entity from the celestial realm. Its previous master had been cast down to the mortal realm and could not return. Before dying, he created a secret realm, hoping that a fated person would obtain it, and by a twist of fate, it ended up in Lin Fan's possession. This item could continuously devour high-quality essence blood. thereby strengthening its defensive capabilities. It could now withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage transformation God Realm Cultivator. Lin Fan mused that this was still far inferior to the treasures his master had given to Yin Ran and Mo Ning. He thought he would absorb more essence blood to upgrade it later. The good news was that little Fatty could now transform into the appearance of any structure and change colors at will, which was exceedingly practical. After having dinner in the Qian Kuan realm, the two began to sort through the storage rings. There were about 30 storage wristbands and beast-rearing pouches. After half an hour, everything was laid out, revealing 7 peak sovereign-grade beasts, 13 mid-phase peak sovereign-grade beasts, and 2 sets of superior spiritual-grade equipment belonging to the Elder and Sect Master Chang Xiao. Thankfully, there was also the Sword of Immortality. Otherwise, they would have been truly unable to defeat them. Unfortunately, both sets of superior spiritual armor were already damaged. Wow, there's even a mid-grade spiritual-level flying boat? Lin Fan exclaimed upon seeing that Chang Xiao's storage wristband indeed contained great treasures. He quickly stored it away for further inspection. There were 2 superior spiritual-grade weapons, 9 mid-grade spiritual treasures, 13 low-grade ones, and 75 supreme-grade ones. There were 2 sets of superior spiritual-grade equipment, 12 sets of mid-grade, 26 sets of low-grade, and 139 sets of supreme-grade. No wonder they are so formidable. Their equipment is excellent. 1,230 superior spiritual stones, over 18,000 superior ones, and other miscellaneous items, including herbs and pills, were of lesser quality than Lin Fan's. There were dozens of beast-rearing jade slips and a few equipment refining jade slips, which still held some value. The rest were all stored in the repository. "Husband, let us quickly collect the mountains," Bai Ji said eagerly, glancing at the scene. "Little spirit, are you ready?" "All right, master. I will need both you and the mistress to help me lift the mountains." Very well. With that, they approached the mountain, releasing a tremendous wave of spiritual power. The entire mountain began to tremble beneath them. Lin Fan acted swiftly, and Bai Ji also exerted her spiritual energy to assist in applying pressure to the base of the mountain. The mountain was gradually raised, and they cast a spell to open a spatial gate, swiftly collecting the entire mountain range into the Qian Kuan realm. After a quarter of an hour, they were both quite exhausted. Lin Fan retracted the golden pavilion and the array, then pulled Bai Ji to teleport away from the location. On the way, he summoned the flying boat and departed quickly. The Qian Kuan realm expanded once more, increasing by about 2 kilometers. The entire mountain range separated the Flame Mountain from the freshwater lake, creating a regional temperature difference. The temperature on the Flame Mountain reached around 30 degrees, while the freshwater lake maintained a comfortable 23 degrees. "Ah, so collecting mountains can indeed expand the range," Lin Fan sighed. "Yes, master, but it consumes a significant amount of spiritual and soul energy," they replied, utterly fatigued. "Well then, you should rest for now." Lin Fan examined the various beasts within the space. Most seemed quite content here. Only a few beasts were rather aggressive, and Lin Fan eliminated them, preserving their meat for consumption. To demonstrate their dominance, Lin Fan and Bai Ji intentionally dragged the corpse of a late-stage sovereign-grade beast. The iron-backed Song Bear, in front of the other beasts, skillfully severing its paws, grilling them, and adding some seasoning, relishing the feast. This spectacle left the surrounding beasts, including the Beast Emperor Lion Tiger, utterly stunned. Chapter 153. The beasts acknowledged their master. "My goodness. This is too cruel," an epic-grade fox beast exclaimed in shock. "How terrifying. They actually consumed it. Once they finish, will I not become their next meal?" The epic-grade tiger beast murmured quietly. "These humans are far too brutal. I choose to submit." "Damn. I thought you had some backbone." "I too choose to submit." "You're no different. My king, we choose to submit to you." The myriad beasts collectively murmured submissively. I am aware that some of you beasts are quite formidable and unwilling to bow to humans. I have decided to fulfill." Wait, my king, I choose to submit." "I too submit." "Well, since everyone is in agreement, let me make one thing clear. Anyone who dares to defy after joining will be thrown into the pot, stewed and consumed." Lin Fan threatened ominously. "I swear by my beastly honor, I shall be loyal to my master." "Me too." "All right, you need not swear. Just open your minds and I shall decide your fates." Lin Fan summoned the Soul Pearl. The beasts, with no choice, released their consciousness, and Lin Fan utilized the power of the gathering Soul Pearl to suppress their soul seas. A wisp of consciousness was left in the depths of their soul seas. Should they show any signs of rebellion, that wisp would obliterate their souls, leaving their bodies for consumption. Feeling Lin Fan's formidable presence, the myriad beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Rise, from now on, you shall diligently cultivate. And in the future, you will realize that today's decision was the right one. Thank you, Master, for your refuge. At this moment, the imprisoned beast Emperor Lion Tiger proclaimed, Master, I too choose to submit. The other beasts scoffed at it. How shameless, learning from us. Indeed, what a disgrace. The tiger beast paid no heed to the opinions of the other beasts, wholly focused on seeking protection. The environment here was beautiful, with pleasant scenery, and the fruits and the lake water were excellent. Before Lin Fan could even respond, the lion-tiger beast squeezed out a drop of essence from its head and released its consciousness, waiting for Lin Fan to accept it. Lin Fan thought it rather sensible. He pressed out a drop of blood essence from his fingertip, merging it with the beast's, and marked it with a soul imprint, releasing its restrictions. Oh, where's the human? Looking down, the lion-tiger was now lying at Lin Fan's feet, wagging its tail like a loyal dog. This was utterly devoid of dignity. A complete submissive dog. Lin Fan took out the mid-grade spiritual level flying boat and began to envelop it with spiritual energy for refining. It took him 2 hours to complete the refinement of this spiritual level flying boat. Truly remarkable, it transformed into a streak of light, entering Lin Fan's soul sea, settling quietly beside the gathering soul pearl. Now, Lin Fan's soul sea was bustling with activity. This thing even liked the gathering soul pearl. Lin Fan paid it no mind and checked the beast hide map. This location was not far from the sword spirit sect. He then summoned the mid-grade spiritual level flying boat and flew at full speed. Wow, this is incredibly fast. At least 10 times quicker than that superior flying boat, Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly. In just 1 hour. He returned to the sword spirit sect, which was bustling with vitality. Master Ancestor, you have returned. How has everything been in this sect? Thanks to you. Everything is well. I have reached the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, and Ouyang Sun is at the initial stage. Very good. I promise to give you a superior spiritual sword. I will get a mid-grade spiritual sword for Elder Zhang. Lin Fan handed 2 swords to Ouyang Jinhua. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for the gifts. From now on, do not call me Master Ancestor. Just call me Lin Taishang, understood? Hasten to refine it. I shall return to my chamber to rest. Master Lin, take your time. This is much better, Baiji said joyfully, for she was not fond of being addressed as third Master Ancestor, and thus Ouyang Jinhua dared not call her so. She was quite pleased with Lin Fan's decision. Chapter 154. Exquisite spirit level equipment. Upon returning to the side peak, Lin Fan discovered that his parents had already departed for training. He did not seek them out, but instead took out the all things cauldron in the courtyard to refine these equipment, leaving a set of exquisite gear for both his parents and Yinran's parents and younger brother. The remaining items were all crafted into spirit-grade equipment, culminating in the creation of 6 sets of superior spirit-level gear from all the spoils collected at the Spirit Beast sect. Lin Fan wrestled with whether to keep some for Yinran or continue refining, which could yield 2 more sets of exquisite spirit-level equipment. The main issue was that he had never practiced with exquisite spirit-level equipment before. You are truly foolish. You can always refine sets for your 2 sisters once you have enough materials. They are not going out now anyway. Lin Fan pondered this, remembering that they still had the protection of the Immortal Grade Cauldron, and thus he resolved to stop hesitating and began the melting process. With the All Things Cauldron aiding him, there was little difficulty, though it required considerable time and an immense amount of soul power. After refining 3 swords, exhaustion set in. Baiji pulled him inside, and after a deep exchange, Lin Fan was rejuvenated and resumed his practice with renewed vigor, successfully producing 2 complete sets, with energy to spare. Each of them refined a set of exquisite spirit-level equipment, and upon donning them, they immediately felt a remarkable difference. Wearing a single piece of exquisite armor allowed for a subtle recovery of spiritual energy, while donning a full set amplified that sensation significantly, with an immediate perception of both spiritual and soul power rapidly regenerating. After dressing, they felt spiritual energy circulating around their bodies, a truly splendid sight. Their defensive capabilities surged exponentially, undoubtedly rendering them invincible against the transformation realm. However, they had yet to encounter an expert from the void refining realm to ascertain the true strength of their defenses. Baiji, adorned in her new gear, gleefully observed herself from different angles, exclaiming, "Husband, this set of equipment feels remarkably congenial, and its defensive power has at least quintupled. Indeed, the soul and spiritual power I expended earlier has already recovered significantly. I feel I won't need to meditate or consume pills. I shall be back to normal in half an hour. Oh, does that mean we are invincible now?" While not daring to claim invincibility, at the very least, they had saved on medicinal pills, and their cultivation would be notably more efficient. Yes, splendid. Let us hunt some nefarious beings and procure a set for my sisters too, Yo. Do you think such good fortune occurs daily? Lin Fan gathered all the superior, medium, and inferior ordinary equipment from the Chinkuan Realm's warehouse, piling it into a small mountain. Refining these was swift, taking only 2 to 3 minutes per batch, ultimately producing 2 sets of medium-grade spirit-level equipment and 1 set of inferior-grade. They crafted 5 medium-grade spirit-level weapons and 13 inferior-grade ones. That was all for equipment. There was still room to refine a few more batches of weapons, resulting in 2 superior spirit swords, 1 superior spirit knife, and 1 superior spirit-level dagger. The remaining materials could not form a complete batch, so that was all. The inventory was entirely cleared. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Beast sect wielded the superior spirit sword, while Lin Fan's Wuji sacred sword was also of superior spirit level. With 3 pieces gathered, he could refine another batch. Without hesitation, Lin Fan commenced the refining process, and an hour later, a superb spirit-level sword emerged. Lin Fan swiftly refined it and renamed it the Wuji sword. Now, the Wuji sword radiated with spiritual energy, gleaming impressively, illuminating the night without the need for a lamp. Lin Fan felt its power had multiplied 5-fold. He then retrieved the Kyudo and the King Longdo, along with the newly forged superior spirit knife, assembling enough for another batch. The result was again a weapon radiating spiritual energy, strikingly brilliant. After blood refining, its power astonishingly surpassed that of the Wuji sword, increasing by at least 10-fold. Chapter 155. Parents injured Lin Fan and Baiji instantaneously teleported out of the Sword Spirit sect, seeking a secluded, barren mountain standing 100 meters tall. Gripping his great knife, Lin Fan unleashed all his strength in a single slash, cleaving the mountain in twain, even carving a gash over 10 meters deep into the mountain surface. Ha, truly a treasured blade. I shall name it the dragon-slaying knife, Lin Fan declared joyously. Husband, save that dagger for me. When I've gathered enough, I too wish to have one refined, Bai said with a face full of envy. Naturally, I shall reserve it for you. Let us return. Upon their return to the loft, Lin Fan noticed his parents had yet to return, prompting him to summon Ouyang Jinhua to inquire about their whereabouts. Reporting to you, Supreme Elder, your parents have ventured into the demon beast's secret realm. They departed only 2 days ago. Zhi'er, it is perfect timing. Let us pay a visit to your adoptive father. Yes, I have missed him as well. Let us depart at once, Lin Fan, not needing to wait for the time to open the secret realm, offered the guarding elder 100 superior spirit stones, and the gate to the realm opened directly, allowing them to step through. Upon entering, Lin Fan immediately used his soul power to probe the area, which now extended over 100 kilometers. After a few teleportations and scans, he quickly located them. Father, Mother, you have both advanced, Lin Fan exclaimed, his face brimming with joy. Lin Father and Lin Mother had both ascended to the 8th level of Qi refining, a remarkable achievement indeed. Fanner, these past few days, your father and I have felt quite homesick. Let us return for a visit, Lin Mother said, distressed. You both can now fly on swords. If you ever feel homesick, you can return at any time. Greetings, esteemed in-laws, Baiji bowed deeply. Yes, good daughter-in-law, we are greatly relieved knowing you care for our son daily, Lin Mother said with a warm smile. Father, Mother, I have prepared a set of exquisite equipment for each of you. Refine it upon your return home, Lin Fan presented the gear to them. Then we shall take our leave, Lin Father said cheerfully. To go ahead. I shall accompany Zhi'er to meet her father. Lin Father and Lin Mother promptly shattered the jade tablet and exited the secret realm. Lin Fan and Baiji sought out the Fox Immortal. How has my father-in-law been of late? Baiji rushed forward, taking the Fox Immortal's arm. Father, I have missed you dearly. Good daughter, good son-in-law, you have returned. The Fox Immortal, beaming, remarked, I have missed you as well. I visited the Sword Spirit sect several times. but did not find you. That sect leader mentioned notifying you, so I refrained from disturbing you." The fox Immortal joyfully patted Bai Ji's small hand. Lin Fan and Bai Ji lingered with the fox Immortal for 3 days, during which they gathered herbs and refined them into pills. They left behind 300 gene of fruit, over 1,000 gene of fish, and 500 various animals. After bidding farewell to the fox Immortal, the couple had just returned to the Sword Spirit sect when an elder approached with alarming news. "Supreme Elder, your parents have been injured." "What? Where?" Lin Fan exclaimed, panic-stricken. "At the side peak." Lin Fan teleported there, finding his father gravely wounded. "What has happened?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lin Mother immediately cried, "Fanner, quickly save your father." Bai Ji hurriedly stepped forward to cast spells. Allowing Lin Father to regain his breath, Lin Fan produced an exquisite healing pill and administered it to Lin Father, who gradually began to heal. "Mother, did I not provide you with medicines? And the life spring water?" "All were taken by someone," Lin Mother said, seething with rage. "Who?" "That childhood bride of yours, Tiana. She is also a cultivator, and at the 9th level of Qi refining. Sigh. You both had good equipment, yet could not defeat a mere 9th level cultivator." "That is not the issue. She possesses demonic arts that siphon others' cultivation. I was captured and had my power drained." "Your father was gravely injured while attempting to rescue me," Lin Mother lamented. "Rest assured, I shall find her and make her pay the price." Lin Fan vowed silently, determined to locate her. Seeing his father's condition stabilize, he left some pills behind for Bai Ji to tend to him and, without delay, took a flying vessel back to his hometown at full speed. Upon investigation, he discovered that the Li family had long since vacated their residence. Chapter 156. The Carefree Technique. Lin Fan found the town government office, where the town head had already been replaced. After inquiring, he learned the family's address. Astonishingly, they had a mansion within the county city. He teleported directly to the residence, where, indeed, Tiana was present. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier, entering the room where Tiana was still immersed in her cultivation. "You vile woman, you deserve to die." Tiana opened her eyes, feigning innocence. "Lin Fan, what brings you here? What have I done?" "Do not play coy. You gravely injured my father yet dare to deny it." "I did not." Lin Fan ceased the verbal sparring and directly immobilized her, probing deep into her soul sea for answers. Still denying it, Lin Fan discovered that this woman possessed a dual personality, leaving him uncertain whether to kill her or spare her. He realized that her cultivation method was indeed sinister, capable of absorbing others' powers for her own. Was this not the very technique that caused all this chaos? Retreating from her soul sea, he forcibly refined her storage ring, finding within it his parents' belongings, which she had not yet refined. He retrieved them and discovered that the ring contained that very cultivation method. Determined to take it back for further study, he thought, "This method is harmful, so I shall confiscate it." Tossing the ring onto the bed, he chose not to kill her but instead erased all memories related to him before departing. Upon returning to the Sword Spirit sect, Lin Fan recounted the events. "Well, that may be for the best. Perhaps her mind is muddled, and it is all due to you." Lin Fan mused. "I had not considered that. Some aspects were too sensitive for me to observe." Seeing that his father was safe, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief and returned to the loft with Bai Ji. Lin Fan referenced the Jade Slip, which detailed a cultivation technique known as the absorption technique. It was indeed specifically designed to absorb the power of others. Remarkably, it turned out to be a complete method, unlike the fragmented transformation technique she had previously obtained from Xiao Wanchong, which was merely the latter part of the entire system. In a wonder, in less than a year, she had managed to evolve from an ordinary person to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Lin Fan was immensely intrigued and soon noticed a note indicating that the initial part of the method could only be used with caution. Haste could lead to dangerous consequences, including spiritual damage or even severing of meridians. The latter portion was dedicated to the integration and stabilization of absorbed power, which was quite commendable. Henceforth, this technique would be aptly renamed the Carefree Technique. Upon returning to the Sword Spirit sect, Lin Fan diligently studied this technique and, after 2 days of practice, felt confident enough to put it to the test. Observing the wandering lion-tiger beast in the Qin Kuren realm, she devised a plan. "Come here," she beckoned. The lion-tiger beast, upon hearing Lin Fan's call, thought, "Ah, my master finally remembers me. What a pleasant surprise." It rushed over, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Lin Fan instructed it to stand still and immediately began to employ the absorption technique. In her initial attempts, her control was somewhat unstable, and she absorbed too forcefully, causing the lion-tiger beast to faint from the shock. What a useless creature! I barely started and you were already playing dead. The lion-tiger beast, which had indeed been feigning unconsciousness, felt embarrassed and quickly got back up, exclaiming, "Master, I truly feel drained. I assure you, if you try it on others, they will surely perish." Other beasts had already sensed the commotion and were quietly eavesdropping. But upon hearing the lion-tiger beast's foolish remarks, they promptly vanished from sight. That was close. Thank goodness we fled quickly. Otherwise, we would have been captured by the master and drained dry. Indeed, I wonder where our leader learned such a nefarious technique. It is utterly bizarre. Are you talking about me? Lin Fan suddenly appeared before the group of beasts, her expression less than amiable. Heh, leader, we're just small fry. We can't withstand such torment. No kidding. That cursed creature has been toying with you. Don't let it deceive you. Alas, master, to speak frankly, such honest advice is often unwelcome. You must not mistakenly harm a good beast. All right, enough with the nonsense. Line up immediately. I want to absorb some energy and then report your experiences one by one. In Chapter 157, The Roots of the Tree of Life Sprout, Lin Fan tested the technique on each beast until she found a semblance of effectiveness. Indeed, it was a commendable method. She discovered that the soul-gathering pearl could also absorb the soul power of others. After absorbing energy from dozens of formidable beasts, they had no energy left to complain and returned to their lairs for a well-earned rest. Lin Fan's cultivation level surged by twofold. If she continued this way, wouldn't she soon be able to advance? With the protection of the soul-gathering pearl, she presumed she wouldn't fall into demonic practices. However, Lin Fan felt a tinge of impatience in her actions, possibly the negative effects mentioned in the notes. Elated, she shared her progress with Bai Ji, who eagerly expressed her desire to learn the technique. Yet, to her dismay, she found herself unable to master it, as her meridian flow differed from that of the beasts. What a ridiculous thing. I'm done with this, oh, dear. Don't be upset. Let us head inside and rest. Lin Fan coaxed, a mischievous smile on her face as she led Bai Ji into the room. After some intimate exchanges, Lin Fan realized that dual cultivation with Bai Ji could alleviate the negative repercussions of the absorption technique. Thus, she intensified her training, staying awake all night, which eventually caused Bai Ji to fall asleep. Lin Fan, too, succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Fan reflected on her previous behavior. Recognizing it was quite unlike her usual self, perhaps a bit too indulgent, however, she dismissed the concern, attributing it to her true nature. After sipping some spring water from the fountain of life, she felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. A surprisingly effective remedy. Lin Fan then noticed that the roots of the tree of life had begun sprouting tiny buds, although the leaves had yet to unfurl. This is splendid. The sprouts have finally emerged. Once they grow, they will be magnificent. Bai Ji awoke and studied the scene, exclaiming, I feel its powerful vitality. It's such a comforting and endearing sensation. I suddenly adore being here. It feels so blissful. Lin Fan mused, if even Bai Ji approves, then it must be right. After finishing their meal, the two lingered by the sapling, chatting joyfully. Lin Fan refrained from interrupting Bai Ji's pleasure and ascended to the mountain peak to continue her cultivation. She still needed to advance by 30% to reach the peak of the God transformation stage. Initially considering absorbing energy from the lion-tiger beast again, she discovered they were still recuperating and abandoned the idea. After consuming a 6th-grade premium spirit pill, she trained diligently throughout the day. As night fell, she found her cultivation had increased by a significant margin, confirming that her progress was indeed accelerating. The 6th-grade premium spirit herbs in the medicinal field would take at least 100 years to mature at their current growth rate. A painfully lengthy period. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, such high-grade herbs were exceedingly rare in the outside world, let alone through artificial cultivation, which would be prohibitively costly and time-consuming. This was why consuming a single premium spirit pill could yield such substantial gains. The spiritual energy in the Qian Kuan realm was at least 15 times greater than that of the outside world. During this time, the 20 or so spirit fruit saplings had also grown considerably, blooming numerous green flowers that attracted swarms of bees eager to gather nectar. How could the spiritual honey not be delightful? Lin Fan cheerfully circled the spirit fruit trees several times. Just then, Baiji called out, "Husband, come quick. The roots are sprouting." Lin Fan, puzzled, thought, "Didn't they sprout yesterday?" Approaching the scene, he noticed the sapling had grown taller, and its leaves had unfurled. Lin Fan sensed that all the spiritual trees, medicinal herbs, and plants in the vicinity were accelerating their growth. The spirit fruit trees were beginning to bear fruit, and the 6th-grade spiritual herbs were ripening as well. Incredible. They've accelerated their growth by at least 100 years. Previously, these 6th-grade herbs would have taken a century to mature. Now, they're all ready for harvest. The other medicinal herbs had not only matured but had also proliferated abundantly. In Chapter 158, Baiji enters seclusion. Lin Fan instructed Xiao Ling to gather the herbs promptly, as there was an abundance ready for harvest. Xiao Ling was busy organizing the bountiful yield. The fruit trees had grown even larger. Their fruits ripened to perfection. Lin Fan picked an apple, took a bite, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's incredibly crunchy and delicious." He hurriedly fetched another for Baiji, who echoed his delight upon tasting it. Lin Fan noticed that the 7 or 8 spirit tea saplings had also matured. Sprouting many tender buds, he picked a few young leaves to brew a cup of tea, which he found to be exquisite, better than what he had tasted at the Ling Yin sect. "Darling, come try this." Baiji rushed over, took a sip from Lin Fan's cup, and exclaimed, "This is truly delightful. I want more." Lin Fan had Xiao Ling brew a large kettle, and they settled in the courtyard to enjoy their tea. He instructed Xiao Ling to gather all the tender leaves and store them in jade boxes for regular harvesting. "Husband, I finally feel like this place truly feels like home, though the house is a bit small. Indeed, in such a vast space, this loft does feel a tad cramped, so why are we still hesitating? Let us build a new one." With a thought, Lin Fan made the entire loft vanish, transforming it into a grand palace. It was more than 100 feet in size, ample for their needs. The front featured a spacious plaza, a garden with pavilions, a barbecue area. Everything was complete. Baiji entered and exclaimed, "Wow, this is splendid. I want my room to be all red, but Haven Tea, you always liked pink. Now I prefer red." Lin Fan dared not object, complying with her request to transform it into red. The palace contained a single room, spacious enough at 30 feet. "Let us give it a try," Lin Fan said with a mischievous grin. "A trial, you say? Today, I'm in a good mood. Let us have a grand battle of 300 rounds." The two engaged in a fierce battle for an entire day and night, leaving Lin Fan utterly exhausted as he finally rose from the bed, groaning, "I can't take it anymore. Please spare me." "Humph, you've finally recognized my prowess," Baiji declared triumphantly. "Of course. You truly are formidable." Both were ravenously hungry after their exertions, devouring several roasted chickens to regain their strength. Following this session of dual cultivation, Lin Fan completely reached the pinnacle of the God transformation stage, expanding his spiritual sense by an additional 50 kilometers. His spiritual power increased by 30%, surpassing that of an average practitioner at this stage by at least double. If he were to engage in battle with a senior elder from the Spirit Beast sect at the God transformation stage, he could easily defeat him. Baiji also reaped great benefits. Reaching the peak of the Demon Empress stage, the requirements for advancement differed significantly between demon beasts and human cultivators. Thus, advancing to the later stages was already a remarkable feat. Baiji's speed had also significantly improved, allowing her to intercept any God transformation stage cultivator attempting to teleport before they could escape. This was a formidable advantage. With such speed, she could effortlessly execute an assassination. However, with Lin Fan's extraordinary capabilities, she knew better than to entertain such thoughts. A mere mental shock would render her obedient. Baiji ultimately revealed the truth. She was preparing to enter seclusion to challenge the rank of Demon Sage. The process for Demon Beasts requires considerable time, which explained her frenzied behavior the previous night. The Chinkuan realm lacked sufficient metal attributes, thus failing to provide an ample supply of metal spiritual energy. Baiji could only seek a breakthrough within the secret realm of Demon Beasts, a quest that could take a long while, perhaps a year, 2 years, or even longer. On that very day, Baiji departed, while Lin Fan prepared a plethora of her favorite delicacies, alongside 800 top-grade spirit stones and 50 bottles of life spring water. Chapter 159. The return of Yu Mingyao. Just after bidding farewell to Baiji, Lin Fan received a message from Ouyang Zhenhua. The treasure pavilion's Yu Mingyao had come again. Following the previous incident at the Dam Pavilion, Lin Fan felt quite embarrassed to face her. Initially intending to excuse himself on the grounds of training, he reconsidered, pondering that he might require her assistance in the future. Thus, he made his way to the main hall of the Sword Spirit sect. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Yu Mingyao approached directly and removed the veil from her face. This time, she was unmasked, revealing a pair of lustrous dark eyes, a remarkably handsome oval face, a high-nose bridge, and a cherry-red mouth, her skin fair with a rosy tint, exuding an irresistible charm. Lin Fan stared at her, utterly captivated. Yu Mingyao felt secretly pleased, thinking, "Himph, without revealing my trump card, how could he be so compliant?" This time, the Family Elder Council had granted her only a month to demonstrate progress. Otherwise, her management rights would be revoked. To that end, they had dispatched several late-stage Transformation Realm guest elders to monitor her. Thus, she had no choice but to remove her veil this time, hoping to resolve matters with Lin Fan in one go. "May I inquire what brings the esteemed young pavilion master here?" Lin Fan asked, momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. "Lindao, you need not be so formal. We are already familiar with each other. To call me young pavilion master feels overly distant. You may simply refer to me as Yuer or Mingyao. Both are acceptable." Yu Mingyao said generously. That might not be entirely appropriate," Lin Fan replied hesitantly. "Why not? We are like old friends, both being kindred spirits in this journey. Why should we be bound by the views of the mundane?" She countered. "Very well then. May I ask what brings you here, Miss Yu? I shall be straightforward. I would like you to assist us in alchemy. I understand that you prefer not to be constrained. And you need not join our treasure pavilion? What do you think? That is certainly feasible. The previous incident was indeed my misjudgment. I hope you can forgive me. As an apology, I can refine a furnace of top-grade Yuanying Dan for you." Lin Fan offered earnestly. "Indeed, Lindao Yu is truly extraordinary and generous. I am not one to take advantage of others. You refine the elixirs, and we shall share the profits equally. No restrictions on time or quantity. How does that sound?" "Ah, that seems too much. Let us go with a 3-7 split instead. I take 3, and you take 7. Does that work for you?" Seeing his insistence, Yu Mingyao decided not to argue further. "Very well, let it be as you wish. From now on, everything you purchase from our treasure pavilion will be at a 30 discount." Ouyang Zhenhua, seated nearby, could hardly contain himself. A 30 discount. Just imagine how many spirit stones that saves. "Thank you very much. It has been a while since I last engaged in alchemy, so I shall prepare some for you today." Yu Mingyao was overjoyed, handing Lin Fan a storage ring. When their hands brushed briefly, a jolt akin to lightning surged through them. Startled, Yu Mingyao quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Fan, invigorated, swiftly refined the storage ring, discovering that Yu Mingyao had provided a substantial number of high-quality elixirs. He took out the Wanjin Ding and began his work in half an hour. He had produced a furnace of Yuanying Dan, yielding 18 exquisite pieces, an unprecedented achievement that surpassed his previous limits. The guest elders accompanying Yu Mingyao, there to surveil her, were taken aback by his exceptional alchemy skills. They had initially come intending to disrupt her, yet were astonished by Lin Fan's prowess. It seemed they would need to align themselves with the young lady. Chapter 160. The crafting of 6th-level pills. Lindao Yu is indeed formidable. Not only is your speed impressive, but the quality and quantity of your elixirs are remarkable, Yu Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. That is due to the quality of your herbs. Only such fine materials can yield such results. The herbs you provided contain 5th-level spiritual herbs, so I shall refine a batch for you," Lin Fan stated, falling silent as he resumed his alchemical endeavors. Refining a 5th-level elixir took considerable time, and it was not until an hour later that he succeeded. The result was 10 exquisite and 6 superior-grade pills, an unprecedented achievement for Lin Fan. The 3 elder guests were now visibly agitated. These were precisely the elixirs they desperately needed. "We must refine more," Lin Fan declared. This is already splendid," Yu Mingyao said as she carefully stored the pills in jade vials. Internally, she rejoiced, for possessing exquisite 5th-level pills would greatly facilitate her endeavors. She planned to hold a grand auction and create a buzz to drive sales. Eager to capitalize on this momentum, she said, Lin Changlao, among my herbs, there are 6th-level spiritual herbs as well. Why not give it a try? I have yet to refine 6th level pills, Lin Fan replied. No matter. Even if they fail, consider it my loss. Yu Mingyao prodded, intentionally tempting him. Lin Fan, unable to refuse in the presence of such beauty, thought, how could I decline? I must succeed. Otherwise, I shall lose face. After a moment of meditation to restore his energy, he readied himself for this crucial furnace, dedicating 2 cautious hours to the task, sweat beading on his forehead. It's time to open the furnace. In total, he produced 11 pills, 5 superior grade, 3 medium grade, and 3 inferior grade. Yu Mingyao and the guest elders, along with Ouyang Jinhua, were all left dumbfounded. For the first time, he had produced so many superior grade pills, 11 in total, no less. Seeing their astonishment, Lin Fan wryly remarked, alas, not a single exquisite one to be found. My efforts seem wasted. The others were struck by his words. Only he could speak so nonchalantly. Yu Mingyao, however, paid no mind to his lamentations, as long as he could produce superior grade pills. She was content, happily filling her jade box with the elixirs. Noticing her delight, Lin Fan decided not to dwell on his earlier disappointment. As long as she was pleased, he felt his dignity remained intact. Yu Mingyao, having collected the pills, observed Lin Fan's evident fatigue. Thank you for your efforts today. I shall not disturb your rest. I will visit again to express my gratitude. Lin Fan had already sensed that her appearance was likely due to some pressing issues she faced. Very well, everyone. Please take care. I, too, have some insights to contemplate, and will refine pills for you again in a few days. As Yu Mingyao departed, taking to her flying vessel, she swiftly returned to the treasure pavilion, immediately commencing the prelude to a large-scale auction, which within 2 days attracted thousands of transformation realm cultivators, resulting in a flourishing business. This development drew considerable ire from the Dan Pavilion, leading them to dispatch agents who uncovered Lin Fan's involvement. Having previously withdrawn from their ranks, upon the pavilion master's return from seclusion, he was infuriated. Humph, for such a traitor, sending assassins to eliminate him is the only course of action. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, an assassination plot was underway against him. After cultivating in the Qinkuan realm for half a day, he had returned to his original state. He sorted through the remaining 6th level spiritual herbs, deciding to refine 3 more batches. Aiming for a complete production. In the final batch, he successfully crafted 2 exquisite spiritual level elixirs, 6th level Supreme Spirit Yuan Dan. Lin Fan, having expended significant spirit energy, consumed a 6th level inferior Spirit Yuan Dan, feeling his spirit power rejuvenate almost instantaneously. The potency of the 6th level Supreme Elixir was indeed formidable. Chapter 161. The assassination from the Dan Pavilion. The news of Lin Fan's successful refinement of 6th level Supreme Spirit Yuan Dan spread through the cultivation world, causing quite a stir. Business at the Treasure Pavilion flourished, rapidly dominating the majority of the elixir market. The pavilion master of the Dan Pavilion, Xiao Zhan, could no longer remain idle. He recalled that during the tenure of the Grand Elder, they had barely managed to refine a dozen such elixirs, and now they were entirely depleted. Should Lin Fan continue to grow, it would undoubtedly threaten the status of the Dan Pavilion. He had ordered his subordinates to monitor Lin Fan day and night. Intelligence reports revealed Lin Fan's family background, including his first wife Su Yinran's parents, who still had some entanglements in the mortal realm. Consequently, he dispatched assassins to eliminate Su's father, who was currently at the City Lord's mansion. Upon learning of this tragedy, Su Yinran was devastated, and Lin Fan received the news, rushing to her side. However, on his way to the Su residence, he was ambushed by a mid-stage refining void expert, none other than a projection of Xiao Zhan. At this moment, Lin Fan was still in the late stage of the transformation realm, making him no match for his opponent. The situation was dire. He was directly struck from his flying vessel and engaged in a fierce battle that lasted several dozen exchanges, sustaining heavy injuries. Although the Immortal slaying sword was formidable, Lin Fan could only unleash a fraction of its true power. Attempting to summon the Golden Pavilion for refuge and recovery, he was shocked to find that his opponent wielded a mid-grade sacred weapon. Coupled with the fact that it was a mid-stage refining void projection, it could still exert approximately 70% of its original strength. One swing of its blade cleaved through his Golden Pavilion, leaving a significant fissure. With nowhere to hide, Lin Fan hesitated to retreat into the Qinkuan realm, fearing discovery and potential plunder. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the the soul-gathering pearl surged from his soul sea, rapidly expanding and releasing a powerful soul force that struck at Xiao Zhan's projection, temporarily incapacitating it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan unleashed all his strength in a decisive strike, aiming to pierce through its body with a single sword blow. Lin Fan, upon witnessing the sword, felt utterly drained and collapsed to the ground. That moment, even a mere practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement could effortlessly slay him, leaving him with no means to retaliate. The immortal slaying sword remained embedded within his body. It was precisely because it had not been withdrawn that Lin Fan's life was spared. However, the sword continued to wreak havoc within him, causing his wounds to expand progressively. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan took a sip of the life spring water to aid in his recovery, and then he unleashed the absorption technique to draw in the power from the avatar. Yet, only a fraction of its strength was absorbed before the avatar perished, and its remains were promptly collected into the Golden Pavilion. Meanwhile, the head of the Dan Pavilion was also awaiting news of the avatar from within the pavilion. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his mind, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The avatar had met its demise. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Fan, I shall annihilate your entire family and feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. Xiao Zhan's painstakingly cultivated avatar had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Fan. The avatar's soul had not returned, leaving him oblivious to how it had been killed. Consumed by rage, Xiao Zhan consumed a 5th-level healing elixir and entered seclusion, vowing to emerge and slaughter Lin Fan's family one by one. Having absorbed a portion of Xiao Zhan's avatar's power, Lin Fan now felt a surge of energy within him, struggling to contain the turbulent spiritual force. He intended to stow away the exceedingly rare holy-grade sword, for Xiao Zhan was not yet dead, and thus the sword still had an owner. It could not be placed into storage. The Golden Pavilion, grievously wounded, could not be collected either. Thankfully, the soul-gathering pearl suppressed the sword's spirit, preventing its escape. If I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it, Lin Fan declared with a commanding presence as he stored it within the All Things Cauldron, which surprisingly allowed for such a collection. Chapter 162. The refinement of the Void Realm. After securing the All Things Cauldron, Lin Fan sought out a secluded spot nearby to set up a formation. Retreating into the Qian Kuren realm, sitting beside the roots of the life tree, he meditated to refine and absorb the vast spiritual energy he had gathered, consuming a 6th-level healing elixir to expedite his recovery. The All Things Cauldron rested beside him, gradually dissolving without the need for Lin Fan to channel his soul energy. Thanks to the life seedling, the adverse effects brought on by the carefree method were significantly diminished. Lin Fan sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough and instantly teleported to the mountain summit's spirit gathering array, producing all his finest spirit stones to seek a breakthrough. The thunderclouds this time were more ferocious than ever. Yet within the Qian Kuan realm, bolstered by the life tree's formidable vitality, it had evolved significantly and was in dire need of the thunder's power. The thunder, as thick as a water barrel, poured down, with the Qian Kuan realm absorbing the majority of it, leaving less than a quarter for Lin Fan. Despite the remaining thunder still being as thick as a barrel, it struck Lin Fan's body. However, with his current strength, he was now exponentially more powerful than when he had broken through to the God Transformation realm, effortlessly handling the onslaught. After the thunder strike, golden light radiated forth, which was also absorbed largely by the Qian Kuan realm. The residual golden light rejuvenated Lin Fan's body to its former state. This cycle repeated 9 times until Lin Fan finally ascended to the refinement of the Void Realm. The 5 infant souls within Lin Fan gradually transformed into 5 divine spirits, seated around the soul-gathering pearl at the depths of the soul sea, each displaying expressions of sheer enjoyment. The severely damaged Golden Pavilion and the flying vessel were relegated to a corner. Resembling 2 mistreated wives, Lin Fan now felt the immense spiritual power of the refinement of the Void Realm, akin to a mighty river, continuously providing him with a vast reservoir of energy. He had grown more than 10-fold stronger than his former self in the late stages of the God Transformation realm. In a wonder, I struggled against him. It turns out the refinement of the Void Realm is indeed this formidable. Through his exchanges with the 5 divine spirits, Lin Fan learned that the avatar could only unleash 70% of the main body's strength, while the soul sea of his 5 divine spirits was twice as expansive as that of an average practitioner in the refinement of the Void Realm. However, they were still quite weak. After recuperating beside the soul-gathering pearl, the 5 avatars could exert 90% of the main body's strength, making them exceedingly formidable, especially as a quintet. It seems my 5-element roots, once deemed useless, are not so worthless after all. Since entering the God transformation realm, Lin Fan had felt his strength growing increasingly formidable. With the life spring water and the life tree seedling at his disposal, he planned to cultivate his own avatars. The divine spirit spoke of the materials needed for avatar cultivation: a millennium of thunderstruck wood for the body, the blood of a demon saint for flesh and blood, and life spring water as the catalyst. After 49 days of nurturing, a physical form could be established, which would then merge with the divine spirit to create the avatar. This was merely the first step towards successful avatar creation. Subsequent developments would depend on the avatar itself. Lin Fan mused. The life spring water in my space serves as the catalyst that certainly simplifies things. The Millennium Thunderstruck wood should not be too hard to find. The most crucial ingredient is undoubtedly the blood of the demon saint. However, I shall address that once everything stabilizes. The immediate priority is to eliminate the colossal threat posed by Xiao Zhan. Rather than waiting for him to target my family, it is better to return the favor. Now that Lin Fan's strength had surged, he resolved to confront him directly and demand retribution for blood debts. He subsequently summoned his flying vessel and sped towards the headquarters of the Dan Pavilion. Chapter 163. Locked in at this moment, Yu Mingyao, through an elder-level spy placed within the Dan Pavilion, had learned of Xiao Zhan's avatar being slain by Lin Fan. Sensing Lin Fan's character, she anticipated that once he recovered, he would undoubtedly take action against the Dan Pavilion. Now, as the de facto leader of the Treasure Pavilion, wielding immense power, she realized that this matter must be resolved through her intervention. Xiao Zhan's avatar had been destroyed while he was in seclusion, presenting a prime opportunity for an offensive. The Elder Council fully supported her decision, dispatching the strongest lineup from the Treasure Pavilion: 3 elders in the mid-refinement of the Void Realm and 5 in the early stages. Yu Mingyao also rallied all elders above the late God Transformation Realm to lie in wait at the Dan Pavilion headquarters. They concealed themselves near the pavilion, ready to protect Lin Fan's life and seize the opportunity to weaken the Dan Pavilion's power. After 2 days of waiting, Lin Fan finally made his appearance. The leading elder in the mid-refinement of the Void Realm remarked, "This lad is indeed formidable. He has advanced to the early stages of the refinement of the Void Realm, and I sense his power is not beneath my own. If he survives this encounter, we must cultivate a good relationship with him and never provoke him lightly." Although Yu Mingyao was also in the early stages of the refinement of the Void Realm, she could not discern Lin Fan's realm, pondering, "Could he truly be my destined partner? My ancestor once said that the first person to see my face would be my true fate." Back then, Yu Mingyao thought her ancestor was jesting. Yet, all these years, she had persisted in wearing a veil until this crisis forced her to unveil herself. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, whose soul sea was more than 3 times larger than that of a typical practitioner in the refinement of the Void Realm, had already detected Yu Mingyao and her companions. He thought to himself, "This woman is indeed wise. She knows to strike at the vital point, just the opportunity one need to unleash chaos upon her. To honor my father-in-law's spirit in the heavens." The Dan Pavilion headquarters was also fortified with protective arrays, so Lin Fan dared not recklessly invade. Instead, he set up a shielding array outside to obscure their vision before laying down the Infinite Thunder Array and the Celestial Locking Array, the latter being the main event. Outside the protective barrier of the Dan Pavilion headquarters, Lin Fan shouted, "Xiao Zhan, you old beast, come forth and meet your doom. You killed my father-in-law. I will ensure your body is torn to shreds." Xiao Zhan had already heard the shout, but he was still recovering. However, it was more than enough to kill Lin Fan, so he immediately halted his meditation. "Lin Fan, you dared to come to me. I shall use your body as material for my avatar." With that, he summoned a mid-grade holy sword. Why does he possess so many holy swords? It's infuriating. Lin Fan summoned the Immortal Slaying Sword, and the two engaged in fierce combat, marking the first time since his advancement to the God Transformation Realm that Lin Fan had encountered a worthy opponent. "I'll use you to hone my skills and crush you." The two battled for several hundred exchanges without a clear victor. Lin Fan's condition remained stable, and his spiritual energy showed no signs of waning. Conversely, Xiao Zhan, due to the destruction of his avatar and the damage to his soul, found his strength significantly diminished. Relying on his status as a seasoned practitioner at the peak of the mid-refinement of the Void Realm and the Holy Grade sword in hand, he barely managed to match Lin Fan's prowess. After another 100 exchanges, Xiao Zhan began to show signs of exhaustion, while Lin Fan remained in peak condition, having yet to consume any life spring water. Although Lin Fan's armor was only of superior spirit grade, when combined with his other top-tier equipment, it provided some restorative effects, albeit slowly. After the sparring session with Xiao Zhan, Lin Fan had fully solidified his initial realm in the refinement of the Void Realm. Having had enough of the battle, Lin Fan devised a plan to lure Xiao Zhan into the celestial locking array to eliminate him while preserving his corpse and blood for the restoration of the Golden Pavilion. Lin Fan feigned a decline in spiritual energy, intentionally displaying a desire to evade and consume a pill. He unleashed a soul attack and fled. Xiao Zhan would not allow him to escape. "Ha! You're clearly struggling. Dreaming of consuming a pill, are you?" He deftly evaded Lin Fan's soul attack and pursued him relentlessly, only to find himself ensnared in the celestial locking array. It is worth noting that this array only allowed entry, not exit, as its master, Lin Fan, could enter and exit at will. Seeing Xiao Zhan fall for his trap, Lin Fan swiftly withdrew. "This little array cannot possibly contain me. It will hold my cauldron." Initially, Xiao Zhan thought it was merely an attacking formation. He summoned a holy grade cauldron, boasting loudly. However, as he soon realized, being trapped within the cauldron meant his spiritual energy was still being restrained, and it continued to dwindle. Xiao Zhan's emergence of that sacred-level treasure cauldron stirred a wave of envy within Lin Fan, who chuckled to himself, "Ah, it's all mine." He promptly directed it towards the all-things cauldron to absorb its essence. At this moment, Lin Fan was quite adept. He retrieved a bottle of life spring water, gulping it down in quick succession, instantly revitalizing his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, within the Immortal locking array, Xiao Zhan was on the brink of collapse, unable to escape and utterly depleted of his spiritual power. A sense of impending doom creeping upon him. The resources Lin Fan utilized for the Immortal locking array and the Infinite Heavenly Thunder array were all top-tier spirit stones, ensuring the array's formidable strength remained stable, and he had already activated the Thunder array. Just as Lin Fan was about to fully unleash the array's might, the Guardian Elder of the Pill Pavilion appeared, swinging a heavy club. The opponent, a perfected late-stage Void Refinement Cultivator, wielded a spiked wolf-tooth club with overwhelming power. The lengthy, spiked weapon was the bane of close combat, making it nearly impossible for Lin Fan to approach. Naturally, Lin Fan dared not engage directly, opting instead to circle around the Immortal locking array. As he ran, he provocatively taunted, "Come on, chase me, look at you, all bluster and no action. If you're capable, catch me and give me a whack." His words infuriated the elder, who sputtered in rage. "How dare you? You think you can provoke me without consequences?" Lin Fan laughed. "Oh, I merely spoke a few words. Why are you so irate? With such a fragile temperament, perhaps you should return home and tend to your children." His booming voice drew laughter from the onlooking cultivators, while the Guardian Elder felt humiliated, nearly spitting blood from sheer vexation. "You better hope I catch you, or I will tear you apart." Chapter 164. The Pill Pavilion Master Faces Justice. "Your words are quite fierce," Lin Fan retorted boldly. "Why don't you come and try? Don't just flap your gums." The two continued to circle outside the array, while Xiao Zhan, trapped within, was utterly helpless, unable to wield a shred of spiritual power. The Grand Cauldron and the Holy Sword had withstood numerous lightning strikes, but their spiritual energy was waning, rendering them incapable of further combat. Lin Fan sensed this and swiftly slipped into the array, allowing the soul-gathering pearl to launch a spiritual attack on Xiao Zhan, immobilizing him instantly. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to strike twice, severing both of Xiao Zhan's arms and storing them within the Golden Pavilion. The Golden Pavilion was thrilled, though regrettably, its spirit, the little fatty, had sustained severe injuries and was now in a deep slumber. Otherwise, it would have rejoiced. The soul-gathering pearl burrowed into Xiao Zhan's sea of souls, suppressing his spirit and voraciously absorbing his immense soul power. Sensing the pearl's elation, Lin Fan understood that this harvest was indeed substantial. Thanks to the array's cloaking mechanism, those outside could not perceive the events within. The Guardian Elder, preparing for a full-force assault on the array, was interrupted when Yu Mingyao and her companions finally arrived. Lin Fan thought to himself, what a timely arrival. You certainly have a knack for patience. Once this matter is resolved, I must have a serious discussion with you. A throng of elders burst forth from the Pill Pavilion, and chaos ensued as both sides clashed violently. With the soul-gathering pearl suppressing Xiao Zhan's spirit, Lin Fan directly employed the transformative skill to siphon his power, subsequently storing it within the Golden Pavilion, which absorbed his essence. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Zhan had perished. With their master dead, the Holy Sword and Grand Cauldron became unclaimed artifacts. Yet their sentience remained, subdued by the soul-gathering pearl. Lin Fan promptly imprisoned them within the Qian Kuan realm, intending to deal with them later. The battle outside raged fiercely, both sides sustaining injuries. Lin Fan seized his sword and charged out, locating the Guardian Elder and launching a soul sword strike at his Sea of Souls. Sensing danger, the Elder summoned a soul artifact, a bell. This artifact was remarkable, as it directly blocked Lin Fan's soul sword attack while emitting a soul-shocking resonance that caused everyone present to experience a throbbing headache. Lin Fan mused, what a splendid treasure. Soundwave attacks are omnipresent. Unless one employs a cloaking technique, there's no escaping its reach. The soul-gathering pearl had finished absorbing Xiao Zhan's soul power and flew out from the Golden Pavilion, consuming the power emitted by the bell. Allowing everyone to breathe freely once more. You are no match for me. This is a battle of wits. The Guardian Elder, feeling cornered, retreated into the Pill Pavilion array for cover. Hey, everyone, look, the Grand Elder of the Pill Pavilion is running away. You fools are still putting your lives on the line for him, Lin Fan shouted, his voice booming for all to hear. The crowd turned to see that indeed, the Grand Elder had hidden within the array. Most of the Pill Pavilion's elders were guest elders and were immediately displeased. If even a perfected late-stage void refinement cultivator hides, are we supposed to die for them? Just as hesitation filled the air, Lin Fan called out again, everyone, hold your fire. I am here solely to avenge my father's death and do not wish to escalate hostilities with your esteemed pavilion. Xiao Zhan has faced justice. If you surrender the perpetrator, I shall no longer pursue this matter. Chapter 165. His fate. The